Subscribe for daily videos. NSFW, current and former sex workers and sugar babies. What is the biggest difference in sex with a romantic partner versus sex for money/favors? What is surprisingly similar? What difference/similarity would surprise people the most? The biggest difference is the amount of drugs everyone is on, at least in my experience. I was sort of an escort/sugar baby, I don't know how to explain it. I was essentially a long-term escort, I'd see the same guy every week for months. Since I was always seeing the same guys, I was able to develop business relationships as opposed to romantic ones. I'd say the biggest difference is the lack of ability to get comfortable with the other person. One guy would stay the night with me in hotels and I would wait for him to fall asleep to take my makeup off and wake up before him to put it back on, even after knowing him for months. I wanted him to get what he was paying for, which was me being made up and looking nice all the time. Something surprising I guess would be how nice the guys were. I was never asked to do anything out of my comfort zone and was always treated like a queen. Even the men that would just get a hotel to bang in for a few hours would always get up and get a washcloth after we did the deed, stayed to chat for a bit, and usually gave me a gift as well as cash. The biggest difference is whether or not I can relax. My boyfriend would never try to gag me or switch holes or pinch me, but the men who would pay me didn't care. I used to be so tense during sex that I'd be so tight. It was very uncomfortable. There were positions I'd refuse to do because I wasn't about to get a bruised cervix or get torn behind again. It's so different now. My boyfriend loves me, I feel so safe. I can do things like put my ankles on his shoulders or close my eyes. Sometimes, my boyfriend will accidentally hit my cervix too hard or sometimes nothing even triggers it, it just happens, but I get really anxious and panicky like I did with the guys who paid me. I cry so much and he always says he doesn't mind, but I feel guilty for it. I wish I had never done it. I don't know why I ever said it was easy money, it fucked me up pretty bad. I sugar babied for a former sugar baby who had been knocked up and married said daddy. She had me treat her like an absolute queen unless we were in the bedroom, and then I was basically a Gestapo agent to her. The first time I did it I had to take former daddy's, deceased for a year, Viagra to even perform, but now I've got Pavlov's stick for roughness. Still enjoy being sweet more, but both work for me. I am a regular SD, sugar daddy, who dates other men. I have had at different times 1 or 2 different SB, sugar babies, at a time. Right now I have just one. A lot of people who are posting here are more towards the end of sex work, along the lines of what you'd find on Backpage or another escorting resource. There is nothing wrong with escorting, SDs/SBs are basically the most sex-positive people you'll find. For many or most SDs I know, and I know a few, we are very interested in the lives of SBs, and a big part of what we are paying for is intimacy that extends well beyond sex. My SB is almost my best friend, and even though we have a financial relationship, it's only one aspect to it. For example, I'm interested in my SB getting what he wants in his life, from career, to activities, to lifestyle, and even to his vanilla, outside, relationships, which happen to be mostly with girls. I've helped him apply for colleges to transfer to, helped him find references for internships, and paid some of the expenses to help him with a budding career as a model. He was also there for me through some health problems. I see him 2 or 3 days a month, when I travel for work, but we text almost every day. I hear about his day, his problems and challenges, frustrations, etc. He hears about similar things from me. Being older than him, I don't have the same sex drive as a younger man. We often will just relax and talk at my hotel when I am in town, with no sex at all. Maybe we'll go to a nut show, or listen to a local band at a small venue, or just walk and talk. Sex is an important part of our relationship, but not the only one. It's hardly a convention relationship, but we are like all real couples in a way. We have ups and downs. I get frustrated, he gets frustrated. We have a give and take. When you get older, you realize that the Greeks had it right in regards of love. There is eros, erotic love. There is philia, the love you have for someone who is your friend and whom you do anything for. There is philautia, the love you have for yourself and your self-image. OSB has the potential to enhance each of these aspects of your love life. And if you find with a great connection, it can be as meaningful or more than any conventional relationship. Every SB isn't going to be the love of your life, the love you share with a life partner, the Greek pragma. But that doesn't mean it's not important, or valuable. It can be really great, for everyone. I was a, quite softcore, sex worker between 18 and 22. Male, BTW. Most of the money I made was from doing stuff on camera, even though I never actually took any of my clothes off. Mostly men, but some women, would pay good money to watch me eat or to just talk to them about my sex life or whatever. I found that to be actually really fun, and even though I knew there was some guy jerking off to me biting my lip, it was just nice to chat to people from my end. Nobody who knows I did this believed too easily that I never showed anything, but the people who used to pay me would have been immediately turned off if I showed any skin. It was the teasing that they loved. In the real world, I did quite a bit of stuff for cash, but it was all quite vanilla. At my age and I guess the kind of person I am, it was always tender and caring. The people I worked with were not who I expected when I went into it at all, but I think I got quite lucky. Here's a few bullet points because I'm not certain how else to write this surprising number of overweight guys my own age who weren't getting lucky and were desperate to lose their virginity. If someone told me they were a virgin, I'd usually work it so that we met twice and had sex the second ticks, because I wanted to give them time to think it over and to decide whether I was the one. Everyone liked it this way as well, because it was less mechanical. Disabled guys with specific needs or low confidence. I adored giving people newfound confidence. Some of the time it was like therapy for the mind as well as the body. Fortunately, I'm quite a good listener, because some people, including women, seem to like connecting on an emotional level through connecting over deep stuff, and then having a cathartic sexual experience. Anyway, I had a sugar daddy. He was in his late 40s. The best thing about sex with him was that he made me feel like I was something special. People my own age tend to play it cool and act uninterested, but sex with him was very passionate and very quick, and I always walked away feeling very desired, so there was no shame involved in it at all, from my end. The price of success, for him, was that he couldn't hold down a relationship because of how much he travels. So when it was time for him to move to his next job, he asked me if I would drop it all to be his manager. He would have paid me a hell of a lot of money, and I would have joined him on trips to the most amazing places, which he takes all of the time. It was really the life that I spent my time wishing I had, but when it was on the table, I couldn't give up my education, friends and family for some luxury. So, I turned him down. The time before the last time we met, he told me that he gets people things all the time, but nobody ever gets him anything. We couldn't sit down outside or go to a shop without people asking for photos or making comments or whatever, and in private, he was filled with sadness and needed someone who would give to him genuinely. The last time we met was the day before he was leaving to wherever he was going next, alone. We had a ritual of going out for drinks, dinner, then sex. But the last time, I decided to bring some stuff to make cocktails and we stayed in, I made pasta, and we watched TV instead of doing something expensive or fancy. I initiated sex that night, something I never do with sugar daddies, and gave him a little something personal at the end. I guess that relationship made me re-evaluate what I wanted from my life, so I quit all the sex stuff and got a minimum wage job cold calling people while I finished my degree. I actually signed up for a sugar daddy site as research for an article I was writing, and kind of got sucked in. When you're broke and young, the idea of getting paid for work you're doing anyway sounds damn good. The first man I met with didn't work out. We didn't have any chemistry, so the sex was pretty blah and it only happened once. The second was only a few years older than me and it was just straight prostitution. He seemed to get off on handing me wads of cash after sex. But then he wanted to date and I wasn't interested, so I called it off. The third guy though, he was 24 years older than me, not bad looking but not mind-blowingly hot, and sort of soft the way middle-aged men get. I was pretty apprehensive about whether it was going to be another no-go. I was so wrong. Best sex I've ever had, hands down, and definitely taught me some kinks I didn't know I had. We saw each other off and on for 3 years, even after the economy tanked and he couldn't afford to pay me. By that time, I loved him, not really in a romantic way, but still. There was a lot of affection between us and we spent as much time bullshitting as we did having sex. I only stopped seeing him when I met my now ex-husband, and that was the end of that particular career. Edit, guys, I get it, many of you don't believe that's why I signed up. But here's the thing, I'm not ashamed of doing it, and if I'd known it was a thing an average woman could get into without having to, I don't know, hang around hef or something, I would have considered it anyway. If I was so ashamed I needed to lie, I just wouldn't have commented in the first place. I'm a cam girl and I have a sort of arrangement with one of my longtime best customers where we meet up once every week or two, go out to eat or go shopping and have sex. He throws me some cash and continues to spend lots of money on me on cam, so it's very beneficial for me. Plus he's a super cool dude and I actually like spending time with him. I would say the thing that might surprise people is that I don't ever feel degraded or shitty about myself for doing it. When I was younger I dated guys in my personal life that treated me like absolute garbage and I got nothing emotionally or physically out of it. This guy listens to me, is kind, gracious, just is really one of the nicest people I've ever been with. I feel like people who aren't involved in the sex industry would tend to get all judgy and regard this kind of relationship as debasing when it has proven to be exactly the opposite. We both get what we need out of it and we have affection and mutual respect for each other, which is maybe not as common in traditional relationships where money isn't a factor as people would like to believe. I've been escorting for a number of years now, mostly as a courtesan, though that's just semantics and keeps prices up. I refer to myself as a prostitute. My clients are usually regulars, typically older men, very few women, and very wealthy. They pay for a whole experience with me, so subterfuge is sort of part of the deal. I sometimes orgasm with them and the sex can be enjoyable, but it doesn't have to be. Not that the client would ever know, because all the sex is the best sex ever. It's about their fantasy and their pleasure, and what I think of whatever's going down doesn't really matter. I never host, only out calls, and no bookings under 2 hours, so nothing is spontaneous or unplanned. No client of mine has ever seen me without makeup. I never sleep, as in actually sleep, with a client, and I don't ever drop whatever facade it is they're paying for. That's probably the biggest difference. A client buys an experience that's discussed beforehand and very rarely deviates from our arranged scenario. Sex with my boyfriend is different in that he just gets an unfiltered, real version of me. Sometimes I orgasm, sometimes I don't, we try stuff, and if I don't enjoy it, it's not happening again, etc. At the end of the day, though, it's just sex, really. The biggest difference is that you have to always enjoy the sex when you are getting paid. Like, yes, that feels amazing licking my armpit. Don't get me wrong, I can get past some stuff and I can enjoy the sex for myself. I had a boyfriend before I started working and he would never eat me out. I'd asked him why and he would tell me it's not his thing. Fine, whatever. Even before I started working, the guys I slept with would never eat me out. It's just not their thing. It wasn't until I started working. Men would eat me out. And it feels amazing. I no longer have a boyfriend, but I'm fine with that. I feel that some of the sex I have with my clients was better than having sex with my ex, and I'm getting paid on top of it. BTW, I'm a woman, don't mind the username. I was a student, extremely broke, and had to pay a court fine or else face a warrant. I mentioned to a female friend that I was desperate for money and was having a hard time finding a job. She said that 2 of her friends had told her that they thought I was hot and said, presumably in jest, they'd pay money to hit that. Again, I was desperate, so I asked her if she'd tell them we could work something out. A few days later, I meet up with Amy for a DVD and chill session, pre-Netflix, at her place. We hook up, I get paid, I pay my fee and avoid jail. Difference: I got relatively little pleasure out of it. I wasn't disgusted or feeling degraded, but I was focusing on her pleasure so much that I couldn't really enjoy much of the experience. It was a little stressful, honestly. I approached it like a work task more than a romantic encounter. How can I satisfy this client and leave them feeling like they had a positive encounter and got their money's worth? There was essentially no romance/intimacy for me. Felt weird. The emotional disconnect is strange. Even when having sex with someone I don't love, the lust is usually in full effect, so there's still something there. I suppose if I had to do it regularly, I'd get used to it, but it made the experience much more surreal. Similarities: the end results. While I didn't get off, she did, so that's always a win in my book. The mechanics. She didn't ask me to do anything strange or say anything was off limits, so I went with my usual routine when with a woman. I only did it the one time, so I don't think I'd classify myself as a sex worker technically. Edit: I am a male. I guess I could have been more explicit about that originally. Kind of fell into the "it's only guys on Reddit" trope for a minute. Edit 2, to answer some repeating questions, she was pretty average, I'd say a 5/10. The appeal for her was that she was very sexually inexperienced, found dating difficult, and was at the same time sexually frustrated. And to those asking how I was able to perform in that situation, it's a biological function, so I didn't have to do a whole lot. Candidly, I'm not exactly sure why there would be a problem achieving an erection, as I've never experienced it before outside of truly excessive drinking. I wasn't one, but friends with a sugar baby. She said it was actually easier than going on dates. A guy on a date would buy her a $30 meal and be pissy if she didn't want to kiss on a first date, but her guys usually just wanted to have a good time with a pretty woman at first anyway. A boyfriend would get possessive about everything of his: time, space, money, and yet also want to possess everything of hers. She was expected to be flexible with her time, put up with his messes and stupid hobbies, give up her male friends, etc. But her guy friends just wanted the time they could get with her, didn't expect her to change her life for them. Plus, they'd give her hundreds to treat herself and sometimes thousands to pay her bills, whereas her boyfriends thought $10 of mum's still in grocery store plastic deserved getting head. She was willing to practically anything for her guys if she was at all up for it. Hey there. Former cam girl, and currently a pro cuddler, who dabbles in escorting on my off days. Camming was iffy. I was never that good at it. My knees would hurt from sitting, or my internet would lag, also my camera is shitty. But I had a few regulars. Mostly just wanted to talk to me while I was in my bikini. Nice to talk about my interests. Pro-cuddling isn't sex work, but it is intimate. People really open up, and you have to love them in order to make them feel comfortable. They are not going to relax if I am standoffish and cold. Escorting is similar. Yes, some people just want to get laid, but mostly I see people who are figuring things out for themselves. They want someone, but they don't know who. Or they are having confidence issues, and can't do it with their partner. For me, it isn't just pay me X amount and we go do whatever for an hour. I want you to feel better emotionally and physically when you leave. It is about making you a better person, well, and making money. Sorry guys, she asked me to take it down. I'll be deleting my other comments as well. AMA Herethese is going to sound odd, but I'm far more affectionate during sex with sugar daddies than I am with my boyfriend. Many older men want a sugar baby because they feel lonely, their relationships have fizzled out and their children have grown up and moved away. So they turn to sugar babies not just to satisfy their sex drive, but to fulfill their need for intimacy and affection. When I have sex with a sugar daddy, therefore, my goal is to make him feel like I'm almost in love with him, as well as make him come harder than he's ever come in his life. It's far more gentle, there's a lot more kissing involved, and my focus is 100% on his desires, but I can orgasm from this kind of sex. Things are different with younger sugar daddies. Under 40, they often do want sex more than affection. It seems like the only reason they want a sugar baby rather than an escort is because there's less stigma involved, so sex with them is more of a performance. When I'm with them, my focus is on being sexy as hell rather than loving and attentive. The sex is messier and kinkier, although so far I've never had anyone with any out there fetishes. It's mostly light moderate BDSM and anal. It's much more interesting, but I've never had my own orgasm from it. Sometimes there's post-sex cuddling, sometimes they want space. Almost every sugar daddy I've spoken to is dominant in the bedroom. Sex with my boyfriend is usually due to lust, because he is fine as hell, so it tends to be quicker and rougher. Rather than having to reassure him of my enjoyment and enthusiasm all the time, I can focus on myself more. Source: I'm a sugar baby. Let the slut shaming commence. Edit: holy shit, so much karma. Thanks for the gold, yo. This girl used to pay me to pretend to be her boyfriend around her parents. Chick was a militant lesbian feminist, but her folks paid for her rent and car and stuff, so she didn't want to lose that. She would pay me a couple $100 to talk to her dad about sports for about 2 hours twice a month. It was pretty nice. Ended up eating her mum's ass out one Christmas when we were the last two awake and very drunk on wine. I put on my robes and wizard hat for my lady. Have done a bit of cam work, private and public, and a bit of sugar work. I expect a lot of the same things out of a customer or sugar daddy as I would from a boyfriend. Respect, honesty, and understanding that I'm only human. Throwaway time. Now Reddit gets to hear about a part of my life that no one in my life save 3 of my closest friends know about. I am a 28-year-old gay man. I was a male-for-male escort for about a year. Edit, more appropriately referred to as a courtesan. First of all, let me tell you that everything you've seen on TV about sex work is not realistic. The internet has changed the face of sex work dramatically and irreversibly. I found my clients through discreet and mostly anonymous channels, and I have never done anything resembling street work, so I cannot speak to that type of work in particular. I was primarily an out-call escort, meaning I come to you. My rates were $200/hour, $350 halves hours, or $500 $1,000/a night. I was closer to the higher end of the sex trade, as I had nothing to do with street work or any other workers. I was fortunate enough to be getting enough work to not only charge this but also to be able to pick and choose who my clients were. By doing this, somebody to bounce ideas off of. Also, while I was working as an escort, it affected my romantic relationship with my own masturbating. I love jerking off, but when you get busy as an escort you start budgeting your orgasms because you're saving a big one for person X. It's just fucking weird. It's weird. TLDR, sex is fun, more PLS. I was able to work for almost a year without any major dangerous situations. But, let's be honest and stay on topic here. The majority of my clients were 1-hour visits. They wanted to have sex, usually. I think the thing that would surprise people the most is how real the sex is. That's right, escorts enjoy having sex. We definitely don't enjoy all of it, but some of the hottest sex I've ever had was while being paid for it. When I started working I expected things to be more mechanical. Just being an escort in the first place was a big turn on for me, so for most of my repeat clients we shared some chemistry. This can actually complicate things because if a client is aware that you're enjoying it as much as they are, it's a bit of a fine line because you need your client to feel attractive, but not attractive enough that they shouldn't be paying you for your company. I think another thing that people don't realize is one of the great and most freeing advantages about paying for sex is that it allows you to be brutally honest. In a relationship, social and sexual politics are intertwined. If you ask your so to piss in your mouth, that could potentially end a relationship if they aren't into that. Since the boundaries are so clearly defined in an escort-client relationship, it is much more freeing. As an escort, I certainly felt it was okay for me to decline outlandish requests, but even if I did, it wouldn't affect the relationship. Humans are weird, freaky little sex orcas, and we like weird, freaky shit. And the people saying you're not, believe me, you're the ones who are calling people like me in 10 years and begging me to call you dad while I'm pegging you with a candle. Trust me. You are. Let your freak flag fly, people. You ain't fooling anyone. The last thing I would say that was so surprising to me was how little importance the actual sex was. I know that sounds odd, but it's true. I'm going to tell you right now, 100% of men do not last for a full hour when they're with me. A good 90% of my actual work consisted of giving shoulder back/back/foot back/hand back/body rubs, something I'm great at anyways, cuddling and having good conversation. I'm not sure that most of my clients, even themselves, quite realized exactly what they wanted. The sex was always fun, and they always enjoyed themselves, but the thing that turned a client into a regular was always a personal connection. Again, a fine line that has to be managed carefully for the relationship to evolve in an appropriate manner. I would say the weirdest part and the biggest difference of sex work versus regular sex is the management of expectations. Most people are not hiring an escort every weekend. Since so many people don't have any real-world experience, they rely on cliches and tropes they've gleaned from movies and TV. This can lead to some unrealistic expectations and general confusion from the other party when you turn out to be an actual real person who can speak, has feelings, and deserves the basic respect of a human being, you fucking assholes. Every now and then you'd run into that type of piece of shit. I was fairly good at weeding them out and never actually engaged with any of them in person, but I worry that other workers who are more comfortable with this narrative are okay with being treated that way. I will be honest, it's having a huge impact with my romantic partner. I love him dearly, but I am struggling with returning back to some kind of a normal sex life after being paid for sex. It has affected the way I think about sex and my sexual habits/behaviors. As much fun as I had working as an escort, I regret it for this sole reason. I hope that over time I'll be able to work on that. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed reading this, and I hope it sheds some light on the mystery of male sex workers. If you are a worker or are considering getting involved, I'd love to chat with you. I can recommend some tips for keeping safe, or maybe just be. If you're a male and interested in this kind of work, you can always be a girl's muscle. My best friend did this throughout college. He's a pretty jacked rugby player and looks intimidating, so one of our friends asked him to wait in the car while she goes on dates with men. She paid him about $50 an hour, and men would typically pay her a few hundred per hour for just a date, no sex involved. Not trying to be a downer at all here, but before anyone starts thinking how safe and maybe even fun this line of work might sound, remember this: the guys and girls this didn't work out for aren't here to tell us. I fully support the sex worker industry. I wish it was legal and regulated for the safety of everyone involved. Just remember how potentially dangerous it can be. A sugar baby I used to fool around with would have the guys take sexy photos of her modeling lingerie in different outfits, get them horny and stupid, then either take pics with them, or if they were too intelligent for that, just sneak pics of them when they weren't looking. Use the pics to extort them. When I stopped talking to her, she had 5 old rich men sending her $5,000 a month just to keep the pics quiet. That was all her bills, including NYC rent, BMW payments, drug and alcohol expenses. She stripped one night a week for extra spending money, and that's that. Easy as pie. She was a sick drug addict too and couldn't save a penny. Last I saw, she cleaned up and became a nurse. She is now taking care of your sick loved ones. Yikes. Personal sex, I focus on myself more. If I'm with a boyfriend or lover, it's a give and take. Sometimes there will be times where I just want to be played with, taken care of sexually. Eat me out while I watch Broad City. Play with me even without the pressure of having to have an orgasm. I'm much more comfortable with silence, guiding people, being really honest about what feels good. Professional sex, of which I have been doing for the last 8 years. Almost entirely focused on my client and the focus of the appointment, which is generally to make him satisfied sexually and feel as though the giant amount of money he has given me was worth our time. I work in an environment, legal brothel in Nevada, where a lot of what I do is not sex, it's conversation, talking, sensual activities like massage, hot tub or etc. However, it's almost entirely focused on my client. I actually feel really uncomfortable when my client needs me to come like now and he's jabbing his fingers on my G-spot, which I fucking loathe. I am able to give constructive criticism to my clients, however they did not come to me to be given lessons. They want to be entertained, they want to have fun, they want to talk about themselves. Similarities: a man's ego is tied to the pleasure he thinks he gives a woman in the way he wants to give it to her. Never mind that you could make me come in a few minutes by talking dirty about something that turns me on and holding a Hitachi on my clit with a small plug in my ass. He has to be able to make me come with his tongue barely poking at my clit. Hell, I honestly wish I knew. I gave up prostitution over 2 years ago, and I haven't had sex since. I thought coming out would reinvigorate my sex life and let me have fun again, but I still can't force myself to have sex without thinking I'm back where I was then. It was the reason one relationship ended, and it's causing serious strain between me and my girlfriend now. This is something I think about a lot. There is too much for me to say to fit any of it adequately into one comment, but in a nutshell, it left my brain very compartmentalized. In fact, I would compare my mind at the time to that of a psychopath. I hated men for a very long time and I hated myself. I was so ashamed for so long, and I sometimes still am when I think about it. Most of it I have repressed. Thank God I have met such a wonderful partner. It impacts sex because my mind is still very compartmentalized and I am often confused and have very mixed emotions about sex. My partner has to be very sensitive, tactful and understanding and patient, which I am very grateful for. If I wasn't with him, I don't think I would ever have sought a relationship with anyone. What I crave in sex is soulful connection, love and affection. Sex has been such a hollow, cold, using tool to me for all of my life really, so casual sex or just horny sex does not turn me on at all. Sometimes I miss the money, especially when funds are low, or if I feel unsatisfied in my sex life. It is so tempting, but I could never go back again. Not now I have him. It's frustrating, but I'm also glad I have grown to be more in touch with my feelings and have grown in self-respect and have been living wholesomely for long enough that the thought of doing that job again terrifies me. When it comes to transactional sex, there is no beating around the bush or a complicated dance. Everyone has to be honest about what they want at the get-go, even with the fantasy involved. Otherwise it's similar on many levels. Your clients are people too, and there's definitely a level of intimacy and connection sooner or later. Some try to play games, just like normal people. A lot of them are just really lonely and want a friend. I don't want to think about it right now. I briefly moonlighted in prostitution after a major meltdown and panic over money. I was already selling panties and letting this one guy pay me for some extra stuff, so figured why not. First and only person who paid for complete sex scared me off it so bad, since he did not respect boundaries. He forced me to make eye contact when it was one of my no rules and choked me out with my own underwear. I should have bailed before anything even started, but I was too low and not really caring about myself. He had a stalker vibe, so had him drop me off somewhere far from home and changed my number after he began to harass me. Was a cam girl. Stuff I lived. It was weirdly easy to impress guys knowing I had to be on. I actually enjoyed myself more. Unlike dating, there were no qualms that if I put on an act I was faking. Guys IRL treated me like a queen and wanted to save me. Sorta miss that. You get over the idea that there's one size fits all beauty of personality real quick. Seeing who top girls are and who likes you. There's a guy for everybody / look. And personality does matter. Men only like women who don't take BS from them, but are feminine. I still got down and realized it wasn't for me. I care about me getting off when I'm having sex for free. For money I care about giving my clients their ultimate fantasy. Gentlemen, loads of guys have a hard time reaching orgasm / getting hard / maintaining an erection. There's ways around it. Side note, I've done almost every avenue as a sex worker in the US. I do not want it legalized, I want it decriminalized. I worked at a legal brothel in Nevada and that was the only time I felt pimped out or coerced in any way to have sex, and it was with the permission of our fucking government. At brothels I owed half of what I made to the house, even tips. Our rooms were bugged so the house could hear negotiations. If they searched my room and discovered cash they would say I stole it or withheld it from management. I went back home and swore to never work for a brothel again. And I was at a fucking nice one. The girls there were awesome. The legal brothel industry is just the government being a pimp. Fuck that. I stick now to being independent and working for myself and hustling on my own. I was a sophomore in college. The university I went decided they needed to raise tuition. Classmate of mine, Brenda, in an effort to raise money and stay in school, came up with a nifty plan where she thought she'd date guys and charge them money. She said she needed my help to make sure the dates went okay and the guys paid her. She said she'd give me a percentage. We started making a lot of money and, wouldn't you know it, some of Brenda's girlfriends decided they wanted to be a part of it. Pretty soon, there were about 14 ladies that I was protecting while they gave me money. Decided I shouldn't use my real name, so we came up with the name Gator. This thread gives more reasons to study / work hard. As a part-time pro-dom, kind of like a dominatrix, I find the dudes are way more willing to please me, but also really want what they want. About half genuinely want to make me the happiest lady ever, and the other half just want to buy their exact fantasy. I expected more creeps, but fewer than I assumed have contacted me, and it's easy for me get rid of them by simply charging more if they get grabby, demand sex. Sex isn't part of my pro-dom sessions because then I'd be considered sex work, or just go weird on me. I have a lovely boyfriend, and I'm also an escort. Sex with clients is just sex, there is no emotion, no passion and no connection. It's fake and calculated. Sex with my boyfriend is so much more intense and real, he gets me and not my stilted persona. I don't believe half the shit I'm reading here. Part-time sex worker here, somewhere between prostitution and being a sugar baby, meaning I only meet 5 men right now regularly, one for 3 years already, all of them for more than a year now. The main difference in sex is how aware, I can't find a better word, I am during the whole act. I am always in control of myself, never losing my mind. I always think every small move, even when I am passive, like when someone eats me out. I think of when to grab his hair, touch his hand, move my hips, grab the sheets, moan and so on. Moments of wild passion do happen, but whatever I do every second, it's to make me be sexy and to make him have the best possible time, every time. During non-sexy time, when I am with my clients I'm always being the best version of myself. Meaning I am always looking good, always in a great mood, never tired, always kind, always paying attention to him, always horny. During sex with a normal partner I am just more relaxed. Of course I am still trying to please him and make us both have the best time, but I am also concentrating on myself and I'm just being genuine. Like I am saying exactly what I am in the mood for or saying what he should do to please me, and telling the truth when it's not working. Also, laughing or being silly / making jokes during sex only happens with romantic / casual partners. What may be surprising is how good my clients are in bed. It may be because they are older and have more experience, but for the best sex of my life I was paid very generously. From when I was 16 to my early 30s I had a few sugar daddy situations. I wasn't seeking it out and didn't realize until fairly recently that I was getting paid for sex. In each case, I just thought of them as nice older guys who would take me out for expensive dinners or on trips, buy me nice clothes, pay a bill for me here and there and suck my dick a lot. For the most part, I genuinely enjoyed the sex and the company. Delete in retrospect, it was exploitative at the beginning because of my age and lack of self-esteem. But towards the end I developed better boundaries and didn't put up with being treated like dirt. I was trying to get started as a professional escort when I met my husband 6 years ago. He talked me out of it. I think that saved my life. I was on a short but spectacularly disastrous run with meth at the time and probably wouldn't have made the healthiest decisions. Delete. Oh. I can answer this one. Former sugar baby / sex worker. The sex with a romantic partner is very personal. The sex with a sugar is whatever they want. In my experience, the last sugar was a dom, so not only was it a sugar relationship but a dom / sub relationship. While being with the dom I've learned that I actually really like being a sub, which now plays into my regular sex life. I'm an escort in a large city in the US and have been for several years. Sex with a romantic partner rarely feels like a chore for me, although that may be because I don't have one boyfriend but rather many friends with benefits type relationships. When I have sex with one of the guys I'm seeing, it's entirely because I've initiated and because I really want it. When I'm with my clients it can go one of several ways. 60% of the time I'm into the client, we have decent chemistry and I find them relatively attractive. This doesn't necessarily mean that the sex will be good, but I won't mind it and will be able to enjoy myself either physically, mentally or emotionally. Within that 60% I would say there are 10% who I'm really into, and who I have a very real relationship with. 10% I will hate and may even feel violated. Not because the client did anything to violate me, but because there was absolutely no connection or because of the client's personality, but rarely because of how they look. The other 30% are neutral. Not good, not bad, just part of my work. What's surprisingly similar? I find that all of my partners in my work and personal life really just want to touched and listened to. In my experience, men really crave affection and someone who will listen to them. Many times they are lonely and missing some sort of connection. 90% of my work is listening to men and allowing them the space to be vulnerable. I look at it as a very necessary therapy. Something that I found surprising when I started working is that the men I meet in my work life treat me so much better than men I meet in my personal life. I'm treated incredibly well, spoiled rotten, in and out of the bedroom, by my clients. I think some of this has to do with the fact that my clients are on average 20 years older than men my age who I might meet at a bar or a party. Those guys act much more entitled to my time and my body than the men who actually pay for it, which I find very weird. I was 19 and he was 33, so I guess our arrangement was kind of like a sugar daddy and sugar baby relationship. He paid for a majority of my living expenses for 3 years while I finished my degree. In return I offered the companionship aspect and in a way I played his girlfriend for when we were around his friends. Yes, we had a sexual relationship, and the main difference between a regular relationship and our arrangement was everything was on his terms. I was young and dumb, so my friends convinced me that it was a good idea to continue it when he offered. I had feelings for him, but they never went beyond anything reassembling a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. The only similarity I encountered was the emotional bond we had that got each other through the bad bits. Only 2 of my friends knew and everyone else thought we were together. The one difference I remember was how easy it was to leave the arrangement once I finished and moved away. He let me date and see other people, but I always had to give when he wanted. Not tons of experience. Just something I've turned to for when I was unemployed or really short cash, but the biggest difference I found is that with a client it's constantly all about them. With a romantic partner it's a two-way street. However, making it all about the client can also be a turn-on, so there's definitely some overlap. I worked with a buddy on some occasions. So 3 in a bed isn't exactly out of the ordinary, but it's not common. The amount of flakiness in sex for pay is substantial. There are lots of false inquiries and interest. With romance, people tend not to flake nearly as much. Similar? The sex part? Other than that, I'd say the variance in encounters. You can have amazing sex with a romantic partner one night and the next it's going through the motions. Same with clients. Some are super fun and others you watch the clock. One thing that's interesting is the levels of communication. Sex for pay has more communication going on. There are levels of expectations and totally candid exchanges in what's going to happen. It's all about making a plan and having it come together. Intended. With romance, you tend to play it more by ear as you go along. I actually prefer the open communication a lot more. I find the transparency a huge turn on. At the same time, there's more untruth with clients. Ideally, the needs of the client should be made to sound hot even if they're not. I think I might be a bit unique here. My encounters are and the majority of my work was at age 45. My clients were my age or younger. Never have I seen a thread more in need of a serious tag. I've only done it once, so my experience was limited. I'm not sure if the police would consider it prostitution, so I hope they don't come after me for admitting it. I exchanged anal sex for an enchilada plus delivery of said enchilada by my ex-BF. What can I say? Milwaukee has no Mexican food delivery. My ex delivered. Decent enough enchilada, decent enough sex. Similar Ritz sex. Same movements and all that. Pretty normal. Different, you can't just back out. And you don't do the kissy stuff. Former sugar baby and escort here. I started out sugaring, as s.b.'s. Like to call it, at 18, switched to escorting at 19, and remained in the business until I was close to 21. I left the work for a relationship, which I am still in today, now 23. I miss escorting a lot. My former clients never disrespected me, and to be completely honest, I enjoyed spending my time with them just as much as I assume they did with me. More often than not, they focused on making sure everything was going well in my life, with the most obvious concern being expenses. The thoughtfulness they had actually made me want to give back, as well. When clients tipped, brought gifts, or simply offered to cover any other expenses of mine, it led me to bring them gifts, such as home-baked sweets, extend additional time, take my time listening to them and, well, you guessed it, give them any sexual experience that their hearts desired, be it sensual or rough. Unfortunately, this lifestyle truly flawed my view on sex in relationships. I hate to even voice this, but simply for the sake of answering this question, I will share this. It has made me care less about with my boyfriend at times. Now that I don't have someone tossing money my way, offering paid trips across the country, or showing up with the latest handbag off of my online wish list, I sometimes don't feel the need to give much back to my boyfriend. I'll be the first to admit it's a shitty way of thinking. And jumping back to clients, it was honest. Everything about the whole arrangement was honest. As an escort, I was the therapist that they got to have sex with at the end of the session. I asked them how their wives and children were doing. I asked them how business was doing. I asked them how the new kitchen renovation was coming along. Once they became an established client, I occasionally opened up a bit about myself. There was no need for them to deny sleeping with other girls, because I wasn't the jealous girlfriend/wife who'd freak out over it. They could talk to me about other girls, about their nights out and the things they did, and they never had to worry about me telling anyone else. On the other hand, being in an actual relationship and out of the industry is a relief at times. Like many users above have mentioned, it's nice to take my makeup off at night, throw on some ugly but comfortable pajamas, and not worry about putting on some facade 24/7 for some guy in hopes that he'll book another appointment with me the following week, and next, and so on. So in simpler terms, I'm not so focused on making sure the experience is like that out of a porno flick. My experience is just that, my own. Not every girl will have the same perspective as me. There's a whole chapter dedicated to the economy behind the business for escort girls/prostitutes in Freak Economics by Stephen Levitt. If interested, you should definitely read it, very interesting. He explains how they manage to stay safe by calling the office of the customer for instance, or how is their schedule, how much they can hope to make. When one of the escort doubled the price, nothing changed in her business because they still wanted to chat/have sex, etc. I did escorting, mostly shorter appointments, less than 1 hour, but some all-nighters as well. A couple of regulars. The biggest difference is that I am completely focused on the other person's pleasure while I'm at work. I will fake enjoyment and orgasms, something I would rarely do in my free time. My pleasure does not matter, I am providing a service. That doesn't mean I didn't sometimes enjoy it, but that was always only a bonus. When I'm with a friend or a romantic partner, I make sure we both enjoy it and the communication is much more frank. Former escort. One thing I noticed in some cases, the sex as an escort with lots of guys was hotter because they were basically using you and looked at you like a sex toy. They didn't hold back or make it special. Obviously not the case every time. But you take a guy who might be shy around women and he doesn't have the same anxiety of can I get this girl? And he just goes wild in a sexual way that can feel really good mentally. You don't get the same level of knowing what your partner likes that you would get in a relationship, but with a few guys I saw regularly I did. Edit, I got a few questions pretty quick. I had relatively good experiences, but I was not a streetwalker and got to be with mostly friends of friends to start. It wasn't full time and just used it to help me a few hard months here and there for school. I've been in the sugar bowl for a while now. I started, illegally, when I was 16. I didn't have any type of intimate relationship with one until I turned 18. I have a fiancé, so it was very uncomfortable for me, but you have to make it seem like you're into it. Afterwards I went in the bathroom to clean up and called my fiancé to tell him what happened, and honestly that phone call was more intimate than what had happened in the bedroom. With SD, it's more about feeling like you owe him. He paid my bills, bought me whatever makeup, clothes, and shoes I wanted, he took me to nice dinners and paid for me to travel. It was about me wanting to give him something he wanted because he provided what I wanted. With a romantic partner, it's for love. It's because you trust them. On another note, I was a cam girl and camming isn't much different than mutual masturbation with a romantic partner. Part of me liked it better because I was getting paid to do what I do anyway, lol. More fun with fiction on r/AskReddit. Weirdest moments. A man telling me to stick out my tongue and continuously saying come on my long tongue. Paid for 30 minutes of it. Similarities are tricky. No matter what, I view sex as sex, but if I have a romantic partner I know I get to enjoy too. It either takes 20 years of love or a quick $200 for a girl to be willing to piss all over me. Not sure about most people, but I'd rather blow the $200 for a quick golden shower from a prostitute than wait 20 years. Either way, I'll ultimately end up feeling disgusted with myself for drinking several gallons of human urine. Asking a sex question without adding the serious tag probably isn't going to end well. Smile. Also, is the show Secret Diary of a Call Girl at all accurate? Former hooker here. Surprisingly, my paid fucks have, on average, put in a way bigger effort at making me orgasm. Some, though I hated that, even refused to come before me. All failed, but I find it surprising that a guy would both pay and pleasure me, as opposed to, well, a boyfriendish kinda person. Looking for non-profit sugar baby. Willing to consider interns. Please forward resume. Till. Prostitutes can call themselves sugar babies and act like they aren't prostitutes. A lot of times as a prostitute I would just turn off starfish and let the guy do whatever the fuck he wanted to me. In romantic relationships I sometimes have to remind myself not to do that. Also, sex for money really did feel like a business transaction to me. I was in a real relationship, but I didn't feel like I was cheating on the guy. The biggest difference is level of enjoyment, for myself at least. I'm surprised by how few of the top answers are regular prostitutes. Most of them are s.b.s or escorts. Not sure if anyone has mentioned this show, but if OP is interested in this topic, The Girlfriend Experience on Stars is a good show. I'm definitely alive and let live, do whatever you want kind of guy. But, attaching monetary reward/gifts with a relationship/sex seems like a hard habit to break, especially in the mind. I wonder if fat girls can be sugar babies. If so, I wanna check this out. It'd be nice to feel wanted. People who pay for it don't give a shit about you. They ignore safe words, and in general the words no or stop or that hurts. They don't care about tears or cries of pain. Okay, I'm really hoping nobody I know IRL knows my Reddit name. I used to live in NYC trying to make it as an actor. If you need to know, I'm a guy. It's a super expensive city and I had no college degree. I worked some restaurant jobs, but I didn't have time to audition, so I had to get out of that. I started working at an upscale gym, which had more flexible hours, but the money wasn't great. Well, I got to know some of the personal trainers pretty well and we would hang out after work and smoke weed, etc. Turns out escorting is not uncommon among personal trainers. They're fit, attractive people and their clients tend to have money, so the opportunity is there if they want to take it. I was in my early 20s and in the best shape of my life, so I asked how you get into the lifestyle and, a few weeks later I saw my first client. It turns out there's a lot you don't expect. You could say I got started as soon as I asked about getting in, but there's a reason I didn't see my first client for a couple of weeks. Escorting is like 90% prep work. You have to eat right, work out, market yourself, and lots of other things beyond have sex for money. Word of mouth is huge when it comes to getting new clientele and it's a very competitive market. NYC is home to some huge money, and we all wanted a piece of it, so you want to be known as the best they've had, or close enough to it that they remembered you and told stories about you to their friends, who would hopefully seek you out. Well, one thing leads to another and we get to talking techniques. What works for women, what men like, opening up to both markets made for double the opportunity, I can be gay for pay, and how to read a client to know how to go. Rough? Slow? Dom/sub? Important stuff to suss out. Well, one day, I'm high as hell and I'm talking to my buddy and he mentions his special finisher. I get super curious, because he's one of the most successful among the group. His dance card was always full and it wasn't unknown for a client to book an evening with one of us so they could use us as a reference to get with this guy. Good looking guy, hard body, and a natural boyish charm to him that ladies and men who were into men just melted for. So, eager to get an edge on the competition, I asked him what he did as a finisher. He laughed and said if he told me he'd have to kill me. I begged, pleaded, and finally told him I'd buy him weed for 3 months if he told me. He was a big smoker and liked the expensive stuff, so that was no small order to fill, but the knowledge had to be worth it. Okay, he said, if I show you this, you have to swear never to tell a soul. I swear to God, he drew the blinds and started talking in hushed tones. It was like I was about to receive state secrets or something. "Take off your pants." "Whoa, dude," I said. "I'm not really into guys if I'm not getting paid." "Neither am I," he said, "and trust me. With this knowledge, you're getting something better than money, and don't think this isn't going to fatten your wallet. Now, I need something from you before we start." "What?" "I've already told you, 3 months of free weed, and kind bud at that. I need about $350. It was around this time I realized my gigolo friend was about 8 stories tall and a crustacean from the Paleozoic era. "Damn it, Loch Ness Monster, I ain't giving you no $350. I yelled as I chased him down the hall, but I forgot my pants were around my ankles and I tripped and fell and he got away. I still wonder sometimes just what he did as the finisher. Edit somehow I wrote talking techniques twice. Fixed. I had a 6-mo thing with a woman before. She was 46 years old, had her own place with a non-existent roommate and 2 cats. I'd got kinda job she worked, but her condo was nice as hell. She'd come pick me up, drop me back, feed me and pay me. She was into being dominated by big black guys, in and outside of the sex, but I knew she wasn't 100% with the outside domination, so I never pushed it. She liked that about me most. So if I was finishing up Hawk or a movie or something, she would either sit naked at my feet or want me to make her suck me or something at an important part. The biggest difference between emotional sex, like I had with my ex, and sex with someone who's paying for it is simply the emotional disconnect. It's all physical, 100% of it. I'm looking at her body, saying things or doing whatever she wants. Sex with a romantic partner is first about being completely open. That type of sex is the sex where you can be exactly who you are and there's another person that is as excited to have sex with you as you are them. It's the freedom from judgment and performance. If this thread has taught me one thing, it's that I'd quite like to be a male prostitute. We'll speak to the so and see if she's okay with it. Been stripping for a year. Upside is I get paid well to be myself, my club is great, the customers are usually fun, a lot of my job is just being a therapist, and it's one of the best jobs I've ever had. Downside is the schedule and lifestyle make dating almost impossible. I work nights and weekends, so anyone who doesn't have the same schedule or isn't okay with it is out. More guys are intimidated by my being financially independent rather than my being a stripper, so that's out. And the dating pool is pretty dreadful in my city if you don't like neckbeards, crazies, or religious nutters. One thing a lot of the other dancers and I agree on is we're much less likely to tolerate someone's bullshit since we get paid to deal with it. Before you're conditioned to be nice to people who are disrespectful to you, but now more of us are more likely to shut it down immediately. Dancing's helped me realize my value as a person, and I'm not going to put up with anything less than I'm worth. I don't need diamonds and designer bags, just someone who's employed, ambitious, fit, thoughtful, and who makes an effort for themselves too. Also, I hate having my nipples touched now. Hate it. Wasn't a fan before, but I really hate it now that I'm stripping and assholes always go for them during a dance. Graveyard manager in a Vegas adult store. I had a middle-aged woman that was a pro fetishist, or WE they prefer to be called. But she would get paid thousands to get flown to New York to abuse this one guy. Stomping on his dick with stilettos or putting himself in a punching bag and then having 4 hot women beat him with sticks. My partner, who is an escort, only does the things she likes the most with me. I'm okay with this, we have tons of fun. Tons of fun. Some things she'll do for customers but not me are she lets customers put it in her butt. She doesn't really care for it, but she'll do it for pay. I don't really want to do it anyway, so it all works out. She only occasionally gives me BJs. She does amazing BJs. But her customers do it so much she's kind of bored of them. She and I have pretty vanilla sex. Great vanilla sex. Fantastic vanilla sex. But for customers she'd play dom, etc. I don't want this either, so it works out. Oh. And there are some things she gets from me she usually doesn't get from customers. Like, I am really good at giving a lady oral. Most of her customers don't even try. So I was doing some sex work for a bit. I male and was dancing, then got offered money and eventually referred to a guy who called himself an agent to set stuff up for me. Anyways, older gay guys usually wanted me to do things with them out in public like dates. One guy cut hair and paid me to give me a haircut. It was $140 to $180 an hour depending on business. There was one guy who was in a wheelchair. He liked to watch me masturbate, which sounds cool, but guy wanted to watch me whole hour doing it, so it was a bit more work than it sounded like. I'm bi, I don't look at guys as a relationship, but cocksucking and MMF are my jams. Don't care for anal giving or receiving, so that is a bit why I got out of it. Tired of not being able to eat what I want and enemas in case they wanted to do something. Anyways, since I don't look at guys romantically, it was like a job. I created a persona basically taking from stereotypical movie gays and Jack from Will and Grace. Less than a handful of times I enjoyed the sex. I'm okay with some blowjobs, but some just took way too long to get off. I'm more sympathetic to getting blowjobs now, lol. I was there for them though, so would just power through. Lots of stalkers. I had to change 3 numbers and lock my social media down tight. I left and 2 years later met someone. I didn't tell my wife either, so when wedding planning we ran into an old client. I deactivated social media till after the wedding. One guy found my address leading up to the wedding and kept knocking on my door. Got a friend of mine to answer and tell him wrong house. I have no desire to hang out with any of them. Strictly business relationship. My favorite part was learning new stuff. One guy hooked me up with 10k on stocks to invest for him and taught me how to play the market. My favorite part was meeting new people and learning and experience stuff I originally wouldn't. Also, there was a guy who was a movie buff who owned Wizard of Oz and other movies items. He was cool. Crap, I forgot what the question was, lol. Anyways, I'll BRB. Sex work is pretty much just a really well-paid customer service job. I've worked in luxury hotels and retail. Seems like sex work uses a lot of the same skills and is probably less degrading. I'm male. I had a guy approach me after work one day asking if I was interested in swinging. He wanted to watch me bang his wife. I was going to college and needed some extra money, so I figured I could make money by entertaining women. I had about 10 dates before I was wondering why the hell I'm doing this. Their money was good, $200, $500 for just cooking them dinner and maybe taking my shirt off. It was weird, but I tried to not make it awkward and they loved it apparently. I never looked at it as a relationship or tried to make it into something it wasn't. I was receiving money to provide a service. My job was to make them smile, laugh, and feel wanted. I'm a sugar baby and oh god, I'm melting. Mom, why did you throw water on me? Thanks for visiting Reddit Town Hall. Have a great day. What are your cringy I'm not like other girls stories that you're embarrassed about or were unfortunate enough to witness? I was my best friend's maid of honor a few years back and we were wedding dress shopping, and this one quirky bride came in, was like, whatever dress I get has to go with my red chucks. I am not one of those girls who wear heels, I've always been different. And the shop lady was like, actually, second to a traditional heel or ballet flat, chucks are a super common choice for our many low maintenance brides. And her whole attitude just deflated. Oh geez. I thought I was a stoner after the first time I smoked weed. I bought this Bob Marley shirt I wore all the time and done rasta-colored bracelets and I felt so cool. Passed out on a rock band drum set after smoking a blunt like it was a cigarette and decided that wasn't the life for me. Friend of mine started dating the single most dramatic girl I've ever met. We lived on the 4th floor. We always took the elevator. So, we all get in to go down to the lunch hall, and she literally dashes for the corner and starts rocking back and forth in a really sad act at being terrified. He runs over to hold her and explains she's terrified of elevators. First, she lived with us, on the same floor, for 2 months and we've all seen her on the elevator acting normal. Second, if you were really terrified of elevators, you'd just walk the 4 floors. It wasn't even that far up. Third, her acting was just terrible. Of course, a few weeks later, she forgot all about it and went back to acting normal on elevators again. I wore my dad's pirate boots from when he went as a pirate for Halloween in like 1988. Every day to school. I spent my middle school years wearing fake coon-tail extensions and saying "I'll kill you" to anyone who tried talking to me. Especially other girls. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with me, but I'm still lying awake at night replaying it all a decade later. Edit to answer a few questions. I guess I thought it made me cool and mysterious. I also bragged about not having any friends for some reason. I was a Girl Scout at the time as well, and it was so bad the troop leader suggested I find a new troop. I was very odd and standoffish, I had severe undiagnosed anxiety, and I never really developed basic social skills as a kid. Around 16 I finally realized how shitty I was and dropped the weird fake mean persona. I'm a well-adjusted adult now. And to clear this up, coontails are not race-related. It's hair dyed in a striped pattern to resemble a raccoon tail. I had one pink and one blue that I insisted were real, and my bangs were bleached. I was a mess inside and out. Lamau. In high school, one of my teachers asked everyone to say one word describing themselves, and I said classy. I die inside every time I remember it. A girl at school once commented on my Facebook picture, "You look cute less than 3 and edgy." Me said, "Thanks. You're not getting a heart back, that would be dumb." A girl, when asked about interests, said, "I don't have any, I'm normal." I said stupid shit like, "I'm watching/listening to dumb obscure thing. I bet you all don't know what that is." Facebook memories is going to be the death of me. Good thing is that if you thought your past self was cringe, why, it just means you grew as a person. Smile. I remember being like 14 and this 16 years old guy asked me what my fantasy was, and I said, "Well, I mean, most girls would like to have like Prince Charming on a white horse, but I don't like horses. I'm just different like that." He definitely meant sexual fantasies, not like romance, but I needed him to know I was cool and didn't like horses like other girls. I wasn't like other girls because I loved hats. Top hats, specifically. For like a year in 6th grade I think I wore a top hat to school and I thought I was the shit. It's funny now, but oh my god did I cringe for years after it. I had a phase where I would get all high and mighty about the fact that I didn't wear crop tops. I took 4 years of auto body repair in high school because I was clearly different than all the other girls. I did end up really liking it, but I started for all the wrong reasons. In high school, I had this friend who tried so hard to be one of the guys to the point where she would call herself that often. I didn't realize how cringy she was until I ran into her at a party in my 20s. She walked up to my boyfriend, currently my fiance, grabbed his hat, put it on her head backwards, then asked for a haul of his cigarette, she doesn't even smoke, and coughed profusely. She then proceeded to play punch him in the stomach and started calling herself one of the guys again. A few of us just looked at each other awkwardly and slowly trickled away. I hated anything new or trendy because I thought I was cool and contrarian for it. From ages 13 to 16, I like to not think about it. Lady next door needed help breaking into her, probably not, son's friend's car. She said she could do it with fishing line and I happened to like to fish, so I had some braided heavy pound test and offered it to her. She pulls the amount she needs and tries to break it with her teeth. For a while me, "Mom, that's braided line." Her, "Oh no honey, I'm a country girl." I used to think I was a natural witch after watching The Craft for the first time. It was so cringy. The moodiest middle schooler ever. I miss it. Girl in uni said she wasn't like other girls cause she could hold her liquor like a man. So went shot for shot with this big dude. People tried to stop her but she was gonna prove herself. She kept saying she was fine. Finally when she flat out passed out and we ended up having to take her to the ER for what was alcohol poisoning, was pretty clear she was just super stupid in that moment. I'm 29 so I lived as a preteen/teen during the PKIM days. Putting up away messages were the shit. Eating dinner with your family? Let the world know. BRB? Let them know. Taking a shower? Tell everyone. One of my away messages for just that was save water, shower with me with the kissy face that had the little beauty mark for some reason. OGAIM users, you know the one. I was honestly like 11. Literally had never kissed a boy. Guarantee I was also still wearing overalls, kids, and bucket hats. I'm a 4th grade teacher now, and I realize now that I was an actual baby at the time. I cringe just thinking about it. Overall, I would really like to go back in time and smack some sense into me. I always loved dolls and dressing up as a kid. I would spend all my free time playing with my dolls. But when I went to school I would scoff at the other girls for playing with dolls. I wanted to be seen as tough and cool. Spoiler, I was neither of those things. For my 10th B-day, my parents worked together to build me some doll furniture. Dad did a lot of woodworking, and Mum was good with a sewing machine. Together they created a cool little wardrobe and bed set for my dolls. They were painted white and had little flower stickers for decoration. My dad had even made a little mirror for my dolls to go on the inside of one wardrobe door, and Mum had sewn up a mini mattress for the bed. I just about cried when I opened my presents because I loved them so much. But my friend was sitting right beside me and I knew if I told my parents I loved the presents my friend would know I liked dolls. My lies would be undone. So I said, thanks, but I don't like dolls. They're for babies. My parents looked so fucking sad. I'm 25 years old and I'm crying as I type this because I still feel so fucking guilty 15 years later. A few years ago I got drunk at a family gathering and I sobbed to my dad and apologized for what I said, and told him I loved the present. He knew. So I got my apology out. But I still feel like such a cunt. I was into Sonic games when I was about 10 or something, and obviously that made me one of a fucking kind. I also got into more video games in my teens, which was just. No female person has ever played a video game, ever. And this one plays several? I don't have any cringe stories. I'm not like these other Redditors. I used to think I was so cool for not knowing how to order a Starbucks drink because I just drink regular coffee. By the way, I've always hated black coffee. I wanted to be emo but my parents wouldn't let me dye my hair or buy me new clothes, so I was just an ugly middle school girl with a shitty attitude in Bobby Jack outfits. Edit, I can't believe how much this blew up overnight. Thank you kind internet strangers for the awards and for sharing your emo stories as well. In high school, 2016, I had a girl convince me that I was basic because I listened to whatever was on the radio and knew the songs. I have 4 sisters, so of course I do. They didn't like my music. Well, one day, I caught her listening to a certain band and went, "Oh, what are you listening to?" She went, "Oh, you wouldn't know them, they're very out of your taste." I don't have a taste in music. I asked her to share the details, and she just kept telling me I didn't know them, and that she was going to their summertime concert just to appease the metalhead boys in our choir. Oh really? Where's the concert? Oh, it's in New York. Oh really? My dad never scheduled a concert there. Her heart visibly dropped as soon as she pieced 2 and 2 together. I have the same last name as the drummer. The band is local. It's my dad's band. I cringed so hard writing this because I can just remember her trying to convince me I didn't know my dad. Edit 1, thank you guys for gold. This is the first time I've ever gotten 1 TT to the power of TT. Edit 2, I won't drop the band name because it'll give away personal information. I read the Vampire Diaries series when it first came out in the late 90s, and I was 100% a vampire but no one else knew, of course. I even bought a lapis lazuli ring like the vampires wear in the books. Damn, I loved those books. Hashtag Team Damon forever. I tried to melt a plastic spork into a bracelet. There was a point in my life when I felt like I'm not like other girls if I don't complain too much, not be too emotional, have no strong opinions about anything, and basically go with the flow as much as I can. This lead to having no boundaries and a lot repressed mental health issues on my part. Can be a jack of all trades and knowledgeable about many different hobbies and interest. This lead to having a lot of equipment I barely use anymore, spending a lot more money, and I feel like I can never get past the basics of everything, which made me lose my sense of self. Basically didn't have my own identity and I could be any girl you wanted me to be. I'm not like other girls because I am all girls. I'm Whitney Houston, I'm every woman. Edit. Wow. It's both humbling and concerning, knowing so many people feel similarly. I guess we are all Whitney on this blessed day. I probably had most of my cringe moments as a teenager. I used to think I was cool because instead of using MSN or MySpace to gossip with schoolmates, I was on IRC and playing Counter-Strike or Diablo 2 with my online buddies. I only listened to metal and I always wore black clothing while decking myself out in chains, ha ha. On the plus side, with social media being in its infancy, most of my blunders have long been forgotten or were never immortalized online. I still have some quirky interests I guess, but I don't shy away from the mainstream either and now like to think of myself as a reasonably well-adjusted lady. I think everyone gets a pass for cringy teenage behavior/phases. I think the most embarrassing thing I can recall is my friend doing the nice gesture of showing me a song she thought I would like, because I was always going on about liking techno instead of pop. I listened to a few seconds, scoffed, frowned. Remind me to show you some real music, I told her. What I showed her later was the competition music from Nintendogs. By opening up my Ds and entering a competition, I thought I was not like other girls because I didn't drink or party. I thought I was above my classmates who did. In reality I was just jealous because I was never invited. Probably because I was such a snob. I was a total pick-me and I cringe when I think about it. I played the ukulele and sang like a stereotypical wannabe manic pixie dream girl. I also tried to get into riding a motorcycle, but broke my foot on it on a motorcycle safety course designed to teach new riders how to ride. I refuse to even be a passenger on one of those things now. So freaking different and adventurous, SMH. I want to punch the teenage version of me in the face sometimes. Someone I know got up in front of her class in middle school and made a speech about why women aren't fit to be president. No, she doesn't believe that anymore, and yes, she still dies inside every time she thinks about it. Something so cliche, it hurts to even talk about. I am a girl, I work at GameStop here in Germany, so one might assume I am into video games. And for most people this isn't even something special anymore, so not even a thing worth mentioning. But we had that female customer who came into our shop and wanted to buy one of the Call of Duty games, I don't remember which one. And with the straightest face ever she came to the counter and told me, obviously female, and my male colleague without asking, yeah, that's right. I am a girl that plays video games. I love playing with my male friends. Like it was so rare and so special and she felt so cool. Like so cool. I could barely keep a straight face while my colleague sold her the game and we burst out laughing after she went out of the store. When I was in middle school we had to make those desk nameplates for some teachers and one of my friends was drawing on hers and wrote I am an otaku, so what? When she showed me I said why that? No one ever said anything about you liking anime? She got upset and didn't talk to me for a week. For context, I am from Latin America, so liking anime isn't something weird, and she wasn't the only one who watched anime in my class either. I do not know what actually possessed me to do this, but once in like 3rd grade we took a field trip and were riding in a charter bus. I had a massive crush on the boy sitting in front of me, and his slightly older brother was sitting with him. We had passed something that smelled terrible and they were like, "Oh my god, what is that?" And I literally tapped one of them, was like, "Yeah, I'm so sorry, that was me, but I hadn't even farted." And then I told them about 2 or 3 more farts I had and apologized if they smelled them. I don't know why. Or what the fuck was wrong with me. It was the only reason I could think of to talk to them, I guess. I refused to wear the skirts in my school uniforms and wore trousers instead, even though 95% of the girls wore skirts. Then in my final year of school I tried to skirts and felt like an idiot for suffering for 4 years straight with trousers just so I didn't look like the other girls. Oh good lord, there are so many. At one point, I based my entire personality off of the fact that I listened to metal, and that preference made me different and special. I honestly looked down on girls for liking pop or even the color pink. In retrospect, I think I was just lashing out about how people focused so much on my femininity, also speculation about crushes and stuff, and I took it out on anything remotely feminine. In my defense, I was also like 10 years old. I cringe now, but it was the girls are too much drama phase for me. I was the drama. It's taken me a long time to stop looking at other women as competition. Now I crave female friendships. One of my best friends in high school decided to take a class in car mechanics. This friend also had zero interest in cars. When I asked her about it, I find out that she has this fantasy of being that girl who walks into a boy-only class and shows them all up. When she got to class the first day and there were 3 other girls enrolled, she was pretty unhappy. I used to wear a fedora and watch MLP. Fortunately, I stopped shortly before the neckbeard stereotype really solidified. God was really watching out for me on that one. I used to wear super high socks with bright pink mid-calf Converse, usually accompanied with a punk/screamo band hoodie. I was very not like other girls had style and I had bright pink abominations. As a teenage girl who grew up listening to classic rock, you can bet your ass I was one of those annoying modern music sucks. I wish I grew up in the 60s/70s/80s etc. type girls. Thankfully I grew out of that, and if I could go back in time and talk some sense into my younger self I would. I had no idea what the diff between PS4 Slim and PS4 Pro was, so while introducing myself to class on first day of 6th I said I had a Slim and played with it every day. Slipped up halfway through the year and my male friend called me out in a random convo for saying I had a Pro. I forgot I had to be consistent with my lies and instantly felt embarrassed and off guard, especially after my friends started yelling ooh and exposed. Made some dumbass excuse about how I broke my Slim and got a Pro, but the damage was already done. This was the phase in my life I had no identity and was a shape-shifting vagabond who had no real personality or interests, or at least, no interesting ones to share with my friends. But I guess I came off as a cringy not like other girls type of friend. Edit, I was a popular kid back then, so everything I said or did was mentally noted. I don't think it was that strange he remembered what I said, especially since it was when we were introducing ourselves for the first time to the class. I wore Argyle knee-high socks and Converse with my homecoming dress. I wore boxers under my skinny jeans like those emo guys in the early 2000s. I put maxi pads on my shoulders and told people I was going to try out for the football team. This was in middle school, but back then I was the ultimate pick-me girl. I hated One Direction and was very vocal about it. I had no reason. Everyone else loved them, so I wasn't like other girls. Same with Justin Bieber, but he did turn out to be a dick. Rar XD. I have the reverse version of this story. I'm a gay man, but hadn't come to terms with that at this point in my life, 9th grade. I had a girlfriend, but we were both good Christians, so we mostly just watched Disney movies and hung out. One night we were lying on the trampoline after watching Pocahontas and she said, "Gustav Holler, I like you 'cause you don't want what the other boys want." She was absolutely right. With almost everything I did, I felt proud of myself for supposedly not being like other girls. I didn't wear the same types of clothes other girls wore, I didn't wear makeup, I was so unique because I liked anime, all that kind of stuff. I tried way too hard to make friends with guys because apparently I thought they were better than girls. For some reason. I do cringe looking back on it, but I also feel sad about it. Girls shouldn't feel pitted against each other. A girl I had an extremely brief not even one night stand with sent me a questionnaire survey she made over a year later, asking me how she had performed and what would I change about her. We hadn't really talked in the meantime, nor since, but I did fill it out for her for a laugh. I didn't realize she wasn't joking. My Facebook history came up to haunt me with this today. 7 years ago I posted I just burnt my tongue on a piece of pizza, and I think that's a very strong metaphor that sometimes the things you love most in life will hurt you. Oof. Technically I'm talking about a guy. But it's basically the same. So we were in Spanish class, 8th grade. We were in a unit about activities and how to say what you like to do and what you don't like to do. One of the words was listening to music. One kid in my class who is infamous for being extremely pretentious raised his hand and said, "Is there a word for making music?" This on its own isn't that bad I guess, but after the teacher answered him, the teacher also said that making music is cool. The kid started saying, "Yeah, I'm a musician. I think a lot of people think I'm pretty out there because of it." Then he started talking to the kid next to him about his music, the entire class. Oh, and another story with the same kid, we were in drama class one time. Every class we would get a question we have to answer when roll call gets to us. On that day, the question was, who is a musician you really like? Well, it gets to the kid and I shit you not, he says himself. I was phoning a girl in middle school and I was showing her my taxidermy bugs and she said, despite me not being a girl, lol, she said lol, other girls shop for heels and stuff, while we collect stickers and bugs. Mine was when I was just trying to pretend I could work on cars because I had changed my own oil once. So, I was bragging to my sister and some of our guy friends about being such a badass girl, and told her I'd change hers. I got down to it and was draining the oil and noticed it looked really clean. It was transmission fluid. I drained the transmission fluid. I'm not like other girls, I'm strong and independent. Girl, you, justifiably, left your husband, and 2 weeks later your strong independent self moved your 2-year-old daughter in with a guy you met a week earlier because you can't bear to be single and haven't been for more than a month since you were 13. A girl I went to high school with was such a try-hard to be just that. She thought she was being cool and edgy with everyone because she thought everyone liked her and that her sense of humor was so good. Turns out she was just obnoxious and her humor was nothing but insults and demeaning comments about people on first glance. Biggest cringe moment was when we were trying out for soccer. Some of the men's soccer team were volunteering at the tryouts to help the coaches, taking notes, running drills, starting warm-ups, etc., and I was friends with them, either by classes or mutual friends. This chick got so butthurt at the fact that I was having a conversation with someone that she actually inserted herself into every conversation she saw me having to try and make herself look better and insult me. I brushed it off and moved on because I don't have time for that. Second biggest cringe was that she started a rumor that I was fucking a guy I was good friends with and that I was a slut. Turns out she didn't bother checking if he was in a relationship. He was in a 5-year relationship at that point. He called her out and told her that was the last straw and stopped being friends with her. Ended up making a lot of people feel real shady about her after that. My not like other girls face was unfortunately the hyper-religious kind. I'd wear the most unflattering clothes possible because modesty, smugly muttering modest is hottest at all the other girls who were, in hindsight, justifiably upset with the school dress code. I also blared contemporary Christian music from my phone far too often during sports events. The list goes on. Luckily it didn't last that long and I was able to actually get to know some of the other girls and made some good friends by the end of high school. This one girl said she's not like other girls and bit a hot dog right in the middle. I almost died from the cringe. Fucking mad lass. I was definitely one of those girls who was certain I could drink with the boys, which because I'm tall, I could drink more than some but nowhere near a heavyweight. I told myself I hated pink, polka dots and sparkles. Refused to go near any of it, even though I secretly loved them. I thought I could pass off as a cool girl by being able to talk about video games. Of course, as a little sister, I never played any of them, I would just watch. It's honestly so frustrating that so much of my personality was essentially hidden for most of my teen years simply because I didn't want to be seen as weak. Weird how society defines anything girly as weak. I was 10 and didn't know how FB Messenger worked, so I sent hey to 12 boys individually, kind of like BCC, but instead I accidentally sent hey to 12 boys all in one FB message. Everyone was very confused. I watched a girl hit on her friend's boyfriend at my job. The boyfriend was not interested and she was basically like, I'm different than her, I'm better than her, choose me basically. Her friend was not paying attention. I cringed at it and I wanted to leave. I had a phase where I hated pink, makeup and other stereotypical girly stuff. Why? Because I hated having the same interests as the popular girls who bullied people like me for shits and giggles. On the class profile, I wrote that I want to be a goat. I went out with 2 friends to lunch, pre-COVID. One was kind of a girly girl, one was a stereotypical tomboy in one of the guys' type, but not in a good way, in a not like other girls trying too hard. They were meeting each other for the first time and basically anything my girly friend said she liked my other friend would immediately go, I hate that, or you actually like that. My girly friend went to the bathroom and my tomboy friend asked me why I was hanging out with a basic bitch. I told her she was out of line and needed to stop being an ass. She got up to leave and said it's not my fault, she's like every other girl and I'm not. I used to make fun of the girls in my class who wore makeup. Doing makeup is now my hobby, lol. There's this woman I follow on Twitter because about half of the things she says and retweets, I agree with and relate to wholeheartedly. But the other half are just the cringiest, most pick-me things ever. This lady is in her 40s and the other day she literally used the hashtag I'm not like other girls, and she used it because she was talking about how she can cut up poultry well because she used to be a vet tech that sometimes had to assist in necropsies. Huh? Dude, 1, no one cares, 2, this doesn't make you not like other girls, female vet techs are a dime a dozen, and like I said, this is a 40-something-year-old woman with a husband and kids. Yes, in that circumstance you probably should know how to prepare chicken. She says stuff like that all the time and thinks she's so different and quirky because she likes Halloween and horror movies and she works out, so she's such an athlete and so unlike every other woman everywhere. When in reality all of the shit she likes/does is so basic. And that's okay. That's how I am too. Most of what I like are basic, stereotypical girl things, and that is totally fine. Plus, in this day and age, nothing you like or do is really unique anyway. Even if your favorite holiday is Flag Day instead of Halloween or Christmas, I guarantee I could search some key terms online and find thousands of other people who agree with you. Like, man, you are just not that special, my dude. An acquaintance was really into being a cool girl and a cool wife and not like a regular wife and really chill and gives blowjobs every day of her period and would totally try a threesome and blah blah blah, constantly would accuse other women of being shrill and uptight. Well, her husband banged a stripper at his own bachelor party and gave his cool wife chlamydia. She is not so cool anymore but is still married to that very uncool husband. I wore a collar to school. A dog collar. In my defense, I didn't bark or growl at people. I just wore the collar as an accessory. I even swapped it for a necklace later on. Oh, we also had a horse girl/cow girl. Not sure what you'd call it. Anyways, she'd make sure everyone knew she wasn't a city girl. Out of nowhere. Most memorable was due biology, lol. In late elementary/early middle school, I would get dressed up to go to, be taken to, GameStop, wear my favorite clothes, do my hair, etc., and once there, perusing the games, I would make sure to look pensively at games that I knew were popular with boys so that any boys in the store could see that I wasn't just there for The Sims and Harvest Moon, although I was, and was instead there for real games, unlike other girls. R.I.P. I'm sure no one actually noticed, but this thread unearthed these memories, and I'm currently cringing. I said if I end up going to college with any of you, then I've failed to my junior year math classmates. All I meant was that I wanted to go to an out-of-state college. I picked the absolute worst way to say it. I didn't realize until later how bad it sounded. When I went to play volleyball with my colleagues, which I hadn't played except like twice in gym in high school, as I was getting my bearings, a friend said to give me a second shot. It was a game for fun and I needed practice, so I figured I would take it. Another girl rolled her eyes and said I would never need another chance. She embarrassed both me and herself. Went out a couple times with a girl who said, I've just been through so much that I forget I'm 20 and it feels like I'm so much older than I really am. This same girl forced her way out of her parents' house and took one of her mom's cats out of spite. Also, her shared rent was being paid for by her dad, who she couldn't stand to live with anymore. In high school, a girl bragged to me that the only books she'd read were the Bible and the Twilight series. And she looked at me like I was supposed to be impressed. I really wanted to be Effie from Skins. I had an eating disorder and relished being told I looked like her. I also picked up smoking and drinking in high school. I thought blacking out made me seem cool. When I got to college I was all I am, a carefree sorority girl. I have no feelings. Look at my cigarettes in my Tory Birch bag. I'll go shot for shot with the rugby guys. I'm one of the boys. And tried to be all aloof and shit. I am actually just anxious and needy and can't hold my alcohol. Weed stresses me out. I don't know how to be friends with girls because I'm socially awkward. Nothing to do with being one of the guys. That was just not a good time for me. Took a lot of therapy to get me to a good place, but I still hate to think about it. So this girl and I were seeing each other for a few months, nothing too serious, wouldn't even say we were dating, but it was fun. She had some personal issues and when they got too big for her, she needed to stop. She asked if we could hang out and we did, then she told me she wanted to stop seeing me. We talked about it and I understood. When we were leaving, I wanted to be sweet but couldn't think of what to say. So I kissed her cheek and said that's a little something to remember me by. I still don't get any sleep because of that moment. I'm not like other girls, I love sports. Preferably fencing. I have lovely dark hair, my dad died when I was young. I'm a male, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die. I remember telling my friend from my neighborhood that when I went school clothes shopping for the next year I was only going to shop at Hot Topic. Probably going into 6th or 7th grade. Yeah, I didn't. I was 100% not a Hot Topic kid. The neighbor and I had a matching Winnie the Pooh sweaters the previous school year. In my teens a lot of my female friends were lesbians because they said guys thought it was hot. They were surprised when most guys went to try their luck with the straight girls. So there's a part of me that wonders if I'm not like other girls comes from the idea that females aren't enough. So we're trying to prove we're more, often with masculine behaviors. And that thought kinda breaks my heart. Right. Here we go. Due to my parents' religious reasons I'm not allowed to wear shirts that are above the elbow and pants that are not above the calf. I was basically covered, and due to this I used to look at the girls at my school that wore shorts and crop tops and think, I'm not like them. I'm different. I'm cooler that way. And all that. Good God, I was whack. On many other occasions I used to think that gaming and not belong very ladylike, yay. Wearing sweats and hoods, being dirty, swearing, saying bro or dude etc. was something that also made me very unique and different. By being not like other girls I would catch the boys' attention and all that. Lol, I did not. I thought I looked cool, but in reality I was a sweaty sponge dipped and rolled in dirt with popcorn nasty ass teeth, and I looked and acted like shit. Those were the bad times. But now I'm a good, functioning member of society with good hygiene and a better mindset. I had been following a remarkable doctor's blog for a few years before my friends got to know him. Eventually, they enrolled in a class he was teaching. I was too broke for it. They all thought he was a great teacher and I was kind of envious. I messaged them a link to his blog and said that I knew him before he was famous. I wanted to slap myself. We were a pack of guys in their 20s or old teenagers. We loved nothing but heavy metal, pagan stuff. You know the drill. Anything remotely Nordic before the Viking trend. This girl was desperate to fit in. She tried it all. Flirting. Being a brat. Feeding us. Trying to be darker. But the worst was trying to get us drunk. She was a cute little woman, we were heavy drinkers and fat dudes. Then came the one of the wolf pack attitude. She tried to pee on trees with us. She failed and fell down in the result. She went full nervous breakdown and we parted ways. Nice girl. Too pushy. I made an entire FB group page dedicated to my hatred towards the movie Twilight. I made it years ago and I still can't figure out how to delete it. Well, I never really figured out that I could just like things because I liked them. Not because they had to contribute to some kind of identity I was trying to create. I mimicked everyone else's personality for a while, because I kept trying to create my own out of items instead of values. So I had a lot of these moments. I judged women for wearing funky things when I was in a classy phase. I judged women for dressing boring when I was in my rhinestone bling phase. Now I would like to support other women in whatever they choose to wear and be, and also not define myself by such a strict set of rules. I'm sure I said a lot of cringy things along the way. Told everyone in the 4th grade I ate cat food for snacks. Guy brought Meow Mix to school and told me to eat it. I did. I don't even know, man. I don't even know. If I think about it hard enough, to this day, I still cry. This is a story from a long time ago. Made me laugh. I was at a Halloween party with my then BF, and this girl he worked with thought she would impress him, flirting, I guess, with the statement of "I have the best looking vagina of all time." The guys were a little taken aback by her declaration. I reminded them that in order to make this statement she A. looks at us in the mirror a lot, and B. she looks at others for comparison purposes. She did not get the desired response. This will get buried in the comments, but I got to tell it. There was a girl I peripherally knew in college who always wanted to be the center of attention, be a guy's girl, but very obviously, and it was somewhat cringe-worthy. One day she was walking past one of the men's varsity sports teams, I think football or soccer, and decided to nonchalantly do a handspring/backflip thing. She used to be a gymnast. She fucked up the landing so bad that she broke both her legs and tore her ACLs. Had to have EMTs come and get her loaded up into an ambulance right from the sideline of the field while they finished their practice, and then it took a year for her to recover. People who just up and left one day and started a new life. What was your experience like? I'm about to do this on Friday with only a suitcase cause I've been fired and homelessness is coming. Any suggestions on where to go? Edit, boss decided to rescind his decision after his 2 weeks notice of firing me. Holy macaroni, this is fantastic. Also I live where I work, so that's why I was facing homelessness on Friday. Also, these are all great tips and may look into and do that after I leave where I currently am, hopefully on my own terms. I did this a year and a half ago. Best thing I've ever done. Moved from Western New York to Arizona. It was tough at first with trying to get on my feet, and when I did, the pandemic started. But it's easier to do than most people think. I believe most people don't do it because of the unknown and scared of change. For me, I'm happier than I've ever been. I have a really good paying job. The best paying job I've ever had actually. And the first job I've ever had that I enjoy going to. I'm 34, so that's saying something. And to live where I live, views of mountains, beautiful weather. It's just a dream come true. 4 years ago, I abruptly quit a job I had worked for 5 years that I finally had to admit was a dead end. I got a job at a lodge in a national park flipping burgers for minimum wage. I didn't know a single person there when I moved. But it quickly led to traveling to amazing places like Alaska and making lots of friends from all over the world. The experience gave me the confidence to really pursue my career goals, and last year I finally got my dream job. Nothing good happens in your comfort zone. Edit, I've never had a comment get nearly this much feedback, and I regret the wording of that last sentence, which I didn't think through. It was more aimed at those who are feeling stuck and have big dreams but are afraid to make a change. There's nothing wrong at all with being happy with what you have, and with having a more stable existence. In fact, I'm really looking forward to settling down soon and having a more comfy life. I'm sorry my wording came off kind of judgmental. That was not my intention. To answer some questions that are coming up, I'm working as an illustrator and designer for the national parks. It was a really difficult road, working crappy kitchen jobs and working/volunteering on the side to build my resume. Financially, working seasonally can be difficult, and I was scraping by for a few years until I got my current job. It was the right choice for me, but maybe not for everyone. I did this last year. Granted, I stayed in the same state. It was terrifying and exciting all rolled into one. I quit my job without having another one. Sold my house without having a home. Packed everything my son and I owned and moved 3 hours away. Best decision ever. It made me feel like I could do it again if I ever wanted to. The world is so big, so it was empowering. Edit, I grew up in the country, lived in the same county for 31 years, and moved to the city. 3 hours away may not seem like much, but it was a huge change. A year ago, me and my partner were addicted to drugs, living in a little room, depressed with no motivation, so we just up and left. Today we are in our own place in the country with steady jobs, and I have never been happier. 3 years ago I moved from London, UK to Alberta, Canada. Best decision of my life. London is a very lonely city, especially when you're introverted. I never made any real close friends, and it's so insanely expensive that even with a great job I didn't have much money left to go out and enjoy life. And I lived in a small, awful shared apartment where the only space to myself was a probably 20 square feet room or smaller. It is an amazing city, but it didn't work for me. Since being in Alberta I've made some close friends and met the love of my life. I finally have savings and realistic prospect of buying a house one day. I live in a huge, 2-bedroom apartment by myself. I live near the Rockies, so I do a good amount of hiking. I've been tubing and ice skating with friends. Pre-COVID I started going to a new gym, and on the first session had people saying hi. Probably could have been friends if COVID hadn't hit. Not to mention it's so sunny. The cold is extreme, but I will never miss the grey and rain of England. I moved here with a 2-week Airbnb reservation, $5,000 to survive off, and no real plan, no jobs prospects. Just the knowledge I could book a flight home if needed. Somehow it all ended up working out. Edit, I'm stupid and was tired when I wrote this, so I estimated the sides of my room in London, then added instead of multiplying. The room was probably more like 70 square feet. I came here through IEC, which is a reciprocal working holiday program for young people that many countries participate in. The US doesn't participate. This post was very black and white. London is really amazing. I had a lot of great times there. I do miss a lot, but ultimately it wasn't for me. Alberta has its issues as everywhere does, and the economy is struggling with the oil stuff. Canada isn't some utopia. I have happened to make a good life for myself here and I personally love it. But no hate on the UK, it'll always be my home and I really miss roundabouts. I did this 3 months back, shifted from Delhi, my hometown where I lived with my parents and brother, to Bangalore. I had been depressed for the last 3 years. Worked in a very unsatisfactory job and did almost no work. Then in March this year I had a manic episode of bipolar I where I spent all my savings on useless stuff, almost got married to a woman I barely knew and quit my job. I was jobless with no money and having panic attacks every day remembering the shit I did and said when I was manic. Also thanks to COVID every problem became 10x. I was suicidal most of the time. Months later I did get a job but the pay was meager. One fine day, 8 months later, I fought with my brother and I had had enough. So later that night packed some of my stuff and booked my flight to Bangalore and quit my job. After 2 months of struggle I got a new job with almost thrice the income. Rented my own 2 BHK flat all for myself. Threw all my old clothes and got new ones. Started 3 other things. Started learning boxing and lots more. All my friends live nearby and best of all I live in the best area probably in all of India. Everything is so much better that sometimes I think it is all in my head and I am actually in coma from a suicide attempt. Tell me this is real. I'd how it will work for others but I think it is worth a shot. Thanks a lot for all the love, it really made my day. There is a lot of concern of this being a sign of me being manic again. Some people with bipolar know someone with bipolar are asking me how I know this is not mania. These are the steps I am taking, hopefully it helps someone. I have a 12-point scale that I rate myself every day on. 0 is utterly suicidal, 1 to 2 is dark depression, 3 is mild depression, 4 is low mood, 5 to 6 is stable, 7 to 8 is high energy caution. 9 to 10 is hypomania, 11 to 12 is paranoid mania. When I came to Bangalore on an impulse I was 4, then 5 to 6 and hovered at 7 to 8 and sometimes 9. I take regular therapy sessions, at least 4 times a month from a clinical psychologist trained in dealing with bipolar. She regularly accesses and checks signs of mania/depression. Whenever I reach 8/9 on the 12-point scale I contact my psychiatrist to make sure I don't climb higher. He prescribes olanzapine, anti-mania drug, as SOS. He initially told me to take it every day but that drug fucks up my emotions/energy, so I tightly monitor my mood and take it SOS in consultation with him. I have an impulse control rule: whenever something sounds impulsive/too good I first talk about it with friends and family to check if I am not crazy again, then set a time duration after which I can act on the impulse. I am prescribed one med and I take that every day without fail whatsoever happens. Also I refrain from drugs. I always wanted to do LSD, etc. but I won't ever because that instantly triggers mania in lot of people. So I am trying my best not to go manic/in depression again. Let's hope it works. Best of luck to all bipolar people out there, much love. There is a silver lining, trust me. I was 26 years old, divorced, and living in Saudi Arabia, my home country, with extremely religious, cult-like family. As a woman, you can imagine what an absolute fucking nightmare that was. This was before any of the reformations of dear emps in the country. The guardian system made it near fucking impossible to break free from an abusive household. I didn't know what to do. I had a good degree. I spoke English like a native. After a failed suicide attempt, I decided it was time to finally leave this hellhole. So on December 30, 2014, with nothing more than my legal documents, a suitcase, and a carry-on, I crossed the causeway to Bahrain with the help of friends and got on a plane to the United States. It's been over 6 years. I was numb until I landed on American soil. Once I could breathe the air of freedom, I broke down. I was taken advantage of my first year in this country. I received death threats, hate mail, temper tantrums from my mom that finally culminated in her telling me that I was dead to her and to never contact her again. I couldn't work for a whole year. Even after, it took 8 months to find a job and it paid shit. I was homeless. I rented a room from a murderer, he did his time though. Lots of weird shit. Then in the last 2 years my life really began. I found my hobbies. I found myself. I found a new family. My dog and I hike and travel a lot. Then I met the love of my life and he has joined our wonderful little pack. I miss family. I miss certain aspects of my culture. I feel bad for not trying to make more of a change. I feel like a coward sometimes, but I just wanted to live. I didn't want to be a hero or a martyr or a dissident. I literally just wanted the freedom to be able to go out of my house whenever I wanted to without someone interrogating me like some kind of criminal. I wanted to be able to accept a job and not have to have my father give his consent so I can work. I wanted to adopt a dog, go on hikes, travel the world, fall in love. I didn't want to stay in my father's house waiting until a man feels sorry enough for me to add me to his collection of wives. I was 26 and divorced. Women my age in my culture don't get single eligible bachelors. Those are reserved for the 16 to 21-year-olds. Sold everything and got on a Greyhound with my 2 little kids and went across country to a big city I had visited once and loved. We've been here 11 years now. Have never regretted making this our home. It was very hard. We have struggled so much. But the decent life we have now made it worthwhile. Well, if this counts as starting a new life, but when I was a young teen my single, disabled mother, me, and my little sister was living in a toxic house with someone while we were down on our luck. I mean the people we stayed with would lock us out constantly, then scream at us when we knocked to come in, stalk the bathrooms and try to barge in on us, so we had to all go together, and go to sleep at like 7 p.m. and expect it to be silent after that. It was so bad that my mother finally decided she would rather be homeless than have to deal with that toxic place. So, in the middle of the night we slipped the AC out the window and snuck out the window and never looked bad. The 2 years that passed after that weren't much better. We slept in our car and had to bathe at the beach. It was hard working every day and hiding we were homeless. But we finally got a place last year that we're all so thankful for. For anyone that is in an abusive, toxic household thinking of leaving but too afraid to do it. It won't be easy at first, but stay strong and keep faith, and never give up. Good things will eventually come out of it. It's worth the struggle to have peace, mentally and emotionally. Edit, specified my age better lol. Also, thanks for all the upvotes and awards. I hope this gives someone in a rough situation the courage to seek better things. Good luck to everyone. A 3-day bus ride from Illinois to New York. I was so tired when I got there. I didn't see my future wife for almost an hour and felt that she got cold feet seeing as we had never met. We met, went to one of her friend's house and got to know each other, and wound up making out on her couch. 20 plus years and 3 kids later, I haven't regretted a single day. I walked out on my abusive ex while he was in central booking with a single suitcase and a bunch of cats in carriers, took an Uber 5 hours north, and totally started over. New name, new, claimed, birthday, new hair color. It was the most liberating experience of my life, and, even though I still suffer residual effects from old injuries, being free of that bastard is a million reasons to be happy. Edit, thanks for the gold, guys. You just made my day. 3 years ago USA to Japan. Got a visa through a teaching company, but they completely changed plans on me as soon as I arrived. I told them that I was assured before leaving that I'd be living in a particular place, and would not be happy in place B. I politely declined. Took all my money, about $3,000, and went about searching for something else. After blowing almost all my money, I eventually met someone amazing who helped me get in the right direction. Eventually I was offered a job after many applications and interviews, but didn't even have a place to live, was living in a capsule hotel. After securing the job, I spent the rest of my money and maxed out my credit card on an apartment. It was a gamble, but I never had failure in my mind. I spent the first month sleeping on my clothes until I had enough for a futon, then a bed. That amazing person who helped me and encouraged me to keep searching never stopped either, and is now my beautiful pregnant wife. I don't think I can win the lottery again. In the year 2000, I was starting to become severely depressed, and heading towards suicide. I was living in shitty surroundings in a town outside of Philadelphia. I kept needing an answer out of things, instead of the permanent way. The worse things got there, the more I wanted to flee. I had no ties there, anyway. I moved to San Francisco. I drove there, alone, cross-country. My mother and grandparents were totally understanding. We were all a family of nomads anyway, living different places my entire life. So, it was not super scary for me to start over again somewhere else. I went from the abrasive, dour, unfriendly, East Coast to a city where people told me I was beautiful on a near daily basis. This is coming from an overweight chick, who was always made fun of for it. It took me about 6 months to believe it. San Francisco was amazing for the self-esteem and confidence that I didn't have much of. People started conversation with me, and treated me well, and you could truly be who you were without judgment. I had been thinking about moving back lately. However, I understand it's a completely different city now, unfortunately. I stayed for about a year and then moved to New Mexico, and have been here since. Save for a 5-year stint from 11/2007 to 12/2012 in North Carolina, where I had planned on going to college, which didn't work out. That was a terrible decision all around. I love it here, in my quiet small town. But I wouldn't trade that year in SF for anything, because I learned so about myself, and again, it was a wonderful place for my self-esteem. Edit, clarity. I moved from Colorado to Oregon 1.5 years ago, partially to end my 5-year abusive relationship and mostly to simply experience another state and to try to not feel stuck with depression and life in general. Though I got booted from my dream apartment in Eugene due to needed renovations, I now have more income to put towards my dream of tattoo school, hopefully this spring. COVID restrictions, and am living with my amazing boyfriend of 7 months. I am in a metal band and never would have dreamed of pushing my boundaries like this 2 years ago, or of someone who treats me the way my current guy does. Life uprooting? I recommend it. Edit, thank you for my first award, poop. In 2019, at barely 80 pounds and with a full-blown prescription drug addiction, I decided to stop showing up to a job I had been working for over a decade. With no plan B, I traveled to New Zealand, got sober, then France, got engaged, Italy, Alaska, got married, and then the Maldives. I'm living in the US and have a quiet and stress-free 9-to-5, run an Etsy shop as a hobby that has been doing pretty well, and have been sober for 1 year and 1 month. The shutdown pushed me to have a new life. I lost my job and my savings were only going to last less than 1 month. So I left and took my boyfriend with me. We volunteered on farms in exchange for a room and food. We worked in Vermont first on this gorgeous 40-acre farm that had sheep, cows, chickens, and bees. Then we decided to drive across the country to Oregon to work on another farm. Then another farm in Arizona. Then my boyfriend proposed and we got married in Las Vegas. Then we both found amazing jobs in Oregon again. A year ago I was a bartender and working 2 side jobs to make ends meet. I was barely surviving and I literally worked every day. I worked 50+ hours and still didn't have a savings or medical insurance. It was exhausting. Now, I'm working in a field I always wanted to get into. I married an incredible man. I have health insurance, and a freaking savings account. Also, since we didn't have many expenses, we used our stimulus checks to invest and we turned those checks into $20,000 and counting in profits. We were scared to leave, we didn't know if we could make it. We were scared to invest our money, we didn't think we could turn a profit. We kept being afraid of change, but if we had given in to our fears we would be back home, miserable, broke, and jobless. I'm glad we left. One-way flight to Alaska. Geez, after reading some of these comments, this is exactly what I did. I was 24, wasted college getting a degree I've never used, working a dead-end grocery store job and living with my parents. Started dating this 30-year-old woman with a 9-year-old kid, which was nuts to me even now. After dating for maybe only 6 months or so, she told me she was moving to AS for a job and she'd like me to go with her. Taking a look at my life currently, I decided to say yes, and here I am 15 years later. We are married with 2 of our own kids, careers and home ownership. Some rough parts at times, sure, but I wouldn't change a thing, except maybe trying to meet her a little sooner in life. My ex and I packed everything we could in our Jeep, plus our dogs, and left Florida for Maine. It went, "Hey, I hate it here, don't you? Let's move far, far away." One side trip to visit my parents, and about 35 hours of drive time later, we arrived to coastal Maine. Shortly after, the ex and I broke up. And life got really difficult and lonely. I was in the middle of a crisis and culture shock, having moved from Miami to small town Maine. I didn't have a single soul here. I bounced around a few jobs, and some days I would go home and cry on my dogs because I was just so alone. I asked myself daily if this was the right decision. One day, I decided I didn't want to be sad anymore. I'd gotten over the ex, and got a new job. The job sucked, but there I met my now closest and best girlfriends. I started to save a little. I found a nice house with a big yard to rent. I got new furniture. April will be 6 years I am here, and though I struggled for about a year and doubted my decision, sometimes hourly, moving was by far the absolute best thing I could have ever done for myself. I left some toxic family, some less than ideal friends, and a state that I hate. Now my winters are spent playing in the snow with my dogs, and my summers, pre-COVID of course, are spent working hard and having fun with my friends. I have a job I love. I'm glad I stuck to my decision, despite the struggles I had. If you are in a rut and have the chance to start fresh somewhere with a better job and lifestyle, then just do it. Modern transport and telecommunications mean that keeping in touch with friends and family is easier than ever. I took a chance and moved from a crappy place in the UK to Central Europe 12 years ago, and it completely transformed my life in almost every meaningful way. I went from really strongly disliking the place I live in and the kind of people I had contact with, to now living in what is for me a paradise, working in stimulating and increasingly well-paid jobs and surrounded mostly by positive and intellectual people. Also, my quality of life is just awesome and my health and fitness is now really good. I still haven't met my soulmate or life partner, but I've no idea if that person even exists, and at least I have had some good along the way with some great and memorable people. Lord knows what I would have been doing with my life if I hadn't have taken that chance. Probably in some uninspiring job in an uninspiring place, streaming about how my life could have been different if only I'd had more balls. Life is short, so take what opportunities you can to make it better. This is a dream of mine to do. I suppose I did too. My best friend and I boarded a plane to Australia from the UK the day of our final exams at university. I live in AS still 7 years later, with the love of my life, 2 dogs and a thriving career. I've done it 4 times now. Once involved immigrating to a new country. I have always made housing arrangements before I go. And once I did have a job lined up. The older I get, the easiest it gets. I definitely prefer solitude, so the first chunk of time in a new place is lovely. Being alone and completely free. Doing what I want and answering to nobody. I've learned to take my time making friends. And getting involved in my community. This last move, at the beginning of the pandemic, really changed my whole life. I've walked away from my career and my community work. I'm starting a business. I've made friends with people I really appreciate instead of making friends with people because of work and community networking needs. Each move has led to massive changes in who I am and how I live. What my priorities are. And this is a very good thing. This latest move and the pandemic really forced me to slow down and listen to what I need and who I am. That's the best part of picking up and leaving. You only have yourself. It's fucking magic. The worst part is the time it takes to make friends. Sometimes you just want to go for a beer and chat. It can get a little lonely. Phone calls and video chats just aren't the same. But soon enough friends will come along. Enjoy the alone time while you've got it. It's good to get out into the world and experience a different life, to see things from a different vantage. It's good to learn that you can trust and rely on yourself, to see your strength, and your weakness, your bravery. And honestly, we've only got one life. If wherever you go sucks, pick up and do it again. Go where you need to go to be happy. Your happiness has value. But don't forget, wherever you go, there you are. Moving isn't a magic trick that'll cure all that ails you. You still have to do the work to overcome whatever is going on that's making you want to run. It might just be a little easier when you have a clean slate. I saved money throughout college years and moved out of the abusive home right after I graduated. Cut all contact. It's been decades since. I'm often surprised that I actually fit into this category. I was in my 20s, living at home. Honestly, I wanted to move out so badly, but my mom was really attached to me and panicked whenever I said I was going to move out. Even though I have 3 siblings, 1 older, 2 younger, who had already moved out, hey, it's not easy being the favorite. But I was seeing that although I had a good job, my social life was garbage. I'd come home, eat and play computer games. I had a few close female friends, but, come on, I'm living at home with my parents, plus I was shy, and embarrassed of the living at home thing, so relationships never went where I wanted them. Then I was chatting with a high school friend in another country, and for kicks I flew out to see him. Then I got a job at the company he worked at, so I decided, well, I'll go for a few months or so and see if I like it. One close co-worker said simply, if you don't go, you'll always regret not going. If you go and you don't like it, just come back, which made perfect sense. Plus coming home and finding an apartment instead of moving back home was an out to get out from under mom's apron strings. Hey, she has 3 other kids. So I went. And almost immediately, I met several women, and, being confident that I was an actual adult with my own place, I didn't have any problem convincing them I was good boyfriend material. Serially, not at the same time. Mostly. I moved jobs, and felt good about being a grown-up. Eventually bought a house, got married, have kids. We go home every year. It used to be only at Christmas, but then it was twice a year so my kids could know their cousins and relatives. So I'll always have 2 homes and 2 hometowns now. It was such a hard decision for me to go, and it was almost spur of the moment. 2,500 miles from home. I often wonder where I'd be in life if I hadn't gone. I mean, if I had just sacked up and moved out, would I have changed in the same way? I don't know. But I had to try it, and I'm so thankful for that friend who told me, if you don't do it, you'll always regret it, but if you go and don't like it, you can always come back. He was 100% right. Can I add a slight script flip for anyone motivated by this thread? My brother did this, and I'm so proud of him. But if you join the armed services on a whim, let your family know. He is doing awesome after 2 tours in the Navy and a few years out now. But our mom was going nuts trying to find him when he belatedly realized he wouldn't be able to contact anyone from boot camp. I left a small Midwest town to move to Vancouver, and it was the best decision I could have ever made. The only downside is how expensive this city is. I know at some point I'll need to move out if I ever want to own my own property. That said, I never thought I'd ever feel home somewhere, but after my first visit I was hooked and knew I needed to get back. I'm working on citizenship now, and am hoping I'll be able to live in this province for the remainder of my life. Obligatory, this isn't about me. When my mom was younger and first moved to America, she had a roommate that did this. When she knew him, he was this chill, funny, laid-back stoner guy. They were also both fairly poor. But apparently this guy came from a super rich family. He used to be this preppy academic guy. He was in this fraternity at the huge state university he went to, and that fraternity sold tons of cocaine. Eventually, the police got a tip that the frat was dealing coke. They came to search it. The problem was, the warrant the police had didn't permit them to go in the personal bedrooms in the frat, so after finding nothing they left to get a warrant to search more thoroughly. This was fortunate, because right behind those doors, cocaine was being packaged and weighed and whatnot. Anyways, as soon as the police leave, the roommate packs a small bag and just fucking leaves. He just walks out and leaves his whole preppy life behind. He didn't talk to anyone there, he didn't finish school there, as far as those people know, he disappeared. That's the story of my mom's former roommate. He also did some other stuff, but that's not relevant. I just did it partially a couple months ago. I only went to the next state and I still have the same job. But I left everything else I knew behind. Some days I have regrets, others I am loving the liberation. It's mostly the former until I get a bit more security. Not as far as some people, but at age 18, when all my friends were at uni and I was working in a dead-end job, I just started looking elsewhere. Found a job, moved from a small rural town in the Midlands UK to Newcastle upon Tyne. That was 17 years ago. It's been phenomenal and I can't imagine living anywhere else now. It was a huge eye-opener initially as to what a sheltered and somewhat privileged life I'd lived. I always tell the story that I moved for an £11,000 a year job and I used to buy cheap pasta at Morrison's and then go to IKEA at the end of the day and ask to buy the already cooked meatballs that were going to get thrown out. That was basically the first year of me living up here until I got a pay rise. It got to the point where they would already have them packaged up for me. Carl and Nicola, you're the reason I managed to survive that first year. I've actually done this several times in life and I hope I can give you a little more perspective than someone who just did it once. As a young man, I would do this whenever I got a wild hair up my ass. I would pack a bag, which basically consisted of everything I owned, and I would hit the road. When I got somewhere I liked, I would basically couch surf until I got on my feet, and it was that simple. It's easy like that when you're young, have few attachments, few possessions, few responsibilities, and the world is your oyster. If that sounds like you, then by all means, you have your whole life ahead of you, so try it and see what happens. It is a lot easier to recover from a mistake when you are young. Then I tried to do the same thing when I was 35. It turned out to be a lot harder than I remembered. For one thing, I'm not as comfortable with couch surfing as I was 15 years earlier. I can't just be a bum anymore. I tried falling back on savings, but then I was kicking myself when all of my savings dried up in less than 3 months. I didn't make the move with a job or apartment lined up because I thought it would be fast and easy to find. But times are changing and the market is different. It took about 2 months to get a job and 3 to find a place. Even then, both the job and the home were really shitty temporary situations that I accepted out of desperation. In the end, it took me several years to recover. It wasn't nearly as easy as I remember it from my 18 to 25 years. If I'm going to move now, I will absolutely make sure that I have all of my ducks in a row before taking the plunge. Quit my job and gave up my penthouse apartment in Vancouver. Oh, man, the view of Stanley Park and the mountains was amazing, and moved to Japan for 1 year, maybe 2. 24 years later, I'm still here, happily married, and living in an even bigger penthouse apartment. Oh, man, the view of the hospital and the railroad tracks is shit. Life? Am I right? Scandinavia to Australia about 3 years ago. I never realized how much sunshine and beaches improve your life. Nature is beautiful back home and beautiful here, and so are people. Moved for love and haven't regretted it for a second. So I got divorced in 2019 and had been planning and saving for a move since. I ended up moving from north of Denver, Colorado to Tucson, Arizona on January 10th of this year. It was exactly what I needed. Rent in CO is through the roof. In Tucson I have a great 1-bedroom apartment with brand new appliances and hardwood floors in a gated community. The same apartment in Denver would run at least $800 more than what I pay here. People here are actually really friendly. It was a little off-putting at first because I wasn't used to it at all. In CO people don't talk to each other and are usually snarky when they do, but I've had really nice conversations with complete strangers in Tucson. I've also already made a lot of friends and am dating a beautiful woman who also just moved here. So far it seems like moving to Tucson was exactly what I needed to reinvigorate my life. Life was an absolute dumpster fire. I had dropped out of college, parents were disappointed in how my life was going, friends had gotten married and moved on, girlfriend had faked 2 pregnancies to keep us together, my job sucked and I was miserable. Finally had my fuck this moment when my landlord sent a certified letter to tell me that he was voiding my lease, power to do that was in the lease, in 3 months. Over those 3 months I quit paying rent, shut off the power and lived in the dark, sold almost everything I owned. Skipped town on a $1,250 motorcycle and no destination other than south. Spent the next 9 months just riding. I would ride into a town, find a day labor job, sleep in a tent in a campground, a hostel or in the shittiest hotel I could find and just see the place. A few days later I'd move on to the next random place. I think when I added it up there were 90 different towns. There were so many amazing experiences along the way, some amazing people, but nothing that screamed you belong here. Until I stopped for lunch in a cafe in a small town I wasn't planning on staying in. Hit it off with the married waitress who introduced me to her dad, who offered me a couple of days work. The guys at his shop immediately took me in like family. 2 of the guys did a full tune-up and oil change on my bike after work. That Sunday I went on a hike with the waitress, her husband, and his sister. Spent the night sitting on a park bench talking to the sister before taking her to breakfast back at the cafe in the morning. Basically 2 weeks after hitting town I was hooked. I had found home. 15 years later I'm married to the sister, waitress, and her husband now own the diner, made a couple of amazing kids, managing a great team at work, built a house, bought a boat, hunting buddies with the mayor, and plan on being buried in this amazing place when the time comes. I tell people all the time that sometimes your place in the world isn't 5 minutes from where you were born. I got a job in a new city a couple hours away from where I was living. My wife, 2-year-old son, and I had a week and a half to find a place to live, pack, move, and get settled before I had to start the new job. When we moved here I knew the name of the guy that had hired me and that's it. We knew no one else. We'd been to the city a handful of times on day trips, but that's it, so we basically knew where the main mall and a separate shopping area was. What was the experience like? Awesome. I'd totally do it all over again without even thinking about it. It's something I would recommend everyone do at least once their life, even if they move back. Moving to a new town is getting a fresh start on your life. You don't know anyone and nobody knows you. You get to make yourself out to be whoever you want to be. You aren't hit with bad memories every time you drive by that one place because you have no memories at all of anywhere around you. It's my job to do this. I work for national parks, so I'm constantly living somewhere new and I never really tell anyone. Back in 2014 I visited Bali. My friends were getting married there, so I decided I'd make it into an extended holiday. I had no job, enough money for plane tickets and hostel accommodation. Somehow I ended up being a freelancer, living and working wherever. Get on a plane with a bag, find a place, stay for a month, and if I liked it, stay on for as long as the visa allowed. In total I spent just shy of 5 years across 9 countries, just working on the internet and seeing what there was to see. This was in the before times, of course. Harder to do now. Overall it's been good. I, 40F, have done this a few times now. The last time was spring of 2018. I had a very uncomfortable 2 weeks with some random elderly couple I met off Craigslist that I could have done without. They offered free room and board in exchange for help around the house and to be a friend to the wife when the husband worked out of town. But when I got there they turned out to be nudist swingers who wanted me to join them. That was not happening, so I left and wandered to another state. I've been here for 2 years by myself, happy. I got a great job that I enjoy. I keep to myself mostly. It's been good. I had cut all ties with my extended family decades ago, and my husband died in 2016, so there isn't anything or anyone tying me to any particular place. While I make friends easily, I don't maintain friendships by choice, so walking away and starting over isn't a big deal to me. I like the change of scenery. I like discovering new places and developing a routine full of my new favorite restaurants or parks and grocery stores, being a regular in a neighborhood gas station, then poof, I'm gone. On to the next place. When I moved into my current place, I could recall 34 places I've lived in my lifetime. Lived with a meth head in a motel for 5 weeks before camping in my car for 2 more weeks. But almost 8 years later, I'm almost ready to move into my own place. I moved from a big UK city to Australia 9 years ago. I was really struggling for money before I left. I now have a really well-paid job and my family have never been happier. It was a real struggle to start with, but no worse than the struggle I left. Social mobility here is much easier. It really is the lucky country. I did plan it 6 weeks in advance, but I moved while working remotely during the pandemic. I had been wanting to leave my old state for a couple of years, and could finally escape. I knew someone who was willing to let me rent a room from them until I got settled and found my own place. I broke my lease, sold/donated a bunch of stuff, put the rest in storage, then loaded up my car with my 2 pets and started driving north. 3 months later, I landed a new local job and have been much happier since. Not quite up and left. Was living with my GF for a year, and in that year she'd quit her old job, finished a 2-year business degree and couldn't get anything good with it. She hated the office/secretary type jobs and got a sleazy vibe from her bosses. My GF was cute as hell and people liked having her as eye candy. What they didn't know is that she had 3 kids who lived with their dad, not me. She was in constant war with everyone in her family, tragic history, and was sick of their attempts to interfere in her decisions. Me. I was low-key with a low-key job, but the 2 of us were great together. My job became dead-end after a year of admin merry-go-round stuff, and the future was uncertain, but a big axe was a strong possibility. I had my eye on living in Tempe/Scottsdale for over 10 years, had been there on vacation, read the Sunday paper for over a year to get familiar with the landscape, and I just wanted to bask in the extreme heat. She agreed to make a go of it with me. So, it wasn't random or overnight at all. Plus, my brother lived down there, so that was a plus. Took me a good month to get working and I bounced between 3 different jobs before finding something decent. I was glad to be there. She was okay a couple of months, then freaked out being away from family. She got more unstable over the course of a year and then just ran off, told me about a week ahead of time, so it wasn't a where'd she go kinda thing. By that time I was in a trade school, and that worked out well, got a great job afterwards and a good career for 12 years, had lots of fun and basically achieved 9/10 of the goals I had in mind when we first came down. The last was outlandish, and failed, then the bottom fell out on me and I've been in ruins the last 5 years, but at least have a place to sleep and I ain't starving, and have Wi-Fi. So glad I took that chance and made the move. Life is an adventure. I underestimated how much the sun would make me happy. I traded a tiny condo for a cozy home. Husband and I both found fancy new jobs and hoping for a baby soon. Quarantine killed ability to really make friends yet, but even so, we've never been happier. Do it. When my husband and I separated 2 years ago, I lost my marriage, friends, community, hobbies, job, home, pets all within 6 months. So I decided to say fuck it and I lived in Vietnam for 3 months. When I returned home I moved to the other side of the city. I have an awesome apartment, have a great job, new partner and a new community of friends. Something about moving away was a great reset. I did this. Moved from Ireland to New Zealand, so about as far as you can get before you start coming back. Moved during the recession, when I was unemployed and job prospects were few, and have had opportunities here I never would have had staying at home. Moving back would feel like emigrating to a whole new country now, so much has changed. It's been wonderful, but you do have a sense of being split in two, and the loneliness, guilt and distance from family really hits when things aren't going so well. However, zero regrets. When I was 23 I moved from CT to WA. I was in a band that was doing okay, and managing restaurants at the time. I grew up super poor, and even though I'd had an apartment with girlfriend, I had very little. Like, I lived there for a year and never had a couch. No car. Not even a license. I couldn't afford a vehicle, so I spent the money on acquiring my license. I had a 91 years old grandfather in WA. He wanted to stay independent and live in his home, but he needed help. I hadn't seen him since I was 13 and had only spoken to him a handful of times since, but he offered me the opportunity to live with him. I wouldn't have to pay anything, plus he had an extra car I could use. So, I did it. My girlfriend and I packed up what little we owned in her car and drove across country to live with my grandfather in a small retirement town. Aside from my girlfriend, he was the only person I knew for 3,000 miles. I got a job working in a restaurant in about 3 weeks. My girlfriend dropped me off until I got my license, which didn't take long. Then I saw on the news that a government agency had a critical staffing shortage, so I decided I'd put in for that opportunity and ended up being selected. I ended up working 45 minutes south of home, with odd hours. The GF worked up north. We developed different social circles and split up 6 months after moving. My grandfather passed away about 6 months later. I was alone and homesick. I looked at avenues to move back to CT, but I had a stable job and made a livable wage for the first time in my life, so I didn't want to go back to nothing. I ended up getting an apartment in a bigger city. I've now worked for that agency for 14 years now. I have lifelong friends, married, kids, and I'm a homeowner. Coming from absolutely poverty, I'm pretty proud of what I accomplished. I picked up and left for New York City. Then I picked up and left 2 more times before I finally returned to my hometown. It was nice to experience living in different cities, but I wasn't home in any of those places. Now I appreciate my hometown. I've always wished to do this. Just disappear off of the face of Earth, relieved face, relieved face. If you leave a spouse or partner to do this, I've experienced from being on the other side. Except to get away from any form of abuse, few other things are crueler and more devastating to the person who is left behind. Moved all my furniture onto my lawns and had a yard sale, including my car. I bought a ticket to Hawaii/Maui. I knew one person there and not well. I wasn't expecting it, but he picked me up from the airport and took me home. I told him I didn't want to stay for more than a few days, but I went and got a job down on Front Street waiting tables. After about the 3rd day, I cleaned up the house really well before work and afterward camped out on the beach. Eventually made friends with a dude named Angel who went by Mud. We played some music together by the beach. He introduced me to the pack of homeless beach goons all around my age. Fell in with them pretty easily. Everyone took care of each other, food was shared and people who had cars packed them full. Then the first friend called me and asked me when I was coming back. I told him I'd come over and help make dinner. Over dinner him and his roommates all told me I had an open door policy at their house. BC I was respectful and clean, which still my biggest takeaway for when traveling. LPT clean people's kitchens and living rooms when they aren't looking and you'll always be welcome back. Still decided to not wear out my welcome and only stayed maybe 3 days out of the week, rolled around with the goons. Sometimes we'd spend all day busking for cash, sometimes we'd go to the east side of the island and explore the jungle. Saw every bit of the island, slept on every shore, surfed everything but Jaws. I am a very amateur and it scared me. Jumped off waterfalls, worked on a fruit farm, had a traditional luau. Got shibaried to the rainbow eucalyptuses, ran from a wild pig, kicked some coral and almost died from staph, Jednai on the beach. Most nights I slept on the beach, others at the house, but on more than one occasion I end up in multi-million-dollar houses and condos for the night. Some of the gaudiest decorating I've ever seen. Interactions with the native, not local white people, are ultimately what made me want to leave. Not because of the reverse racism I was warned about by white people, but because they were so kind and respectful despite the fact most of their aunties and uncles had been pushed to tiny corners of the island. It ultimately felt like trespassing, and so I headed back to mainland, unsure of my destination. So I traveled through Cali, went vagrant style around Venice Beach, hitched a ride to SFB, then ride-shared my way up and stayed in Humboldt for a few weeks in a music studio, before catching a ride east. Planned on getting all the way back to North Carolina, but then landed in Colorado where I knew a lot of people. Got blizzarded in as soon as I arrived, so I started thinking about work. Ended up getting a job and a nice spot in Denver, and I've been here for 2 years plus now. I have a lot more friends, a lot more confidence in my ability to survive in the world, and a lot better perspective of who was my friend and who I just happened to know. All in all, I highly recommend everyone do this once in their life. I've seen so many people try and plan their move to perfection only to never do it. But be as ready for the hardships as the adventures, because they're truly inseparable in my eyes. I moved from Mexico to the UK, and it has been an amazing decision. I was already living in a flat with all the furniture and stuff in Mexico City when a breaking point idea came in my mind. Just for some context, my sister was already living in the UK, and she said to me in the past that she could recommend me at her job to start working there. I spoke to my wife and said to her all this plan. It was difficult for both, but it was more difficult for her because her families are extremely closed, and the first nephew'd been born. My parents gave me the money to buy a non-return ticket from Mexico to Toronto, UK, which took off the second week of January 2019. Pretty much, I had 6 months to save money, sell furniture and stuff, and find a job. Luckily, a company contacted me and offered me a job in southwest England. Just 1 week before my leaving date we got married so my wife could apply for the spouse visa 6 months after. The flight from Mexico to the UK was very tiring because I waited in Toronto airport for 18 hours. It was snowing heavily and I preferred to stay in the airport. I slept on the waiting chairs for around 10 hours, until the flight was just about to take off. I brought 2 big cases, my laptop and my PS4, third best decision, and I lived in a spare room on the back garden in the house of one of my co-workers. After 9 months my wife arrived to the UK, so we started our journey again. We moved into a different flat. I got a job as an AP, which it was very challenging and stressful, not for the job itself, but my first manager harassed me and made awful comments about me. Some of them fell in the racism line. I am just about to change my job again, looking to start from scratch my new career. Although I miss my family, this has been an amazing journey, and to be honest, many things in our life have improved. And of course, it has not been easy, and I just made a brief resume of all the things that we have gone through. This is maybe not exactly the type of situation Op is asking about, at least it wasn't the first thing that came to my mind, but looking at other responses I guess it's relevant. In 2010 I was offered a 4-month contract in Finland in a field I never dreamed I would work in. At the time I had steady employment in Michigan but not a lot of prospects to do something I really loved. I tried to see if I could get 4 months leave from my job, but understandably, as it was during the busiest time of our year, it was denied. I thought about it for another day or two and decided to throw caution to the wind and take a chance on this opportunity halfway around the world, knowing full well that when I returned I'd have no job, no immediate prospects and no place to live. I didn't want to keep paying for an empty apartment while I was gone. That initial 4-month contract ended up getting extended a few times and eventually turned into a permanent one. I spent almost 10 years with that company. I'm now at my second job in Helsinki, Finland. I'm married and have a 1.5-year-old son. I haven't been back to the States since 2019, and that was for work. I haven't been back just to visit since 2013. As others have said, taking that chance was the best choice I ever made. Not only am I far happier than I've ever been, but I'm now a veteran in a field I never dreamed I could join. I've experienced more in the last 10 years than I did in 30+ living stateside, and it's opened my eyes to so much that we can be blind to living in the bubble of the United States. I love where I came from and my friends and family who are still there, but, honestly, I have zero desire to go back there to live. I used to live in Austin, Texas as a musician, but then I stopped playing music due to the death of 3 out of 5 bandmates from suicide and heroin abuse, myself included in the 5. I got clean, joined the army, left the country for a while, lost some more people, came back, got diagnosed with the crazy, and now I try to walk the straight and narrow every day, but usually falter at the lips of a whiskey bottle most nights. I now perform stand-up comedy and am rising in the ranks, but those memories of the past never leave you no matter where you go. I make people laugh for a living now so they can forget the pain that life brings us. I hope one day I will find some peace, but I have not found it yet. My husband and I did it a few years after we were married. We were struggling, young. His stepdad inherited a small house on the other side of the country. He wanted to rent it out. We jumped at the chance, took our savings and drove for 5 days to get there. At first it was incredibly hard. I hated it and missed my family and friends so much. I think as a couple it really helped us grow. We had no one else but each other. We stayed in there for 6 years before we moved back for an illness in the family. It was such an amazing experience. I was 17 when I met the younger brother of one of my adult friends on Discord. He was 20 at the time. A year of online dating and we finally met in real life. I dropped out of college and we moved 1,200 miles away from my parents. I lost my car, all of my money, and my dignity. I am grateful for what I went through. It was really hard moving from a liberal city to conservative, redneck country. We didn't even have reliable water. I look back now and wish I had never met him. I'm back with my parents now, safe and sound. I will never, ever try something so reckless again. Edit, thank you so much for Silver. I was 18. The family was out. I put a note on my bed saying I'm leaving. I'll be okay, and left. That was 50 years ago. I'm super glad I did it. I have wanted to do this. However, I know that the problems wouldn't stay behind. I learned this from watching someone I knew who would bounce around from town to town, then moved around the world, only to come home and do it again. They were constantly trying to find happiness, but would be disappointed when they found out that there are crappy people everywhere. Their job exposed them to some really terrible people, working with animals. They couldn't take it anymore and ended their life. I have wanted to up and go for a long time, but I know that I need to sort my mind out first so that I don't end up in a similar cycle. I moved from the UK to NJ in my early 20s. Plagued with anxiety and depression in the UK, made worse in the States by the isolation of knowing hardly anyone. In my 30s I moved from the UK to East Africa. Best decision of my life, as I met someone and had my beautiful child and then adopted my youngest child. Moved back to the UK realizing that if you're not happy where you are, moving to the other side of the world shouldn't be the first choice before therapy. Met my BF on Reddit, quit my job of 10 years and moved to be with him in another state after 8 months of long distance. In school for a new career and so happy with my new life 2 years later. It didn't actually happen all overnight, but I did quit my job without another one lined up and moved across the country, thousands of miles from all my family, for no real reason other than Colorado seemed like a better place to live than Wisconsin. And it is. I got a job delivering for Amazon, which was less than ideal, but it paid well enough to build up some small savings and recover from the cost of the move while finding a better job. Now I'm doing what I love in the state where I've always wanted to live. It took a lot of work and compromise, but it turned out in the end. I lived in AS through high school, college and after, so I had grown roots there. Nice condo, decent paying job which I enjoyed, had solid friends, family lived up the street, and I was part of a co-ed soccer league. My days consisted of getting my morning cup of coffee, work out, go to work, come home, then play soccer, draw on my iPad or play video games with my roommates. One day, as me and my roommate were working out, I had a sudden urge to join the military. Never wanted to before this moment. Next day I went straight to the recruiter's office, said I want to join the Navy, and 2 weeks later I was sworn in and was leaving for boot camp the week thereafter. I sold my condo to my roommate, broke the lease of my car, tied all loose ends, kissed my family goodbye and said see you later to my friends. I am now in the Navy and got my orders for San Diego for my schooling, then Japan shortly after that. I am fucking happy and there's a new challenge every day. Funny part, the only ones who's reached out to me is my family. Friends didn't say congrats or nothing, good riddance. I'm gonna live my life and have fun doing what I wanna do on my terms. I didn't fully start a new life, but I did move back across the country to my home state, California, to work a job with my uncle. I wanted a restart, to change things for myself. And it's going okay. Very homesick at first, being away from my mom and siblings and everyone. But I know in the long run it's so worth it. I had an extremely toxic relationship with my abusive mother and suffered her shit for literal years before finally having enough. I told her I was done and I meant it. 3 days later myself and my fiancé packed everything we could of mine into his car and I've never looked back. I'll be starting my new life officially in September when I enroll into a faraway uni, something I've been aiming towards for 5 years now and something which the egg donor never believed I'd actually do. Leaving the way I did was one of the best decisions I've ever made and I haven't spoken to her since. Smile. 9 years ago I was totally burned out on pre-med courses, working 3 jobs, trying to mediate between constantly fighting family members. The final straws were watching a good friend slide into addiction and another recover from a life-threatening illness only to return to old habits and minimize his life even further. I couldn't do it anymore. I wanted so much more for my life, and it was terrifying to see the walls collapsing in on me. Every choice I was making was burying me further into village life with village people. I don't mean to bash on small town life, it really works for some people, but it's not healthy for me at all. Met a really amazing guy, quit everything, and spontaneously moved to Europe with 2 suitcases. In the meantime I've lived in 3 additional countries, all with the love of my life by my side. I got my graduate degree without any debt, and even my medical school dream is coming true this year. It's delayed, of course, but I'll be studying it in another language, which is mind-blowing for me. 9 years ago I was so despondent that I didn't think that I'd even get the chance, and now the door is open. It's been hard as hell, for sure. I don't want to downplay how many nights I cried myself to sleep thinking that I'd made a terrible mistake and thrown my future down the drain. There have been entire years that I felt like I was just treading water, learning nothing, and working menial jobs. My social contacts were nil, and I ran out of money a few times. I worry about my mom getting older and my nieces and nephews growing up without me. But, overall, this has been worth it. Step by step my life has turned out exactly how I imagined it in my wildest dreams. So far, in my short life, the regret of inaction is one of the most bitter emotions that I've experienced. I'm planning to up and move after COVID. I don't have a terrible life where I am currently, but I'm just sick of seeing the same things every day, seeing the same view out my window and hopping from one minimum wage job to the other. And I have friends elsewhere, so it would be nice to live closer and spend more time with them. I left from Texas to go to Senegal to marry someone I met on a Muslim marriage site. I landed in Dakar only knowing one person on the entire continent. He was waiting at the airport and we were finally in each other's presence for the first time. We went to his friend's apartment to change into our wedding clothes. We then went to a mosque and got married. Less than an hour after meeting in person, he was my husband. We lived there in Senegal for 2 years and then moved to North Carolina. He is literally the best man I have ever known. We've been married 7 years and I still am amazed at how wonderful my life is now. After years of fixing my credit, I moved from the hood where you hear gunshots every night to an acre and a half in the country, and my kids couldn't be happier. It was strange and scary in the beginning until things started stabilizing. Did it twice in my life. Best decision ever. First time running away from my abusive family. After my 18th birthday, moved across the country to live with a guy I met online. I made a career out of my hobby, but it was hard. Female in tech, I meet with a lot of sexism. Fed up with it, I dropped everything and moved to more civilized country. I'm doing great here. Language barrier is still annoying, but my perspective for future never were better. I only envy the supportive families and old good friends normal people have. I lost all of it. BTW, the guy I met online, we are still together after 17 years, could not done it without him. I will let you know when I figure it out. I was badly addicted to alcohol and some other drugs. After a few tries I became sober, went from 100 to 0, quit everything, alcohol and all the drugs. Left most of my friends behind and soon after moved to a new city. Got a new job there and found lots of nice people who are today good friends of mine. Still sober since 6 years, and this city became my new home. Best decisions I ever made. I did this in my same town. Not a huge town, 3 mil strong, takes an hour driving from one part of town to another. Never do I run into anyone I grew up with until social media happened. Dropped off, moved to another part of town, lived on campus at a university and reinvented myself. Met the mother of my children and left behind the unproductive person I was tracking to be. I'm planning to do this year. It's terrifying, but I know it's what's best for me. I just don't know if my destination is the best choice. The last girl I dated did this. She lasted 6 weeks here before she missed her friends, family, home, old routine. She claimed to hate her roommates, job, boss here, etc. According to her, it was a major struggle. I don't know if that was because here was that hard, or over there was just so easy. I honestly don't know. She gave up and bailed back to where she came from. I haven't bothered to check in how it is going over there because I felt like she didn't give here a good enough go before bailing. I didn't move right away, but after my parents disowned me in 2018 because they were /RQ lunatics, I blocked everyone from my family, eventually quit all my social media since they started trying to stalk me, got a new phone, and changed my name in a different state legally to something totally ungoogleable. Legally my name is now something like Taylor Swift. It didn't happen overnight. The name change took a few months when I realized they were looking for me. Being disowned ruined me financially just as I was entering senior year of college, and I had to withdraw, and ended as a sex worker with a pimp and everything that goes with that. It's been really hard, and you could say my life was ruined, but I have no regrets. My family was really toxic and I'm better off. I know they expected me to crawl home and beg for forgiveness, and I know they freaked out when I didn't, but my feeling is when my mom says I was dead to her, I took her serious. I told them in a letter they'd never hear from me again, and they won't. I am done with college with no debt, and while it's not a great time to get a straight job, I'm trying and may do something entrepreneurial going forward. I am really looking forward to starting a family from scratch someday and just being a good mom. TL, doctor, wasn't my idea, no regrets. Left my small town for the big city when I was about 23. I lived in a van with my wife and 3 dogs for about 3 weeks. It sucked, but it was also great. We had a great little setup right by the Mississippi River. We both got jobs and found an apartment eventually, but those first couple weeks of real freedom changed my life. 4 years ago I left my abusive ex-husband who would beat, sexually abuse, and keep my kids, and I'm malnourished and dirty. It got so out of hand one night he attempted suicide. While he was in surgery after the attempt, we both went into surgery cause we both got harmed, but I got out earlier. I packed up my kids, dogs, cats, and we all hopped into a Honda Civic Coupe and drove as far as we could. Never looked back. Got a divorce, restraining order, went under a protection program for a few years, and now the man is gone. Maybe he finally killed himself, or maybe he ran off to be horrible to someone else. All I know is I'm writing this from my luxury apartment in the city of my dreams, about to take my healthy and happy kids to daycare, and can smell the sausage sizzling. My kids are still asleep. Smile. I was addicted to opiates and weighed about 85 pounds, I had killed all my friendships, quit my job, wrecked my car, and was living in a wood plank shack with a sheet for a door. I didn't have 2 dimes to rub together, and when I did, it went to drugs. I was so depressed, that when I looked in the mirror every day, I was excited to see more and more of my ribs and hip bones jutting out, the knots of my spine sticking out in my back, my collarbone and my stick legs, because all this meant I was successfully closer to dying. One day I felt like my eyelids were sticky, and it took me all day to realize that my face was just finally skinny enough to where my eyes had sunk a little deeper into my skull, causing the skin on my eyelids to rub together when I opened them after blinking. After one night of particularly heavy drug use, I was kidnapped and raped, and I managed to escape, wearing nothing except an oversized t-shirt the whole way home, and when I got there I swallowed all my drugs and overdosed. I woke up in the hospital several days later, and finally called my mom and asked her to get me a plane ticket to anywhere, and promised I'd get sober if she did. When I arrived at the airport, I didn't have any money to check my only suitcase, and so I had to throw it away and board the plane with nothing but a blanket and my ID and a gnarly come down. When I arrived I felt very lost, very disconnected, but somehow much more safe. I immediately checked into rehab, got clean, gained 40 pounds. After I got out it still took several months to scrape myself off the ground, and I upgraded to living in a super run-down car, while working an overnight job, and managed to save some money to drive to where I really wanted to live. Then came my real fresh start. I quickly kept upgrading to better places and better jobs, better car, new friends, etc. And about a year after I first got clean, I was living on my own, with a good car, got into a cool new hobby, went back to school. Within the year after that, I got a job teaching my new hobby, got a great dog, and met a great guy who had moved to my city for a fresh start after he had a bad breakup and a fresh DUI. A year after that, we were married, in our first house, he began his new career, got himself a good car, things were amazing. Then someone broke into our house, and the ensuing standoff between them and the police literally destroyed everything we owned in the house and the house itself. We had to save for a new house and new belongings, sort of start from scratch. But we had our cars and our jobs and our dogs still, so it was not as hard that time. Especially because we had already done it before. And we had each other. It only took us about 3 months to get back to where we were. Actually, better than we were. These days I literally feel like a rich person. I'm not, by any means at all, and I don't even necessarily think I'm that cool or that good of a person, but just having hot running water and being able to order food from my consistently working phone whenever I want. I feel like a goddamn wizard. I still sleep in too late, I have been slow about school. But holy shit, I have 3 different kinds of shampoo, bottled water in the fridge, and a spare bedroom that I use as my own personal office/lounge/closet, and I buy my dog bully sticks and Himalayan cheese chews all the time. He knows so many tricks. And my husband is a saint too, he's like my example of how I wanna treat other people. I'm so fucking lucky. If you've ever been low, or if you are low right now, you can just leave, you don't even have to prepare or save up or have anything, as long as you're willing to get humble for now. You can do it. It's worth doing it. It's so worth doing it. Just up and walked out on an unhealthy, unhappy relationship. I felt I was just a convenience for my then partner. We had been in a relationship for 5 years and had no mutual children or financial binds. I am now living my life on my terms. I have never been happier. I now have the time to pursue my interests in life. I have made my own new friends. I do not feel lonely as I am so busy. My only regret is that I wasted 5 years on a relationship that was going nowhere. To the dismay of everybody, I announced I wanted to get married and escape the bum life of being my parents' driver and assistant and housekeeper, ran away with my GF and married her, to the dismay of everybody in her family, but we just kept insisting this is what we want and if you disagree we can get lost, you know, which we proved by living alone doing odd jobs for a year. But they wanted us around now that we have a baby, so now we live in my wife's home. What's the worst HR is not your friend story you've witnessed/experienced? Pulled into a meeting with 2 HR reps in the middle of my shift. Taken to this really nice boardroom, which was confusing because I was just a grunt and this is literally floors above where I should ever be. They sat me down and said basically, what do you have to say for yourself? Me, still confused, tells them I have no idea what they're talking about. Everyone is really quiet and serious and I'm scared shitless. And they say, you know what you did, this is cause for termination, blah blah. I'm literally thinking this is really excessive for being a few minutes late sometimes. I insist I don't know what's going on. One of them maybe realized something was wrong and flips open a file and says, you're 20, right? Turns out they got me mixed up with someone else who has the same name. On the elevator ride down by myself I was still sweating. Don't know what that other person did, but man, HR does not play. I went to HR to report that my team's manager was illegally shorting all of our paychecks. HR's response was to adopt a new, company-wide policy addressing the paycheck issue and back-paying most people for a certain amount, and also to frame me for work avoidance. HR and IT disabled part of my login account to a tool we used, and then fired me a few months later after failing to fix the problem and allowing me to actually do my job. They tried to deny my unemployment claim afterward. Told the unemployment rep that they had logs showing that I did something to break the tool I don't even have access to break in the first place. They also didn't think to disable my email access in a timely manner, so I was able to back up all my emails with IT documenting exactly what went down. Unemployment approved my claim and hit them with a major penalty to their insurance. HR ordered me to downgrade my 3 excellent employee reviews to satisfactory because management didn't recognize their names. I got written up for telling my employees this. HR denied that they told me anything, even though I had the emails from them documenting it. Totally worth it. My employees were excellent and got the raises they deserved. The HR/payroll manager at a small hospital I worked at had a bad habit of not paying out the sign-on bonus that was paid out incrementally in 3 payments through the course of a year and sign-on bonuses for picking up extra shifts. After repeated requests to be belatedly compensated, I took it to corporate who addressed my issue immediately. A couple weeks later I was terminated on what amounted to a technicality where I forget my badge one shift and my relief was late to take over sitting with a patient, causing me to receive more points against me than if I had called out for that shift. When I was called in to receive my notification, the director of nursing was shocked, but ultimately not much she could do. Overall, I've been able to get along with HR departments with one exception. I was working a help desk job for a company during college and the head of HR called in for help. He was making an Excel spreadsheet and couldn't figure out how to make a formula do what he wanted. I offered to come take a look as we were in the same building, and he told me I couldn't because the spreadsheet was full of confidential information. So I asked then if he could describe what exactly he was trying to do, without giving away any specific info, and he told me that what he was trying to do was confidential. So I clarified that he wanted me to tell him how to do something, but I couldn't see it and he wouldn't even tell me what it was he was trying to do. At that point he agreed that I wouldn't be able to assist him since he couldn't divulge anything. As soon as we hung up, he called my boss to complain that I was useless. I worked at a smallish company that grew big enough to hire our person. Her office was down from mine, so in the mornings I'd swing by and say hi. That turned into grabbing a cup of coffee she had just made, into having a pastry and talking about life. I found that if I mentioned someone's name in passing, a few minutes later she would spill the beans about that person's life. What work issues they had, health issues, family issues, etc. I learned really quick any issues I had not to take them to her. She made it like 6 months before she got fired. HR hired consultants to run morale building employee input sessions. Basically saying, we're not from the company. You can tell us all the things you don't like about working here and would like to see changed, and we'll put it all into a report for management. Don't worry, everything is anonymous, we just need material for our report and you guys get to have your say in improving things around here. Turns out HR and the consultants recorded all the sessions and played the highlights for management. People were disciplined for criticizing the company or their immediate superiors, and any shred of faith or trust in management that the employees may have had was instantly incinerated. Managers now complain that they don't know what's going on in their teams because nobody tells them anything. I wonder why. HR person used her position to collect intel to get people she didn't like fired. I asked my boss for a desk phone with a speakerphone function because sometimes I need it at work to conference people on the phone with people in my office. We had these old, yellow phones. So he told me to make a request to him and CC our office manager, and he'd send it to the HR department of our region via email. So I put forth a nice email outlining what I am requesting, and why I need it for HR's request. My office manager replies all and asks HR per Lazarus 870 request, should I order the phone through the same channels I have used before, or is there a new policy? HR responded livid. She demanded to know why I needed this phone, it was in the email, and then accused my office manager of going behind HR's back in ordering phones before without approval. My office manager told my boss, who called HR and chewed her out, and I could hear yelling. My boss came out of his office and yelled at me, "See what you've caused?" He was fired up, but I know he didn't mean anything malicious by it. I just laughed. HR had to apologize to office manager for accusations. Turns out, after everybody yelled their fucking lungs out for an hour, the speakerphone I needed was literally free, and we had boxes of them in storage. I had it for a month before HR rolled out new fancy phones that were actually expensive and convoluted, requiring training to set up and use. At the company picnic we had to wear fucking name tags, and I had never met HR lady face to face, and she came up and said, "Oh, we haven't met, what's your name?" And I was trying to hide my name tag, but she read it and didn't seem happy to see me. Co-worker accidentally backed his company truck into my personal car while it was parked. He alerted me and our local manager immediately. We took photos, filled out the incident report, yada yada yada. Everyone in our office was in agreement about what happened, that it was an honest accident and the company's insurance should cover the cost of fixing my car. Then the HR director got involved. First he tried to get me to assume liability since it was my personal vehicle that caused the accident. My car was parked in the parking lot and I was inside at my desk when it happened. When I pointed this out, he backed down and said he would file the claim. Next I got a call from a hostile insurance adjuster from my company's insurance demanding that I provide my insurance information or they would be pursuing legal action. It turns out the HR director had filed the claim saying that I had run into the parked work truck with my car and tried to flee the scene, but was witnessed by a co-worker who reported me. I informed the adjuster what had actually happened and emailed her the photos and signed incident reports and witness statements that we had filled out, and she changed her tune pretty quickly and said she would get back to me. The next day I get a settlement agreement from HR asking me to accept $1,100 for repairs and to sign a form releasing the company from any further responsibility. I had only just dropped my car off at the body shop and hadn't even gotten the estimate back yet. I declined and was told that I either had to accept their offer or be out of luck. At this point I reached out to my own insurance and told them what had happened. As I went through the sequence of events, I could hear my agent getting almost giddy about all the blatantly illegal tactics HR had tried on me. In the end they processed my claim and pursued my own company's insurance through subrogation. He also mentioned that they would probably be seeking additional damages due to falsification of statements in the initial claim. Don't fuck with USAA. In the end the damage ended up costing over $4,000 to fix, but I didn't have to pay a cent, not even my deductible. I don't know if the HR director experienced any consequences, but there was a comment in our finance VP's year-end report about needing to reduce extraneous costs due to reporting delays and inaccuracies in liability claims. At my last real job before striking out on my own, I had an exit interview with the HR lady, who was actually just someone who was friends with the company president who was filling in because the actual HR lady with a degree in HR and everything quit. A lot of people at this place quit. It was a terrible place to work with out-of-touch management and delusions of grandeur limping along building websites for a business niche that was mostly old people who thought the internet was magic. During the exit interview she asked why I was leaving. I told her I liked my co-workers a lot, but hated the company. She got this exasperated look and got genuinely upset, and told me that she'd been getting that same line from everybody else who quit and had their exit interview recently. It boggled my mind that they could hear the same thing over and over again from so many people putting in their time until they could go on to something better and not stop to think they should change something. Office survey. I put in some honest opinions of a member of my team. There were fair and honest criticisms of a system which was not working as designed. I had little contact with the system, but the whole thing seemed reasonable to me. I was, in effect, demoted for this. A position was created above me and a colleague who was my equal was to be my manager. Position did not exist before. This happened the same week my husband died and the management felt like shit because of the timing. But still, on my return to work, I was basically called out for criticizing the same system in a whole company meeting, and it was explained how X system should and did work, and anyone who thought it didn't work was stupid. Cut to 2 years later. Person above me quits, partly because they're scared to tell company that anything's gone wrong because of how I was treated, and they have to promote me to that position because it now exists according to the rules and I'm the only one who can do it. Again, in a whole company meeting, they admit X system isn't working and we're having a consultation to find out why I laughed. I couldn't help it. I had to leave the room before it turned into hysteria. Edit, typos. This post has reminded me that people quit bad bosses, not bad jobs. Humans can tolerate very bad situations if they feel appreciated. One of our departments shut down at noon thanks to HVAC issue. Building management needed to move cubicles and pull out a chunk of drop ceiling, so the manager took them all out to the bar for a team building exercise. Everyone in the department arrived the next morning to a final notice in lieu of termination on their desk that cited drinking on the job and time theft. The manager had an extra special third for improper use of a company credit card. None of what they done was against company policy, so the manager's boss, a vice president, called HR and told them to back whatever newbie had written them the hell off. HR instead forwarded over a brand new policy manual and told the VP to make sure all the write-ups were signed and returned by the end of day. VP goes up the chain to his boss, the CEO. The CEO hadn't even seen it, let alone authorized it. HR doesn't want to back down, even when the CEO calls them. Sure, he hadn't authorized it, but he had asked them to consider revamping it back in March. This was the glorious revamp. They'd gone back to square one and completely rewritten it. It's full of best practices, industry standard rules and easy to understand language. Oh, and they'd been enforcing it since May, so it would probably be best for him to just sign off on it, and any concerns he found could be incorporated in a future revision. Yeah, no. The CEO didn't make it past the first page before finding a contract law violation. Page 3 had a federal labor law violation, page 4 would make the NLRB angry, and the section on PTO would get them sued 6 ways to Sunday. The head of HR was asked to resign. When she refused, she was fired. After 4 years on the job, I was given a first and final warning for asking why the hell HR was behind a locked door and now dominated over half the first floor, filled with new furniture that was unused after 6 months. Meanwhile, my chair was taken by another employee and I was told to use the chair without padding. An executive from another department heard my complaint, stole one of the unused chairs from the HR expansion, and gave it to me, explaining that if I did it, I'd be fired. She did it, daring them to fire her. I worked in the bakery at a Fred Meyer's for about 6 months when I was freshly 19. There was this like 45-year-old guy in meat/seafood who was super creepy, and all of the women in my department and even one woman who was previously in my department but was moved to another to get away from him warned me about this man from day one. Somehow, anytime I was on my break, he would be on his break too, and he'd follow me into the break room and try to flirt with me the entire time. Not only did he follow me on my breaks and lunches, but if I had to walk to another part of the store to get anything, he would run to catch up to me and walk with me. He followed me to my car a few times after I got off shift, and the scariest time was when I was closing by myself and he came into the back of the bakery and kept following me around the long table, trying to grab me while telling me how much he liked me and how badly he wanted to be with me. I told him no and to leave me alone constantly, while managers just shrugged and said that's just how he is. My boyfriend threatened him when he got off work one time. Hell, even my father came in and threatened him because no one was doing anything. The final straw for me was one night when I was closing alone again. He came into the back area and followed me into the freezer and tried to kiss me, and he grabbed my ass. I pushed him and fucking ran to the closing manager, who also functioned as HR. He said he'd watch the store footage and talk to me the next day. Next day comes and he pulls me into his office and says that he saw the video and saw this man stalking me inside and outside of work, and that he talked to him about his behavior, to which the man responded that it was just a misunderstanding. I replied that this had been going on for months and I wasn't going to take it anymore, and he had the fucking nerve to tell me that he just does this to all the new girls. As soon as another girl gets hired, he'll leave me alone. I told him he was a bastard and quit on the spot. Turns out the creep was the brother of the store's owner, who had been to jail in the past for sexual assault and rape but was now cleaning his life up. TLDR, 45-year-old man stalked 19-year-old me for 6 months trying to be with me. Told managers on many occasions, they didn't listen. Guy finally assaults me, managers talk with him, he says it's a misunderstanding. Manager says he just does this to all the new girls, and when a new girl gets hired he'll chase her and not me. Turns out Guy is a registered sex offender for sexual assault and rape, but he's the little brother of the store's owner, so he gets a pass. Not HR, but heed my warning, don't type anything into your work computer that you wouldn't say directly to your company's HR person's face. I have seen people had cases built against them for poor work and ultimately fired for the shit they say over Skype. I reported sexual harassment to HR at a large international company when I was 21. They notified my harasser, an older VP, before I even made it back to my desk. I was fired a few days later, despite an excellent performance review the week before he propositioned me. I worked in a warehouse that regularly concealed the shipping of dangerous goods to save money. This went on for years. As time went on, I bubbled up through the ranks and was eventually made manager of the warehouse. I outright refused to ship anything anywhere until we started to claim our dangerous goods shipments properly. Their solution? The boss started to sign his name instead. This went on for a few weeks until HR found out. They obviously knew how much trouble the president could have got into. So the next time a shipment had to go out, they got the newest guy in the warehouse to start signing his name instead, claiming they were training him how to do paperwork, but the poor kid had no idea. So when the driver showed to pick up his shipment, I told him that there were a bunch of dangerous substances concealed in the shipment. So he refused it and left. I got told later that my actions were damaging to the company image and it had to stop. I told HR exactly what was going on and how I would not be a part of it. Less than a week after that, I was removed from my position due to company restructuring and laid off. Some of the most crooked shit I've ever seen. My rough estimates ballpark the money they saved at about $250,000 per year. Scumbags. The whole family. Every second Friday of the month people in my office would get drinks after work. One time it happened to fall on my birthday. Because they let me pick the bar, I figured I would just invite some friends there too to meet up with me after. Usually these drinks lasted from like 4 to 5:30 with my coworkers. Well, one coworker, who was generally a bit odd, stayed and sort of stuck to me and my friends. I didn't really want her there, but she couldn't take a hint and I was 3 cocktails in, so I just gave up and didn't say anything. One of my friends starts talking about sex. Nothing particularly vulgar or kinky, or even about our personal lives. It was mainly just about the politics of sex and relationships. The following Tuesday I got an email from our about having inappropriate conversations of a sexual nature with co-workers. I tried to explain what happened, and even though I think the person believed me, and other workers corroborated my story, I was written up for sexual misconduct. I obviously did not want that on my record, so I escalated it all the way up the company, and eventually, we had a 4-hour meeting with a regional HR person where my coworker just cried and caved. Then afterward she had a bunch of people in trouble for a toxic work environment because nobody wanted to be around her and she was never invited to any social events. It was the dumbest fucking thing I've ever experienced. Edit, getting a lot of messages, and I can't respond to them all. But my blanket statement to everyone is that yes, as an individual, she sucked. But that doesn't mean all HR reports of sexual harassment or misconduct are false and unwarranted. Please don't use this to push that type of agenda. Also, like I said, she was odd. Not so much a Karen, but like a former Jehovah's Witness who was homeschooled and did not know how to function in the real world. Upon giving 2 weeks notice, I get this stupid rant about millennial snowflakes, how we can't take the stress of a real job, and how we think we are so important and unique, but in reality the only thing that would happen, is that they would find another engineer to fill in for me, and things would be like I never existed. After the initial shock, I replied with "You are absolutely correct. Me staying or not is meaningless. Consider my resignation immediate from this moment, please give me the paperwork to sign." At my job we used to hire a few special needs individuals who would do some cleaning and light duty things. One day one of them did something wrong, it was very minor but I can't remember the specifics, and the manager said out loud, right next to this guy, "Why do we keep hiring these retards?" and referred to his job coach as his handler. One of the girls that saw it happen was rightfully pissed off and reported it to HR. The next day she was put on unpaid leave for creating a hostile work environment. Same manager is still here. She is not. HR was the boss's sister and the boss was a narcissist. The sister/HR had very little actual life experience because they both came from a big pharma family and never really had a sense of what working a real job was like. Boss could do no wrong in his sister's eyes, so complaining about anything just got you gaslit. Glad I'm not there anymore. During an exit interview with my last job, HR asked me where I was going to next. HR, so what's the name of the company you are moving to next? Me, I'm not really comfortable disclosing that. Are you sure? It would really help us out me. I'd rather not, sir. It's company policy that you need to tell us me. I said no, and if you continue further you'll be hearing from my lawyer. Shocked Pikachu face told my old boss this after I left, and he was absolutely shocked. HR have no right to know anything about the next place you are moving to. It's literally none of their business, but they tried to press it out of me anyway, more than likely to call them up and talk shit about me. A skilled nursing facility I worked at got bought out by another company. New management comes in and starts cracking the whip and basically doing everything they can to decrease morale. What happens is predictable. People that have been employed in the building for 20 years start quitting left and right, patient ratios start going up while more work is required. They lose so much staff they resort to using a medical staffing agency, and the place has about half the staff on payroll to actually function independently. That management team has all left, but the effects are still withstanding. Not the type of answer you were looking for, but when the stupid, fucking, self-absorbed, airhead fucking twat HR person replied to spam email allegedly from the boss, and sent all the info for all 400 employees. Everything on your job application. Sent to scammers. Thanks, Kathy, you stupid cunt. Our HR always abuses the company budget. They have the nicest ergonomic keyboards, a fancy coffee machine in their office, and are the first to receive gifts from vendors. One time they did the food tasting for the company year-end party that they were organizing. Catering company allowed 2 people for food tasting, and will charge $100 for additional people. The entire HR department went in the afternoon, and charged the company for the tasting fee, of course. I used the term piss off, as in get lost, in an unofficial online forum. Someone alerted a corporate recruiter, who managed to dig through my previous posts, connect dots, narrow down who I was, and have the head of HR terminate my job offer without discussion. Never knew piss was considered profanity. Pick one. The HR director who put not 1, not 2, but 3 people on the job of auditing everyone's FMLA applications. We were to look up the medical terms, print out layperson-friendly summaries of them, add any notes of our own that might be helpful if we had prior healthcare experience. Also, she could make sure no one was fraudulently taking medical leave. For anyone who may not be aware, the Family and Medical Leave Act in the U.S. gives employees the right to take up to 12 weeks of leave from their job, unpaid. And while it isn't a HIPAA violation by the letter of the law, it certainly is in spirit. None of this information was any of this bitch's business, and none of the employees had any idea she was doing it. The HR guy who helped tabulate the test results for the customer service employees and admitted that even though the passing score was, let's say, a 70%, he loved the company so much that he had taken it upon himself to only pass people scoring above 95% up the chain. Might sound reasonable, until you factor in that these were personality tests designed to detect how subservient you were to others. The workers' comp lady who refused to train anyone on how to provide pay information to the feds in order to get benefits flowing, and who had accrued enough PTO to be out 5 and 6 weeks at a stretch, leaving injured employees to twist in the wind. I only spent a couple of years in HR. It was a couple of years too many. I will sweep streets and clean sewers before I will ever work with such psychopathic cunts again. Worked in HR for a time, and it soured my view of HR more than any stories I'd heard. One incident that stands out in my memory was a young casual worker who accused her boss of sexual harassment. I dutifully brought it up the chain, but the higher-ups did not care if the boss had done anything or not. The cost of not giving her any more hours was 0, so that's what they did. That's just one case that I dealt with, but you'd see it on a daily basis. There were literally pop-up notifications on the phone calls and emails from people deemed too high up to refuse. You're a part-time employee who's done everything right, hasn't been paid in 2 months, and can't make rent? Ooh, shit, out of luck. Nothing we can do. Meanwhile, their boss who forgot to put in a timesheet? Of course, sir, expedited payments, sir, will be in your account by close of business, sir. HR is there protect the business. You want protection? Join a union. My ex's mom was in HR. She was pretty damn crappy about it and loved nothing more than coming home and telling us all the drama and gossip. Oh my lord girl, and that's how I found out my married physician at the time was shtupping the married doctor in the next office over. That woman could not keep her damn mouth shut. Hilarious for me at the time, but holy shit looking back. I reported my boss to HR for sexist treatment. HR said they'd talk to me again before going to him. He fired me 2 days later, HR at his side. He was friends with all of the higher-ups, so I wasn't exactly surprised. They escorted me out before I could collect what I needed from my computer for proof. Yeah, I was young and dumb, and I learned, have backups. The last real job I had before the shit hit the fan, not counting a stint at a call center, was working for a DoD contractor. The company got bought out by another contractor, and they shuffled some of us around. About halfway through my stint at a new location, I started having some serious problems with one of the leads. Basically guys that were one step below the supervisor. Long story short, this guy was harassing me, falsifying records, claiming I was stealing time, and a laundry list of crap. I went to HR to voice my concerns, only to have the new HR director take the lead's side because they were old friends. I was given one of 2 options. Either A, they would buy out my remaining contract, or B, I could accept a transfer to somewhere else. Based on my skill set, I didn't relish the idea of being shuttled off to God knows where, so I let them buy out my contract. They paid me about half of what my remaining contract was, and I never looked back. The company I work for does anonymous surveys every year. My first 2 years I was under this horrible manager and in a terrible department. While the surveys were anonymous, they were broken down per manager, which is fine, but my manager had 3 people under him and it was easy to determine who was who. At a department meeting, the associate director said if the person who isn't happy wants to say something, now is the time or we will just move on. 30 people were in that room and most of them looked at me. It was so fucking embarrassing. My manager used to make me use an Excel sheet to track everything I did, and he would look over it during our weekly one-on-ones and he would often say there is 20 minutes of your day not accounted for. I was probably shitting or talking to someone, but I needed to account for every minute. He also could barely speak English and wanted me to help him and correct him. Fuck that. That's not my job. Luckily he was taken out of a manager position and the department was split up, and now I'm in a new role making twice as much under a manager who is amazing and understanding. Recently I had COVID and went out. After 5 sick days your manager needs to put in for you to get short-term disability, so I signed on the 6th day so that wouldn't happen, and I told my boss I was logged on so that wouldn't happen, and he got mad at me and said don't even worry about that, I'm not reporting it. If he ever leaves I'm following him. When I complained to a co-worker about a minor dental insurance issue and HR contacted me about it within an hour. Now I know I can trust neither of you. Edit, sorry, drunken Friday night redditing equals can't word good. I had an insurance issue that I discussed with one person in HR privately, and mentioned to no one else. My co-worker then asked me about it an hour later. Meaning, my co-worker's buddy in HR must have gossiped about my issue, which was totally inappropriate. At least it was a small thing, and I learned I cannot trust that particular person in HR. Here in the Netherlands, the government provided almost all of your salary for companies that lost a certain amount of revenue in the lockdown. One of the conditions to apply for this support model was that a company could not fire anyone. My employer decided it was more valuable to piss on a colleague of mine than to make sure the other 30 or so colleagues had food on their plates and a roof over their head. LPT, GTFO of any company that calls you and your colleagues family. Edit, since this has gotten some traction, and because I'm Dutch, mandatory GEKOLONISEERD. An anesthesiologist I worked with refused to keep his mask on at the end of a surgery, even though it's required to keep the room sterile in case we would need to reopen, emergently. I asked him again to put his mask back on and he hit my arm. I got in his face about it and told him to never touch me or anyone else again. I wrote an incident report which went ignored. And followed up with HR. HR lady replied, "Well, what do you want me to do about it?" After I relayed what happened, I replied, "Your job," and then silence from her. Never had a good experience from HR. The asshole anesthesiologist finally got fired after 5 more nurses came forward saying he hit them, as well. Went to HR on Tuesday because even though I enrolled in benefits, and my health insurance premium is coming out of my paycheck every week, I never got my ID cards. In fact, I called the insurance company and they never heard of me and couldn't help me. HR said they would get back to me. Yeah, right. In the 6 years I worked at a company, I forgot to hit the submit button on my timesheet once. HR telling me that I wouldn't get paid for my worked hours and calling me in for a disciplinary interview, which was 1 hour of 4 people telling me how dare I forget to click submit. I forgot to hit submit because I was so overworked and I couldn't believe all 4 of them had time to waste an hour on such a useless meeting. Edit, this Reddit post details more ridiculous experiences I had at this job. I worked in HR and here's my advice. Never, ever willingly give up any information on phishing questions. Make sure your answers are brief, succinct, and don't elaborate unless absolutely necessary. Don't give second-hand information unless it directly impacts you or your work environment. My goal was to protect the bottom line under the guise of employee relations. If you become a headache and disruptive, regardless if you are in the right, we will find a way to terminate your employment. I spent hours upon hours in training learning how to ask the right questions to get the company's desired results. I will admit this may not be true for all HR departments, but for larger companies we are not your friend and our attitude and pseudo-compassion is used as a disarming tactic to obtain the information we're looking for. Despite what you may be told, we do have an agenda. When I started my job, the person that was training me was telling me that a lead in a different department had been sexually harassing her, and she finally told HR about it. HR pulled their chat logs, and since she had called him a dick for calling her a hooker, she also got written up. When I got fired for having depression and being forthcoming about it after getting drowsy when starting a new medication, HR basically said, "We sympathize with your position but we are not flexible enough for you." I'd asked for 2 days off in a year to just spend time at home while I was adjusting to the new meds and having a really shit time. Got a letter on my desk from my boss after I came back that was titled with termination of employment and asking me to come to a meeting 2 days later with HR. I basically went in, said if you are honestly firing me for having depression that's fine, but just admit it and don't say it was for my performance, which I know for a damn fact has been fantastic, and they doubled down and said that they were not able to accommodate someone with my unique circumstances. Fuck those cunts. I once worked for a smaller DoD IT contractor, and we had an extremely toxic manager. She would report people for not being 15 minutes early, or for giving a hug to a coworker on their last day. She would hide on the other side of a cubicle wall to spy on people's conversations. Under her management probably 20 to 30 people were fired just because she didn't like them, and as many others quit. Amazing talented people who were experts at their jobs. After many years of complaints, HR finally responded and sent an independent consultant to interview our team. At last, we were getting somewhere. Soon our misery would end, we thought. But we were all of us deceived. We all addressed our issues with toxic manager in our interviews with the consultant, and she wrote them all down in her notebook. My notes took up a whole page, even though I had never been targeted by toxic manager. A few weeks later, an all-hands meeting was called. Our HR rep was there, as was our manager and the independent consultant. Our HR rep stood up and addressed us. "Team, we've reviewed your comments and complaints about toxic manager. You all need to grow up. You're not in high school." Mine was a job where I was working in HR, getting screwed over by HR. I was coming into a job that I was overqualified for, but took it for the same salary as my last job because I hated my previous job and wanted an out. B. I really liked what the company did, railroad industry, my dream come true. And C. because they said they couldn't offer me more and it was already more than what they could offer. I was the IT guy for HR, and one day, about 7 months in, they asked me to pull a list of everyone that left the HR department in the last year. The list only consisted of 3 people, one was my predecessor. When I pull info from their database, it automatically brings in a lot of their HR info that I'm supposed to remove prior to sending it elsewhere in the company, which includes salary. They had been paying my predecessor, who was less qualified than I was, $20,000 more than myself. I was also driving over 90 minutes to / from work every day for this job because it was a dream of mine to work in the railroading industry. I had a new job within a few weeks, only a half-hour away from home. Edit, also the new job I got at the end did come with a pay increase. I worked for a telecommunications company as an engineer and a course came up on some new equipment that the engineers were going to be working on. This course was 2 weeks abroad in a fancy hotel etc. The HR department were very friendly with the sales department and decided that since they were going to sell the product, they would go on the course and not the engineers. Fast forward a month, the sales team come back from the luxury course all having failed it as it was too technical for them. The engineers now have to start work on equipment that we don't have a clue how to use. Management went fucking mental, sacked the entire HR department and we never had another one put in place. Company got along just fine without one. I worked for a company for 4 years. About 3 years in, they hired a new head of HR who was a total bitch. She would hardly speak to anyone who wasn't on the management team, and treated everyone else in the company with contempt. A colleague of mine, who today is my boss, gave notice because he was offered a better salary from one of the competitors. On his last day, the HR lady basically tried to force him to sign a contract saying that he was giving up his right to sue the company for any outstanding pay or bonus. Of course, he didn't sign, but the HR lady wouldn't take no for an answer and kept hounding him. I gave notice a few months later, and she tried the same bullshit with me. Having been warned by my buddy, I did the same thing. I returned all the company property, laptop, office keys, etc., and had them sign the receipt that they received everything, but I refused to sign the agreement that I gave up the right to take them to court if they try to screw me. The company we work for today is very different. First off, my buddy is a C-level executive there, and I report straight to him, so we're both very high up in the corporate organization. The HR people are excellent in this company, helpful, friendly, and most importantly, competent, at least the ones we work with in the corporate offices. Other offices in other countries may be different. I almost got fired from Best Buy in Alabama for missing work to have cancer surgery. Fuck that company so hard. Not only did I have cancer surgery, I was terrified I'd lose my job at any time. I even got called by HR off the clock between chemo appointments to confirm I was sick. It still frustrates me just thinking about it. GF's friend at Target went to HR cause the supervisor was hitting on her, and she constantly turned him down cause she had a BF. When she complained with proof of the manager sexting her and all, she ended up getting fired. Nothing happened to the supervisor. I was kinda molested by the head of HR and he got me by using all the wording from the anti-harassment training that he had arranged for the place. At the time, my employer was deciding whether to keep me or can me, and I was very stressed about it. He was the one to decide. I came to have a meeting him about it and he made up a bunch of excuses to keep hugging me, the whole time joking by saying, "Ha, this is okay, right? I have your consent, right? Got to ask consent. Ha. I mean, who do you go to when it's the head of HR that does this?" They had already fired me and he knew it, but didn't tell me. We had another meeting with the head of my division a week or so later, where they just said, "We aren't renewing you," and he tossed a big envelope across the table with all the unemployment stuff. Wally world, I got sick for 3 days and got a doctor's note explaining why I was gone. I went into HR and explained that at the time I didn't have a primary doctor as I had just gotten on health insurance from the company. Without a primary doctor I couldn't fill out the leave paperwork and asked for help. HR told me not worry about it and to just let the claim be rejected so that they could manually approve it. I made sure to give the doctor's note to HR but sadly didn't keep a copy for myself. Missing those 3 days brought me over the point policy for attendance. But HR waited 2.5 months before firing me, only a week before one of those points would have rolled off, bringing me back in line with policy. It also managed to screw me out of my raise. I asked HR if there was any way to stop this and fix what was going on. Almost begging for the job back, only to be told to ask the store manager who they left out had retired and was no longer with the company. I was told by HR that they never said that they could help me about the points and paperwork and that I had never given them any information about any problems as I was being fired. This all came to a head when I filed for unemployment. HR tried to deny the claim and ended up in a 3-way call with me, a member of my state's unemployment office and HR. After the member heard my side and then HR's side, he started to pick at HR's story. The 2.5 months after policy break for attendance, coupled with a copy of that note that I went back to the doctor for a second one, backfired on HR and had the state watching them, plus Wally World was ordered to pay for my unemployment. Got a better paying job now, but fuck that HR lady for being a two-faced bitch. She also does payroll. Lied about getting my late check to me, said she'd done everything she could. I called her recourse and he got it done ASAP. Yep, there was paperwork for me to do. She didn't know or care. Long time grudge. Late December back in 99. Everyone was preparing for the Millennium Bug and, as HPUX sysadmin, and because I worked the closest, I was asked to go into the office after midnight and run a few tests. It didn't bother me, because I don't drink and generally didn't go overboard for New Year celebrations. If everything was good, it would take half hour, I would send a few pager messages and go home, 1 hour at most, including traveling. If things went bad, I would be calling anyone and everyone, to pass the problem to someone else. So, for the inconvenience, my CTO offered minimum 6 hours overtime at 2.5x pay rate. We had heard of people getting paid pounds for working the Millennium, but this sounded like a fine deal to me. Everything went smoothly. I was back home by 1:30 AM then, in January, it came time to claim. It got through my department manager but was kicked back by HR. Their view was that, because I had the on-call pager that week, I was entitled to claim the normal, very small, pager rate and call-out rate for the hour worked. It took a couple of months and, according to my manager, the CTO had to have a quiet word with the head of HR and ask her exactly what she was doing during her New Year celebration, but I got my money. TL, doctor was offered £150 for doing a system check after the Millennium. After the fact, when no problems appeared, HR decided that it wasn't worth the money and fought to only pay normal work rates. We found a spy camera in our department office. It was shaped like a charging brick and had been recording video and audio all night. We copied the videos off the camera after the offender took it down and left it out on their desk. We took the video file that showed the person sneaking around an employee to remove the camera and turned that in with the information of what happened. That was almost a year ago now and nothing has been done. Getting ready to turn it in ourselves to the FBI. The delicious part is now the company isn't just guilty of 2 felonies, but also a misdemeanor because it is a crime not to report that crime. Marshmallow futures people. I was working at a 5-star hotel years ago. I was a banquet man, so I would set up and tear down events like weddings, parties, etc. I knew something was up when as a new guy they left me alone to tear down a huge bar mitzvah and set it up for the NBA. As you could imagine, the room was a mess. I stayed by myself until 5 AM to tear it down and set up it. Couldn't get it done. Once the morning serving staff came in, they complained. I was like fuck this and went home. The next shift I went to HR to complain. Turns out I was getting suspended for being hostile towards my co-workers. Days later I get a call being told that it would be to separate. If anything good has come from COVID-19, it is knowing how that company has probably lost a ton of money. I remember telling a woman I was dating this story and she was just like, "That's fucked up. I just quit a job I loved due to HR. Our receptionist wore multiple hats and constantly gossiped about personal bussiness and payroll duties, also made accusations and hindered everybody's work ethic, devalued workers' position to customers. I wrote the owners multiple letters, even had a state of consensus signed by multiple different employees about her. Well, I'm no longer there." A co-worker complained to HR about his manager being too hard on him and ended up getting fired. HR is not your friend. Do not trust them. Now payroll, on the other hand, payroll is your friend. Payroll doesn't give two shits about your problem and you can tell them anything you want. Had a co-worker tell me some anomalies another was doing and then started noticing. Disappearing for hours and sleeping in car. They had a job they could easily say were busy and always mobile. Coming into work late and clocking late but calling HR to say they forgot. I witnessed that one myself. One day saying they went to X school and another the next day. So one day with multiple witnesses she called them out. They then proceeded to say Hitler was right, he should have killed all you Jews, knowing my co-worker was Jewish. They escalated up the chain but not one person would back them up. While they investigated, the co-worker friend was placed on thankfully paid leave. Everyone at work started treating them poorly. Tried to get recordings but it was too late. Lawyers said they had a case but would be a nightmare to prove and prop cost too much in long run. They did quite a few other crappy things to them and they eventually had to leave due to HR write-ups and issues with coworkers being buttholes. A couple of colleagues and I went to HR to whistle-blow on the head of department starting a relationship with a junior newbie, who was then quickly promoted 3 times in 4 months to a very senior position which he definitely didn't have the experience of knowledge to be in. HR reassured us it was all anonymous and there would be no repercussions for us. Cut to 2 months later, head of department sits me down and informs me I'll be let go for not being a team player and poor performance. Turns out HR had told them everything, including exactly who had made the complaints. HR doesn't work for you, they work for the company, and now am I never forget it. One co-worker is known to be a general fuck-up. She would generally hide it by being nice and on every social commit. And she recently changed departments for a promotion. Her manager would cover up her shitty work because of fear of during someone on the same committee as he and legal. Or dump it back to us. When the manager tried to transfer her back, the head of her previous department works for legal and spoke glowing of her and wouldn't take her back. So her manager quit for another job. Well, the new manager was also promoted from another department, got it apparently by saving the company a lot of money cutting useless crap in his department, and is all about process that leads to results. He doesn't give a crap about typical work hours. You can set your own schedule just as long as things work, and if it doesn't work, he needs an explanation of why it doesn't so he can help fix it. There is a rumor that he is autistic or something, because he's really unflappable, and believes people when they tell him about things. To a fault. She just wasn't doing any work. And the work was terrible and full of errors. So he asked her what was going on. She said she didn't have time in her day to do the work as there was too much, and she never has any training. So he had her pulled from 3 social commits, hired a temp for 4 weeks, and got them both training, and took the training too. But fuck-up woman complained to HR about him to HR. So HR went to write him up for a poisoned work environment. He showed them the email where she was basically working on social committed for 5 hours a week and she was behind in her work. So he hired a temp, got everyone trained, and the temp who had less education than him and fuck-up lady was doing better than his staff. And asked for his budget to be increased so he could have a part-time worker if she was truly needed. So now HR is ducking her calls. They don't want to tell her she's a fuck-up because they like her. But this weird dude is doing weird paperwork that's really well documented that she can't do her job and someone worth less experience is doing better than her. They just want out of it. But fuck up woman is not having any of that. She starts hanging out on coffee breaks with the HR VP and her previous department head about how she is a nervous wreck, how she hasn't had any training and more. And both these management types know that she has had training, and are getting really sick of her complaining all the time. And that's when HR flipped out. They got her pamphlets on the benefits package outlining the help and psychiatric line, and stopped hanging out with her. She tried applying for a job in her old department, but they didn't want her. She was telling everyone her situation and how unfair it was. Then fuck up woman really fucked up. There was an anonymous employee survey. Everyone in her department stated they were pretty happy. Except her. She thought it would be clever to say that the management team in her department were racist to mess her boss's reputation. But he's multiracial. And the two other managers on her team are all Puck. But her VP is whiter than bread, and she took the racist accusation to think it was referring to her. And everyone in the department knew who was miserable because fuck up woman told everyone. Plus HR and the VP's bonus is tied to employee scores, so she just fucked them out of their bonus. Things got ugly after that. She got escorted out of the building. All this because she didn't want to do her work, thought HR was her friend, and when they weren't, doubled down claiming she was experiencing racism. It was bonkers. Not as bad as many of you people, but still pissed me off. I'm over IT and I put in long hours, weekend work, etc. regularly. I've been here for over 10 years and basically rebuilt their operation properly from the ground up. I had a server incident and put in 12 hours on a Sunday night/Monday morning, which everyone knew about. Monday was a staff meeting that ran 3 hours in a hot room and I went to sleep during a particularly boring rant by the legal department head about how overworked they are. I got called into HR over this, first time in 30+ years of employment. They lectured me about commitments to work and had the nerve to warn we fire people for sleeping on the job. Yes, we fire nurses who sleep on the night shift without monitoring their patients, not staffers who drift off in a status meeting. Particularly after finishing a 90-hour week and operating on a couple of hours of sleep. Apparently the only reason they were up in arms is that the legal person complained about not having my attention in a critical staff update to her friend, the CEO. That was 2 years ago and I'm still not over it. Every time a recruiter calls me and I'm tempted to dodge them, that incident comes to mind. We had an anonymous survey to fill out on the company, department and managers. I hated the company and my department but needed the job at the moment. I was very suspicious about it being truly anonymous, so I gave average responses, nothing too negative or too positive. The department was full of cheerleaders that always claimed it was the best company ever and how great our managers were. It felt like I was alone in hating it and I thought my negative responses would make me stand out against the grain. In the end, the anonymous survey showed that our department ranked lowest in the company in terms of employee satisfaction and our managers also received the lowest ranking out of all managers in the company. All these cheerleaders secretly hated the company as much as I did but only expressed it when they thought they were anonymous. Rather than change the management, a few weeks in they started firing employees one after the other. I somehow survived the firing, and I am certain it was because of my very careful diplomatic responses. I quit some time later and they were very surprised because they thought I was satisfied with the work culture and my job. Anonymous indeed. I have two. One, not so much HR as a shitty coworker weaponized them when COVID struck. My bosses thought it was a hoax, and they ignored distancing and mask rules, not even removing the snack bowl of chips from the heavily trafficked courier area, despite a company-wide mandate of rules and guidelines. When I complained to HR, they told my bosses instead, and I was taken aside and written up. I quit that job and I know from former co-workers that not a thing has changed since. 2. A co-worker that was 60 plus had moved into a new townhome that was owned by a gay couple, and the next morning expressed admiration of the fact we've come so far in society that they can be open and loving without fear. Another co-worker, with a gay brother, went to HR complaining it offended her and he was sent to sensitivity training for talking about homosexuality at work, with the extra topping of having his yearly raise denied explicitly mentioning this incident. I've been an exec at several large companies and am super disappointed to see that it's usually nothing more than the ass covering department. It could be one of the best roles ever. Let's create the greatest culture and attract the best people, making this such a fun, rewarding, challenging place to be with loads of development opportunities, support, coaching and all the trimmings. Let's recognize that a company is really its people, so let's create fertile soil for them to grow and feel fulfilled and therefore be the greatest evangelists for the company. Because it's legitimately awesome. No, fuck you, we're here for the sole purpose of making sure you don't sue the company, and that when we want you to leave, we've got enough data and leverage to make sure you go without a fuss. Bunch of bastards. They could have made it beautiful, but no, they make it out of shit and gravel and corn. Thanks for listening. And thanks for the silver, kind stranger. My much older, married boss kissed me after an all-day off-site. I told a woman in HR. She was furious. The next day, she said the male CEO wanted to handle the situation. I was removed from the project and my boss was not punished. HR is a joke. I gave 30-day notice at the giant home improvement retailer. No one notified me that all the money in my HSA would go away unless I spent it. Only $80. But I helped that bitch jumpstart her POS dodge twice in the snow during the 30 days, not to mention resolving several computer and networking crises. No hourly employee had given more than a few days' notice. I worked in a very toxic environment once, where the department manager, my team manager and the HR lady ran the show and made everyone miserable. We were called in to get lectured for pretty much anything, conversations were listened to during our breaks etc. Once I was homesick with the flu and high fever, my phone rang, it was my team manager. Didn't take it. She then proceeds to send me a bunch of texts and call me non-stop, because she couldn't find a document on the server and I had to answer my phone now. Tired of the situation, I answer the phone and just had to explain her how to navigate on Explorer basically. I was furious. Back to work, I go to the HR, just asking if this is normal to be almost harassed on my private number during medical illness, receiving texts etc. HR lady says she's gonna talk to my manager. She must have lied a bunch during this interview, cause next thing you know I'm called in again and it starts getting weird. HR lady is insinuating that I have personal mental health issues that makes me say bad things about my manager and that it's because I hate myself that I'm mean to others, all that kind of BS. I start crying, from rage, cause I feel trapped there and proceed to walk to the door to exit this weird session. HR lady screams in my face, how dare you leave? This is not over. You have no right to leave now, I'm not finished. If you walk through that door you're done here. Close that door. I panicked and stayed in her office, terrified by her. I got lectured on my pretending mental health problems for another 20 minutes. After that episode, I called the state office for labor protection etc. and told them on the phone what happened. They were shocked. I quit the company soon after and left it at that. Another of my ex-colleagues experiences the same thing and goes to the labor office to tell what is going on. Some years later we happened to discover that they were under investigation for mobbing because too many people had complained. Guess what? They fired the HR lady, blaming it all on her, saying she was unstable etc. Karma. I went to a job fair last year and the HR at the door were filtering people by who can enter or not in the fair depending on their CV. I had to argue for 10 minutes that pure math and theoretical physics background is more than enough for most data-driven jobs, but she kept arguing that IT was not written on my CV. After a while she finally let me in as she was tired to argue. Once inside, the first company I talked to was looking for mathematicians to solve some deep learning problem they had. I told them what just happened and they were shocked. I worked in retail for a good solid 6 weeks. One day I posted on a Facebook page in relation to cancer. My father passed away when I was young to cancer, but we always used to joke about it and call it Timmy the Tumor and other funny names. I mentioned this in a Facebook group that created a post regarding cancer and how people deal with it. So I said that we used to make jokes about it and give cancer funny names and a funny personality to help us cope. Then there was Karen. She wrote a long reply how I am a disgusting person and how it was all fake because cancer isn't funny and can never be funny to anyone. I tried to calm the situation by just explaining that this is what our family did to cope, but she was having none of it. Literally 3 days later I get a letter from corporate mentioning a disciplinary meeting and how I have brought the company's reputation into disrepute because this one woman couldn't cope with how we as a family dealt with the hardest thing of our lives, at the time. After me trying to explain to them what it was about, they said, well, there is only one course of action for this. I'm afraid I simply stood up, gave them my name badge and said I quit. If you believe I have brought the company's name into disrepute, then you guys have done more to damage it than I have. I won't shop in any of your stores, and I will tell everyone I know the same. You're fucking disgusting. In 10 years, I have never been into one of their stores, or any of their other chains and brands. My friends also haven't been using them for years as well. I got hired on at a company after getting laid off from my previous job doing work at a tier lower than what I was doing. I only had about 2 years experience working at that tier, so it was going to be let's see how you perform before we put you at that level sort of thing. That's fine with me. I can prove myself easily and I've done it multiple times before, and the company is rapidly expanding. At this point, I've been working there for about 6 months. I've been hustling and putting my nose to the grindstone. Showing up early, hitting every deadline, and being well respected and liked by my coworkers. I barely see my main supervisor, and when I do, he is very distant and is not very approachable. So the job I really want starts to open up due to the expansion. I ask my main supervisor for a meeting about filling one of the positions. I asked very professionally about our agreement when hired about moving up, of that may happen anytime soon. He scoffed and said that we never made such agreement and that he didn't trust me. I was in pure shock as I saw this guy lie through his teeth. Thankfully this was a written agreement upon hire and I brought this to attention of HR. The only thing that wasn't clear was length of time after hire would I be considered moving up. We had a sit-down meeting where I brought a copy of the agreement. They essentially said that I need to build their trust first, and I was still confused even when I brought up my work performance. I then tried explaining how they were starting to lose my trust and confidence in their leadership. Their response was, "You have to trust us." No, I absolutely fucking don't. After the meeting I started looking for work elsewhere while barely doing what was needed with my current job. Found a job that paid so much more and was the job I was going for. I didn't even leave a 2-week notice. I just walked up to the HR person, dropped my work badge off at the desk and said I am not coming back. Someone who refuses to listen to me and berate me while telling that I have to trust them doesn't get my trust or respect. HR at my company put signs up everywhere saying stay home if you're sick, then started writing people up for attendance policy violations if they called out twice in 60 days. They want to lay people off but need an excuse. I was promoted from employee to manager. A month later one of my colleagues decided to hit on me. I'm male, she's female and a few years younger than me. Despite now being her boss, she decides she won't accept no for an answer. At first she maintains I'm clearly interested in her and just being difficult because of the work setting, ignoring that I had a girlfriend at the time as well. Then her performance review comes around and she does pretty well, but a couple areas need improvement compared to the rest of the team. I'm happy to help her on that so she can be a top performer by year's end. She lost her shit. The story changes. She decides that I'm punishing her because I can't be with her. She starts to refuse any coaching or constructive criticism, badmouths me to colleagues and clients, insists I should just get over myself and date her like we both want. I continue to reject her advances. HR gets involved, and despite everything being documented and numerous people supporting me, they put me on notice to play nice with her. She is a spoiled rich kid with an insurance lawyer father, so HR makes the decision that the company can't waste the time or money in legal troubles she would create if she was fired. Even with 90% certainty, anything she dumped on us would be dismissed in the end. Eventually she decides she doesn't want to be with me anymore, and I'm just a terrible boss who hates her because she won't date me. Again, I've been rejecting her for months at this point. Her behavior gets worse, and I have another manager assigned to literally relay instructions to her. She will flip her shit at anything I say, tells HR I'm not emotional enough when I communicate, or too emotional, or not clear, or too clear and it feels harsh, whatever. If someone else gives her my advice, verbatim repeat of what I said, then she has no objections. A year and a half later I get promoted again. Spoilers, I was not a terrible manager after all, and thankfully moved to a new team. I have a lot of bitterness towards HR types for making me endure that brat for so long. I had an 18-month sexual harassment and insubordination headache, all because she might have moved that harassment to the company if we formally disciplined her, let alone fired her. HR will always put the company over you. We got a confidential employee survey handed to us at work. It had our employee number on the top of the page. I work in biotech, and until a few years ago we were allowed to have an alcoholic beverage at lunchtime unless you were handling something dangerous. My workmate, principal scientist, essentially a lab consultant/manager, and colleague finished for the day at 1 p.m. as its biologics and cells dictate when we need to work. They went to the pub across the road before going home, and HR clocked them having a pint. On Monday they were took into a disciplinary without asking what happened first. They got told in the meeting they were getting a warning, assuming it's a verbal warning as they're good employees, despite them saying they'd finished for the day. Then it got retracted when the clock in/clock out information was shown a week later. Afterwards a lot of us went to the pub at lunch and just drank rum and coke instead to spite HR. Then this one day we clocked said HR person drinking wine, so someone I work with went to her boss with photographic evidence. Nothing happened that we know of, although it would be bad management if we all knew she had been disciplined. I argue that if she had been caught we'd have had a company email reminding us we cannot have a drink at lunch though. Partner was made redundant. Next day she didn't answer a phone call from her work, because she needed a bit of time and was going to deal with it later. I missed a call, because I was driving at the time. They sent police to the house for a welfare check. I suspect the corporate HRB dick firing checklist probably had it listed as the correct response to someone not returning calls, but definitely a sign the HR lady was a heartless sociopath. White HR lady walked up to the only black employees at the holiday party and asks, "Hey, what's the deal with that you can say N-word with hard R, but I can't?" And in the most odd, playful and genuinely curious tone. Bit late to this party, but my current area manager is fucking an employee at another store I work at often. A year ago this woman was a Christmas casual and now she's in a management position. They frequently take sick days together. Her leave applications are approved without fail while others are almost always denied or questioned, and her store is favored above others for staffing matters and general needs. HR is aware. Nothing is being done. Lamau. HR wanted everyone to do an external survey. It was a media award for best company to work for that they ran every year. Most of the people filled it in and our company came like 300th on the list, quite deserved. We all got called in, shat on from a dizzy height and told that we will all retake the survey and the scores better be higher. They arranged with the media company for us to retake. Only about 2% of the employees redid the survey. Luckily it was anonymous, they did not partake. The next year, new upper management came in. There was one mandatory meeting for all employees. Usually mandatory meetings are held more than once so that everyone from every shift and department has a chance to attend. We were told to bring our cell phones to the meeting. Rumors were running wild that they were going to search our phones or something. When we got there, There were instructions on the whiteboard on how to log onto a particular site and take a survey. The survey topic? How great it was to work there. We were told it was anonymous and to be honest, but you used your employee ID number to log in, and management walked around looking over people's shoulders as they filled it out. Not surprisingly, there were soon posters everywhere bragging about how we were number 3 in the state or something in our industry for best places to work or some shit. Rumor was upper management got hefty bonuses as a reward. Us peasants on the floor were still poorly trained, short-staffed, bullied by middle management, and constantly out of the supplies needed to do our jobs. I've had 2 employers, one IT, one teaching, that laid off our entire departments with no notice. Just here to say hello to BuzzFeed, for when they come here to turn this into an article. I was being sexually assaulted by a 60-year-old co-worker when I was 21. They fired him as soon as I reported him, but offered me nothing in the way of help. I ended up at my doctor's office because I thought I was having a heart attack, but it was an anxiety attack. He took me off work for a week. When I went back, I was laid off the minute I walked in the door with 2 weeks severance. I swear the HR my company uses is way too nice. Y'all have some major horror stories in comparison to me. Worst thing for me ever was not being able to fire people. Which, I assume came into play cause of way too many managers abusing the ability to fire people easily. But oh my gosh, how I hate how many loopholes a person can somehow squeeze through before my company moves to termination. When I used to work for an accounting firm and got treated like shit by one particular staff member, I complained to HR, then weeks later saw that HR person sitting on the CEO's knee at Friday night drinks, talk about professionalism. They never did anything about the staff member. The place I worked, they were about 6 to 8 months behind on reviews. When they finally did them, 2 people in my department were wondering if it was retrospective to when the written day of the review was. Basically they got raises, that on paper say they happened 6 to 8 months before, but they obviously haven't been paid that rate. So they both had separately emailed HR about it, but she kept ignoring them, and she was never in her office. A few of us were going to lunch one day and passed her office, and they noticed her in there, so they popped in to ask if she'd seen the emails / could answer their question. I was standing outside the door waiting for them, and HR lady went from first denying she saw the emails, to outright screaming at them that they've been harassing her by email for weeks and now they've trapped her in her office to corner her and shout at her for more money. She's like literally screaming this. They're saying like, wait, no, we just asked a question. If the answer is no, that's fine, we just wanted to find out. They finally just left her office. And while we were at lunch, she sent scathing emails to all the bosses above us with their names about how their out of control cornered her and demanded money. Which turned into them each being pulled separately into meetings with our direct bosses and the owner of the company. They both ended up getting fired for harassment, because the higher-ups couldn't see why HR would lie about such a thing. I tried to tell my boss that's not what happened, that I was in the hallway and heard the entire thing, but essentially my boss told me to keep my mouth shut because HR would just take me down with them. That woman was an absolute nightmare. HR is the boss's mother-in-law. She doesn't know what she's doing. Very unprofessional in terms of emails I've gotten from her and calls. She sweeps all the problems under the rug to create a toxic workplace, no matter if it's racism, bullying, or theft. Her and management choose to look the other way. Calls herself work mum. Yeah, no thank you. I had a manager that always answered his phone on speaker, regardless of if he was in a private setting or other people around. Real professional, huh? One day, a co-worker of mine reached out to make a complaint against that manager. I'm sitting in the office, his office door is open. He answers on speaker, per norm, and they say, "Hey Mike, just a heads up, employee such and such just called in a complaint against you." I was absolutely stunned. From that moment on, I knew HR wouldn't have my best interest in mind. My company had a rating on Indeed and Glassdoor of around 2.6 stars. They hired a consulting firm to get the rating above 3 stars, which resulted in HR asking certain employees to leave a review on the sites and telling them to let the HR director know when it's done. I was not one of the people asked to leave a review, but I wrote an anonymous one anyways, and it wasn't very positive. A few months later, HR made everyone sign a legal document saying they won't leave any type of negative review on any website while employed there and for 2 years after leaving, even if you get fired. If you didn't want to sign the document, then you were fired on the spot. The document also said we can't recruit any other employees after we leave, for a certain number of years. Can't even tell them there is a job opening or have any type of contact regarding a job opportunity. It sounds like lots of people are saying anonymous feedback and engagement surveys are actually a trap and could cost you your job. I guess you can't trust a word from HR, ever, at all. Worked IT support at a small P&M law firm, about 25 people, where HR were the office managers. For the last 3 years I was one of their favorite employees. I was the type to always want to go above and beyond, not that I was perfect in any way. But, I showed up on time, did my work consistently, didn't complain too much and got along with everyone. But I did have a bad habit of ending up the employee rep when it came to certain issues, like the absence of a healthcare plan and a case of sexual harassment between a department head and an intern. She quit due to the lack of response from management. I came in as a file clerk and worked my way to IT. I liked my job. Sure, it didn't pay the best, but it was consistent and I was always learning something new. I was an official employee, whereas the IT head was an independent contractor who came into the office once or twice a month to check up on my work. The Friday before lockdowns began, I called the manager to ask if they had a plan on how to work from home, provided a lockdown was announced. She didn't have one, so she called the head attorney to ask, told him it was me asking, and he got pissed off. He came to my little corner office and told me I was acting scared and irrational and there's no way we're getting locked down. Strike one. He was a workaholic, so the idea of not coming into the office was a nightmare to him. So I shrugged and let it go. Later on, my co-worker suggested a bottom of the barrel, least you can do, list of COVID protocols, and wanted some of us to review and sign off on it before presenting it. I did, as well as the receptionist and a few others. After getting our signatures, she went into the office to present it to the bosses. The meeting with the head attorney and the office managers went horribly. In what I was told was a pretty heated exchange, she mentioned me as one of the people who reviewed it and recommended it. Strike two? So I got called into the office to be reprimanded. My boss was in serious denial about the potential lockdown and thought the list of protocols was fear-mongering and threatened to fire me for co-signing, told me I was lucky to be working. Literally an hour before clock-out time, our mayor announces the lockdown. Suddenly the whole management/HR team is struggling to come up with a plan for lockdown. My boss calls us all into the conference room and offers everyone a beer. I abstain from casual drinking and smoking because I'm a recovering addict, strike three, and attempted to shoot the breeze. Pandemic schmandemic. He didn't know what to do. The head IT called in and laid out a blueprint, based on what his other firms were doing. We discussed some work that I could do for the foreseeable future. So, I spent the first 2 days working at home just doing whatever grunt work I could virtually, but I knew the end was nigh. Then I got a call at 10 AM Wednesday morning. HR told me I needed to start coming into the office, despite lockdown orders, because this pandemic is only going to last like a few weeks anyway and I was their essential worker. I had my reasons for not wanting to, among those being the hour-plus subway commute, and my living situation. I had more than just myself to consider, and at the salary I was making, and with no health care at that time, it did not seem worth it. This was before stimulus was being talked about. After making it clear I couldn't budge, I told them I understood the situation they were in and that whatever they needed to do would be fine. Because I'd been pretty dependable before, they weren't expecting that response and it really angered them. So, midway through us discussing whatever kind of severance they could offer, 2 weeks of PTO that I earned, they lied about when I asked before, and hid from our employee accounts to deter us from requesting vacation time. They started structuring the narrative to make it sound like I was being negligent and ungrateful. So they terminated me, of course, technically illegally, but summarized my termination as this employee was difficult to work with. I believe they thought by the time my PTO ran out the world would be back to normal, they'd be back in the office and I'd come begging. Little did they know. Midway through the pandemic I started getting freelance work as a video editor, and I have enough consistent gigs that I make a good living now. I'm much happier now than I was there. The firm did start blowing up my phone again around August, but I blocked their numbers. I'd ignored a lot of BS because I valued having a stable job above all else. Truth be told, I was never going to quit. Looks like getting fired was what I needed. My fiancée at the time and I worked at a hospital. Before our shift she gets a call her grandmother an hour outside of town had a stroke. Was told if I went with her, I would forfeit my job. I left. Fought with her for a week to get my job back and then was blackballed from transferring to another unit. Literally was offered a position on another floor only for it to suddenly no longer be available, causing me to eventually turn in my 2 weeks notice instead of deal with my toxic manager. Our HR person literally won't even speak to anyone. If you go in to ask something she blows you off with "I'm busy," or usually begins griping about how she hasn't had her lunch yet and dare anyone come bother her. One of my co-workers was out on COVID leave, and the same day she received a positive test result one of the people from HR tried to pressure her into coming back to work. The woman couldn't figure out why my co-worker refused to come in that same day. Just expose all your co-workers and the 100+ people you guys interact with on a daily basis to an illness that makes you drown in your own lung fluid. No big deal. I went to My boss had been bullying me and several other apprentices. Ended up in an office alone. No one from my old office acknowledges my existence and I don't get invited to important meetings anymore. All because HR decided to side with my boss, who convinced everyone that I'm lying because I'm a very sensitive woman who just isn't cut for the IT industry. I actually only went to HR because another apprentice got bullied so much that he one day told me he was considering suicide. At least they moved him to a different location where he is thriving, so I guess it was worth it in that sense. HR is never your friend. They are hired by the company to protect the company. None of them are to be trusted, ever. I got a promotion. I confided with HR that there were some things going wrong in the office with regards to one of their current directors, unfair favoritism. I then did not get the promotion anymore. When I quit my job not long after, that director came to me, smirking, wishing me good luck at my next job, and told me that he was really hoping for me to get that promotion. Obviously being sarcastic and trying to plunge the knife deeper into my back. He was fired about a year later for sexual harassment. The guy he was harassing sued the company and they settled. I have no idea what amount of money was involved, but I'm sure it was a decent amount. I got an email yesterday asking employees to take an anonymous survey about whether or not they planned to take the COVID vaccine when it became available, non-medical field. The geniuses set it up in quiz mode in a Google form. Colorblind people of Reddit, what is one of the most unexpected problems related to color you face often? The football, soccer, team I support now occasionally wears a color I can't really distinguish from the bloody pitch. So, I now watch 11 players from an opposing team walk about with ghosts as a show of support. Shopping for clothes. I'm not severely colorblind, but have issues with things like purple from some shades of blue, dark greens from browns, teal from gray, things like that. So I hate when clothing store tags or website color options either have number codes for color or non-descriptive names for colors. Olive green on a sweater is great. Pine tree and I'll figure it out. Misty hike and I am lost. Same with 091. On my stepdad's behalf, I'll say that he doesn't know that the kitchen utensils are all pink. And also the time he got my mom a fluffy pink robe for Christmas, but it was actually green. Not colorblind, but my fiance is. He struggles with the ties on loaves of bread. The color of the tie will blend in with our countertop and I'll hear him tapping his hand up and down trying to find it so he can close the packaging on the loaf. Watching the NBA after they stopped forcing teams to wear white at home. It's a confusing mess most of the time. I had a colorblind science teacher. He brought it up when we got to genetics and recessive genes. The small town had an upside-down traffic light for decades. The teacher knew it was upside down, and just remember to was go, bottom was stop. Then the town suddenly flipped it right side up. Luckily there wasn't an accident, he just had to explain to the officer what happened. Trying to pick outfits or matching clothes for my kids. Thankfully my daughter helps me get clothes for her little brother when my wife isn't around. It's also very difficult, impossible, for me to safely do electrical work. Standing outside one late October night, watching one of the best displays of the northern lights that I've seen. My family is gasping at the shifting display of colors pink and blue and purple swirled in with the more common green. I look over at our friend, who is much less awe-inspired than us, and remember that he's colorblind. I didn't mention it or make a fuss, but it made me quite sad for him. People asking what color something is upon hearing that you are colorblind. Mowing the lawn, sometimes I'll miss a small patch and won't see it. I can't read a lot of color-coded charts. For example, when they show rain intensity on the radar. If there's just red, green, and blue I do okay. When they start adding yellow, orange, purple, etc., it just looks like a jumbled mess. Colorblind physician, tests such as urine pregnancy tests will often turn red when positive. Electronic medical record software would flag important information in red. Rashes can be tough. I once thought I was being helpful by cleaning up blood on the floor. Apparently I just smeared it around, walked through it and tracked it around the clinic. I walked into clinic and my coworker didn't even look up, she just said nope. Never wear that tie with those pants ever again. My roommate is a graphic designer and he's colorblind. I asked him how it works and his answer was computers label the colors. The rest is guess and hope. I'm not colorblind, but I had a friend in middle school who was. He showed up to school very proud of his St. Patrick's Day outfit. All green, he said. It was all brown. The kicker was that he didn't know he was colorblind until we told him. It was middle school, so he definitely got pinched that day. Trying to buy bananas. I can never tell which ones are or aren't ripe. Board games with multiple players, unless all of the markers are vibrant colors, I have to constantly pay attention to where my marker is. And if that similar color player and I pass on the board, usually have to ask whose is whose. I can't distinguish red text from black text in Excel workbooks. Some people use red to indicate negative numbers. Drives me mad. I was in jail with a guy that drew and was fairly colorblind. It was really weird, but the colors he saw really worked for his art. He drew me up a really awesome piece, and his color scheme was wild. I told him to draw me what he sees, and was not expecting to see what I did. I wish I still had a picture, but my son destroyed it. Getting emails from colleagues telling me their comments can be found below in red. My dad is colorblind. We went to a paint night and were supposed to paint snowmen. The instructor gave us verbal instructions of what colors to use. Poor dad couldn't tell them apart. He didn't care, he just had fun, but everyone else was sure confused by his art. People will get moody or upset and I will have no idea why. Apparently they got their hair dyed and was not happy I did not notice. Some time ago a friend was on his way to my place for the first time. I explained to him that it was the red house on the right side of the road and some local waypoints, so that he would find it. Some time passed and no friend. He then called me saying that he couldn't find the house and asked me to go and stand by the road so that he could see me. After a minute or so he turned into my parking lot and asked if I was a complete fucking idiot. That was the day I found out I'd been living in a brown house for the last 5 years, and not a red one as I thought. I am a colorblind female and picking out makeup, applying it so that it looks good is next to impossible. Also, I had purple glasses as a senior in high school only to find this out a year later when I went to eye doctor and wanted to order the same color blue lenses, only they weren't blue. Picking out clothes that look good is quite a challenge also. Cooking meat. I basically only cook white meat, turkey and chicken, at home because I have no idea how to tell if lamb/beef is cooked enough brown. Oh, also taking care of my plant. One of the ways to inspect your plant's health is to see the change in the shade of green of the leaves. Thanks nature, so I literally have to take pictures every few days and check RGB values using computer software lol. Girlfriend has gotten her hair dyed the last few times she has gone to the salon. I don't notice it. I also can't tell if there is a dirty spot on the carpet. I also worked in a file room for a financial institution and everything was color-coded. Everyone was surprised when I destroyed production but was going by file numbers and didn't understand how I was doing it. I really wanted to be an aviation survival technician, helicopter rescue swimmer, or some other search and rescue with the Coast Guard, but I'm disqualified because I'm colorblind. I've noticed my ability to see color is significantly better when I'm looking directly at whatever the thing is. This can lead to some very odd realizations when you decide to actually look directly at something. There was a garden I walked past every day for like 5 years and one day I glanced at the house, and it was a livid neon pink color. I'd always thought it was like a basic light tan, slightly lighter than bricks normally are, and I had to double take. Also, when I see a notification light flash, I have to wait for it to flash again so I can be sure which color it is. Tube maps are a nightmare. Telling when fruit is ripe is a nightmare. Noticing people have dyed their hair is problematic. I mean really, how often do you look at someone and focus on their hair? You'd be surprised how often color is the only identifier for things. Can you hand me the red one? Or turn left at the brown house? I'd say little things like that make up the majority of times my colorblindness is a problem. Also, some album/film art looks awful to me, and sometimes I can't read the words. My dad was a fighter pilot. So growing up, I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I learned everything I could about jets and fighters. Had large posters that showed exactly what the inside of the F-16, F-18, and F-22 cockpits looked like. With the help of my dad I knew every switch, button, and lever at 7 years old. At 11 years old I could start the planes, take off, land, and mid-air refuel on real F-16 simulators that the USAF uses to train pilots. At 18 I scored 83 and higher on all parts of the AVAB test. Then came the eye test. Find out I'm colorblind. You can't be a fighter pilot if you are colorblind. I find it really difficult to tell the headphones/microphone plugs apart, and keep thinking that my headphones have broken, when in fact, I've just plugged them in the wrong holes. When electrical devices are charging and change from red to green when fully charged. I have no idea. Simply making the charging light flash and fully charged light not flash would make life so much easier. Disqualification from certain careers. Being unable to see if the lock in a public toilet is red or green. It's a godsend when toilets are labeled vacant or engaged. Easter egg hunts consisted of my parents placing green eggs randomly throughout our lawn and backyard grass. Took me hours to find them all and my relatives would always think I was playing stupid. Not colorblind, but a former teammate of mine was. I was on the school soccer team and one of the better players was colorblind. You couldn't notice in a game or anything, but when we were practicing the kid would run past the cones looking for them. It was funny how small of an issue it was, but how hopeless he was at finding them, so we would yell at him instructions to complete the drills. Obligatory. I'm not colorblind, but my uncle is. He has previously said that at intersections with a single traffic light, so not the red/yellow/green kind, he has a hard time trying to figure out if it's a flashing red or a flashing yellow. Friends who know I'm colorblind answering on my behalf on what I would see a color as, if I am asked what I see something as. Lighting changes color so much, which is already annoying, but a friend saying I see a color as grayish when I absolutely do not see it as, that drives me up the wall. I once wore a pair of bottle green pants for a year thinking they were brown. My girlfriend at the time let me know what color they were. It went like this: "Hey, have you seen my brown pants?" "What brown pants?" "The ones I was wearing yesterday. With the ball sack, they are green. Like statement green. I thought you knew." I have to use a flashlight to tell the difference in color between my shirts. I have trouble differentiating similar shades next to each other. Add the fact that I have nearly monocular vision and poor depth perception, and well, let's just say finding my black cell phone on my black comforter and sheets usually amounts to me slapping my hands down on the bed like a gorilla until the phone bounces. This becomes frantic and often unsuccessful if I don't have my glasses on. People who don't believe me and try to test me by asking me what color something is. It was funny the first time it happened in 2nd grade. It's not really funny 30 years later. Being able to spot the little medians in parking lots at the end of rows. If there's no yellow paint on the ends, it just blends in with the rest of the grey pavement, making it virtually invisible. This is especially hard at night. I'm not colorblind, but my friend is. When she was in high school, her mom had to deal with a family emergency and go out of town for a few days. She put on the wrong shade of khakis and didn't realize it since nobody was home to tell her. That is until she got in trouble at school and got sent home. My mom had to go pick her up. I've always found that so silly. She didn't have shorts or a tank top on, nothing like that. She was basically wearing school uniform. She just put on the wrong shade of khakis without realizing because she's colorblind and had to miss an entire day of learning over it. No one believing that I am in fact colorblind. I'm a woman, and it's incredibly rare for women to have it. I had to go to 9 different eye doctors before I was finally diagnosed. Edit to add, the only reason we discovered it was my mom took me to this pre-kindergarten testing, something we do in our school district, to determine if kids are at the right level developmentally prior to starting school. They ask questions about colors, numbers, letters, take your height and weight, etc. just to make sure you're on track. The testers implied I was a little slow because I got some questions about colors wrong lol, and my mom was not having it. She's a teacher and she worked hard with both my sister, who's also colorblind, and I. So the reason why we went to 9 eye doctors is because I was 4 years old and most of them thought I was faking it. Every time I get a new eye doctors now, they always ask to test me because I've never met a woman who's colorblind before. Red-green blindness here. Can't do a lot of jobs due to this. Like pilot, train conductor, operating certain machinery, etc. The list is quite long and frustrating if you got to turn down great job offers because you know you won't make it through the medical exam. That's yellow, no, that's red, so is it ketchup? Yeah. I have difficulty telling the difference between ripe banana yellow and unripe banana green, so I have to wait for some black spots to appear before I know it's ready. Teachers thought I was a special kid because I couldn't place colors to their appropriate places. I also had dysgraphia and dyslexia, but a gifted level IQ. Imagine that. My entire education was fucked until I got out of high school, retook classes through correspondence, and made high 90s. But yeah, colorblindness was the start to a terrible education. The colorblindness is something that's so natural to me that I only really ever realize I'm colorblind when I make an outward mistake. Like one time I told a buddy that I left an orange sweater at his place and he looked for it everywhere, and when I got there I pointed it out, and he told me it was hot pink. Another time I told my buddies I could be a pilot and see the lights on the ground. They gave me a test. Turns out if I flew a plane it would be a bad ordeal to land it. Don't you love the beautiful fall colors? It's all brown. I inherited skater jeans from my older brother that he had dyed pink. I thought they were brown and wore them quite a long time during high school. I am a very thorough wiper when I defecate, and also I ride a bicycle for a living. Sometimes when I wipe it turns to blood and I think I'm still wiping poop, but really I'm just incessantly wiping blood out of my ass. So not colorblind, but my dad is. I can't tell you how many times he would bring home a diet version of some pop because they looked the same to him. Big pens. Red and green. I can see the caps perfectly and they're super different for me, but once you draw a line on each of them, WTF. They look the same. I put on blue light blocking glasses on in the evenings, which basically make me temporarily colorblind to blue. It's insane how much worse it makes me at video games. Sometimes I can't see dog shit in grass. There are plenty of times when I've had a shitty time. My grandpa was colorblind. I dyed my hair some fun colors and he complimented it. When I asked how he knew, he told me it was really shiny and reflected the sun in a pretty way. I miss him. My dad is colorblind and he is amazing at art. It always used to blow my mind when he used color. Dad, how do you know what color that is? He would say he can read the color name. He's just so amazing with art, it's insane. He knows what say green is because he knows how it looks when it's green, blue, red, whatever color. I used to think he was magic because he was colorblind, but he would always read traffic lights right. Red for stop, green for go, yellow caution. I thought for sure he was tricking me about being colorblind. Then he finally told me his secret. Red is always the top, yellow middle, green bottom. It was that simple and I thought he was magic. Lol. His wife bought him some of those glasses to help colorblind people see colors. He was overjoyed. He cried. We cried. He was 45 when he got them. He was so amazed at the colors he would go on color hunting trips. I took him to a greenhouse so he could see all the different colors of flowers. My sister and brother took him on a leaf spotting trip so he could see the beautiful fall colors. My stepmom took him to Florida on a fish finding trip to see the color of the water and all the beautiful colors surrounding the ocean. He watched so many sunsets with us and just happy tears that he could make out the colors and how beautiful it was. It really made me see color in a new light. I never stopped and thought about it much because it's so normal to me. It made him so happy to finally be able to see his artwork he's done through the years. How truly amazing his art really is to his new eyes. He doesn't wear the glasses all the time because it will give him a headache after so long. Also, he got bad motion sickness the first time he drove with them on. He doesn't wear them when driving, and only wears them as a passenger if we're going slow. So definitely not interstate speed. He's amazing and I love him so very much. I enlisted in the military and you are disqualified from most jobs if you are colorblind. Ironically enough, I had the job that required you to wear red patches, or at least they told us the patches were red, on our uniforms. Also, growing up with my favorite color being blue, I always got frustrated when it turned out I picked out the purple toothbrush by mistake. I had typed up some practical stuff but deleted it because there's something no one thinks about. You have to accept and live with the fact that at least one of your 5 senses is fundamentally wrong/flawed. And sometimes that can be a very lonely feeling. Let me try to explain through a somewhat weird example. Imagine someone showing you a picture and asking you what you see. It's a dog, so you tell them it's a dog. Correct. They put away the picture and show you another one. It's the exact same dog, so you tell them it's a dog again. Wrong, this is an elephant. At first you think this guy is crazy. You know what a fucking elephant looks like and that ain't no elephant. But everyone you show the pictures to will tell you that's a dog, that's an elephant without a second thought. In the end, you need to accept that you are the crazy one. You'll adapt, it's not a difficult disability to live with. But it's a harsh truth to accept that one of your own senses can't be trusted entirely. I can never tell when the charger on my laptop is blinking red or green lol, that's about it though aside from running a traffic light on accident once. I'm a colorblind animator and I do that with some colors too. I'm bad at skin tones and wood. I always make wood too green, so I'll literally just Google a photo of a person or a tree and grab the RGB with the eyedropper thing lol. I'm colorblind and went to a Catholic junior school. I remember one time I got sent to the principal's office for being disrespectful. I had colored in Jesus' hair green when I thought it was brown. A lot of bathroom doors only indicate their status by a small window of green or red. This is an affront to my humanity. I am also a kindergarten teacher. We use a workbook that often asks students to color different things different colors. This is a nightmare for me to grade. I have a friend who is yellow and blue colorblind and half of his clothes are yellow and blue. I just wear black all the time so that I don't make mistakes. Getting nauseous when looking at certain websites because of the color contrasts. Literally makes me want to vomit. Explaining the colorblind issue itself. Like I'm red/green colorblind. Then you get the one guy, what color is this? What color is that? You jackass, you tell me, you aren't the colorblind one. Health related, had an urethral tract infection. Couldn't tell my urine turned more red over the whole day. In the evening I noticed the color seemed darker. So next time I had an urge, I peed into a white cup. My girlfriend saw me afterwards holding the cup into the light, looking for something in it, and came closer. I asked her what color it was. She said red, maybe orange. Then she asked what it was. And couldn't close her eyes for a few seconds after I have told her. Meeting people and thinking they have gray/white hair when it's really just blonde. Definitely messes with my sense of people's ages, especially when masks and or glasses are added. I honestly thought my boyfriend had gray hair for the longest time, despite his age, but as his hair was turning brown he told me and I felt so dumb. Hospitals that have color-coded lines on the floor to get to specific departments are a nightmare. My brother is colorblind. He can't tell if a fruit is good or bad and has had his fair share of bad oranges. My partner is colorblind and has trouble seeing indicator lights. If he is not looking to confirm that the burner on the stove is on, he does not see it. Same goes for items like the clean light on the dishwasher and the newer reflective traffic lights. My friend who is colorblind was piloting a boat we were in. The channel markers were green for deep side and red for shallow. It was a late night and we were trying to get back ASAP, so he guns it toward the markers yelling, "Green." Starts angling left, no. Red. Braces for corrective steering to the right, repeat 8x. I'm not going to read through the trillions of responses to see if this has been posted already, so with that in mind, you can't describe anything by its color. It has to be defined some other way. Let's say you're in a car with another person and you're parked at some lights. Over by the side of the road are 3 parked cars. A bird, for example, did a poo on one of them and you thought it was funny, so you mention it to your friend. You get asked which car? Looking at the cars, you might see a green car, a brown car and an orange car. If you say the green one over there, you might soon find out that none of the cars are green. Could be 2 browns and an orange or 2 weird shades of yellow, or they could all be different shades of yellow. Who knows? So you have to say the one in the middle or the second one or the one closest to that pole or something else. It's frustrating to have to think like that. What's that album so and so released with the orange cover? Yeah, look for my friend Jake, he's wearing a purple hoodie. If someone asks you to get their lunch from the fridge while you've got the door open and they say it's in the blue lunchbox, you have to ask them to clarify in some way which one is the one that's theirs. Do you like my green top or my blue top better? Well, which one is which? Is it the one with tassels or baubles or long sleeves, or the picture on the front, or the one with the square buttons, or what? Video games sometimes. Most of colorblind assist now though. Shopping. I thought I was buying forest green accent stuff for my house. Turns out I was buying a weird mix of brown and a few shades of green. My fiancée just laughed. Nothing matched. She now does the decorating in our house together. Wiring. I am handy. And I used to be a car mechanic. Trying to sort out wiring is god-awful. Clothing. I'm pretty sure I've gone out in some funky outfits before. Traffic lights and spreadsheets. I work in loss prevention and form a reserve deputy. If I am trying to relay the color of a car to dispatch, I have to guess, then tell them that I am guessing. Me, Honda Accord, license plate Echo, Foxtrot, Charlie 271. Possible green or blue in color. I am colorblind. Dispatch, be advised RP reports Honda Civic license plate EFC 271 dark in color, registration says blue. Police pull over car. It has been painted gunmetal gray. Officer, to me, in what world is this car green or blue? Do you need to go back to school and learn your colors? Me, I reported to 911 that I was colorblind. Read the call log. Unexpectedly 4 found it to be more other people's problem. I've grown up to absolutely not interested in colors with the exception of purple. So I don't care what color my house is, but my GF really wants me to be involved. What colo is th at, ufaric kiang li io not colu bailey ndb car use th is shuldb in vice blay. I play Among Us, and sometimes I would vote myself or the wrong person out because I couldn't differentiate colors. I dated a redhead and I had no idea. My friend's dad went to see Wicked and thought no one liked Elphaba because she had brown skin. She is green, for those of you who don't know. My son is colorblind and we recently bought him glasses designed for his exact color blindness. It just so happened to be peak foliage season during autumn when they arrived. We brought him outside so he could try them on for the first time. The look on his face when he saw the color of the leaves, the orange, reds and yellows, was priceless. To him the trees look dark green during the summer and muted light green in the fall. He couldn't believe how it actually looked. He's still young, but I'm glad they have technology like this, and I hope they continue to have advances in supporting people with color blindness. How would $12,500 affect your life right now? I could help my mom. We've been struggling a bit, but if I got that money and gave it to her, she'd be much less stressed. Dental work I've been putting off for 8 years. Had 2 cracked and broken teeth from an accident that I just can't afford to fix. Seeing as I got laid off yesterday, it would be pretty big. Pay off my school debt. Debt paid off and the rest into savings. Not life-changing, but helpful. Seriously? Even $2,000 would give me a hell of a lot of peace of mind. $12,500 would be borderline life-changing. All of the afford my meds in this thread is heartbreaking. I'd use it to buy these people's meds. It would be life-changing, but also not at the same time. I would be able to live more comfortably and go grocery shopping without penny pinching to an extreme degree. Rent wouldn't be a constant concern, and I would be able to be more selective for my job choice rather than taking the first offer that comes my way. However, I would still have student debt, so I wouldn't be totally in the clear. Fix my teeth/mouth, finally be able to eat, smile, be healthy. Probably lose it all trying to settle a score with a hedge fund. Pay off my 6K debt, treat myself to a TV and rest, send to my mother to make her life easier. Wouldn't need to worry ABT the possibility of becoming homeless soon, could also afford to get my driver's license, $3,000 on average where I live, and this would increase my chances of finding a job so I can keep paying further bills, rent etc. Plus I could afford having my teeth done now rather than later when they've gotten even worse, so I'd need to pay even more then. Rest would go to my mom since she might face temporary unemployment due to the pandemic. My mom died, natural causes, early October. I was her caretaker. She left zero money, no life insurance, and a lot of land taxes. I stopped my life to care for her. No regrets, but she left me in a pickle. I had to beg to get her buried. It was awful. My sister, only sibling, died of COVID 1 month prior to that. I didn't even have a chance to grieve. They all just died. I haven't eaten or slept in months. I'm scared. And lonely. I want to move forward. But money is the key here. $12,500 would change my life completely. I could get this old, packed with stuff house sold. I need help because the house is full of stuff and I'm alone, and I take bags to Goodwill, but I am only one person. I really need to just get the heck out of here. It's a sad place now, pay off land taxes which is holding up probate issues, and be able to build a life again. I hope. I'm scared, alone in the world now, and that amount would help me more than most would think. Edit, I just wanted to say a huge thank you for the most kind responses. It really means a lot to me. It does. You have no idea. This isolation is hard for all of us, and the connections and amazing comments are much appreciated. Thank you all so much. Edit 2, oh my gosh, the outpouring of support is amazing. I'm in happy tear mode. My heart. Thanks y'all. Pay off debt accumulated from supporting my alcoholic husband, thankfully semi-separated now, for my MH, and get me back on track. He's been laid off and in recovery for 2+ years now, but still gets on me for losing my breadwinner job plus benefits due to my medical disability. Learning my lessons on sunken cost fallacy. Just want to put money into savings and not into interest payments. These answers brought to you by the concept, perspective. It would change everything. I'd be able to know I can afford my medication for a while, food, housing, etc. Paying off one of my student loans would be so helpful. Why, you offering? It would allow us the security to take time off work and focus on our son, who went through brain surgery almost a year ago now for his epilepsy, who has lost most of his communication abilities. He should be in school, but our school board is full remote, and healthcare services for these sorts of things are almost non-existent right now, so we're both working full-time, trying to be speech/language therapists, teachers, parents, to him and our 3 other children. I would get that psychological evaluation my therapist wants me to get. Also, I'd get my teeth fixed. I'd finally be able to fix my teeth and eat like a normal person. I'd be able to have my dog's ACL repaired. That would change my life a lot. I could replace a lot of my stuff that got burned, pay off debts, get the outside stray cats spayed so that I stop finding dead kittens around, which is pretty fucking demoralizing, and I could probably buy some decent groceries as well. It'd be gone really fast, but it would make such a massive difference to me. It would fix all of my problems. I'd be able to take my cat to the vet, catch up on my rent, catch up on bills, and I'd be able to afford my medicine for the next couple months. It would literally change my life. I'd probably take it, spend it on therapy sessions for my mental health, maybe fix my laptop, which fell apart and the manufacturer says it's my fault when the hinge was never attached in the first place, and save the rest for a rainy day. It would mean I can eat for the rest of this pandemic. It would mean I can start my business with my sibling. It would mean not worrying about rent for a while. It would be a miracle. I could pay off my debts, and move out of my current house where my roommates/high school friends are draining my resources by being deadbeats. It would pay off my wife's dental work and help us not have to pull money out of savings to pay for her mother's negligence. Dude, I'm 14. My bedroom would be fucking lit. Be able to buy a bed, pay off student loans and get some certifications to get my ass out of retail. Really would be happy with 2K to do the first or third, to be honest. I would cry with happiness. Honestly, not much. It'd just go towards my loans. I'd need a lot more than $12,500 to fix this bullshit. I'd be able to pay my family back for helping with my dog's sickness / passing the last 3 weeks, plus $2,000, my bills and back taxes on the house, plus $4K, and put the rest towards debt from my reckless 20s. That would be huge. No idea what's going to happen when the tax man knocks. Hell, I would have been fine if it wasn't for COVID. It would probably mean that I could safely leave my marriage and know I'd be able to make it. It would be a safety net to get me set up on my own and to make sure my daughter has everything she needs. Wouldn't change anything, I'd just add it to my investment funds. $12,500 would be enough for the down payment of a small house and the fees to break the lease with our landlord, who is intentionally raising rent high enough on the low-income housing that the longer we stay here, the poorer we get, and if we get better paying jobs, we lose our apartment because income caps. I wouldn't have to decide between buying food, the medication that keeps me alive and functional, and paying rent, because a mortgage, and internet, utilities, etc., for any house. $250,000 or less is hundreds of dollars cheaper than what I'm paying in rent right now. I've seriously thought about killing myself more times in the past year than have in almost a decade, because it'd be cheaper overall to just die than keep living here. Shouldn't have clicked on this post, it hurts to think about this, haha. I can't remember how much she pays a month, but I would buy my co-workers insulin till the funds ran out. Half her paycheck go towards it each month. She's struggling. Pay off the little bit of debt I have and then save. Would be extremely helpful. Oh hey, all those medical tests I need. I've been hoping to get a sleep MRI, a sleep study, and a 10-day EEG in hospital. I can't get them right now, BC. Even with insurance, the GoPay is ridiculous. Would pay off a credit card, maybe one student loan, and the rest would disappear into another student loan. Help finally move out of the apartment we've been living in for 13 years. It's falling apart. When it rains, water flows in all the way to the front door, the kitchen light doesn't work, only 1/4 stovetops work, completely taken over by cockroaches. Only 2 rooms with 5, sometimes 6 people living in it. Grandma visits from another country, bathroom handle falls off, tub leaks, and drunk creepy neighbors, plus horrible neighborhood where there are prostitutes, murders and drug dealers. We've tried moving countless of times, but we never have enough money. We told maintenance hundreds upon thousands of times, but they never cared about anything. It's been a year and they still haven't fixed the stove or anything since our last complaint. It's a nightmare to live here. I practically grew up here. Don't want my siblings to do the same. Fix my car up, put some money into my teeth, then TBH whatever improves my mental health. Considering both the wife and I are out of work and running out of savings, quite a bit. Buy me a nice car. Save the rest. Pay off some debt with $6,000, spend $500 on myself and my partner and put $6,000 into savings. I could finally pay my medical bills off and get new windows so my house isn't cold or hot all the time. I would get a bachelor degree and invest in my animation career. 1/3 would go to debt. 1/3 would go to investments. 1/3 goes to fun. Buy a bunch of shit and realize the errors of my ways. Edit THX for the upvotes, and I am going to add constantly but Uber Eats. I would finally be able to escape my hometown and start a life in the same city as my beloved. I'd be able to open up my Etsy shop selling my art while working a full-time job that isn't one of the 4 places here to work. I might be able to finally afford something that isn't hand-me-down or thrifted. I would be able to get away from my toxic family and finally be with the one who really loves me. It would change my life in ways most wouldn't understand. The freedom it would afford me would echo throughout my life. Most people think about how $1 million would change their lives. I think about how little money would change my life, and $12,500 would be beyond my wildest dreams. Completely life-changing. Would be able to move out of my country and start my life in Canada, which is what I'm hoping to do. I wouldn't be stressed about paying out of pocket for my psychiatrist and medications. I'd be able to pay off a solid chunk of the debt I accrued while in a very long manic episode. Now have been diagnosed with bipolar 1 disorder and PTSD. Been on leave with work, and the being paid portion is over, but not up for working while trying to figure out meds. Basically, it would relieve 75% of my financial anxiety and let me get better treatments. Why? Are you trying to give away $12,500? So much. My credit dipped during the pandemic. Slowly building it back up now. I have an opportunity to become a co-owner in a new bar my employers are going to open up. It's my dream. If it were not for the pandemic, I could afford the loan and get approved for it. That would cover like 75% of my remaining student debt. Would be amazing to get that off my slate. Heck, at this point I'd take $12.50. In my country, $12,500 are enough to feed an entire family for at least 5 years. Foreign currency is scarce and currency fluctuation is ever increasing. On a personal level, I would invest the $12,500 into a small investment and immigration process fees to leave this shithole ASAP. All the love from Lebanon. I would have about $12,507. My life would literally change with that much money. I could get my teeth fixed, and that would probably help with all my depression and confidence, because a lot of it comes from the fact I have awful teeth. I would be more outgoing and probably land better jobs and actually find someone to fall in love with and have what most consider a normal life. Would be nice. I'd probably just use it all to do that and jumpstart my life. $12,500, hell, how about half of that? I could help my mom not lose her house, pay her doctor bills and utilities, and maybe have a bit left over to put towards my car payment. Then I wouldn't have to worry about whether or not she's going to be okay all the time. This post made me remember that I'm poor. Fun. It would let me get out of my crummy marriage without immediately dropping into abject poverty. So that would be nice. That would complete my 3 and 6 month emergency fund, and I would be able to start working on other financial ventures, car/house down payments, or even prepping to go to college full time. Holy shit, I'd have the guarantee I can afford to finish school. I keep telling myself that even though I'm forced to pinch the pennies now, after graduation they'll be pouring between my fingers. I'd get a new back fence, water heater, and 2 to 3 nice bottles of whiskey. Buy new windows. In 2019 I bought a very old house and I've been renovating it since. Since I have long COVID and I can't work, it would pay my bills for a few months. I'd probably stop grinding my teeth in my sleep if I had my bills paid for a few months. $12,500? Wow. That right there relieves me of my debt, pays my tuition for the entire year, and I'll likely still have enough left over to finally get a new car. Get a divorce. Pay off my relatively small debt and save the rest towards a more reliable vehicle. I would pay rent in advance so I wouldn't have to worry about being homeless. Life changer. I would clear all my debt and do my house up, and if I have any left just leave it in the bank. It wouldn't. It'd go into the bank and I'd forget I had it. Pay off student loan debt. This would be a little more than half of it, which would hopefully get me closer to buying a house. New start, pay some debts and start a business. Still have to work to achieve what I want. Back taxes. I'm dumb. Would pay for half of my mother's chemotherapy. Man, it would help so much. I could pay off my debt, only about $1.5K, get some essential house repairs done. I had a pipe freeze and then burst and have had no water all week. Wind took my storm door right off the hinges and split the wood. outlet my fridge/freezer was plugged into randomly died. I have it plugged into a different outlet with an extension cord right now, but don't want a long cord going through the middle of my kitchen permanently. And so many other things. Wrong tbh. If there was any left over, I'd probably put it in savings and build on it for when my car, an absolute piece of junk, dies and I need to buy a new one. I'd finally get into therapy and save towards moving out with some friends so we can live semi-independently but still save money by buying a small apartment together and all having jobs. Therapy comes first, since I am struggling to function. I'd buy an electric bike, since disabilities prevent me from driving a car, so I currently have to carpool or walk to work. I'd be able to help fund the non-profit I work with to bring food, education, and support to even more people. Fix my teeth and get the skin removal surgery I need after losing 300 pounds. $12,500 would alter the course of my life. It would eliminate every ounce of debt that me and my family have been paying for years. Most importantly, it would allow me to finally be able to place a down payment to a house back home and no longer have to worry about losing my job and getting my visa cancelled and end up being homeless. The security I would be able to bring to my life by knowing I have a home is strong enough that we can finally think about having children. It wouldn't. I'd just throw it in the pile with the rest of the savings. God, that would change my life. My 8-year-old daughter has developed severe anxiety, on top of her already diagnosed OCD. These two little demons are empowering each other and wreaking havoc on our little world. She has a severe food aversion at this point and is struggling getting in enough calories and nutrients. She's 37 pounds at 8 years old. She has to see so many specialists and most of them are pushing for inpatient treatment to get her back on track. I lost my job and with that our insurance. No one is accepting Medicaid unless they are a newborn. It's basically useless. So what money I managed to hoard goes right to getting her these specialty drinks that cost an arm and a leg and then paying out of pocket for the doctors because her pediatrician said to us, do these things now but don't expect her to get better until she sees 3 different specialists to start. I can't get a job because she needs me to take her to these appointments. I have no family or friends where I am. We moved here in October. I'm so overwhelmed trying to make my unemployment stretch a little farther to just make it 1 more month. Trying to keep our heads above water a little longer. Yay, $12,500 would be a game changer right now. I could start college. My family is attempting to move back to my father's home country of Serbia. This would pay for everything and leave some money left over to buy farm equipment. It would forever change my life for the better. It would allow me to wipe out my crippling debt, buy a reliable vehicle, make finding a job exponentially easier. Not only that, but it would in turn make me a more giving person. I'd never forget such a gesture and would do far more volunteering in an attempt to pay it forward somehow. I don't use a lot of money, but having more gives me psychological healing. I grew up poor and having more money gives me confidence and makes me feel less anxious about my job performance. So while I don't need it for anything right now, it would literally make me live my life happier. I'd be able to get a kidney transplant for my cat, or at least close to it, and I'd no longer be so broken-hearted. My girl doesn't deserve this. Crushed. All into Doge. $6,000 to pay off my hearing aids. $2,000 to pay my tax bill. The rest into savings. Immediately buy the house my wife and 3 kids deserve. I've been fixing my credit and my wife's credit for the last 4 years and saving what I can. Our 2-bedroom apartment doesn't cut it anymore and I'd use that money entirely for down payment, with the money I've saved as well. I could pay off my debt and finally go to a doctor for the first time in 17 years. I could also probably get my teeth fixed, seeing as my front teeth literally have a hole forming between them. I spent the last 4 days in bed because of nausea and anxiety. Yeah, $12,500 would be a life changer. To be fair, not much at all. I'd add it to my nest egg fund and forget about it. I have been fortunate enough to get to a position in my life where it wouldn't make a difference for me. Edit, 1s. No trust funds, no inheritances, just hard work and good decisions my entire life. I'm 14, so it wouldn't be life-changing because I don't have any debt or bills to pay, so not life-changing, but I would be extremely happy. Life-changing. Pay down half my wife's student loans. Would make buying a new car a lot more manageable. That would be so amazing. I'd be able to buy myself a computer and move out with my girlfriend so she can finally get help with her serious mental health problems, and I could walk around my house how I want to and finally be completely comfortable in my own skin, and just be happy. Most of this would go to saving, but it would be so nice to have. Even a fraction of it would help so much. I can pay off all my bills and make it to where my car isn't scary to drive again. If there's any left over, fixing some of the more problematic parts of my house. The black mold wall comes to mind, lol. I would put a down payment on my first place and get me and my girlfriend out of her mom's house. I would buy groceries and be able to eat something other than dry noodles at work. I would be able to pay for my doctor visits and get my gastrointestinal and knee issues fixed. I could pay for my girlfriend's medical visits and get her the anxiety/depression medication she needs. I could buy my own car so I can rely on myself for transportation to work. I could pay off all of my legal debt. I could pay for rehab to fix some personal issues. $12,500 would absolutely change my life 180 degrees around. I would break down crying on the spot and stay there for a while, no doubt. Even $1,000 right now would be such a crazy boost to fix some minor things I stress about. Fuck COVID, really ruined my life financially past few months. Sorry for the rant. Start a business. I could get a much needed car at the moment. As a bored and broke student living the life of lockdown in the UK. Probably life-changing. It would almost pay off the house. Absolutely life-changing for me. I would be able to help some friends who really need it, and also pay down a bill I owe on. It's my friend's toe. They are amazing people and could use some peace for a change. I'd go and get the rest of my dental work done. I had 2 root canals but haven't been able to go get the crowns done, and I still need a little bit of other work done on top of that. That would be used for paying off the remainder of my students' loans. The rest of it would go into my savings, RRSP. I would get a nice lathe, and start a business selling hand-turned wooden pipes, bowls, cups, candlestick holders, and whatever else I come up with. I would buy a few other tools I need, and then save the rest. Put a dent in my student loan debt. Yup, just a dent. Frown. It would be life-changing for the people I would give it to. Gosh. I could catch up bills, pay off some, and then start up my savings again. COVID has drained my accounts. It could be potentially life-changing for me and my small family. I'd be able to piece my life back together after divorce 2 years ago. Get off my dad's couch and get my own place after losing my house, pay off most of the debt I got left with. COVID really derailed all the plans I had, rolling eyes face. After reading many of the responses, and I try to always be aware of this, I'm just again reminded of how very fortunate I am. Pay off a comparatively small amount of medical debt. Replace my current car that could go out at any time. Actually have a substantial amount in my savings. Get new clothes. This may sound vain, but I'm one of those people that rotates through the same shirts and pants every week because I've never been able to justify getting nice clothes for myself. I just replace whatever gets too torn up to wear. Replace my old laptop with a newer model, important since I'm about to officially start a college program for web development. Near infinite king crab legs. Maybe take care of part of my student loan interest or the entirety of my last bills, but that would take away from the crab legs. Life-changing. I'd get my teeth fixed after a lifetime of neglect and abuse. It would end the daily pain, the occasional extreme pain, the ER bills which prevent me from saving for the overall goal. I'd be able to smile again, laugh again, I'd be more successful in my customer-facing job, and maybe even I could even date again. It would be a chance to be happy. The extra $4, $5K I'd donate to someone in a similar position. I could get my teeth fixed and pay off debt. Having no dental insurance for years, and now I need about $8,000 plus in work done. 2 root canals. The rest of my dental debt. Funds for pet care. Credit card paid off. A few months rent. Holy shit, $12,500 would be hella nice. I'd pay off my outstanding credit card debt, approx $3,000. Next, I'd get dental work done. I have no health insurance/dental insurance, and I have 4 very large cavities. On my upper right side tooth near my incisor, it hurts to chew anything that is harder than soggy cereal. Left lower incisor has a large cavity near the gum line, which is probably going to develop an abscess since I've had this huge cavity for over 2 years. The same tooth on the right side has a smaller cavity which doesn't hurt daily but is noticeable. My back molars constantly hurt, and there's a few other smaller ones which can't be good. I don't know how much money would be left, but I'd probably save the rest to buy some sort of vehicle. I'm 31 and have never owned or drove a car. I ride my road bike to work daily, and it gets exhausting working 45 hours a week in a warehouse on top of daily bike commute. I'm sure there are far more people who need 12 grand more than me. However, I'd definitely consider it life-changing. I was born with almost no enamel on my tooth, and as I grew up my teeth started to deteriorate. No matter how much I would brush, floss, and rinse, my teeth would just continue to crumble away. Like a horrible dream that you do not wake up from. Unfortunately, this may not be a lot to some, but for me, it would be life-changing to receive 12K. Would no longer be in pain, I would be able to smile, I would be able to be a better father. It's unfortunate, but I hope I can find a way someday to save money to get it done. But if I had $12,500 right now, I'd no longer have these issues. It would be spent at the dentist. What would you do if every human vanished but you? Print out the entirety of Wikipedia for reference. Search random houses and find and uncover cool shit/secrets about people. Fucking panic. Just what I wanted, silence and peace. Go back to sleep. They can't fire me now. I would hide from the thing that took them. Get free food. Go to the library and break my glasses. Are they gone? Or am I the only one left visible? Because if that was the case, I'd become paranoid as fuck. Go onto YouTube and comment last on videos. Go check out Area 51 and see if there's really anything interesting in there. Download as much information as I could think of off the web before the internet/power grid stopped working. And fill up a bunch of gas cans for my new truck I'm going to pick out. Then I'd load up on how to put in solar panels and batteries on my house and try to set up an off-grid system. It's basically what I want to do to get away from all the other humans right now anyway, but without having to live 50 miles outside of town. Musical notes: I think we're alone now. Declare myself supreme overlord of the world. Better find something new to eat. Run butt naked in the middle of the street. Are the dead bodies gone too? Neutral face. Guess I got a shit ton of dogs to take care of now. Find a vantage point as high up in a city as possible, and just live there and slowly watch trees and plants and animals and just nature take over everything we built. Okay, I've been thinking about this for a long time. First, I'd gather every solar panel I could get my hands on. Set myself up a nice power station. Second, get all propane canisters I can find. They should be good for 30 years. Third, get a nice pile of firewood. It gets cold here. 4th, plant myself an awesome garden. In between that I would stockpile mediation. Collect as much bass and gas stabilizer I could find. Spend a lot of time at the library. Learn more about wood gasonators so I'd have gas forever. Hunt, fish, gather, and grow. I'd find some cows, pigs, chickens, dogs. It sounds more like heaven. Use whatever car I found, for a couple years at least. Collect eyeglasses so I'd have options as my eyes deteriorated. Read everything. Then trip and fall and have to wait and die there on the ground in 3 days. Everyone just jumping straight to suicide, but honestly the lack of human interaction would suck, but until you're in the moment you have no idea how you will react. I'd probably get straight on the internet, while it's still up, and try and find if anyone else anywhere is around, messaging friends and family. After that I'd start printing off maps of the UK, maps of major cities, museums, landmarks. Printing off pictures of friends and family as well. Then I'd probably break into every house within a mile to get keys to a nice car that I can set up a comfortable living space within, maybe even a van. Then I'd get on down to the big shops, get a nice bed for the van, big comfy chair, mini fridge, camping gear, some nice tech. Try and get hold of a generator, solar panels would be great. Get tons of long-lasting food, medicine, nice alcohol, really comfy clothing and jewelry just for kicks. Then I'd probably start the long trek cross-country of getting to friends' houses, maybe build little shrines for each them to honor them, get something to remember them by. Then it's holiday time, I'd probably head for London. Stay at Buckingham Palace for a bit, I'd want the crown jewels. Probably the place I'd be able to actually find a gun as well. I imagine as time passes and the world gets more wild I'll need that. I'd stock up on good books, DVDs, try and get hold of some technical/mechanical/scientific data. Eventually I'd try and travel through the channel. I'd probably spend my winters in Southern Europe and my summers in Northern Europe. My biggest advantage is probably my ability to amuse myself. I'd most likely go very crazy quickly though and end up assembling funny scenarios throughout everywhere I go with mannequins. And you just know I'd have a mannequin Hitler in Berlin. And if I think I'm gonna die, I'll just drink myself to death. Edit, I completely forgot that as a true-blooded Englishman I would collect as many British flags as I could and claim new territory around Europe as I travel. Explore people's homes, government buildings, areas that I would never normally have access to, etc. After I tired of that and the reality of never seeing my friends and family ever again sank in, I would probably just do a ton of drugs and drink myself to death out of loneliness. Now. Would fertility centers still be available? Because I'd just create a family and from there repopulate Earth. How would you really know you were the last? Listen to porn with the volume up. Honestly, I've daydreamed about this exact scenario happening all my life. I'd probably stockpile supplies and just travel North America and siphon gas from cars to continue driving. When I decide I'm done, I'll just stop eating and drinking. Edit, I know it must be so interesting and terrible that I would choose to end my life via dehydration, but please stop asking me about it, and I don't need advice. You're giving a person you don't know the mental stability of methods on how to kill herself. I would hop into a nice car and drive around the US looking for survivors. Along the way I would paint alive in Tucson on road signs and billboards, you know, just in case there's someone else. Then I'd drive to Tucson, find a nice mansion on a cul-de-sac, and start living. I'd take it in my stride. Lots of people talking about killing themselves, TBH, I'd probably be quite happy. So this is what I'd do: find the gun. If at some point I'm severely injured, I'd take myself out. Last resort kind of thing. But the gun will help me hunt because I'd move to a rural but resource-rich area of my country. And take over a house. Find some PV panels and learn how to connect the electricity. Grown a shitload of cannabis, food crops and round up the local livestock. Chill the fuck out in peace for the rest of my short existence. I would probably eat my coworker's breakfast sandwich, it's just sitting there. Then I'd probably jerk off. Masturbate in a beautiful open field lol. I would become Monku AAA. I'd stop worrying. Search for SCP-2000 and fire that bad boy up. Break into somebody's house and steal a PS5 because at this rate that's the only way I'm getting one. Cry then get to all and go around getting everything I've ever wanted. Panic because I can't look after all the pets and zoo animals on my own. My first priority would be setting up some large industrial freezers to run on power from diesel generators and stuff them with all the perishable food I can manage to get before it thaws. After that I would spend a good portion of my time maintaining, securing diesel, and finding spare parts for my freezer setup so it will last me a lifetime. The rest of the time I would just break in everywhere to find new toys to play with. Would probably look and take such things as DVD collections, guns, toys, gold and silver. And, well, I would just have to let time pass till I eventually die. Well, as long as they vanished and weren't all killed as the result of a massive war or something, I'm going to assume that there's plenty of farms out there that no longer have farmers. So, I will move into one, repurposing some solar panels or something for electricity, or just forsaking all of that since it's just me after all, and happily live out the rest of my days eating fresh food and listening to nature, without any idiots complaining about shit that is 100% in their control. Edit, thanks for all the upvotes. Commit suicide to finish the job. Edit, yes, the obligatory wholesome award. Edit 2, okay maybe I'd like, jerk off in the middle of the city or some shit. You guys make some good points. Leave some type of clues to let something know hey, we once existed. Fuck around until my electricity/water shut off then kill myself. Teach myself how to garden. Start a farm. The food in stores can last for a while. Canned goods can last for a good long while. But eventually I will need food. Treated fuel can apparently last for 3 years if properly stored, so siphoning cars for gas to run a generator so I can have electricity. Water wouldn't be much of an issue since bottled water would be everywhere, and if that ever ran out I'd just travel to a place with lakes and whatnot. That's what I would do to ensure I don't starve. Safety is next. I would be really fucking careful with everything I did, and I would find all the books in health and keeping your body healthy as I could. My biggest fear would be developing appendicitis. So I would look into trying to avoid that. I would also learn some gun safety and how to make some basic defenses. I would also learn extensively about animals. How to care for dogs and cats and how to give them vaccinations. Then there's entertainment. I would get all the DVDs and books who are gone. Reliving what was formerly the human experience through old episodes of The Office and Gomer Pyle. Suddenly everything would take on a whole new meaning. It would all become artifacts. I'd probably try and preserve some of it in some way. Anyway, that is my very long answer. I'm sure some may think my plan is silly, but it's what I have. Every show and movie ever made. Every book, fiction and non-fiction, all the video games and consoles as well. Everything. Next would be to reclaim the world's supply of devil's lettuce for my own uses. I wouldn't just be farming my food. No. I'd have tegrity. But I wouldn't have to worry about tegrity. Since the shelf life of weed is forever, I don't see why it wouldn't be able to last, as long as it was vacuum sealed. Next would be finding a companion. A good ole dog. I would research dog breeds for the best and calmest breeds. Small breeds. I don't need to have a dog that can kill me if it wanted to. So I'd find something small and very loyal like a corgi or something. I would probably get 2. A male and female. So they can have babies, cause I would need to breed dogs to keep friends and whatnot. I don't think I'd mess with cats. They can be unpredictable, I feel. I would have to breed dogs because the dogs that would be left could go feral. Obviously finding a specific breed would be hard, but this is probably one of the first things I'd do, cause lots of animals will die very quick. Realistically I would probably just find a dog in a person's house on like day 1. cause a dog in someone's place will be already vaccinated and trained. So it would just be a matter of finding a good little pooch. Being very careful to not get attacked by anyone's good boy who was left behind for the end of man. The downsides. I'd have to kill stuff. And learn how to butcher that stuff and keep the meat fresh. I'd only have gas for 3 years for the Jenny, so keeping meat fresh and safe to eat would be important. However, in those 3 years I can attempt to learn how to make some sort of solar or wind-based option. Either that, or move to a home that already has solar. That stuff being said, I think it would be easiest just to become a vegetarian. So I'd probably do that. Cause the possibility of getting sick from the animal meat would be too high, I feel. I would just have to really be good with the gardening. Keeping plants free of bugs and fungi. So lots of reading. Lots of watching art, gardening films and whatnot. But I would still have to kill stuff. Not often. But it would probably come up. Like coyotes and rodents that could carry disease. The lonely factor, it would get to me at times. But I think enjoying the peace and beauty of an empty world would help. I just think I would be scared of hurting myself. That's the real thing. Cause something like a broken leg or deep cut can become real bad if not tended to properly. Another thing is nuclear power plants and things like that. With crew gone, I'd imagine they could blow and spread fallout. So hopefully I would be able to find some info on that. That's probably the biggest challenge besides the natural disasters and accidents that could happen. Making sure I'm not going to get radiation poisoning. So what would I do? I'd spend the rest of my days living with lil doggies, smoking reefer, and trying not to get myself fucking killed. I think I would really enjoy it. Not having to worry about money ever again. Not having to worry about the future. Just living. Surviving. Thriving. It would be neat. The quiet would be so cool. Watching nature reclaim stuff would be interesting. Challenges that I would have to overcome would be interesting. Seeing the sky without light pollution and smog would be awesome. Wandering once busy streets and exploring people's abandoned homes. Working on projects and learning new things. Never having to worry about any wars. Never having to worry about being murdered or robbed or getting into fights. Being the last one. That's also something interesting. The last human alive on Earth. There's something really freeing about that to me. Don't have to worry about leaving a legacy. Don't have to worry about carrying on a family name or anything like that. Getting to live amongst what remains of the human race. Sifting through the memories of those. Gather up all the sex robots, wine, liquor, weed and pharmaceuticals and figure out how to get to Hawaii. Go online and ask Reddit what to do about it. The very first thing I would do is enjoy the outside. Just go somewhere and then come back. Then I'd kill myself. Vandalize, steal, and then kill myself. I would want to relieve all that pent-up stress, so I would start by breaking shop windows and then work my way up to more dangerous things like an office building or a skyscraper. And by vandalize I mean become a terrorist and see if I can find some explosive charges to try and demolish a building. I would want to get all that out before the depression of being the only one kicks in and I have the big sad. Make a giant margarita in a kiddie pool and pass out in it. I'd be a bit confused, cause I'm in online class right now. Graffiti, a lot of graffiti. I would be doing that 24/7. This is actually my plan for Last Man on Earth, society collapse, zombie apocalypse, any other kind of apocalypse that doesn't entail the disappearance of spray paint. It just go get some guns and stuff and shoot at whatever I wanted most likely. Probably just continue to exist for a bit and see how depressing things are and if it could be a long-term option. Probably try and see how far I could get into hard to access places. It would be like getting to the next level of a game. Collecting certain things from all the things left behind in order to break into high security mansions, banks, skyscrapers, and the ultimate Fort Knox and other GovT buildings. Download all of Wikipedia onto something I can carry around with me. then dedicate all my time trying to figure out space travel and eventually just leave, let the shuttle float off into the void, then freeze myself, hopefully some advanced race finds me before I crash into a planet, and if they're cool and if I'm alive and they don't cut me open, I live with them and share all the history and culture of the human race of which I am the last. Take a van to the library. Fill it with books. Move into Costco. Skip making my bed in the morning. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. There is no road crew anymore, so geographically speaking the best place I could be is Southern California. SoCal produces a quarter of the US's food, so farming would be most viable there. Also a lot of livestock animals. I have access to a water testing kit and purification gear, so water is taken care of. Hunting may be necessary, so I might need to increase my ammunition stores. SoCal might not have enough easily accessible. Maybe pick up a crossbow and other outdoorsy type gear at a field and streamy would want to get a very fuel efficient vehicle with lots of storage. Given what I know now, probably a Subaru Forester or Honda SV. Download the last copy of Wikipedia onto multiple USB sticks, store them everywhere. Hopefully acquire portable solar-powered chargers, otherwise my ass is going to have to figure out hydro and find a river. Maybe worth relocating to a place powered by the Hoover Dam. Take a couple rooftop solar panels for use later. Or find an existing house pre-equipped. Prepare for and make the journey. Upon settling, quickly learn how to farm, vegetables and livestock. If possible, learn how to make records that won't disintegrate over hundreds of years. Write an autobiography. Then my thoughts on humanity as a collective whole. One impressive goal I saw but wouldn't even know where to begin with is trying to fertilize and grow a human embryo into a new person. The goal is interesting, but besides the scientific difficulties in trying something like that, the infrastructure necessary to protect the eggs is likely on a deteriorating timeline before the power goes out and the eggs thaw and expire, I think. I don't know if I'd be able to figure out the power problem before that deadline. Go to the bathroom with the door open. And farts. Start tiling some soil, gathering wood and going around getting books and supplies. Gotta make the best of the end of the world. Edit meant water, but gathering wood is also a good idea. A one-man Lamborghini destruction derby. But my dogs are still here, right? So if I'm pregnant, the fetus inside me vanishes too? I'd become a crazy cat guy. Off myself. My husband, my children, my family. Not to mention literally society, which I depend on for survival. No food without farmers, no food without truckers, no power without electrical workers to run the stations, no water without the crew to treat it. All gone. Yep. I'm not going to die a slow, lonely, painful death all by myself after years of being slowly driven insane by isolation. I would wait at least 2 hours to do anything. I think this is a decent amount of time to dodge planes falling from the sky and cars crashing into each other. Immediately start farming. Lame answer, but I'm a hungry hippo. Not notice for a few days. I'd start talking to a soccer ball named Wilson. I would get flashbacks to school PE classes. Always chosen last. I'd probably masturbate in the Oval Office. Go find one of those high-end dolls at an erotic shop that are too expensive in real life, but the Japanese have made them like amazing. Get one of every kind, go home and play Kingdom Hearts. Break into Nvidia warehouse and see if fucking 30 series GPUs exists or not. Snoop through all of my neighbors' things. Go live on a yacht and sail the world. Jack off and cry more than I usually do. If I'm the only one who survived, I'm pretty lucky. I'd probably look for another survivor and try to bring society back. We'd all be related. The whole world will become Alabama. It'll be amazing. Travel to Madame Tussauds Wax Museum in New York with a couple fleshlights. Return to Monk. Go outside and see the effect of every human vanishing. Masturbate. I am now the richest person on earth. Get generators, the electricity will eventually turn off. Get as far away from nuclear power plants, self-explanatory. Go to my local gas stations and fill as many tanks as humanly possible, pick up as many along the way to the spot I would like to go. I would probably go to the middle of the country, I live in US, and find the nicest house possible. No one's gonna stop me. I choose the Midwest because of the animals and crops. The food from stores can only last me a while before it goes bad. I need to go to my local Cabela's or sporting/gun store and take all the guns and ammo, as well as hunting/fishing gear. Boredom will most definitely become a huge factor, so I would get books, or even free-to-play games on a computer. Sustainability is what I need, but I can use all the humans' resources without using it all up. Of course I will probably get many animals. Dogs, cats, the whole bunch. Although I will probably go insane after many years, I think I would be able to be one with nature. Reddit will probably commit suicide. What's your biggest fantasy? NSFW. I want to wake up as a kid in 1972 again, but remember everything I know now. To own a house with a modest-sized spare room for my drum set. 200 acres of wooded land. A long-running D&D game with good players and DM. Actually finishing a novel. I am trying, but so unsure of everything, not making progress. Being loved, being accepted, truly having someone on my team to work with me through thick and thin. To help build me up and vice versa. To know I'm not someone that needs to be fixed because he's broken, but a person just like her with flaws, to lift each other up from our flaws and be better together. Somebody liking me. My cancer goes into remission. I wake up in my own bed, not worried about work and money, while someone holds me and I feel at peace. To wake up next to a man who loves me, in the early morning to the sound of rain and him still sleeping, so I cuddle up to him as he wakes. The window cracked open and we can feel a cool breeze in the air. It's just light enough to see him. We lie there half asleep with warm bodies against each other and whisper about our dreams and what we're gonna do for the day. We decide the plan is to stay in bed and watch the sun come out. He scratches my back in silence and I listen to his heartbeat with my head on his chest. He tells me he loves me and I finally feel safe and warm. When you're expecting to read people's NSFW comments, but after a while you're touched because you see people as sad as you, lol. Having someone throw $1,000 on my naked body and then leaving me the fuck alone. PFFFT, when I saw the NSFW tag on here and saw the question, I knew exactly how this was going to go down. People's biggest fantasies are almost never of a sexual nature. Deep down, we all want to feel safe and loved. Living with a woman that loves me. To have my wife back that just left me for another man, and to not have anxiety anymore so I could actually enjoy life instead of being so afraid of everything. Waking up in no pain. Nice try, NSA. I'm pretty hungry right now. A sandwich would be pretty sweet, I guess. To be held and cuddled, very ludic. Being socially competent. 8 straight hours of uninterrupted sleep at least 4 times a week for the rest of my existence. A hug. Edit, thanks for the hugs awards, you're too wholesome today. To give my mum a hug one more time, cancer is a cunt. Meeting my dad one last time. Hoping my husband stops farting in his sleep, that would be nice, raised eyebrow. Damn, this ain't NSFW, this 9 to 5. Waking up one morning, cured of my chronic illnesses. Being able to do multiple things without feeling like I got thrown out a window would be so amazing. Never needing sleep, but doing it anyway. Sleeping well through the night. Man, I just want intimacy and to feel like someone legitimately cares about me outside of my immediate family. Not to say I don't love my family, but it just isn't the same as someone else. Being in control. Jolene is playing softly in the background, as you rest on a large bin-bag chair. You're so curled into you, sleeping soundly. Your hand is resting in their hair, absent-mindedly playing with it as you read your favorite book. You are safe, warm, and happy. Waking up, realizing all this shit has been one giant low-grade nightmare. My closest friends aren't dead from this damn virus, life didn't kick me in the balls professionally, and I actually have my life in order. Seeing my dog again, I just want to take her on a walk again, just one last time. Edit. Thanks for the gold and the support everyone, y'all are way too kind. It breaks my heart to see Reddit brought to this. 5 years ago, the top comment would have been, I want somebody to poop out a banana while I eat it. Now the top comment is essentially, I want my depressive anxiety to end. You sons of bitches need to go to therapy so you can go back to being the depraved bastards I know all of you are. I wish you all pleasant therapists and effective medications. Being financially secure and not having to work ever again at a young age. Winning over 500 million in the lottery, taking care of all my family, immediate and extended, and spending the rest of my life with my wife and kid exploring the world before it gets destroyed by industry. Oh, also, 2 chicks at one time. Having a genuine interest in anything. Sleeping an entire night. Feeling actual happiness instead of having to fake it. A girl lying on the couch with me snuggled up underneath a blanket watching a movie. But that's just a fantasy, I guess. Currently, being able to leave my toxic job without fear of not being able to pay my bills. Lame, but it's been hard to think past that lately. Waking up and realizing the last 10 years was just a bad dream and I get a chance to start again. And none of my fur babies are gone. I want my code to run. To be a kid again. My childhood passed too fast and now I regret not enjoying every second of it. Rich, living in a different country, kinky GF. Being taller or being born into a higher socio-economic class. World peace and an end to poverty. Getting kidnapped by a psychotic girl who just wants to love me. To be a stand-up comedian with a podcast. Never having to clean or do dishes ever again. Meeting Porter Robinson and thanking him for his music. All my other stuff came true. 3. Knowing how it feels to be loved. Winning/inheriting $6 million and paying off all my friends' debts and buying the poorest of them houses in a nice neighborhood so they can focus on their dreams. Being dominated. My friend is suicidal. So we've created a pact that if we get to 35 without being married we move in together in a little cottage in the woods. And whenever we get sad, we add things to the fantasy. So it's living in this quaint cottage, full of crystals and witchy stuff. She's pagan and I support her. I bake and she cooks, we clean together, and we have a large garden where we sustain ourselves. Our horse stable is in a clearing, along with a few goats and chickens and a single cow. We would also have a beehive outside for honey and to save the bees. We would end the nights watching the stars and enjoying just being alive and together. To meet the op of this question, they seem an amazing person judging by the heartwarming responses. I have super strength and flight and I defeat a villain. Can't I just dream of being able to see if I have thyroid cancer like my mom did without worrying about a lifetime of debt? To wake up knowing there's actually a bright future for humanity. Reddit gold. That my cat and I are invincible and we live forever at whatever age we like. Finding a GF. I wake up next to the love of my life, make a healthy breakfast and wake her up. We get dressed one after the other. I am an electronics engineer with my own successful startup. She is a web developer who works in a company at the same building as mine and occasionally helps me. We drive to work together in complete silence holding hands. We work hard for 8 hours. She texts me to ask what we're having for dinner tonight and I say steak. We go home, watch Friends or The Office while cuddling. I tell her to go sleep and I go outside for a late night walk. Go back, find out she woke up, We have passionate sex and then sleep. Getting my childhood back. When I was a kid, I was abused. The daycare I went to had abusive employees, and when my behavior reflected it, they decided I should be on Ritalin, despite not having ADHD. They told my mother if she didn't have me put on the drug, they'd kick me out. She had to work overtime, all the time, so she needed me to be in daycare, and since I could never tell her what they were doing to me, she talked to my doctor and I was put on the drug. I hated it. Because of my abuse, I was a mean, nasty, little bully, even though I never meant to be. I responded to even a small insult by going nuclear, and saying awful things to people, even people I really liked. That stupid drug made me even worse. It caused emotional outbursts, aggression, headaches, insomnia, and just constant anxiety. My biggest fantasy is starting over, and telling my mom when I was little, what those people were doing to me, and never being put on that drug. I feel like my life could have been better, and I wouldn't have hurt people. I still feel awful about all of it. That I'm sent back in time by a divine being saying yeah sorry about the random kidney failure and all the shit you suffered. Ah bad, there was an accounting error or something, so here. You're 18 again and you can do what you want, no kidney failure, no crippling illness, just you, doing what you're doing. Have a fair crack at it. Not everyone gets a second chance. Then my life trajectory would be massively different, instead of peaking at college because my body fucking gave up on me and tried to kill me 3 times. I would like to know how it feels, what it's like, to be neurotypical. As someone that started work at 12, moved out from home at 15 and hasn't stopped since, I just want to retire at a good age and rest. I'm so tired and just want to enjoy the fruits of my labor before I'm too old to make the most of it. Being truly loved and not used, sad face. Seeing my dad again. Bringing down Facebook. Waking up to find out I won't need to worry about money for the rest of my life. I don't wanna be rich. I just wanna not worry. Not dying young. Cuddling with someone and having them stroke my head / play with my hair. Or being tied up and choked. Reviving the Roman Empire. Living a happy life, with some people I actually love. Being sober the rest of my life. I have 10 months now. A COVID-free world. To have enough money that I won't have to work for the rest of my life. Wake up, it's evening. Sun is yellowish orange and shines through gaps of curtains. My cheek is placed on a lap of a girl from my childhood, beautiful as ever. She fell asleep like me. I try to get up but I feel warmth of her hand on my head. She combed my hair until Morpheus took her. I gently move myself away just to get on my legs and not wake her up. I make us dinner, nothing too fancy, I love to cook so it's a pleasure. As I serve the meal I hear her lovely voice just behind me, hey there sleepyhead. She hugs me and reaches for plates and silverware. We have a good meal and talk about the next few days of our vacation. We go to the bar near the beach, sun has just gone under horizon and the sky is pink and purple. We are walking barefoot on the edge of the sea. I on the side of the water, my ankles soaked from coming waves and she on still hot sand. We reach the sidewalk that leads to our rented apartment when she stops and smiles at me. The sky starts to darken and she is surrounded by dark purple sky and a few stars. She looks at me and smiles with the warmth I have never seen even at our wedding. She pulls me closer and says I have been waiting for that moment, because I know it's your favorite time of the day. She stands on her toes and whispers to my ear something wonderful had happened. We are having a child. I stand there thinking, this is it. I am fulfilled, my life is a cheerful melody played softly on piano. I break down in tears. I am the happiest man in the world. Passive income, that's enough to support whatever I want to do. Either something what would fit very much well on DeviantArt, something that would get me on the FBI watch list if I were to say it, or something wholesome. Make your choice. I'll make sure not to answer. To forget that we are just getting closer to our death and that nothing we will have an impact, as we are nothing but a speck of dust in this universe. I wish to wake up one day and not care about that and just relax or do whatever I wish to do, and of course I want to fuck a goth girl. To be abducted by aliens, and live to tell the tale. Just to not have to work so damn much. To have the option of being able to just throw money at my problems, hit snooze, and watch them go away. Getting that shot of dopamine in the brain when someone I'm into says I love you. That a chemical engineer will discover a low-cost, effective, low-energy carbon sequestration technology that will help reverse the effects of human-made climate change from greenhouse gases. So I'm sitting at a bar, and an attractive woman comes up and flirts with me. Dune. Because she wants to. It's so unrealistic I haven't fleshed it out much more than that. Dictatorships around the world collapse in the same week and everything becomes democratic and peaceful. Grappling hook gun. Having enough money to not have to choose between gas, food, or medicine. Like literally all I want is to not have to constantly worry. I don't want to be rich, just semi-comfortable. Being loved unconditionally by someone, oh, and a hug would be really nice too. Having no debt, a comfortable living situation and enough money to maintain that lifestyle until I pass. Being skinny no matter what I eat without exercise, no financial worries, no effing virus. Somnophilia. I want to be fast asleep and have my partner either eat me out or left me grind on his thigh or finger me as I slept and to wake up gasping. I really do wonder if it'll affect my dreams, if I have any at all. The concept of being made to have a wet dream and to wake up with your partner right there coaxing it out of you is hot. A couple of problems though. I'm a light sleeper, I'm a woman so certain bits aren't as easily accessible if I'm turned a certain way and finding the right time for it. I've discussed it with my partner before and given my enthusiastic consent, but I'm just too light a sleeper to experience the magic. Having my gym crush tell me she wants to suffocate me by sitting on my face. Sigh one day. Banging two chicks at the same time. Graduating uni with my degree, traveling the world with my BF and us growing old together. Seeing yet another NSFW post and finding it mostly wholesome. Smile success. SFW, to not have to worry about money ever again. Not necessarily rich, or even retired, just have enough to live comfortably and not worry about hospital bills or mortgage or anything. Having enough sleep. Being gifted a shit ton of money and retiring early. That I could give my puppy half the years of my life. The good years, not the old bad ones. Because she deserves them. To be someone who is needed. Smile. To actually enjoy what life has to offer. For this sub to stop being full of sex questions. The American Congress explodes with all the current member minus a select few inside. The military and prison industrial complexes are dismantled and tax money actually starts paying for things the people need. The massive military budget is redistributed to education, healthcare, and rehabilitation for the homeless and drug addicts. Lobbyists for oil and pharma companies contract deadly rabies and all go withing a few days. A deep throat blowjob looks very pleasurable. To wake up without the anxiety of not being able to pay my bills. Where was the most public place you have had sex? My ex's bed. Didn't know it was that public until later. My manager's office in a gas station, would watch the security cameras while doing it to make sure the other employee wouldn't walk back and catch us. Got away with it. On the sidewalk, W. 20th Street near 9th Avenue NYC, at 1 a.m. On a public beach at night. The cops thought we were sleeping, take that as you will. On a train, not in the bathroom. Stockroom while customers were in the store. On the side of Interstate 40 in broad daylight. At the beach, in the ocean where the waves break. At a park on a walking trail. In a bank vault. Inside a bank. The Oceana balcony overlooking the city with cars driving by in the hallway of someone else's house. Hood of my car on the top level of a deserted parking garage downtown during a rainstorm on a hot summer night. Would recommend. Between the rows of grapes at a vineyard. The roof of a house I was renting in Toronto, with lots of apartment buildings nearby. We were intending to just tan up there, but my wife tanning bikini was just too much for me to handle. Did it behind a Target late at night. Doggy style. Under a tree. It was a fitting metaphor for our short, but wild relationship edit. Thanks for my first Reddit award. A nice hint of irony there too given the content of the story. College library. College baseball field pitcher's mound. We went back the next year to do it again as a kinky anniversary type thing. That was 6 years ago. We're now engaged. TLDR, in my FWB's office, which had a big glass wall facing the office lobby / common area while most employees were working from home because of COVID. I had a FWB that was the only person working in the office on her floor during COVID. She always had a fuck me in my office fantasy, so when her boss left town and the office was especially quiet one day, I headed over. I expected to find a windowless office at the end of a dead-end hallway or something. Nope. It was an office with a floor-to-ceiling glass wall facing the lobby and elevators. The middle portion was frosted, but you could still see people's feet, heads, and blurry versions of the people inside. I was a bit shocked, but she assured me nobody else was there, so I said fuck it, let's bang. I was a few minutes in and really giving it to her on her desk when we hear a knock on the glass door and see feet. It was an executive secretary coming to check on some maintenance work in the office. She went away, but it was obvious we were busted. The worst part was that as I left, she was coming back and I had to do a walk of shame past her to get on the elevator. Under one of the arches in Moab, Utah. The Blue Lagoon in Iceland. Famous volcanic spa. Me and the wife got frisky in one of the pools where we thought was secluded. One of the lifeguards, security, came up to us, laughed and said everyone can see what you're doing. And pointed to the observation platform with a lot of tourists with cameras were watching. Edit, wow, most love I've received for a post, thanks. For the record, it was well timed as I had just finished when the guy walked over, though my wife was still straddling me. Maybe he waited? Seemed like a considerate chap. We waved at the people on the platform who waved back. Never seen any footage of this surfacing, but if anyone was there in March 2015 and has this on film, let me know, thumbs up. Jogging trail. Casino parking lot in a car. College campus too many times to count. Wings and Things parking lot. Bowling alley parking lot. Restroom during senior night at Water World. Apartment balcony. But being on the top floor made it pretty low risk. Another time on the hood of the car on the side of a western Kansas road. Her dad asked what the dent in the hood was from. Oops. Not full-on sex, but I did get a blowjob in the back row of a fullish movie theater during Too Fast, Too Furious during its release weekend. Pretty much had the back row to ourselves and she just goes down. I guess it turned out to be my release weekend too. Probably at 2 different church parking lots, sorry God. Ex-girlfriend's sister's wedding. Everyone was drunk, so almost no one noticed us gone for an hour lol. We did look a bit out of place afterwards considering how long we kept the deed going. Was awkwardly confronted by her mom saying, "Where the hell have you two been?" Our good old high school days. Things seemed so simple. In a river in the middle of the forest. In a beach while swimming. I wouldn't recommend it. Also, in a train, it was empty from the start to the first stop. I do not recommend this. I got with a guy at a rave and we did it in an abandoned portable toilet that was knocked over. I don't remember how many people knocked on a door of a toilet that was on its side. Lol, in the back of my minivan. Parked out in the road in front of our house, 2 p.m. in the afternoon in town. Public hot tub in an apartment complex, even had someone watching. We thought we were sneaky, but we were young and dumb. In a dressing room, on Yokosuka, Japan Zoo. military base there, right next to my senior chief's wife trying on clothes with him outside of the dressing room. Without their knowledge, of course. So exciting. Was dating this woman who was a demon in the sack. Asked me to come see something she tried on. Next thing I know, I'm getting pushed down on the chair and ridden like there is no tomorrow. Finished by literally sucking my soul out. I was quite infatuated with her after that. Lol. Edit. Thanks for my first award and all the likes. Glad you all enjoyed the story. In the movie cinema with my boyfriend. Because of COVID, movie cinemas are pretty empty. We sat at the back in the corner. I sat on his lap, riding him, reverse cowgirl, with my coat over our laps. There was only one other person in the cinema, but they were at the front. It was actually the best sex we've had in months. In the boardroom of a downtown office building at work. Floor-to-ceiling windows, flushed face. Golf course putting green. Insert hole-in-one sex pun here. College classroom at night during finals week. Some guy walked in thinking the room was open to study in, and was surprised to see my girlfriend and I on the front table. In my dorm room's floor study room, on all the floors. I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. Church parking lot. High school baseball field, in my 20s, public beach and a Vegas hotel courtyard. Movie theater, back row balcony. I was young and dumb. Oof, a private home pool and actually on a beach. Neither of them I recommed. Water is not lube. Graveyard, it was a ghastly experience. Does it count that I gave a blowjob in the forest at the Renaissance Fair? I consider it one of my greatest accomplishments. My wife and I had sex in 3 bars one night in a bar hopping area by us. Good times. Got caught once. No one walked in, but they knocked and we had to play it off like she was getting sick. In a quinceañera here in Mexico. Near Charleston there is the Edisto River. People take inner tubes and floats and ride the river down all the time. The most popular start and stop points are a few miles apart, so you need to make sure you have one car parked at the end and take another to the start to float down. What we did and many other people do is forget to have the keys to the car at the end on you as you float and need to find a way back to the start car. The day we did this, it started raining fairly hard partway down the river, so by the time we got to the end there was no one else coming or going from the river while we waited, so we made our way to a bench under some trees, ate a snack, then the urges came and she rode me in the rain on a bench at a public boat landing where people get out of the river. They just spent 4 hours floating down and would have seen us immediately, not to mention the fact my mother was on her way to take us to the other car. I do catfights as a side gig. I sometimes wrestle other women in the nude in a room full of men and even a few women for some easy money. Sometimes during a nude match, things get a little intimate. Behind a plaza with a main road behind and in front of us, wasn't too exciting, honestly. Would like to be a little more risky. It's the thrills. Central Park, some street on the U's, a rooftop, parking garage, hospital bathroom. Sorta related, hand stuff done to me while driving down the street in broad daylight, sucked dick on the subway, fooled around in a club bathroom. In a public bathroom at a football game and in the back of a car at the local lake. In a car on the side of a highway. I've done it twice. First time went smooth. Second time we got spotted. They didn't really do anything, but they slowed down to see it and sped off, so we stopped partway and continued along. Not public, per se, but I've also received a blowjob in a room where a whole bunch of drunk people were sleeping. Back corner of a movie theater. In the pool area, elevator, and hallway of a motel. We were really hot and bothered. Grocery store bathroom, rolling eyes face, shushing face. Obama's inauguration in a tent during his speech. My wife's boss's country club. They had little dining rooms where if the door was closed they'd leave you alone until you opened it. She was into public, but that was probably the most risky. In multiple different parks real late at night / in the very early morning. Edit, spelling, and to clarify, when I say late at night / in the very early morning, I mean after a close shift sometime between 12 AM and 4 AM. Oh boy, finally a question for me. Cemetery, parking garage, and high school computer lab. Disney World. Antique stagecoach in the display window of a Wells Fargo. Great Wall of China. In the brush, on a hill, on a military base with my husband. Lol. Not horrible, but had some sticks in my hair. I have a fun recent story for this. So my husband, kids, and his sister went on vacation. His sister got a free vacation to work as a sitter when needed. So my husband and I go for a drive at night, find a walking path, and decide to go for a walk. While walking we come across a fence and a strange little building, and my husband flirtatiously asks if I want to be naughty. We go into the little building and it has a bench. Perfect. We do our thing, and as we leave, we realize it is a dugout and there is a school nearby. Yes, neither of us recognized a dugout due to the dark and the fact that we are idiots. I am now panicking because that is a crime. I'm drunk and don't think about how indecent exposure is a crime to begin with, but whatever. We walk back to the truck and head back to the rental house. Well, about 5 minutes down the road, and we are getting pulled over. Initiate panic mode. My husband was stone cold sober, but I'm sure he is pulling us over because we are now on the sex offenders list for having sex near a school. Nope. Due to the street lights, my husband forgot to turn his full headlights on, just the running lights were on. We get off without a ticket and we never spoke of it again. Except to all you people. So that's the story of the time I thought I was going to be arrested for fucking my husband. Courtroom. It wasn't me, but I once walked in on some folks getting it on in a food storage freezer. My perspective was from behind the guy. And the girl was on the small side, so I couldn't see her. All I saw was my dude thrusting away at a stack of broccoli boxes, so I reflexively yelled, "What the fuck are you doing?" in a panic. He whipped around and I finally saw the girl. Deepest sigh of relief I've ever breathed. Still gross as hell, but not as bad as I'd thought. In a swimming pool. Like the other poster says, water is not lube, so my husband and I were prepared with silicone lube. Smile. In an art gallery behind the curtain of an exhibition piece. It was a dark corner. Historic lighthouse commonly used for tourism. Well, the least public place in the world. My dreams. I lost my V card in a very tiny public park in my neighborhood. Disclaimer: I was 16, so no, I was not trying to be a perv or expose anybody to anything. This park was often empty and I would hang out there a lot. I took my girlfriend there after school and we planned to get it on. She was wearing a dress, so at first we just made it look like she was sitting on my lap. That didn't do anything for either of us, so we switched to full-on missionary on the play set. Thank God no families or other individuals came by. Stupidest idea of my life, tbh lol. My ex and I snuck away from our tour group and had sex in one of the cells on Alcatraz Island. When I was 17, I had sex in my car at a park at like 3 PM. I had 5% tints, so I felt pretty safe even though people were walking right next to my car. I then realized they could probably see the car moving up and down. Did that quite a few times. Oddest place, I believe I was a senior in high school. It was around 10 PM and my GF at the time calls me and tells me to come over to a certain address and says she's horny. I had been drinking with a couple friends and convinced a sober friend to give me a lift. I quickly head over there and realize she's at a baby shower. When I got there, she grabbed me by the hand, walked over to the neighbor's lawn and told me to lay down. Had some of the best sex with that chick. Mall parking lot when it started closing. Gender-neutral locker room at my university lol. On top of the Hilton Hotel overlooking Comic-Con Saturday night. In Danny Phantom cosplay. 1997, JCPenney changing room. We went our separate ways a year or two later, but around 2008 we were connected on MySpace, and I read a quiz that she took where she made a subtle reference to it that nobody but me would understand. She had almost certainly forgotten that I was on her friends list. She was married by then and it would have been very inappropriate for me to comment on it, but it made me smile just knowing that she was still romanticizing that day the way I still did. Driving down the highway. Restaurant parking lot. Someone even got in their car to leave while it was happening. Bonus, car alarm kept going off lol. At the summer camp, it would be easier to name the places where I didn't have sex. In a bunch of cabins, the dining hall, nurses station, arts and crafts building, a bunch of trails, and the camp director's office. I told the director about it years later, and it turns out I had sex on a desk from the 1800s. Just happy to be a part of such a storied history. Next to a river at about 2 p.m. broad daylight. Several people went past. The beach bathroom at night, it did not go well. Went to Carlsbad Caverns. About 3/4s of the way down we heard behind us someone was having a heart attack/stroke whatever. She had the wonderful idea of the sex right in the path. Our great times. Campground, in a sleeping bag and broad daylight. Was the night after a concert and the place was packed. The car during lunch break in high school. That are things that happen if you drive a van in high school. Come out with the pedo jokes people, know them all. My mind, but I was surrounded by my classmates. Bold of you to assume Redditors have sex. On a lifeguard chair at a public beach after the sun went down. Edit, I also had sex, same woman, coming back from a club in a cab with my sister passed out next to us. There are about 10 sex questions on here daily now. You'll need to get laid. Don't downvote me, it's true. In a cemetery. Girl's idea. It wasn't actually that bad, just kinda disrespectful I guess some would say. It wasn't on a grave or anything, just a nice patch of grass and a blanket. Plus we could see the stars really well. In a park restroom. Girl's idea. She walked in first and I walked in after. Like we thought we were sneaky, smiley face, we went at it in one of the handicap stalls. When we were done we left at separate times and went back to chill in my car. We saw a person in their house looking out of the window disapprovingly. Good times. Virgin Squad where we at? In a parking lot behind an enclosed car trailer. Gave someone a blowjob on the highway while he was driving. In a fun house at the Jersey Shore. Many years ago. Empty subdivision and once went to a secluded beach that you had to walk 5 minutes downstairs just to reach it. We did it on the stairs, at night, until someone flashed their lights at us, flushed face, embarrassed smiley face, also started something while going through a car wash. Edit, bowling alley parking lot 2. Bus stop bench at a park and ride. I sat on the bench and she rode the bus. The bus is my penis. On the hood of my car, right by some train tracks. Flight line at an Air Force base as the F-18 were landing. On a park bench at a state park. In the woods and also the bathroom at the SLC Capitol building. College campus, stairwell. Stairwell at my old office job. Kinda hurt being on the bottom with my ass on the stairs, but the fear of getting caught also heightened the experience. Behind a big boulder by the side of a footpath in a local woodland, not planned. In a car in the parking lot of an Avicii concert. Forest. On the side of I-5, in an ice cream truck, I was dressed as a clown. Never had multiplayer sex. Only single player. Airport parking structure. Never. Giving and getting a blow job on the back of a school bus. Park. In order of preference, a balcony in Paris, back of a cab, fingered her, sauna, alley, park with someone watching, the beach, don't recommend it. Good times. P.S. Ask me anything, smiley face. Bus, staircase, stockroom, NYC taxi, club. As far as I can remember. Park. On a bench on a hiking trail in a state park, grimacing face. In the passenger seat of my 92 Celica parked on one of the islands on the Sanibel Causeway. I had just picked up my girlfriend, now wife, from the airport after she'd been on her high school senior trip with her grandparents to London and Paris. It was their graduation gift to her, although they spent the whole time arguing about how much things cost and complaining about the weather. I thought she would find it exciting, but it turns out it's just really uncomfortable for both parties, plus, every time I saw headlights go by I got paranoid. 9 months later, I became a dad. Haven't told him this story yet, though. Also, my apologies to my Aunt Ellen, to whom I sold the Celico after the baby came along. In the water on a public beach, in the middle of the day. On a Saturday. People were swimming around us. We had water up to our chins, so it wasn't that obvious. We got away with it, but I'm sure some people noticed lol. A city park at 1 AM. Left a party to fuck hard and quick and went back to party some more. The edge of the Grand Canyon. Anyone saying BRCH, don't I recommend itis literally just some kid repeating the same shit all the other kids keep saying. Beach sex is lit and you can use a fucking blanket. There's literally a drink called after it FFS. Redditors of Reddit, what's the sexiest sex that you had sex with in the sex place? Bonus points for the sexy. Edit, thanks for the gold kind stranger. A park. At a public park in a hammock. Doctors of Reddit, what do you do if a patient has an erection during a checkup? Nothing. Nothing. Continue on and reassure patient if they're embarrassed or whatever. It's not a big deal, we literally stick our fingers in some random, trained, professionals' asses/vaginas in med school. You know what, it's never come up. Patients of Reddit, what do you do if your doctor has an erection during a checkup? WTF are you doing? Put your pants back on, I'm a dentist. Stay calm Bob. An erection during a prostate exam is completely normal. My name isn't Bob, I know. I'm Bob. Docs are usually pretty good about ignoring it even when it's as intrusive as it is when they are checking your testicles for abnormalities. It's when you accidentally run your fingers through their hair on muscle memory during a buff exam that they tend to have a talk to you about boundaries. Who's getting hard-ons at the doctor, mine goes back into my body whenever the doctor pulls the Johnny aside. My doctor told me that I had to stop masturbating. When I asked him why, he told me it was making the examination too difficult. Compliment him on not needing any drugs to achieve it. Seeing as this is a sign of dominance in a domain he does not own, I too will become erect to display a show of dominance to the would-be successor. I would then proceed slap his peen with mine until he succumbs to the inevitable conclusion that he does not have any power here. Or so I'm told. Hit it with the hammer I guess. Have sex with the patient then go home and order a pizza, bang the pizza guy then bang my stepsister to stop her from telling my parents. Then bang my stepmom when she gets home for good measure, obviously. Hang your white coat up on it and walk out, he's in charge now. Every time I was in a position that required my pants to drop, I was either in pain or they were about to stick needles and scalpels in it. So zero chance of that happening. Even when I was 16 and with a female doctor. Ask if the erection has lasted 4 or more hours. Then pop a Viagra so we can be boner brothers. Say very loudly, another satisfied customer. Wait, what are you doing? You are my doctor ! Well, step doctor. Please for the love of God go find some porn instead of this. Depending on why the visit. If it's not urgent care, then let him cool down. Pulls out a bigger one to assert dominance. One of my biggest fears is getting an erection while having my balls checked. Ignore it until it becomes comfortable with you being there, then tear it off and lock it in the dick chest before it gets out into the wild. Courtesy jerk. Cold spoon. Skip the blood pressure check. Not a doctor, but from what I've experienced as a patient, they try their best to not acknowledge it. Sometimes erections just happen without reason, just gotta pretend it's not there and it'll go down quick. Reminds me of a joke I heard once. Doctor, it's perfectly normal to get an erection during the prostate exam. Patient, but I don't have an erection. Doctor, no, I do. Shine a giant spotlight on it and announce it over the hospital intercom. Not a doctor, but I'd assume as long as you aren't being inappropriate about it, they would probably professionally ignore it, or come back later. Those gowns need a belt line to tuck it into it. Not a doctor. Well, I am a doctor, but not that kind of doctor. I was 12 and had testicular torsion, so they went in and tacked the boys down and sewed up the sack. Doctor wasn't available to pull out the stitches, so the very hot blonde nurse got so close I could feel her breath on my young hormone-fueled package as she removed the stitches. Yep, erection. She smiled when she was done. For some reason I have this nurse fantasy 50 years later. My old roommate was a nurse at long-term care facility. There were many spontaneous erections from people that couldn't care for themselves. The answer is you do nothing different at all. It's just a thing. It would be like asking, what do you do with someone who has a foot and an ear? It's just a body part. Don't worry about it. At least it is not fully erected or something. Finish him off, charge $2K to his insurance as a fertility check. Give them a hand job. Yes, I failed med school. How did you know? Slap that naughty wood. My aunt is a dentist. This guy had a hard-on more than once when coming in. She yelled at him and banned him. She said once it may not be his fault. The second time he was in basketball shorts and flaunting it. I usually end up sticking 2 large bore needles in it, irrigating it with saline, and then injecting a vasoconstrictor. That said, if they are seeing me with an erection, it's usually because they have priapism, you know, the longer than 4 hours erection from the Viagra commercial. Now when my young, attractive, female PAs have a patient sporting some wood, they put on their best professional face, make it through the exam, and then immediately come out of the room and tell the rest of the department what a creep the dude was. I am sure people here aren't going to like this, but it's simply the truth at any hospital. A doctor who can't handle erections clearly has no patience. Say nice stick and move on. Nothing. A bit odd for an eye exam though. I call for help Immunobgen. Not my story, but well worth sharing here. A doctor I know was also the staff medical advisor for the local fire department. One of the firefighters came in for his annual checkup, also involving a prostate check. The doctor puts one hand on the guy's shoulder, then puts a rubber glove filled with something heavy enough to feel like a real hand on the other while saying, "You're going to feel a little pressure down here." The firefighter takes a few seconds to realize he's feeling 3 points of contact before jumping up and running out the door. I really want a dentist to answer this. Not a doctor and not even 18, but pretty sure they understand because erections can be caused by other things that are non-sexual. Friend of mine started her career as a Navy nurse before becoming an aviator and got her call sign from it. Some patient she was prepping for surgery got a huge erection. Like every other response here, the answer is normally whatever, it happens. Just ignore it and do your job. But his dude was being super creepy about it and repeatedly suggested she help him with it. So she flicked the shit out with her fingers till it went away. Hence she was dubbed Flick. Happens all the time for me. I tell them it's gross and to please put it away, but I'm a vet and they're dogs so they don't care. I feel like this should be labeled serious lol. Most people don't know this, but there is always a finishing nurse. It is her job to alleviate the erection. The doctor's office has a responsibility to do this. It's part of the Hippocratic Oath. Erection ? Have you ever redirected someone's butthole just so the projectile diarrhea doesn't hit your face? Last week, I was having my ingrown left toenail removed. My doctor was female, a super hot lady, while I'm just 19. I was not ready to lie on the bed and insisted on watching the procedure by my eyes while getting operated in a sitting position. Doctor knew that I'm scared of blood and such stuff, so she was constantly suggesting me to use my phone to keep myself busy. She was very frank with me even during the pre-operation checkup, so we were talking continuously while she was removing my nail. As I was talking to her about my studies and stuff, she saw that I'm sweating by constantly looking at blood flowing from my toe, so she asked me to focus on her face so that I get distracted. As I was in a sitting position, she had to lean forward in order to get a proper view of my foot. As she was leaning constantly, her cleavage and boobs were getting visible to me partially, and because she had asked me to just focus on her, I somehow got a very hard boner. She noticed it and quoted, "Someone is getting excited," while laughing. I had no idea on what to reply, so I started laughing as well. After successful removal, she asked few times that if I'm normal now while smiling, and I'm still clueless about that. BTW, I'm visiting her tomorrow for follow-up. Depends on whether or not your doctor sins. Just another hard day. Not a doctor, but I had an operation delayed by 10 minutes once because I had a boner. My surgeon said they just stood around chatting till Dick decided general anesthetic does not mean it's sexy time. I popped a boner at Planned Parenthood one time, and I swear to God the really cute nurse made unbroken eye contact with me and kept doing her job and explaining stuff. As a nursing student, I've literally sometimes spent 25 minutes just cleaning a male patient's genitals. If there's an erection, I work around it and don't mind much. And having been a female patient myself with a male gynecologist, I know things happen and that it feels weird to have someone else's hands on my genitals. If we're trying to insert a catheter, a little tap will help reduce the erection enough to get it through. If the male patient starts thrusting his hips or controlling my hands, then I remove myself from the situation. If a male patient is masturbating before my assessment, I wait a couple seconds for him to stop. If he doesn't stop and makes a point to keep masturbating while staring me down, we've got a problem. If he's telling me he's hard and can't aim his penis into the urinal to make me touch him when his hands work, that's a problem. It's never about the erection itself. It's about how intentionally inappropriate a patient is being. And truth be told, the entire nursing station will know about it within minutes if a patient was being intentionally inappropriate. That's when male staff will get involved for us. I went to the doctor's the other day and he told me I needed to stop masturbating. I said, "Why?" He said, "Because I'm trying to examine you." Nothing. Are you 12? Stick a needle in it and suck the blood out of it, same thing we do if you come in with an erection that lasts more than an hour. Good thing you specified of Reddit. It would have been awkward if doctors not of Reddit responded. Very helpful indeed. Just googled this. Now inspired to go injure myself and get it examined. Pretty great story. When I was 14 I was involved in a pretty violent altercation and a posse of grown-ass men beat me like a Salvation Army drum. Somewhere in that beating I was struck in the head with a full 40 ounce of beer. Severe bruising of the brain, some bleeding and a butt-ton of swelling and pressure in my noodle, so I'm obviously hospitalized for a week. Day 3 an incredibly attractive doctor walked into the room and went over the usual script of showing me an object and asking me to name it, and going through a series of questions to test my very traumatized brain. I screwed up somewhere in the questions and was aware that I'd answered in a way that wasn't normal. I was super anxious and sad, and for some reason this beautiful woman decided she needed to examine the rest of me. I'm sure this is just my teenage memory, but it felt like she sped through everything and in literal seconds my balls were in her hand. Immediate erection. The erection of a teen boy who hadn't been able to take care of any pressure relief business due to being hospitalized. Still being befuddled and a teen, I immediately spouted out a horrific sentence that has never left me. I passed that fucking test. As soon as I said it, my brain remembered I was sad and terrified. Nobody told my penis, unfortunately, so I full body blushed while maintaining a raging boner, stuttered out what I hope sounded like apologies, and watched a grown-ass doctor angrily power walk out of my hospital room. I think she handled it well overall. So do that. Offer a blowjob, obviously. Make sure his spine isn't broken. Ah, how convenient. It makes it easier for the next step. Fetches the shears. What are you doing, step doc? Professionals have standards. Well, sir, you need to stop masturbating? Is it that bad? No, I'm just trying to examine you. My friend is a nurse and she told me histories about it. When she starting bathing some old man and he start being erected, she used to change the water temperature to cold and point directly to his penis and keep there until the erection finish. Jar 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 jar. Surely they give it a courtesy wank with some of that jelly off the ultrasound department? Be ashamed to waste it. You're raw at the doctors, you never know when your last one might be. Never waste a good erection. Use the opportunity to conduct the penile tensile test by hanging weights from 100 grams progressively in increments of 100 grams to see how much weight it can bear before it bends. If it is less than 500 grams, we prescribe those magic pills that cost $100 each. Most patients lose their erections as soon as I explain the process and next steps. When I was about 20 I got a checkup, and when the nurse told me to cough my dick did a little jump. She looked up at me with a slightly concerned look and I just looked away and focused on reading the pamphlets stapled to the wall. We don't care. Nothing. It's not a big deal. Had a hernia repaired and was unable to urinate after surgery. I am from a relatively small community. Long story short, I had to get a Foley cath from a nurse I went to high school with. Had the common courtesy to give him a reach around. One of my attendings said if that happens, I should flick the erection. I'd cry, he said it. When I was in high school, I had to get a full physical done in order to play sports. The doctor called in sick the day I went in for my appointment, so another doctor stepped in for my appointment. I still to this day laugh about it, but the sub-doctor was my friend's mum. Not anywhere near the fantasy most people have about it. Just a lot of awkward conversation on my end while hoping it's not real. What is with the sex questions being more frequent? I mean, scissors are the fastest way to get rid of erection. I'm not a doc, but if I were, I'd be professional and maybe take the edge off the situation by adding some gentle/bland scientific comment like, good blood circulation to extremities and no apparent signs of issues relating to being adequately virile. Then, casually, move on to an ear or nasal exam or something else unrelated. I'm seeing a lot of joke answers, but the truth is you just say I'm going to come back when you've calmed down and leave. Break both of his arms and send him home to mom. I suck his dick, it's standard procedure, didn't you know? Then I check his dick beat with my stethoscope. I am not a doctor, and this is a joke. This desperately needs the serious tag. If it has lasted for more than 3 hours, I will fix it with an injection. From Grey's Anatomy, you suck the blood from the penis. Is this not normal? I exclusively get checkups with a boner. It's normal sometimes. It isn't unusual. You ignore it. We just casually talk about the first thing that pops up. I learned the hard way that spitting on it doesn't help the patient finish the job. This sounds a bit specific, bro. You good? Literally nothing. Shit happens. Alright doc, where would you like me to put my pants? Doc, over there by mine, flushed face. Sword fight? I'm just a student studying to be one, but I'm pretty sure doctors do a pretty good job at ignoring it and focusing on their work unless the patient tries something. Bonk. Get the katana. Flick it. Obviously they have to do something about it, so they get a syringe and start removing blood. Problem solved. Have you had that for more than 4 hours? I jerk it off, no blue balls in my cabinet. I can't get hard at a doctor's office. My doctor is sexy as hell, but it never moves. I have too much respect for her. I can only speak from my experience watching porn, but suck it or sit on it. Sounds like a question from 13-year-old me about to get my first real physical. Reassure him by telling him I have one as well. So, I'm guessing you've had that for at least 4 hours? I saw a movie about this once. I was a nurse, someone said their vagina was hurting, so of course, check up. I looked at it, and I fell speechless. That thing looked like someone went rough on that thing. And it was wet. Really, really, wet. Like it was a lake in her underpants. I'd kiff it was CM or squirt, but her underwear was standard, but not with pee or poop. So I told, "Sir, put your pants back on. This is pediatric care department. Give my man a good nut." Walnuts and almonds prove to be helping in sexual control over our bodies. Not a doc, but it happened to me as a patient. Post-surgery, a nurse was helping me get dressed. She stopped and left the room in a hurry. My wife came in a few minutes later and finished dressing me. She later told me I had a raging erection. Patients of Reddit, what do you do if a doctor has an erection during a checkup? I cut them off. Finish him. Smack it. Ah, the singing detective TV series. I'll have to lift your penis now to grease around it. Pillow talk. Cut it off. My cousin said a doctor flicked his during a checkup once to put it back down. Ignore it, it's not that uncommon. Nurses, more importantly, what do you do when a patient doesn't get an erection? Weird. Dentist appointments don't excite me. My question is to the nurses. Have you ever had to clean a man's penis and he accidentally ejaculates? My neighbor is a doctor. He is creepy as fuck. He'd probably smile and flick it and ask to look at it. Any misconduct here? That depends. If he's there for a stroke, then keep going with our appointment. Nothing changes. They are still my patient, and I their provider. Hit it with a fly swatter. It sounds mean, but it immediately discontinues the erection. The fly swatter is sterile and is not used for insects. Laugh. Just a little bit of, you know, this. Mate, their doctors, not serial offenders. Get permission to kiss it. Check for a broken pelvis. I'd be concerned that my tone during which is better, 1 or 2, is maybe a little too sensual. The patient. On your knees, you big booty bitch, start sucking. I automatically think spinal cord injury. I quickly get erect myself as to make him feel safe. What are you doing, step patient? I'm holding your heart in my hand, but you have my heart more. Wait, I'm holding why beep beep beep. I work in ICU. Patients don't wear any clothes in ICU. For a first few times it's like, oh, a naked human being, but soon your brain just stops caring. Those people live, sleep, urinate, defecate, vomit, have erections and all kinds of things, and my only concern is that they are not getting worse/more sick. It would literally take too much brain power to give a damn that patient A burped, patient B farted and patient C had an erection. Just don't die on my shift, thanks. It's not even I don't do anything when patient has an erection out of kindness and concern, it's just that an event of an erection barely registers at all. For patients, it's 30 minutes of a doctor being close to their naked body. For doctors it's at least 8 hours a day for years, it's just not possible to keep caring. I was a high school freshman and had to get a physical for baseball. Keep in mind I was 15, a warm breeze would give me a hard-on. So I'm at the doctor's office and a kinda cute, youngish nurse comes in to, take my vitals. She does the turn your head and cough move and, yikes, instant sundial. So what does my dumbass do? I say something terribly regrettable that I won't share here. She gives me a strong, angry glare, rolls her eyes and exits the room. Our family pediatrician walks in a few minutes later, rolls his eyes and says I'm fine for sports, then growls, "You can leave now." So I did. Heard quite the earful when I got home. Look for the hidden camera. Earn a tip. This is my greatest fear, and as any man would know, the moment worst for you to get a boner always gives you a boner. Ignore. Suck him off. Flick it. Not a doctor, just what I would do. Smile. Depends. How hot is he? I had to do an X-ray when I was about 18 to 22 something, and I had to remove my pants. It was middle-aged operator who asked me nicely. So, I thought, well, gotta remove them pants and me undies. People are working here and we don't have time to be ashamed and embarrassed. The guy turned around, shocked. Me jewels were hanging and his eyes opened like he just woke up from a nightmare, and he spoke sternly, "Put back those undies, son. Only the pants." He definitely felt more embarrassed than I did. But I think I ruined his day. Pensive face. Communication was the key. It wasn't Lois. You start it, you finish it. That's their medical community ethics code. Is not a big deal. This is the 10th penis I've seen just this morning. We are desensitized. We really don't care. It isn't rocket science. Just punch the tip and twist it. I am not a doctor, but I don't think either doctor should feel weird or uncomfortable. It is just a reaction of the body to touch. I don't think it has to do with attraction. Brown chicken. Brown. Brown. Greater than. Depends. I'm a male. Many normal, routine physical exam maneuvers can lead to arousal in some hyperexcitable patients. If we were just talking and an erection developed, I'd likely ask for a chaperone. I'd get a little more sexual history and partner preferences. Depending on what I find, there may be some testing or risk factor reduction I could offer. A lot of patients are embarrassed and or ashamed of things, but there's no need to be. If I can use a boner to help a patient, then by Hippocrates, I'm doing it. If I walk in not paying attention, I'll just hang my hat and coat on it. I ignore it completely because it's totally involuntary and normal unless they are showing it to me in a sexual manner as an attempt to either come onto me or harass me. This has happened to me twice. In one case, the patient was a bit delirious, probably not enough to fully justify the action, but there was plausible deniability. I told him that behavior was inappropriate, that I would leave the room and come back, and that he would need to be appropriate for our therapeutic relationship to continue. It worked. In the other case, I told the patient that I would no longer see him, that he could leave immediately, and to have a nice day. He attempted to say something, but I just walked out. He left shortly after that. When I was 13, I went in for an inguinal hernia operation that had some complications, forcing me to stay in the hospital for 3 days. Every 30 minutes a new doctor or nurse would come into my hospital room and lift up my hospital Johnny to stare at my groin. I am not exaggerating, it was like clockwork. And I was getting raging erections at that age out of nowhere for literally no reason. I was never very religious, but I prayed constantly, please, God, make the boner go away between now and the next inspection. And it actually worked. Maybe it was all the stress creating a cortisol response that helped. Cortisol has an antagonistic relationship with testosterone that calmed my raging boner storm, at least intermittently. I do know at least one guy who got a physical examination from a hot doctor who asked him to drop tro for a testicle examination. He got the biggest boner of his life, which was right in the doctor's face. She politely ignored it and went about her business. Then he ejaculated involuntarily all over her face as she was examining his testes. He said nothing and stood there awkwardly. She paused in horror for a few seconds, then rose and left the room without saying a word. Finish him off, obviously. You're supposed to slap it. Puts catheter in. What are some dark secrets about the porn industry? I used to live with this chick in Seattle who did webcam porn, in a cubicle designed to look like a bedroom. Their office had about 50 of these in it. The place was in a nice, quiet neighborhood, and it was above a children's indoor soccer school. Not very dark, I know, but it's all I've got. When I was 21, back when the internet was really starting to pick up steam, I was fortunate enough to know how to use digital editing software. One of my first jobs was editing gay porn and designing the cover art for the DVDs of a big company. This was interesting and wildly amusing to my friends because I am not gay. I was very good friends with an excellent camera operator and sometimes I'd end up on set helping him out for extra cash. I was very surprised to realize that, while AIDS is a very real concern in gay porn, most actors chose not to use condoms and those who wanted to were aggressively persuaded not to use condoms. In fact, I had seen some fired from a set for wanting to use them. The director would always say it's more realistic or more intense or it's better raw, our customers want raw. And he was a complete asshole about it. Lots of young guys went through that company and most who were new and just looking for a quick buck were, in my opinion, unaware of the risks they were taking. There was zero testing. Eventually I said I'm not working on set if this is the practice. So they canned me. Most major porn sites are owned by one company called MindGeek. When I was 19, I was pretty much strapped for cash in a new city, and took whatever gigs I could. One was as a driver for a video agency. I basically picked girls up from the airport and took them to their shoot. Some of these girls were scared shitless, and I'd tell them, I can always tell them I couldn't find you, and you can go home right now. After the third girl asked me to pull over, I stopped. That shit was hard on me as a teenager. My friend in the industry said that it's very common during shoots for both men and women's underwear to disappear. He said many women can't find their underwear after a shoot because there's always some creep sniping them. A friend of mine worked as one of those chat girls on websites where you pay per message to chat with hot girls. He's a guy. So I'm pretty late to this party, but I actually used to work in the industry several years ago. One company based in Tucson, Arizona, another major one based in Canada, and then a smaller affiliate network also based in Canada. Funny enough, all three were eventually bought by MindGeek, Pornhub, RedTube, YouPorn, etc. I built TGPs, MGPs, those free sites that would give you samples, did some editing of videos, modded a couple tube sites, and submitted stuff to larger free gallery networks. Affiliate stuff. I've gone to industry shows, AVN awards, expos, etc. I got out of it like around 2010 or 11. It's foggy. The porn must flow, new content would come in, filmed/shot, daily, and it needed to be edited/published ASAP. It didn't matter what the talent looked like. Hot, drugged out of their gourds, crying, happy, questionable age, raped, didn't matter. The company paid for it and it all had to be used. If I objected to questionable material, I was told to ignore it and do my job. Yeah, wow, this is super dark. So let me try to lighten the mood a bit with the funniest thing I've ever seen in porn. There was a video, filmed in like the late 80s of an E.T. porn. Like the movie E.T. It was a woman in full E.T. makeup, like actually pretty good, the head, body, everything except for her vagina. So you think, oh that's weird, but it gets better. Everyone else in the shoot was dressed in Victorian outfits. So it's a movie that apparently took place in the Victorian era and men and women dressed up like that were all taking turns fucking E.T. If the site FUKT still exists, you could probably find it on there. So there you go, good night. Very few companies maintain a 2257 database. 2257 is a US law where companies are required to keep records of the ages of all the talent they use. In one company we had two ladies whose entire job, 8 hours a day, was to view, log, and store all the IDs that came in. No, I'm not joking. 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, they were viewing and logging all the IDs from new talent that would come in. That's how much porn was shot and how much of it was from new talent. It consisted of the model holding their IDs next to their faces. These photos were the first ones before any of the porn photos, so while I was building out galleries I would also see them. 4 times out of 10 the model has their thumb over their date of birth. Prolapses happen. When the stuff is shot, it's shipped off to the main office to be edited. Like I said, they shoot everything. Nothing is tossed. So if there's an anal sex scene and a model's ass falls out, it's on camera. For the majority of the stuff it's edited out, but the footage is saved just in case. When I say that, who knows if the company is going to release some uber fetish site down the road. Everything is saved. I've seen girls who've done one too many anal scenes start to cry and panic when their ass falls out because they think their career is done. On set, nurse sometimes would just push it back in and they'd switch to something else to film. It's a very closed door industry. Everyone knows everyone. Affiliates like to only be called by their online screen names and get offended if you call them by their actual name. There were industry message boards back in the day. One that stands out is gofuckyourself.com or something, where everyone knew everyone and had agendas against each other. Ever have to meet someone in person and call them Batman or Harry Twatter to their faces? I have. It's unpleasant. Day one I was told I needed to come up with a name and I thought they were joking. No. It's quite serious. They're all looking to stab each other in the back for higher payouts, scam the system, or accuse others of whatever. If you got footage of one of them doing coke or a producer the company didn't really like doing drugs or fucking or whatever, then you were told to save that footage, again, just in case. It's an industry full of middle schoolers who got rich from DVDs. People are weird about their porn. You know how if you ever worked in a restaurant or fast food place and people get crazy or insanely angry when their food isn't exactly how they want it? Porn is worse. If you don't post stuff daily or it's not up to their standards, you'll get hate mail, death threats, etc. Guys like to submit their own videos to gay tube sites who might not even be gay. I had to moderate these videos. I'm not gay BTW, meaning daily we'd get user submissions and I'd either allow them to be posted or denied them. I also moderated the straight tube sites. Majority of the time there'd be messages attached to said videos asking if I watched them, what I thought about them, did I jerk off to it, etc. Not a whole lot of women making submissions, but 8 times out of 10 it's dudes. These are homemade videos, by the way. I saw a lot of homemade rape, child porn, borderline snuff, guys injecting their balls and dicks with stuff, drug use, etc. Oh, and actual incest. Not like the son I'm stuck in the washing machine. Incest, but actual. This is my sister and she's going to suck my dick, or moms jerking off their sons, dads having sex with their sons, daughters, etc. How do I know it's real? Remember that 2257 stuff? Yeah. Majority of it doesn't make its way online because it'll be denied, but it does happen, a lot. I think that's most of the main stuff off the top of my head. Like I said, I haven't done it in over a decade and I've switched careers several times. I'm desensitized to it now and won't watch it at all. Edit. So after a couple of hours replying to people and what have you, I realized there was a whole Twitter thread a while ago with people who had to literally fight with porn sites to get their childhood rape videos off of their sites. One person said that the video posted was of them being raped as a toddler. To quote a Redditor's comment from yesterday, "What a horrible day to be literate." There is a YouTube channel called Soft White Underbelly where the guy interviews all sorts of people, porn actors, prostitutes, addicts, etc., to try and find a common denominator in their life as how they fell there. The porn industry is awful for the men and women. Sure, it looks fun, but many turn into drug addicts, are abused, have very low self-esteems. The men inject meds into their penis in order to perform when Viagra does not work, and lots of suicide and drug overdoses. There was a documentary on Netflix called Hot Girls Wanted, and it was all about how these sketchy porn producers recruit girls who are barely 18 through Craigslist with promises of making $5,000 per month. They follow these 2 girls who move from the Midwest to Florida and start immediately working. Within a few weeks one of them has to go to the hospital because she has a growth on her vagina. The nurse told her it happens a lot to women who have a lot of sex. They also have to pay all of their expenses including clothes and makeup, so they barely make any money. They also talked to a woman who was in the industry for a few months and basically she had no protection from her manager. She said she flew to Texas or something to do a shoot, and when she got there it was just one guy in an apartment with a camera on a tripod. She wanted to leave but thought the guy would hurt her or that she would get in trouble if she left, so she did it even though she really didn't want to. Another woman left her company and started her own because she said she was often humiliated and degraded during shoots. She said they make you feel inhuman. It was an interesting but overall depressing documentary. One of my friends worked as a cameraman for porn, and he said that basically every porn set smells like sweat and shit. There was a documentary shown on Channel 4 TV, UK, a few years ago called Hardcore, available on YouTube, which is about a British woman who goes to LA to work in the porn industry. It's horrendous. At about 40 minutes in, she is taken to meet a well-known anal sex porn actor, and has to do a scene with him. At one point, it's too much for her and she runs off set, as she feels she's being abused and can't take it. He tries to persuade her to return, getting ever more verbally abusive towards her, until eventually she agrees to return and finish the scene. At this point the film crew broke the fourth wall, because they felt that she was being coerced against her will and they couldn't stand by and watch her being raped, and within 5 minutes they got her out of the house and to safety. Sadly, the man who was grooming her in the industry got her back to work doing gonzo movies. I know that in a lot of the hardcore Japanese torture porns, they did not make directions clear when they let female actresses sign the contract. So these actresses had no idea what they would be doing, and it's too late to find out. They can't just say I quit / I can't do this during filming either, since the liquidated damages are extremely expensive. It's just rape. I had a relative who worked with women and children protection services. They told me how dirt poor parents force their kids to have sex with foreigners to have money they usually spend on gambling. A former porn actress came and spoke in a class I was taking in law school about regulation of vice. She said that the brief scenes after gangbangs where the actresses say things like "yes I loved, I would do it again" aren't legitimate. The actresses aren't paid until they say that, even if it's not how they feel. Probably representative of a lot of other aspects of the industry as well. According to some sources, cam models in certain countries who work in cam studios are more or less forced by their pimps to cam every day for hours. Some even say that some of those studios are owned by the mob and that they also use it for money laundering. I have an acquaintance that is a male porn actor, and he told me some stuff. For one, he said sometimes he has to do gay porn even though he's straight. He also told me he had to get injections right in the dick to keep his erection. Doesn't seem exactly fun. Well over a decade ago I watched a British documentary about the porn industry in the UK. There was a couple that gave some pretty nasty details. The guy said that virtually all guys have to do gay porn to make enough money or get into the straight porn circuit. The girl said that frequent and rough sex caused a lot of damage to her bits. She was incontinent and often had erectile prolapse. Edit, I think the scene was from a documentary series called The Dark Side of Porn that aired on Channel 4, UK, in 2005. I haven't yet been able to find the exact scene though. It wasn't the Louis Theroux episodes. His docs were filmed in the US. They still work when on their period and stick a makeup sponge up there that they pull out at the end of the workday. You should watch the interview with porn actors on YouTube. Very enlightening. A friend of mine was in a couple of films. She was a heavy drug user and barely remembers her time in it. And now she lives with constant anxiety of people finding out. She also said makeup on some of the girls is just to hide needle marks. Edit, to clarify. She was in a bad place and doing a lot of drugs. It was consensual to go into porn. And yes, she has lots of counseling and is running an excellent fruit-veg store now. The most famous porn film of all time is Deep Throat, a movie so ubiquitous that it actually saw release in regular theaters. The whistleblower of the infamous Watergate scandal even used it as his code name. A lot of people don't realize that the female star of the film, Linda Borman, was blackmailed and coerced into taking the role. She later said, "Every time someone watches that movie, they're watching me being raped." I distinctly remember some old Nerdist Network podcast, can't remember if this was the main one or the one with Pete Holmes or WE, but there was a guest who learned video editing by being an assistant editor for a guy who cut porn movies in the 90s. The day he quit that gig was when they were editing a cum shot scene and saw the dude had blood mixed in the semen, and the lead editor went, aha, syphilis. And just made sure they color corrected it to make sure no one could tell in the finished product. They take shots into their dicks to stay hard. Direct ties to the sex trafficking industry, though that's pretty obvious. I don't really have much to add, but back in high school this girl dropped out and became a porn actress. Her first video came out while we were still in high school, 16 years/show. It was produced by a well-known company. They had to have known her real age. Either way, it's gross. Video is still up and she's made many more in the years after. Sometime if they look really young, they are. I made a comment in r/tip off my penis about people being careful about consuming porn from Japan where the girls look uncomfortable or scared. It's because a lot of them are. Their family, a relative, they themselves owe money to the wrong people and are forced into porn. When I mentioned how widespread sex trafficking and the like is in some porn, I was instantly banned for spreading lies about sex trafficking. Years ago a former porn star, most people suspect Cody Lane, did an anonymous AMA where she revealed a ton of the terrible things that can happen in the industry. This comment she made about a scene she did really highlights how dark it can be, as she was gang raped to pay off gambling debts. I did a scene that David Stanley directed with Brian Shawwood, Sasha and Joel Lawrence and Andrew Andretti, which went way too far. I was dating Sasha at the time and had lost a lot of money in Vegas because I'm very compulsive. I was living with Sasha, he was very abusive, but I had always been in abusive relationships since I was young. I lost my virginity at 8 to my stepdad, and I got to the point where I thought men treated me bad because they loved me so much and it was just passion. Which is what my mom had told me. That when a man is passionate and doesn't want to lose you, sometimes he strikes out. Anyways, I needed money bad and he arranged for us to do a really rough scene. A rough gangbang with all of them. I knew it was going to be rough, but it went nuts. Nuts. With them telling me things like I wouldn't get paid if I said stop, that it's amateur hour if I make people show up for a shoot and then pull out, etc etc. So I went through with the scene. It was very painful, very rough, very crazy. And at one point I felt disconnected from my body because the anal was so painful. When it was over I shivered for days and started having panic attacks. Shortly after I quit, but they kept trying to get me to come back because they were afraid I'd talk. The scene was never released until 2 years later when I was still doing work, because if it had been my last scene, they said it would have showed that they had gone too far. But because I stayed in the business after the scene was filmed, it proved somehow that the film was not that bad and that I was just acting. That scene really messed with my head though, and after that I got a reputation for being a cute girl who would do anything. And pretty soon I could get booked for nothing but rough scenes. Nobody wanted to see me in boy-girl or girl-girl anymore, they wanted to see me in crazy rough sex. I still cry and have nightmares about it to this day. A lot of those extremely large penises are fake, or they use a penis pump in order to look larger. Check casting and girls to porn. Them dark. This really makes me hate porn. This could help people for sure. There's an entire pipeline in the porn industry that mirrors human trafficking, to be completely honest. I live in a city where porn production is legal. I was approached once to be on set and basically serve as a sort of house mom on the set in order to make the girls feel more comfortable. It was an easy gig. I would have seen a cool $5-7K for doing really little. Honestly, I was going to do it. I was really pro-porn back then. Now, not so much. I learned how these girls were sourced. A huge part of it was that the production company had connections to drug dealers that would often target and groom barely legal drug users that are clearly troubled and forming a dependency. Through this dependency, they're exploited. When I mean barely legal, I mean fucking high schoolers that just turned 18. The porn being produced was violent. It was one of those studios that focused on rough sex. They needed another woman on set to console and comfort these girls because they were tired of them having panic attacks on set following it. I was about to take on the job. I was like 24 at the time and that type of easy money sounded great, but I'm sure I would have been groomed into doing this just as well. I was so fucking disgusted that my entire outlook on porn and honestly, sex work as a whole changed completely. I'll be damned if anyone really tries to tell me it's empowering, especially to women. I think the darkest secret about the porn industry is that you don't really know if what you're consuming is ethical. The concept of consent in the studio is blurry. Once the camera starts rolling, things can and often go awry and there isn't much to say once it does, and if you're talking about a situation like the one I was exposed to, I don't even think those girls really understand if and when their consent is being violated. It being a transactional act versus an organic one brings a whole slew of changes in the definition of what consent means in that context, and there's plenty of porn stars that have come out to talk about this very thing. Reading through these threads is honestly a great way to lose the addiction to porn, once you realize how synthetic and dehumanized it is. It seems like our 34 drawings are probably the most ethically made porn you can get, judging by these replies. A common drug producers give to actors is called Triple H, stands for horny, hyper, happy, which is a mix of Ritalin, Ambien, and ecstasy, which makes the user seem completely awake and willing even if they are not. I don't have anything to offer about the industry as I have never been involved in it, but the best quote I have ever heard about it was, "If emotional scars were visible, porn would be impossible to watch." It actually took a lawsuit threat to get FUD to take down a video of a girl being assaulted in her sleep. Unsurprisingly, porn stars are incredibly sad, and it is not glamorous. That when porn stars do AMAs, they aren't going to say anything that hurts their product. People shit on Woody for Rampart, but hardly anyone says anything about the constant tee-hee, I love fucking when they appear to promote their sites and videos. I had a friend who was the finisher for porn. When he came, he would naturally ejaculate loads, so he would help out his friend who directed pornos and he would finish on the women but not actually have sex with them. Porn in the 80s when I came of age. Wow, those two people are having sex. Porn in 2021, that guy is gangbanging his stepdaughter with a fitness instructor and two landscapers after she was caught shoplifting. I'm not gonna lie, this thread has made me very disappointed in humanity. That hard fucking slapping sound is someone in post-production slapping a couple of chicken breasts together. Boneless, skinless. Modern porn distributors/studios are likely 100% aware of the fact that teenagers and children are accessing their content, and are actively making content to appeal to them so they can get more hits and ad revenue. At one point, some of the most popular search terms on Pornhub were Minecraft and Fortnite. That should speak for itself. A lot of the music in porn from the 70s was recorded by some of the best soul and funk musicians, but they all used fake names in the credits, so it's hard to know exactly who they were. But rumors about the Funk Brothers, the house band of Motown that played on countless hits from the Isley Brothers to Jackson 5, recording some, has been floating around since way back. The recruitment process is extremely predatory. The makers and shakers in the prom industry are staggeringly wealthy, and they have learned to exploit the endless array of good-looking or well-endowed young people who want to fuck for money on camera. Our actors were also rigorously STD screened before each shoot and once a month while on contract. The legal department in a real porn company is staggeringly competent, because they have to navigate so many laws in so many areas. Contracts can really be a double-edged sword. Most are negotiated to benefit the firm, not the actor. The more I read this thread, the more it becomes horrifying and sad. That a lot of female performers, especially the ones who do rough scenes, were sexually abused as children. I've heard horror stories of girls giving blowjobs or straight up having sex as young as 6-year. There is so much trafficking and slavery around porn. Some clips on Pornhub are honestly terrifying, and you can tell it's coercion. I don't understand why it's not better regulated. I guess the public really only value their own titillation over the safety and freedom of sex slaves. It's awful. Edit, thank you for the gold, my first ever award. They use soap and other things to make fake cum. This isn't a secret, more of a question, but does anyone know how they keep STDs from spreading? BC, a lot of porn is without protection. Racism. Porn loves to hire Asian girls, but rarely ever Asian guys for straight shoots. They claim to be the most progressive industry in the world, but they're really not. I'm not really in the industry, but anyone can tell by observation. Can someone actually in the industry shed some light on this? Edit, typo. This has enlightened me to how nasty people really are. I'm leaving now. There are men and women who model for a very niche fetish of porn. Think sexualizing food. They are forced to smile on camera and pretend to enjoy that, even though they are super grossed on the inside and very sad about having to do that. One of the clips I watched, I heard the man telling the girl, if you smile while doing this and don't cry while doing this, I will be able to sell more videos. There's a whole lot of rape. If you've ever jerked off to porn, you've probably jerked off to a woman being raped at least once. Even professional studios have been caught flying young desperate women from one side of the country to the other under the false pretense of it being a modeling job, and then telling them it's porn, and if they refuse to do it they'll leave them stranded 4,000 miles from home. The reason Pornhub cracked down so hard on unverified accounts a while back was because there were dozens and dozens of amateur videos of women and men being drugged and raped, including one pretty famous case of a 14-year-old girl being kidnapped and forcibly raped that Pornhub refused to take down for years. From what I have read and documentaries I've seen, drugs are real bad in the business. The money isn't all that good because of the internet now and an endless sea of porn coming from overseas. Once you become known, it is almost impossible to get out. Some of the female porn stars get famous and stop with the movies and go on the strip club circuit. One school cafeteria lady lost her job when someone found a few old movies she had done. I wondered how they found them. Even if you've used reputable sites like Pornhub, it's very likely you've watched rape and underage porn. It just was never labeled as such. Cocaine and steroids, to name just a few. Well, only somewhat recently Pornhub made a rule about being able to identify yourself, and so millions of videos were removed because they failed to comply. So that really raises the question of how many videos were made illegally with children. The porn industry isn't a clear-cut thing. It's connected to the spectrum of stripping, prostitution, human trafficking, and a bunch of much more benign things like acting, modeling, and other stuff you'd never associate with porn. I had an ex-GF who started stripping when she was 15, lied about her age. She got shit-faced on vodka to work up the courage to go out on stage the first time. She did it for about 9 years, eventually doing some porn videos, then figured out how to get out and make a living elsewhere. However, in the depths of the Great Recession, she lost her job and had to scramble for work. She ended up driving younger girls to and from strip clubs for protection. She learned that a lot of these girls were illegally in the US and essentially trafficked, living together in a dorm room type environment, their movements beholden to their keepers, with little autonomy. It was eye-opening. Child trafficking and trafficking of adult women. Sexually transmitted diseases. Physical abuse going unquestioned for money. Hard drugs and shots to keep going. Shit in places you'd never expect. Underpaid, overworked workers. Creates unrealistic expectations about sex for any of its viewers. It's just a completely fucked up industry. Child porn. There is an extreme big network of professional child porn industry going on. The fucked up thing is that there are no dark secrets. All of the dark stuff is out in the open, everyone knows about it, and no one is doing anything about it. There is a ton of abuse, a ton of drugs being forced on people, a lot of exploitation, ties to human trafficking, statutory RP, and often much worse. It does not really matter what site you use, they are not effective at moderating content when they want to, and most have shown somewhere between complete indifference to abject refusal to manage their content. Much like mined diamonds, porn is, for all intents and purposes, an unethical product to consume. Some of it is ethically neutral, but a lot of it is not, and you have no way of figuring out which is which. To be clear, I am not against porn conceptually. There is a world where we could have ethical porn that caters to basically any kink you can imagine, but we do not live in that world. I am married to a former adult movie actress. I will never spill her secrets, but she still has nightmares from the industry. She still has stalkers from the short time she was in too. Webcam industry specific. You spend $100. Cam company takes about 50%. $50 goes to the account of the model. In some places, accounts are owned by a studio who will give the model about 50% of what they earn. Of the $50 that hits the account, the model makes about $25. Some studios also charge for rent and usage of equipment. That $25 they earn from your $100 goes to paying off a $100 a month bill just to work. Helix Studios, a gay porn studio, actively starts window shopping for guys when they are 16 to 17. I feel sick to my stomach after reading all these comments. The nurse or doctor on call to dispense pain medication and a few stitches when the double anal with two thick guys hanging 11 inches tears something in the female performer, the girl who shows up thinking she's just going to be topless and literally gets threatened into signing a waiver saying choking slap sex, and if she doesn't do it, two guys will kick the shit out of her. The people trafficked into sex work, the cokehead boyfriend pimping a girl out because he owes some people too much money, or can't afford his next fix. Got her hooked too, so she will be readily complying, the girl who gets 137 guys to gangbang her and risks AIDS, and gets stiffed on the payment while the video goes on to make tons of money. It's a vile business. Sorry, this is not an answer, but are there porn companies that are transparent, and have a reputation for being safe to work for and such? Friend of a friend was an actress known for her ass. Before she shot an anal scene, she'd starve herself/be liquid diet only for weeks so she looked skinny enough on camera, and so there basically wasn't anything in her system to possibly get messy. She was miserable and weak with hunger by the day of the shoot. Another woman I know in passing is a huge name in porn, although she's officially retired from performing. She once had to take time off because a director pushed her to shoot a scene so intense she ripped her asshole. Some female adult performers really do love their jobs, but in many cases, the woman in hetero porn is really not having a good time. I'd any dark secrets about the porn industry, but what happens if a female porn star gets pregnant from male porn star after doing a shoot? Are there laws, company/government, that state what will happen to it? My time to shine? So my ex works for an adult actor named Larkin Love. When people sign up to her subscription services, obviously a lot of the content is pre-made ahead of schedule so you can get on the ball uploading it later. What is really kinda messed up is that when these men sign up, or women, sometimes women do also, believe it or not, but obviously more uncommon, they will send a message through the platform, and you are essentially talking to her crew acting as her, and they try to upcharge the customer as much as possible by saying things like, if you send me this $70, I'll send you a little video just for you to finish up for me. Customer generally sends it way more than you think, and they get another pre-made video under the guise that it was specifically made for them. So the crew's goal is to upcharge, and during their shifts each girl that works for her makes somewhere around $45 to $60 an hour, working 4 to 6 hour shifts. The practices are pretty deceptive from beginning to end, honestly. Especially when you get to lonelier people that are running basically off of pure testosterone and give way more than they can afford to, under what is essentially a lie the whole time. All the women are under non-disclosure agreements. Edit, typo. There was a lovely porn star, Amy Donovan, who looked way too cute and way too funny to be doing the deed on camera, if that makes any sense. You could tell she wasn't really into it half the time, which bothers the hell out of me to this day. But her final scene was supposedly her versus a bunch of guys, and she ended up with anal fissures, 2 different infections, pinworm, other parasites. And it was just from this one rough scene. She ended up coming clean about it on an internet forum and said she's even quit dancing and she's back to being a Susie homemaker. No one deserves that experience. They aren't actually stuck. Most MILFs aren't even mothers. I really want to quit using porn. This thread is helping me immensely. Herpes. I had an ex, Annette Allen, that did porn and she got herpes. She committed suicide last year. Going through these comments are a roller coaster. Half is about rape/pedophilia/sex trafficking and the other half are they don't actually love each other. Wish there was a serious tag. Abuse and force are much more commonplace than people expect. So many porn stars, especially women, try to convince you porn is healthy, shot in safe and controlled environments. They choose who they film with, the industry is regulated, it's female empowerment etc. Then I read the horror stories in this post. If there is so much abuse in Hollywood, the porn industry has got to be 100x worse. I don't care how hard porn actors try to convince you how much control they think they have. They drug a lot of women. Pretty scary stuff. I don't think it's a secret at all, but there's a lot of coercion involved even in more amateur videos. A friend knew a guy who was told he got a modeling opportunity in the biggest city in my country, so he quit his job and went. He'd never left his small town and it was all expenses paid, etc. He was forced to do a gay porn movie, guys straight, wasn't paid and wasn't even given a ticket to go back home. He eventually went back to his hometown, but literally everyone had either seen the video firsthand or heard about it, so he couldn't even go out of his house and didn't have the nerve to talk to his family anymore. Last I heard he was trying to get money to move to a slightly bigger town. They literally ruined his life socially and financially for one movie and didn't even bother actually paying him. I feel like you hear about stories like this all the time, but when it's somewhat close to you it's truly horrifying. They choose girls who have major issues in life. My friend's niece spent 16 to 18 getting groomed by a child molester to sell her into the sex trade. She got out of that situation and did well with her life until she hit 20. Once she was 20 she got into porn, but not just any porn. She started shooting a ton of stuff with folks that do those. We picked this girl up off the street and paid her for sex videos. In the meantime she was using drugs pretty heavily. Long story short, she OD'd a couple weeks ago and was declared brain dead. That industry preys on girls who don't know any better and or are just vulnerable enough for them to take advantage of. In the process of my friend's niece turning into a vegetable and basically dying, my friend's family has been trying to get all the videos of her removed, only to be met with legal resistance from the industry. She's fucking dead, take down the videos of what got her there. So glad people are becoming semi-aware of these things. Tired of people pretending that porn is a glamorous industry where young women play the system and rake in tons of cash. It couldn't be further from the truth. There was a cheap porn company ran by two guys in the noughties. They'd find guys that were living in group foster homes and turn them into talent scouts, usually finding girls that had ran away from foster care or were just coming out of it to be in these films. A ton of foster kids leave their group home at 18 and literally have nothing to their name. CA and a few other states have recently changed their stipend to 21, but it's still an uphill battle. My ex is a social worker and worked mostly with 17 to 18-year-old girls that were getting into job programs. Almost all of them were being offered deals where they'd make $2K for their first 2 porn shoots, but then it had turned into prostitution so they could use them for both. I only shot some porn a couple times, but I remember I went to this sketchy-ass secret apartment building in Inglewood owned by the porn guys. Some of them lived there, and when I showed up for the first shoot there was these sketchy BDSM-looking motherfuckers who asked me if I was a dom or sub and were bugging out about getting off the street cause they didn't want people to see them out there and get suspicious. The whole thing was done very hush-hush. I honestly didn't expect the porn scene to be so like closeted. It was a very weird vibe tbh. How do you know if it's a forced interaction? They post underage women who are being trafficked. Every time I say it and even post the news article I get downvoted. Sorry to tell you that your favorite porn site has posted illegal content. A lot of women in porn take drugs so they don't feel hurt by Titanic dicks. Probably Tracy Lords, or the AIDS epidemic that pretty much ruined Vivid Video. Many years ago, my firm agreed to redevelop the websites for an adult production company. It was awkward to say the least, but the pay was very good, so of course we did it. We were a little shocked to learn that the stars did not get paid as much as you would think. Like $300 to $400 per session. It turns out the famous ones make their money on sponsorships, not the actual movies. This isn't a secret but a legitimate serious medical question I have no one else to ask. When these women do rough deep throat gagging stuff, doesn't that have long-term medical implications on the small muscles in the back of throat? Swallowing is something you do without thinking about it, but many don't realize just how complicated the back of your throat is. Do these women end up with dysphagia for life after these scenes? Haven't seen this anywhere yet while scrolling, but to a lot of people's surprises, dicks really aren't that big. Very few foot-long penises exist on this planet and they are not natural. In fact, they likely can't get hard naturally either. But the majority of porn stars we see and know are within 6.5 to 8 inches measured properly. It's just camera tricks and small-handed women. Hopefully this makes some people less self-conscious. I always thought I was small with a slightly above average penis because I was thinking there are men out there with these 9 inches. Really not very common. Very few porn stars have hit that mark. And most people with that gift have erectile issues. Oh, and most of the men get girth surgery. Many porn videos are shot with minors. Here's a literally dark secret: all those buttholes are bleached. Real ones are quite a bit darker. I'm not a porn star yet, but I worked on an Interview a Porn Star show and spoke candidly backstage with a star who was well known at the time. The most notable thing she told me is girls don't really squirt. That's just them peeing on guys. Regular makeup sponges or sea sponges, though sea sponges reportedly are easier to feel when you're fucking someone. I've used them in and out of porn for years and never had an issue. They're not really a problem as long as they're clean when you put them in and actually remember to take them out. I've had exactly 0 guys be able to tell I'm using one. I have spent the last 40 minutes reading comments and posts. Holy shit. Feel like I'm on the Goliath ride at Six Flags and the drop keeps going. Fuck. I need a drink and maybe a joint. Huge amount of the women are drugged to make them compliant. It fuels demand for human trafficking. The porn industry itself doesn't care about underage and literal child pornography, and they only remove it when they are legally forced. The false sense of sex or intercourse. Porn is actually creating an abysmal gap between real sex and porn sex, and sadly it's becoming an addiction and a real problem to say the least. As a gay man, I have watched porn, straight and gay porn. And I have realized that in the past there was a lot of condoms in porn, but suddenly there are a few, if not 0. I won't turn this into a taboo argument about unprotected sex and HIV or something like that, but we need to remember that sex is something private and enjoyable, but taking care of the person you're with. That human connection of being naked with other human, while hearing their heartbeat, hearing their breath, feeling the sweat, it's something beautiful, and it's becoming something cheap and vulgar by providing false expectations of sex and the abuse between men and women. More than a secret is a reality that we're not talking about, and the problem is that there's a lot of young people now with a cell phone, and trust me, they'll get the wrong idea of sex, and I believe that we will stay horrified by the crimes that will come to occur in the future because we are not having the right conversation. When you watch rough porn, usually at the end is a scene with the girls with smeared makeup saying how much fun they had. They literally don't get paid if they don't make the scene at the end. Pretty much so they can't say they got raped even if that's exactly what happened. Bless you for asking this and everyone that answered seriously. The amount of hate I get online for pointing out some of these things is enormous. I hope this will make it a bit easier to criticize and push for regulation of the industry. I've heard online that a lot of the girls that you see are basically involved in sex trafficking, and are tricked into it. Basically, young girl needs money, is offered a job as an actress and is offered a ticket out to the film set in some other state. Upon arriving, finds out she's going to be shooting porn, and is bullied and pressured by the producers to do it, saying she will owe them money for the flight and all this other shit to try and guilt/scare her into shooting the film. They then try and squeeze that and milk as much money out of the girls as possible, and is one of the big arguments for why we shouldn't watch porn. Edit, a singular word. Pretty much all online porn real estate is owned by a company called MindGeek. When someone uploads content to a site, it goes through an automated verification process, facial recognition, etc., before it can get posted to a site. If the content gets flagged, it has to be reviewed by a person to verify that there are no red flags like child porn, gore, rape, snuff, etc. MindGeek has one department with one group of employees that have to verify any flagged content on basically any porn site you'll find online. Those people have a special clause in their insurance for psychological help and therapy because the amount of porn they have to watch on a daily basis fucks their heads up so much that they can no longer perform sexually, get PTSD, develop fucked up fetishes, and other severe mental issues. They don't clean that couch as often as you'd hope. Jackie Treehorn treats objects like women, man. It baffles me that anyone actually watches porn made by those big companies with the so obvious fake sex. I began watching when I was fairly young, and would always filter to homemade stuff. Maybe it's because I'm a girl and desired that real connection between the people. I'm losing faith in humanity here. Well, I can safely say that I'm done with watching porn forever. R34 or personal experiences only. Fucking hell. Rape. So much rape. You know those scenes at the end/beginning of rough sex clips where the actress smiles and says how much she enjoyed it and had always wanted to try whatever hardcore thing they just filmed? Yeah, if they don't say that, they don't get paid. August Ames spoke out about the amount of rape in porn. She later committed suicide. PH regularly keeps up revenge videos, rape, and more. A woman who was raped and had her video posted to PH had to petition to them for 6 months and they still wouldn't take it down, all while the video was being monetized. She eventually had to pretend to be a lawyer to get them to take it down. Porn made $35 billion in 2019. That is billion with a B. A lot of people are watching porn and a lot of people are paying for porn either as consumer or as advertiser. What's the worst date you ever had? Met a girl online, everything seemed okay and the conversations were good, so a few days later we decided to meet for coffee and go for dinner later. I show up to the cafe about 45 minutes early and order a coffee, intending to read for a bit. While I'm reading, I notice an older fellow staring and taking far too much interest in me before leaving. Odd, but okay. Continue to read until about 10 till meet up, when I text the girl that I'm already at the cafe. Shortly after, the odd older fellow comes back in one entrance, and this sets off my spidey sense, so I'm making my way to the other entrance when my date catches my arm to say hi. I tell her we should step out for a minute, getting a bad vibe from this guy. She asks which one, so I describe him. It's her goddamn dad, doing advanced recon for her dates at 24 years old. I was a bit sketched out at that, but thought maybe she had some bad dating history that possibly made sense. I meet her dad, he says they wanted to make sure I was who I said I was and to enjoy the date. He leaves and she says being an only child has its downsides. Makes enough sense. We get coffee and chat for a bit, walk in a nearby park and decide where to go for dinner. We get to my car and she asks if I could take her home to grab a jacket before dinner. No big deal. We arrive at her place, lives with parents, and I talk to her mom and dad while the date grabs a jacket. They seem nice, but overbearing parents. Date calls me back to her room to meet her cat, and the entire time I'm meeting her cat, the parents are hawking nearby, obviously eavesdropping, and it's obvious the date is dragging her feet for some reason. I said something about getting out to dinner before the rush, and her parents, who happened to be walking by, ask where we were going before they start a dialogue on local restaurants, which pivots to ordering delivery/carry out and how we should just do dinner together at their place. I told them no offense, but I'd greatly prefer to dine in some place relaxed and get to know their daughter. They seem really resistant to this. I'm agitated, and ask if this is how her dates normally go. They said no, normally we don't let her go out with men, but you passed the background check and your messages to her made you seem nice, like you'd have dinner with us. I was flabbergasted. They ran a background check on me, read our exchanges online as well as the advanced recon, and expected me to have dinner with 2 additional people I hardly knew when I was expecting a date. I told them that will absolutely not work for me, and that they are being extremely over the top with their expectations and precautions. I left. Later received a torrent of text messages and calls to the general sentiment of "you were supposed to be better than this." I don't respond for a day before telling her/them this is not normal or healthy. I refuse to be any part of it and will be blocking their number and filing restraining orders if I find them lurking around. TLDR, 24-year-old girl's parents do background checks, read correspondence, and do advanced recon for her dates. Overreact when this approach backfires. I've told this before on Reddit, when it happened about 5 years ago. Summary: I went on a first date with a man who I quickly realized had mental problems. He tried to show me off to his family and kept saying we'd been dating for 9 months. Things got scary when I tried to bring him back to reality. I met this guy at a Halloween party and we ended up making out for a little bit. We decided to go on a date together and scheduled it for 3 days later. On the day of the date he's being very vague about where he's taking me for dinner while talking over text. He picks me up at my place and tells me he's taking me to a great restaurant. As we are driving around downtown, he says, "Oh, I need to make a quick stop, do you mind?" I say that's fine, thinking he wants to pick up chapstick or Advil or something. 10 minutes later we pull into the Huntsman Cancer Institute, Utah, parking garage. I tell him that I can wait in the car, but he insists I come in. I ask why we are here and he says up, and my spare key sitting on the counter was nowhere to be found. Thankfully I never saw or heard from him again, but that was the worst date I've ever been on. I just promised someone I'd come see them today. It will only take 5 minutes. He keeps telling me to come up with him. I start to feel bad and decide to just go in with him. We get to the hospital room and I say that I'll wait outside. I am waiting for 2 to 3 minutes when the door opens and a woman introduces herself as his mother and says, "It's nice to finally meet you. We know you're really important to our son." I was so embarrassed and had no idea what to do, so I just went in as she kept ushering me inside. She pulls me into a long hug that I'm not really participating in. I quickly realize through the conversation with his mom that his dad is in the hospital bed and is dying from brain cancer. My date's mom keeps saying things about how good it is to finally meet me, and how they wanted his father to meet me before he passed away. I am flabbergasted at what is happening and stay silent about the truth of their son. I realize through the conversation that he's been pretending to have a serious boyfriend for the past 9 months, and they all think it's me. I am speechless but finally mutter, "I think I should step outside and let you have your family time." My date then immediately says we are leaving and gives his parents a hug and kiss. We walk down to the garage and he says I just have one more stop. At this point I'm thinking I'm with a crazy person and just agree so as to not upset him and put myself in danger, all the while wondering if I should just run away. I used to work with schizophrenic patients and sometimes the best way to get out of a scary situation is to participate in their delusion. I get in the car and start to feel bad that he's going through all this, and wondering how I'm going to get out of this situation. Instead of going to a restaurant, we pull up to what I find out is his sister's house, and as I'm sitting in the car, the same thing happens. His sister comes running out to the car, introduces herself, and tells me to come inside and visit. Same type of conversations where everyone is assuming I've been dating him for 9 months, and how it's great to finally meet me. All the while I'm completely weirded out and starting to question my own sanity. I finally get enough courage to speak up and say we need to get to our dinner reservation. He had originally picked me up at 6:30 p.m. and it's now 8:30 p.m. We get in the car and I decide to ask why he's telling his family that we've been dating for 9 months when I've only known him for 3 days. He ignores me, turns up the radio, and starts singing loudly along to the music. I get up the courage to turn down the music and say I'm not feeling well and ask him to take me home. He says okay, but then pulls into a McDonald's drive-thru moments later and says, "Geez, you must be so hungry, we forgot to eat." As we are sitting in the car, I'm realizing I need to get out ASAP. I unlock the door and run. He quickly pulls out of line and almost hits me as he's driving up to me. I quickly duck into a coffee shop. He parks and walks in saying, "What's wrong? Why are you acting crazy?" I tell him I've requested a lift, didn't actually request one yet, and that I'm going home. He keeps insisting I come with him, and is pulling at my arm. There's a couple customers inside and a few baristas. He starts yelling loudly and I say I need help. A wonderful barista intervenes and tells him he should leave or she's calling the police. He starts uncontrollably crying and saying I'm a stupid bitch to do this to him after 9 months of bliss. I keep repeating I don't know him and that he needs to leave. He finally gets into his Land Rover and speeds off. I sat there for 45 minutes drinking a cup of coffee and telling the barista about what just happened. He kept calling and texting me over and over and I block his number. That night I put in a request to change my locks at my apartment, a $300 fee. Since he'd been in my apartment for about 10 minutes when he came to pick me. It's a long one and a wild ride, buckle up. I was 22. I started a new job, and met this super cute guy at work. He had a previous GF, who he broke up with about 6 months before we met. She would sometimes randomly come into the shop, and he would always tell her that she couldn't be there, that they had been broken up for months, and she needed to leave him alone. Anyway, he and I started talking and flirted for several months. After about 3-ish months he finally asked me on a date. He's very introverted and I am not, so it took some time for him to feel comfortable enough to ask me out. We go out to dinner, and he's just so sweet and cute and adorably awkward. I really liked him. After dinner he invited me back to his place to talk. I agreed, and we just chilled at his apartment talking, no hanky-panky. I was sitting on one sofa and he was sitting on the other. All of a sudden there was pounding on his door. He calmly gets up and locks it, and I hear a female yell, "Did you just lock the door on me?" It was the ex. I'm sitting on the couch, and he's calmly asking her to please leave through the door. All of a sudden the front window slides open, and she sticks her head in, and starts screaming at him. At this point he's still calmly asking her to leave, while I'm still sitting on the sofa, clutching my mace. She then climbs in through the window and I see this huge woman. She was like 5 feet 11 inches, 6 tall. I'm 4 feet 11 inches for reference, and I thought, holy shit, I'm going on get my ass kicked. Then she sees me and says, "Who the fuck is this bitch?" All the while he's calmly trying to get her to leave. She went ballistic and started tearing down pictures in the living room, trashing them. Then she moved to the bedroom and I could hear her screaming, throwing things, breaking stuff, all the while my date was standing in the doorway of his room trying to get her to stop. He never raised his voice, and it seemed like this wasn't the first time this happened. He went and got his neighbor, and said I need help with this again, so the neighbor came over, but she didn't do anything except stand next to me in the front doorway in shock. Meanwhile we can hear things escalating with her in the bedroom. I feel like I should mention that she lived with some pretty significant mental illness. He calmly walks in the bedroom, and after a minute or so he walks out of the bedroom with her in a bear hug, guiding her out of his house. Not shoving, not pushing, just as gently as possible. She was kicking and screaming, moving her out of his home. She then went and laid down in the courtyard, rolling around in the grass, crying and screaming, while the three of us, me, date, neighbor, just stood there for a minute. Date then said he was going to call her cousin to come get her, but before he could make the call, the cousin walked up. He brought her there and was waiting in the car the whole time. Date and cousin went to her, got her calmed down, and convinced her to leave. As she was walking by me she said, "I'm sorry I called you a bitch, I don't even know who you are," and then left. I sat with my date and we kind of processed what just happened, which is when his neighbor told me that this is not the first time, and I encouraged him to call the police. I eventually left, and drove home, about 45 minutes, and called him when I got home, pre-cell phones, to let him know I got home, his request, and to see if he called the police. He did, but not to report what happened, but so they would do a welfare check on her to make sure she was okay. We're celebrating our 27th anniversary this year, 27 years together and 20 years married. He is the kindest, sweetest guy, who has pushed old ladies' broken down cars off the road, helped people get unstuck in the snow, fixes friends' cars for free, and would give you the shirt off his back. I love him. TL, doctor, met a cute guy, first date ruined by ex-GF who trashed his apartment, but his kindness and compassion towards her made me like him even more, so I married him. He's on Reddit so he might see this. Hi sweetie. Edited to add, thanks for the awards and comments. First date after my divorce. She was nothing like her profile picture and just a horrible person. But that not the fun bit. She stalked me to my work van after the date and took down my phone number. On the way home she asked if I would come back and see her, said thanks but no thanks and have a nice life. In the preceding days I received numerous texts and phone calls from her and had to have her number blocked by my phone provider. On New Year's Day at 4 AM I receive a call from her ex-husband asking what was wrong with her, that she is a good person, etc etc. Turns out they went out on night and got shit-faced together and decided to all me. I hung up only for them to keep calling me back. Ended up turning my phone off. Woke around 7. Turned my phone on and I had received 20+ voice recordings that were getting more and more threatening. On the last one I could hear them in a car saying they were coming over to get me. Spoke to my neighbor who gets up early and had gone for a run, and he told me there were a couple being arrested around the corner from our place drunk as hell who had hit a light pole. Scary thing is I had my 2 daughters with me that night. I had a date send her drink back several times and eventually had our server bring out all of the ingredients in separate glasses so that she could mix it herself, the right way. What's worse is we were both in the service industry at the time. My first in-person date ever was when I was 23 and I was extremely nervous. Met the girl on Bumble and offered to take her to see Infinity War, which was new at the time. Afterwards took her to get food so we could talk about the movie. I thought we hit it off really well despite my numerous stumbles. Took her home and she asked if I'd like to hang out in her dorm for a bit. I accepted, not really knowing what that meant at the time. We got up there and were chatting when she suddenly starts getting all teary and asks why I'm not attracted to her. I'm confused and tell her I'm very attracted and that I don't understand where this is coming from. She rants about how I never tried to do anything physical all night despite her trying to hunt at wanting it. She tells me she invited me up to get laid and all I did was chat. I managed to calm her down and gave in to her wants despite not wanting sex myself. I decided to just go with it cause I was lonely and didn't want to screw things up anymore with her. I told her going in that I was a virgin and she seemed super cool. Until things started going down. She kept laughing and making fun of me. Which made it so much harder to perform as a guy. Which she found even funnier. It got to the point where I just had to tell her I couldn't do it and I passed out next to her. I woke up the next morning and noticed I was gonna be late for work, so I rushed to get everything together and said goodbye to her when she woke up. She started bawling her eyes out and calling me a postman for using her for sex, then leaving immediately. So, I called off sick to work and took her to breakfast where she talked about how shitty I am as a person for a solid couple hours. I talked to her for maybe a week after this before I just couldn't take it anymore and told her to lose my number. Really messed up my views on relationships and self-worth for a while. In college, I hit it off with a girl and agreed to go on a first date to a school hockey game. When I met her there, I realized I had forgotten my wallet, so I had to borrow $5 from her to pay for my ticket. Not a great start, and I could tell I had dug myself an early hole. Then, once we sat down, we realized that neither of us liked hockey at all. I have no idea why we agreed to meet there, but we were both totally uninterested in the game. So we started talking about other things we were into, and I mentioned that I liked board games. She said, "You sound like my grandma." At that point it was clear that neither of us were into this at all, but it was the first period of a hockey game that she had paid $10 whole for, and neither of us felt right leaving. We sat there and stonily watched the rest of the game. Afterwards, we said, "Let's hang out sometime," and then never messaged each other again. Then, a few semesters later, my friend called me up all excited about a new girl he was dating. He wanted me to come to a get-together at his apartment and meet her. I walk in, and of course he's sitting on the couch with his arm around the very same hockey-hating girl. I immediately grabbed my wallet, handed her $5, and said, "Thank God. I've been looking for you for 2 years." She laughed, and things went all right after that. It was with an undertaker's assistant. He'd circle every topic of conversation back to corpses. Me, "So, do you know what you're gonna order?" Him, "Well, I was thinking the steak, but I had eaten steak when we got the river guy in, and now it makes me feel queasy." I ended up leaving after half an hour. He was over an hour late, no text or call, and when he finally showed up, his excuse was, "Sorry I'm late, my mom had to take a shit." Mine is not nearly as bad as these, but I like telling the story, so here we go. A guy asked if I wanted to do Korean food and karaoke as our second date. Perfect. I love both. He picked the spots. He was 45 minutes late, but I put our names in and he arrived to the restaurant around when our table was called, so no biggie. He complained that he couldn't eat much on the menu because he's vegetarian, and that they didn't serve alcohol. I mean, that sucks, but you picked the place. He kept lamenting that another place close by has vegetarian options and we should have gone there. When the food came, it became apparent that he did not know how to use chopsticks, but also was too proud to take a fork, so he visibly struggled to eat. The old couple next to us even tried to give him pointers because he was having such a hard time. I was feeling really awkward at this point. Dinner felt like a disaster. I was looking forward to going to a karaoke bar and getting some drinks while laughing at drunk people singing. At least it would offer some distraction. We started talking about what songs we like to do for karaoke, and I said something like I like to pick songs that get the crowd excited and singing along, and he goes, "Oh, you like doing karaoke in front of a crowd? I could never do that." And then it dawned on me, he was planning to take me to private room karaoke. Just me and this virtual stranger taking turns serenading each other from a vinyl couch. I was mortified. I would rather sing in front of 10,000 people than just one. I'd like to say I noped out of that date then, but of course not. I followed him around to 3 different karaoke places as he tried to find one that would give up a private room for 2 people on a Saturday night. Hint, they won't, because that's absurd. Finally he gave up and asked if I wanted a drink at a bar. I should have said no, but I had some misguided faith it might get better. He told me about a cool bar he knew nearby. We walked over and it turned out to be the same place we went on our first date. I drank 1 drink and then told him I had to walk my dog and left. A few days later he texted to tell me he was sorry, but also that he wanted to be clear that he wasn't looking for a girlfriend, just someone to take to dinner and sleep with. I was like, okay, no thanks, and that was the end. I mean, cool, but say that up front, and also you're a terrible dinner date. Met her at a bar. She ordered food but didn't eat it since it looked disgusting. It looked fine. So we left to go to a different restaurant, and on the walk there, she kept ducking and glancing at the sky like she was being attacked by bats. She hardly said anything over then whole date. It was like pulling teeth to get her to talk about herself. At the second restaurant she took forever ordering and again didn't eat because the food looked disgusting. Emailing about the date afterwards, she admitted that she was high on ice, which I guess is some kind of meth. So I don't have many, because I'd only been swiping for a few months before I met someone, but maybe I'm also naive enough to have some funny things happy already. Like the time I thought the bot I was chatting with was just someone who was super distracted. Anyway, matched with a cute girl, she likes to climb, we have good chat, great. Let's go and do some top rope and hang out. But she doesn't have a car, so I need to pick her up, 30 minutes off route. I'm not thrilled, but whatever. Meet her, and, well, it's not her. Or it is her from the profile, but maybe from 5 to 8 years and a kid ago? I'm tempted to call it off, but I'm too much of a softie, and she says she made cookies. I love cookies. We head off to the small local cliff. We arrive, walk the 10-minute approach. The conversation is still fine, but I'm wary now. I resolve to just have a nice time and have some fun, and just learn from the experience. She's perfectly nice, but I'm seeing red flags. At the crag she says she borrowed her friend's shoes and isn't sure they'll fit. Same with the harness. Oh. Well, they do fit, yay, so I rig the anchor and we start climbing on a nice 5. 6, easy, for a warm-up. Except that she can't climb. Fine, okay, whatever. We're still chatting as she works on the off-ground move, and then just bursts into tears. Turns out that it's her sister's dating profile and that's who she borrowed the stuff from, and that her husband doesn't know she's on dating apps. I find all of this out amid tears, and so does everyone else there who can overheat it. Some very awkward talk therapy later, I drop her back at her house. Is it her house? Is it her neighbor's house so that hubby doesn't see? And she leaves me the cookies as an apology. And they were store-bought. Met a guy at a concert who asked me out to dinner the next weekend. Said we'd go to a restaurant halfway between his place and mine. Gives me the address, which I printed out on MapQuest BC. This was before GPS was normal on phones or in cars. I get there and it's an apartment building. Call him to say I think he gave me the wrong address, and he said, nope. You're driving. Takes me to an Applebee's because they have the cheapest happy hour, he said. We have one drink and he eats potato wedges by himself. When I drove him back, he asked me where my overnight bag was. I said I'm not staying the night and thanks for the beverage. He took my keys out of my ignition and told me to go upstairs. I told him if he doesn't give me my keys back, I will start screaming and call the cops. He threw them in the front seat as he got out, telling me I'm missing out on hot tub time. I thankfully never saw him again. As a relatively recent mature widower, new and inexperienced to the dating scene after 31 years of marriage, I had a dinner date with a much younger woman who, as it turned out, was extremely aggressive. Unheard of in my prime. Ending our first date, I was dropping her off and had intended only to give her a thank you peck on the cheek. However, our goodbye moment morphed into a high school-like make-out session, during which she started, shockingly, to grope me. My two-seater car was dark and cramped and I was wearing a suit and winter overcoat, but I nevertheless was extremely surprised to feel her hand navigating south of my belt. Suddenly she squeezed hard and, with sheer delight and fire in her dimly lit eyes, delightedly exclaimed that I had an enormous penis. In fact, she was squeezing a single large roll of my lower belly fat. For the first and last time in my life, I glanced at my pretend wristwatch and told her that I had to leave due to the late hour and an early morning meeting. I couldn't imagine her reaction and disappointment had our date developed any further, as I am, at best, average. I bailed and we never spoke again. I went to a New Year's Eve party with a guy I had been chatting with for months. When we get there, his friends asks him where his girlfriend is, and they were not referring to me. I went out for a smoke at that point and he went after, saying she was boring and he was gonna break up with her. I didn't hang out with him for the rest of the night. I guess I should thank him because I hooked up with the party host instead and we've been together for 7 years. I actually get more offended when a guy wastes my time then texts me all these apologies when he doesn't show and beg for a second chance. I drop them after that. To know if they think it's funny or what. Only a couple times but still. Anyway, one of the worst dates I've been on was with this guy from OKC. Hit off fine online, decide to meet in a coffee shop in the middle of the city. Figured if we liked each other we go to a nice restaurant nearby. He's super awkward in person. Looked like he didn't try to look nice at all or even shower. I try to just talk the normal topics, oh what do you do, etc. And when I mentioned I was a nurse he's like, oh aren't you guys basically poop custodians? I wasn't sure if he was making a bad joke or not. I decided to ignore it and I mentioned how excited I am to finally start my dream job in a new city. The fucker then says, wow, I can't believe your dream was to get coffee for doctors. At this point I get up to leave. He tries to stop me and I said, you are not nearly hot enough to get away with negging. Fuck off. I went across the street to the food hall and proceeded to have a grand time by myself. A guy approached me at a coffee shop and we ended up hitting it off and talking all night. About a week later we had our first real date at my place so I could cook him dinner. I lived in a small 1-bedroom apartment at the time and the bathroom door was right next to the kitchen. He excused himself before dinner and proceeded to take the loudest, and what I presumed to be, the most massive shit this universe has ever seen. The sounds of that oil-lit carnage still echo in my nightmares. I of course didn't mention that I heard the whole event and we went about our evening. After dinner we got into my bed so we could watch a movie. 30 minutes into it, I needed to use the restroom, so I got out of the bed to reveal that I had unknowingly started my period and left a noticeable pool of blood where I was sitting. He helped me change the sheets. Anyway, we've been married a year now and he still takes the nastiest dumps known to mankind. Edit, wow, thank you for the awards and sweet comments. I told my date before we went out that I was divorced, just as a heads up. She pried for more information and I tell her my wife had an affair. She starts joking about it, then asks to see a picture of my ex and the guy she left me for. Then she called her affair partner cute. Oh, and she spent the other part of the date calling me fat. Edit, thanks for all the upvotes and kind words. The fucked up thing is that I think she actually really liked me. I was almost in tears at the table. I wanted to bounce but I didn't want to skip out on the check. I'm not sure if she could pay for it. She even kissed me after and I was so pathetic at the time I kissed back. She went home and I had a chance to digest the whole ordeal and felt sick to my stomach. I got home and blocked her number. She texted me a few days later on a different number saying she knows I blocked her number, she's sorry she brought up my divorce and that she really liked me. The whole thing made me pretty depressed and I feel like my self-esteem is finally starting to rebound from it. Also, I'm not even fat and yes I go to the gym, assholes. I'm pretty normal weight for a dude in his 30s. That was probably a cultural thing since she was from a different country. I find certain cultures shame any sort of fat. I posted this story about a year ago in a thread asking for stories about becoming instantly uninterested in someone you asked on a date. I'm sure there are worse stories out there but this was a bit of a shocker to me at the time and stands out as the most awkward first date of my life. I was set up by a friend's girlfriend. Shown a picture and said sure. She was good looking and I liked the girl's other friends that I had met. She couldn't be too bad, right? I call her and set up the day and time for pickup at her house. We were both still living with our parents. I arrived to pick her up and there she is with her parents and brother sitting around the kitchen table just talking. I get a bad vibe from everyone but her when she introduces me. On the way to dinner I mention the tension I felt from them all. She says it's because she just broke up with her boyfriend a few weeks before. Her family loved him and they were all upset with her dating someone else. Okay, I can see that. Maybe they'll get over it and like me once they get to know me if we date for a while. Later on I ask about her brother. No brothers. Okay, cousin? No boy cousins that she is close to. What about the guy with her parents when I picked her up? That was her ex. There to have dinner with her parents. They have had him over several times a week since the breakup trying to get them back together and had made sure he was there when I arrived. Sounded like a terrible situation to get involved in no matter how good looking I thought she was. Dropped her off early, told her to call me if they ever stopped doing that, and never ended up speaking to her again. Went to get drinks with a girl. Talk for about 20 minutes when she says I have a boyfriend, but I'd still like to have sex with you. My boyfriend only lets me have sex with black guys though, so we'd have to film it and you'd have to edit it to make yourself black. I had to tell her I'm not that great of an editor. Also WTF. Oh boy, finally my time to shine. I talked to a girl on Tinder 8 years ago. She got drunk and told me to come over because her and friends were playing strip poker. I was on overnight duty so sadly I could not partake. 30 minutes later I receive a picture on my phone that I couldn't even make out. I handed my phone to my roommate and asked if he could figure it out. He says, dude, that's a butthole. It surely was. She had taken a picture of her butthole from a measly 0.5 inches away and it was so close up I could barely tell what it was. I thought to myself, if this is how she leads, the rest has to be great. Spoiler alert, was wrong. She tells me we should finally meet next weekend. At Applesby's. I meet her there and she looks beat. Like she had just run 5 triathlons and been awake for a week straight. Not 3 minutes into meeting and sitting down she says she has to use the restroom. She doesn't come back for 30 minutes plus. The waiter comes up and says he has seen her here multiple times and she has been known to shoot up heroin in the bathroom and pass out. I'm very not into this at this point, but for her own safety I ask if a waitress could peek in the bathroom and see if she's okay. She was not. She OD'd and died. So that was a thing. TLDR, my Tinder date showed me her butthole, then OD'd and died at Applebee's. Was on a first date. Went to the bathroom, asked the guy to watch my coat. Came back and my coat was gone. It had my cell phone, wallet and keys in it. Guy was too busy chatting up the bartender, hadn't even seen the guy take it. We had to Uber back to his house so he could get his truck and drive me home. Had to wake my roommates up to let me in, had no ID, cash or way of contacting anyone for days. Ended up tracking down the guy who stole it but only got back my phone. He threw out my wallet, keys, with fob on it, and coat. Guy I was on the date with never contacted me again. Most expensive worst first date ever. I went on a date with a guy who picked me up and said he just had to swing by his work before we went to the restaurant. No problem. He works in a dental office as an assistant, so he invites me into his work. The office is clearly closed and no one is there, and all the lights are off. Okay, a bit weird, but maybe he just forgot something really important that can't wait until tomorrow morning to pick up. Nope, he's going to the medicine cabinets and taking out a few bottles of ketamine. Okay, I'm now an accessory to theft of dental anesthesia. There was no second date. She started talking about her life story from childhood to that day. Year by year. With every single traumatic story and emotions. That was our first ever date and she didn't even let me speak for that duration. I was like, oh okay, she is now talking about high school, 6 more years left, hold tight. I've posted my worst on this question before, so I'll post a runner-up now. Dating at an older age is pretty difficult to begin with. This was when I was about 47, and an acquaintance I hadn't known long said she had the perfect guy for me. He had seen me at a sports event with my acquaintance, and I agreed to meet him for coffee after asking a few questions about what he did, karate instructor and sports coach, and finding out he was about my age. Showed up on the date, and he had very red eyes. He told me right away he was very stoned. This was before we were a legal state. I'm not anti-weed by any means, but showing up stoned was the first red flag. He informed me he hadn't worked in several years, and his coaching days were 10 years in the past. He had been attempting, in his 40s, to become a pro dirt bike rider, living with friends while he was pursuing his dream, and blaming the industry for his lack of success. I started asking gentle questions just to get the full scope of the train wreck that was before me. He asked if I wanted to go dirt bike riding with him, and I politely declined. The bill came for our coffee and pastries, and he sheepishly said he couldn't afford it but would pay me back on our next date, and mentioned he was a good friend of the guy my acquaintance was dating. I asked who the guy was, and immediately recognized the name. The guy had been in the news as he just got out of prison for involuntary manslaughter. I offered to treat with no obligation and gently shut down the idea of another date. I was going to ask my acquaintance, what the actual fuck were you thinking? But learning who she was dating was a complete answer in itself. Literally shit myself on a date once. Wasn't technically a date, but the guy had a farm. He took me to see the animals, feed, act. I walked away for a few minutes and overtrusted a fart. I just looked at him and asked if he could please take me back to my car. He wanted to know why, and I said because I pooped in my pants. Guy had a super nice truck and made me sit on my feet all the way back to my vehicle. We actually ended up dating for 2-ish years. And somehow me shitting myself on the first date was the end of all jokes. I, 35F, met a guy, 41, on Bumble, had dinner plans to go to a wing joint. I asked if we were still on a few hours prior. He says yep, just gonna shower and jerk off. I joked and said something like, whoa there Mr. Berv, TMI. Which apparently offended him greatly, as he blew me off for our date. When I asked WTF after the fact, he said he thought I was mad, so he spent the evening anger cleaning, and told me don't ever call me a perv again, but asked if I'd want to meet the next day. Why I said yes, is anyone's guess. We meet at Tim Hortons for coffee. He starts by joking that my soon-to-be ex-husband is going to show up to beat him up. He says this repeatedly, even after I explain the ex is out with his girlfriend, and continues to eyeball the windows nervously. Then, after sitting down with our coffee, he asks if I want to go to his car to get some gum. No, thank you. A few minutes later, he asks again. And then again a few minutes later. Dude, if you want some gum, go get it. I'll be right here. He harumphs, does not get the gum, and we continue talking, where the conversation devolves into him ranting about how Hollywood is shoving biracial couples down his throat. I ask if he has any big plans for the evening. He states he's going to go home and jerk off. At least he has a hobby. We walk to the parking lot after the fact, and he asks if he can kiss me. Now, I had just got out of a 14-year, affection-starved relationship, and hadn't kissed anyone but my ex in that time. So, stupid me, said yes. He kisses me, then grabs my arm in a death grip, and drags me to his car as I struggle to get away. Thankfully, his dumbass hadn't cleared the seats before his abduction attempt, so as he's trying to manage holding onto me while clearing off his seat, I manage to wrench my arm free, run to my car, and get the hell out of there. Had a girl openly flirt with the bartender in front of me. She says she wasn't. But handing him her own phone and asking for his contact info in front of her date seems like it to me. Got set up on a blind date once between mutual friends. She shows up to the restaurant already a little tipsy, orders multiple appetizers and only takes like 1 or 2 bites from each one. Then she proceeds to order 3 or 4 more drinks and is visibly drunk at this point. She gets up and says she's going to the bathroom and staggers off. About 15 to 20 minutes go by, so I try to call her several times but no answer. Finally I decide to pay the check and just leave. About 2 hours later I'm sitting at home and I get a call from an unknown number. It's the police department. She was picked up on a DUI on her way home after she ditched me and gave the cops my number to see if I could go bail her out. Not necessarily a date, but a person I was dating invited me to his parents' house for the afternoon. He wanted to introduce me to them and show me the house he grew up in. I thought it was super sweet and had no problems going. He was also in the middle of moving and needed to pick up a few things, so it really didn't seem that unusual. Yeah, we got there and it was awful. His entire family was there. They traveled from hours away too. This was not just meeting the parents, it was meeting the entire family. Even worse? At some point, this jackass told his parents that he had proposed. We had been dating 2 months. I spent the entire afternoon dumbfounded and just playing along. We were 2 hours from home and I had no cell service, no way to leave at all. We ended up spending the afternoon brainstorming wedding ideas and planning an Alaskan honeymoon that his parents planned to gift us. His brother even called to say congratulations. We drove back to his apartment in silence. When we got there, I got in my car and left, didn't even bother grabbing my stuff. Weirdest experience ever. I have no idea how he broke it to his parents that we weren't getting married. We met at a trailhead to take a walk. He started farting right away. Then he opened his backpack and got an apple. He proceeded to eat the apple. Didn't offer me an apple. Just ate his apple and farted. Met her for dinner. We seemed to hit it off well in the first few minutes, until I started feeling the worst pain ever in my side. Turns out I had a kidney stone. I unfortunately had to nope out of that one very quickly. She had blocked me via text when I abruptly left dinner, so she never got the message that I ended up in the hospital. I didn't see her for years until we ran into each other at a bar, me with a different girlfriend, her with her husband. I explained what had happened. She felt pretty bad, but hey, no long-lasting harm done. I bought her and her husband a drink, chatted for a few, and left them to finish their evening together. I went over to a boy's apartment I had hung out with a few times already to watch a movie. In the middle of the movie he stuck his finger in my belly button. We weren't even cuddling. Just randomly turns towards me and puts his finger in my belly button. I said to him, "Get your finger out of my bully button." To which he responded by making a weird noise similar to an adult using baby talk and saying cuckoo to a baby and wiggled his finger still inside my belly button. I left immediately, never talked to him again, and my friends still refer to the situation as belly button boy. Was told we were going to dinner and then shopping. I drove to the town, 1 hour each way, cause he didn't have a license. He directed me, didn't know my way around at all, to Burger King. Okay. I'll work with it. Standing in line, a worker accidentally leans on a packet of ranch. It breaks open and shoots at me, right on the front of my nicest shirt. Profound apologizing commences. I ended up paying for dinner too. Then we went to Walmart, where his mom worked, so he could get a discount. Didn't buy anything. Drive home he starts apologizing out of nowhere. I thought it was because of the bad date. Until the smell hits me. He passed gas and I had to legit pull over and roll the windows down a while. Edit, to address a few frequent questions. No more official dates with him, but we did continue to see each other several months. This was high school, and I was older than him. We went to dinner and he started chatting up the waitress. Like interrupting me every time the waitress came over and talking to her for a few minutes instead. After a couple times I just pulled my phone out and started scrolling through Reddit and he complained when he noticed I was on my phone. Cue a lecture about my generation. He was like 6 years older than me, then he got mad when I wouldn't suck his dick in the parking lot. I ended up going back inside the restaurant and calling a friend to pick me up. Dude's car was still sitting there when I left. Fuck you, Jason. Went to brewery, date said I had hairy arms and that meant I was horny, said you look really awful in this light, and then tried to dig out of that hole by saying in his native language that was a term of endearment long-term couples said to each other. 0-10 did not date again. Probably not as bad as some of the others on here, but still makes me cringe 10 plus years later. I was 21 and met a guy at my summer job who was 20. He was a super sweet guy and we got along great when we worked the same shifts together. Eventually he asked me out on a date Saturday night, and I said sure. He said we would go out to dinner, hang out around town, etc. I was really excited because he seemed like a great guy and I never went on many dates. I pull up to his house and he comes out with like 3 other guys. They all jump in my car and I'm like, oh, hello? And they say they want to have a party that night and started directing me around to all the local liquor stores so I could buy alcohol for them. I was a shy, self-conscious girl with low self-esteem and I was always a people pleaser who didn't stand up for myself, so I obliged. I drove these little assholes around town, picking up alcohol for them while they sat in the car, feeling like a complete and utter idiot the whole time. When we got back to my friend's house, and I parked and started taking off my seatbelt, they started laughing at me, like who said you were invited? I was totally non-confrontational so I just said, okay, see you later. They hopped out of my car, took the alcohol with them, and I drove home, totally burning in embarrassment. I had a shift with the guy a few days later and he never even acknowledged it. Neither did I, but our vibe obviously changed dramatically. I never saw him again after that summer. Edit, thank you all for your kind words and concern. This was a long time ago, and I have grown a lot since then. I'm in a much better place mentally with a lot more confidence, with a wonderful husband, beautiful son, and another little one on the way. Those guys were shit, but we all learn and grow from our mistakes, and it contributed to an eventual realization that I deserve to be treated much, much better. Edit 2, to answer some FAQs. Why didn't I call the cops on them to ruin their party? I don't know. Didn't think of it at the time. I was not a very vindictive person. As I mentioned, passive people pleaser. Why did we go to multiple liquor stores? They were hunting down a specific type of alcohol. I am dating myself a bit here, but I feel like it was when Four Loko was re-released after being banned in most of the states. Also the various suburbs around here had different liquor laws at the time. Did I pay for the alcohol? Partially. They gave me a little cash but not enough to cover the purchases, so I covered the difference. Stupid, I know. But I thought I would at least get to enjoy some of it later. Showed up to a Tinder date where we agreed but she wasn't there. Texted and she said they were around the corner. Come to find her mid-20s divorced socialite, and her friend, mid-40s salesman, had been drinking all day and were proper shit-faced. Proceeded to join them at the table where she proceeded to talk about the married guy at the next table and kept walking by and dropping things so she could bend over in front of him. Then some racist talk and some cocaine use, them not me. And then they decided, mercifully, to ditch me because I was no fun. It was a double date. She was more interested talking to the other girl throughout the whole thing. Found out later from the other guy that his girl cheated on him with my date. Went on a date with this guy who asked me out to get breakfast first. Well, he decided Tim Hortons was a suitable place to go. First of all, he drove like an idiot. He was on his phone the whole time and would speed regularly, and I think he even drove through a red light. All this to not even go because he didn't want to pay for $3 parking, so we went back to his house. He was living with 3 other roommates, all girls, and his room was in the basement. That's fine, I didn't really care. Anyways, he was bragging all morning about how he cleaned his room just for me, but when I got there, it was hardly clean and he had set out 3 Playboy magazines on his dresser for display. Despite being uncomfortable, I thought, well, it's already been this long, better finish the date. Bad idea. He puts on a Western-style TV show, not really my thing, and cuddles up next to me. He didn't smell the best and he kept rubbing my arm in some kind of affectionate way. He also kept asking me heavy questions and stuff about my ex. Anyways, we finish an episode, they're like an hour, and I'm determined to get out of his place as quick as possible. But before I go, he stops me and asks me out to dinner for another date. I refuse, obviously, as I wasn't having a good time, and his last trying words were damn. I was even gonna pay. Probably not the worst on this thread, but it made me really uncomfortable at the time. Came out from a movie, late at night, and date's Camaro was stolen. Apparently, he called his wife, that I did not know he had, and let her know where he was and what happened. She showed up and realized he was on a date. She started chasing me around the parking lot, telling me she was going to kill me. Saved by the cops, who showed up just in time to take the auto theft report. Reposting my first Reddit comment from 11 years ago, I wasn't feeling great, but decided to meet anyway. We met at a Belgian beer bar. She was gorgeous, fun, and totally into me. I felt a gas pain, so I leaned forward slightly to quietly relieve the pressure. I completely and explosively shat myself. The odor was immediate. I excused myself to the bathroom, but the damage was too great. I walked out of the bathroom, muddy panted, out of the bar, and boarded the train for home. The date was nothing compared to the horror of the following 3 weeks, recovering from E. coli. She sat down and went on about how great her career was, how she was a year younger than me but already middle management, then after 30 minutes just said, "Can I go home now?" Got up, and left me with the drinks bill. Saddest was when I met a date at the bus stop outside the cinema. She was looking around worried until I said hello. She almost had tears in her eyes and replied, "I didn't think you'd want to show up after seeing me." She was a cute but curvy lass in early 20s and apparently had been stood up twice before. She wasn't the most mature, but was really fun and lovely. Had I not met the now wife, I'd have seen her again. I hope she found happiness. Well, I gave this answer on a different topic, but it ties in with this. We were out on a date, we had been seeing each other for a while, close to a year maybe. She gets a phone call. Suddenly she looks destroyed. Her fiancé had just died in a motorcycle accident. I was brought up in Poland by Polish parents, university professors, went to a Polish school, Polish university, etc. Then I had a date with an American man whose grandmother was Polish. He grilled me on the language and criticized my pronunciation and corrected my grammar. This from a guy whose Polish vocabulary was maybe 100 words. He told me I speak like a peasant. On one date I showed up at her parents' house to pick her up, thinking we were going for drinks in the neighborhood. She opens up the door wearing sweatpants, trainers and a hoodie as if she just got back from football practice. I was pretty well dressed, so she decided to change into something else. She says I can just wait in the living room with her parents. Not that bad, we have some small talk and I expect to be leaving soon anyways. She then shows up wearing the next less than casual outfit and sits down in the living room as well, saying nothing. She just gets on her phone. She's doing nothing but texting whilst time left talking with her parents. Didn't expect a date with them. At this point I don't know what to expect anymore. Luckily I was able to convince her to go out after a bit and we end up having drinks. All in all, she wasn't my type, definitely after that date. I've had several bad dates, but the two below are hands down my worst ones this year. Girl 1, she would not stop talking about her ex and her dog. The convo was flowing all night, but man, every single topic I brought up had to include her ex somehow. She even showed me pictures of them together and whatnot, which included her dog. I didn't mind in the beginning since I also spoke about my ex, but 3 hours into our date I was still hearing how her ex called her up just to hook up and ghost her. Girl 2, after a couple of rounds of drinks she started crying and it got visibly worse throughout the night. It was clear she was not over her ex and especially not ready to be in the dating scene. She excused herself for 20 minutes to the restroom and came back looking somewhat better, but a couple moments later it all started again. I was just awkwardly sitting there with my drink in hand and was getting stares from people around as if I did/said something to her to cause her to be like so. I eventually ended the night, told her to go home and rest and that it was all okay. She apologized and even texted me the next day asking for a redo, but I politely refused and wished her well. She then had audacity to be upset about that and said something stupid. I didn't even bother responding. Guy kept trying to rank everything out of 10. Before drinks arrive he asked on a scale of 1 to 10 how attracted to me are you, scale 1 to 10 how well is this going, etc. I couldn't even figure out if I liked him because he kept asking for rankings. Then he freaked out when I turned him down for a kiss. Full toddler style tantrum. I was on a Tinder date and we met at a bar. She was a bit late so I have sample of their whiskey selection. Anyways, 10 minutes later a girl comes towards me and I reach out for a hug. She looks a bit confused but hugs me nonetheless. As we stop hugging, two things happen simultaneously. 1, my Tinder date arrives, and we lock eyes. 2, the waiter, still in my arms, tells me they just changed shifts and she will be my server this evening. My anxiety kicks it into high gear and I am barely able to fathom what's going on, much less explain to either of them what's going on. I had a date with a guy who spent the entire date whining about how much this or that sucked. Everything sucked. The food, the wait staff, the movie, the fact that I took my own garbage to the garbage can after the movie, and most of all, the night shift computer people he saw who hung around the outside of their office, smoking. He complained about their high salaries. I pointed out that I was one of those computer people. No, I didn't mention how much I made, and that was the last date I ever went on with him. I never talked to him again. Met a girl at a country bar one night in my 20s. We were both pretty drunk but hit it off pretty good. Ended up getting her number and we agreed we'd go on a real date. Fast forward to the date, she gets in my vehicle and she looks almost identical to my mom. I was mortified. I was polite and we went for lunch where I found out she also had a boyfriend she wasn't sure if she was into. Never talked to her again. Girl I met online claimed to be 24, turned out to be 16. Fortunately I figured it out before anything crazy happened, but man, talk about dodging a bullet. My wife wanted to plan our 13th wedding anniversary. I was excited because usually I plan it. She bought us some new disc golf discs and after a quick supper we went to play. We hadn't played in forever. We were laughing and I had a great time. She served me with divorce papers and told me the date was a test to see if she still had feelings for me. I also learned that she was having an affair that started well before our anniversary. Edit, holy cow everyone, I love you all. Your support in this is amazing. Thank you to everyone with the kind words. Honestly, I've had a rough couple of days, but having hundreds of people show me I'm supported. Thanks Reddit. Oh, there's been so many. Online dating is an absolute shit show. Best one to come to mind was showing up to a date with a guy who looked nothing like his pictures. I don't know if they were really good angles or old. He was also covered in tattoos that looked like a kid had drawn them on. Picture the no regrets tattoo meme, and was very proudly showing them off by wearing a string vest. Whatever, I thought, I'm not superficial. He proceeds to begin the date by telling me he lied. He doesn't have a job, he collects unemployment, 120 euros a week at the time, but he kept 20 euros especially for this date. No judgment on being unemployed, but a pretty big lie. He spent the 20 within half an hour and then expected me to buy the rest of his drinks. Trying to make conversation, I asked him what he does with his time. Turns out he's a Mexican wrestler, with masks and shit. I kid you not. Eventually, when it was long enough that it was polite to leave, I made an excuse and he insisted on walking me to my bus. I made it clear I didn't need him to, and to make sure he gets his own bus. As my bus showed up, he declares he's missed his, wants to come home with me, and launches himself at me to kiss me. I dodged and hopped on the bus in a panic and left him behind as he shouted at me, calling me a dirty cock tease. Worst date ever. TLDR, went on a date with an unemployed Mexican wrestler who tried to trick me into coming home with me, then insulted me when it failed. Set up an internet date. Arrived at the coffee shop and realized the pics were from a long time ago or really misleading. It was annoying, but I'm no 10/10ths. We chatted over a coffee, then opted to get lunch next door. I wasn't getting much of a vibe, but I was hungry. As we're eating and I'm struggling to keep the conversation going, in the window behind me this truck pulls up with 2 dogs in the back. Oh no, runs off on some errand while the dogs stay put. Mid-bite, these 2 dogs start going at it hard. I mean, the one on top has the other bent over the edge of the truck. They are banging like the next stop is the vet. The entire time they are fucking, they just stare at me. My date looked at them once or twice, awkward laugh, then tried to resume normal first date banter. I couldn't do it. Just paid the tab and bounced. Neither of us messaged afterwards. Had a guy friend from college that was always a little flirty, but I had a BF at the time, so he always kept it respectful. Broke up with my BF, and soon after he asked me out. Told me he was gonna show me how I deserved to be treated, was gonna take me out on the town, blah, blah. So I get all dressed up, do my hair in a way I know he likes and wait for him to pick me up. He's late, but only about 20 minutes, so I just brush it off. We get in the car and I notice he's extra animated and talkative, but chalk it up to nerves. I ask him where we're going and he tells me Chili's BC, his friend works there and will give us the hookup. I'm a little overdressed for Chili's, but I'll roll with it. We get there, sit at the bar, and he immediately orders a shot and a cocktail, an appetizer and his meal. I order a tea, and an appetizer as my entree. Before our meal comes, he's finished his shot, plus 2 cocktails. Throughout our meal, he's loudly talking non-stop to his bartender friend while slamming drinks. His friend tries to include me in the conversation several times, but my date would just talk over me or barely let me finish my statement before raucously carrying on. Finally it's time to go, so we get the bill and he tells his friend to just split it down the middle, even though all I had was a tea and $10 wrap. I'm pretty annoyed at this point, but just wanna get out of there, so I pay the $40 tab. I look over and notice that he only left a $3 tip even though his friend gave him a serious discount. As a bartender myself, this was just beyond insulting, so I throw a 20 on top of the 15 I'd already tipped. I offered to drive back because of how much he'd had, but he seemed totally unfazed by the copious amount of alcohol he'd imbibed, and opted to drive himself. He talked my ear off the entire drive, completely oblivious that I said maybe 3 words, while I death gripped the door handle the whole way home. We park in front of my house and he leans in, I thought for a kiss, so I instinctively pulled back. Turns out he was just reaching for the glove compartment for his coke while asking me if I partake. I tell him that's not my thing and he asks where we're going after this. I tell him I'm pretty tired and have a ton of homework, so I'm calling it a night and hightail it out of there. He proceeds to sit in my driveway for 20 minutes doing coke, and as soon as he's gone I practically ran to my little neighborhood bar that was about a block away. Turns out, my friend, the bartender on duty that night, had just hired a hot new dog guy, and that's the night I met my now husband while telling the story of the worst date ever. We've now been together almost 7 years, have 3 dogs, a 4 years old, and another on the way. So my worst date ever ended up being my best day ever. Went out with a girl when we were probably 13 or 14. We went to see Inception. She gets up to go to the bathroom, but doesn't come back for a long time. Eventually I go look for her, and the guy behind the concession stand looks at me and gives me the most pitying look I've ever received, and points around the corner, where I found her making out with another guy. I should have walked out, but instead I went back to my seat to watch the rest of the movie. She returned and asked me to fill her in on the last hour of Inception of all the damn movies to miss the middle of. Also, because that wasn't enough, after the movie, I wasn't sure what bus to take home, and she pointed me to the wrong bus. I don't think this was intentional, they were right next to each other, and I wound up in a part of the city I'd never been in before. When I was in college many years ago, before the advancement of cell phones and social media, I was chatting with a girl I met on a BB's who lived on Long Island, New York. I was 18 at the time, but lied and said I was 22 because she said she was 25. We spent a few weeks emailing each other, as well as calling each other. We even exchanged pics. When we finally met up, things blew up. Turns out we both lied about our ages. She was really 33, and lied because she thought she looked younger. She admitted she sent a college photo to me. We still had dinner together, but it was awkward as hell. We never spoke again. We didn't have much in common, but both were hinting at needing a bone. So we ended up back at my place. She then proceeded to do nothing, to the extent of expecting me to completely undress her, shoes and all, and then lay on the bed like a methed out plank of wood. First time in my life I've experienced being completely incapable of getting an erection. We had to call it right there. I got catfished. We talked for hours, and when it came time to pick her up I clearly saw it wasn't the person I thought I was talking to. I just gunned it and sped off. One word replies, no conversation, wouldn't get off her phone the entire time even when eating, ordered the most expensive items on the menu with multiple expensive cocktails. When I went to pay, the waiter did me a solid and told me that I was the third guy she had been there with that week. I paid for my food and drinks and simply left. She then blew up my phone about how she was going to get me arrested for dine and dash, and how she was going to get a bunch of her friends to beat me up. Nobody tried. She spent the next few days going on about how I owed her several $100s for the night, and got royally pissed off when I pointed out that expecting monetary compensation for her time is prostitution. Eventually blocked her number and social media, had to block a few other numbers too. Fortunately that was the worst by a very wide margin. Tinder date. She looked nothing like her picture, while not ugly, just completely different. Picked the worst restaurant in town, which I looked past because everyone has different taste. We came back to my house and complained about not showing affection or touching her, so I started touching her and then got mad about her wanting a hookup, which I didn't. But the final straw was when she decided she didn't like my house, which I had just bought and was proud of. She immediately wanted to go to Home Depot to buy stuff to start remodeling. It was by far my worst and weirdest date, and I hope she found a house to remodel. Got a flat tire after picking her up. Dinner reservation was lost. CC got declined, so I had to walk to an ATM that was half a mile down the road. Missed show due to said dinner reservation being lost. Ran into my ex, who tried to start a fight with my date. It was our first date. Somehow it wasn't our last. I was the bad date. I had been dating a girl online for 8 months online through text and Skype in my early 20s. We live in different countries, me US and her Canada, so it was difficult to make plans to meet and have a real date. We finally decided to meet up on New Year's in her area. Now I had never been outside the country by myself or have any real travel experience outside of family vacations growing up. I drove up there and made it to the border with relatively no issues, other than finding out NYC tolls still were cash only on my way through. This was the start of my troubles. So I had to stop at a shady looking ATM to pay for any other tolls I came across before crossing the border, which my bank, unbeknownst to me, decided to freeze my bank card for possible fraud after I made a withdrawal. I get into Canada and my phone lost service, cause even though my company operated in Canada too, the towers just didn't work with their American counterparts. So I was pretty lost, driving through the city and around the suburbs looking for the coffee shop we planned to meet at. I arrive over an hour late, no way to contact my date, and bought and sat with my coffee, paid with credit card, for 20 minutes desperately trying to connect to the Wi-Fi to get any sort of message out. Thankfully she was still waiting around the area and still wanted to meet. We spent an hour just talking and making plans of what to do the rest of the day, starting with checking into the hotel. I had reserved a very nice room in a highly rated hotel around the corner. Being a holiday weekend, the lobby was packed and it took us about 20 minutes to get to the desk. Now hotels need a card on file and do a $100 hold on it in order for you to check into your room. I tried using my bank card at first, declined. Tried using my credit card, declined. I had no other cards and they would not take my date's card as her name wasn't on the room, or they just didn't want to deal with me longer since they were very busy. So as I mentioned before, my phone did not work either, so I couldn't call my bank's support line. Date's phone wouldn't connect to the numbers either. It was now late afternoon on New Year's Eve, no hotel room, no money, and it was freezing outside. We still had the rest of the weekend like we planned. She's an angel though and paid for everything, food, gas, and a hotel room. I felt like scum for having her pay for everything. I left on January 2nd, expecting her to cut her losses and never speak to me again. Somehow we're still together 6 years later. Ordered a pitcher before she got to the bar. She showed up, poured herself a beer, chugged all of it. She must have been 5 feet 3 inches and like 100 pounds soaking wet, then unleashed a tirade of problems on me that ended with her telling me she was currently pregnant. By the time her story was done and I found out the bad news, she had already gone through another half a beer. I took her glass, poured it into the pitcher, chugged the whole thing and got the fuck out of there. It was the first date I had been on since a big breakup and I didn't go on another date for around 2 years. Sometimes life's signs slap you across the face, and I wasn't going to ignore that one. Lol. Edit, this has become by far my top viewed comment, so I'll throw out some more facts. She dropped the pregnancy tidbit during a tirade about her ex. I hate him so much, he's fucking my best friend even though he got me pregnant. Me, wait, so this was like a year ago? A while back? No, it was last month. Me, Sue, are you pregnant now? And I think you'll know what the answer was. I got a text the next morning from her. Hey, we didn't sleep together last night, did we? I blocked her on socials after that, and blocked her number. Edit 2, 3, 7K and counting. Glad somebody is enjoying my awful date, haha. This was in college back in the 90s. I was in marching band throughout all of my high school and college days. Back then, I really liked the Canadian brass. I had a couple of their CDs and just really enjoyed their sound. They were coming to my town to put on a concert, and I scored a couple of tickets by committing to $10 per month for a year to my local NPR station. Except, I wasn't dating anyone. I asked someone to set me up, and they found me a date. I picked her up, and she looked amazing. We went and grabbed a bite to eat, and I knew she wasn't my type. But that's okay. We at least had some good chit-chat. Eventually she said something like, let's blow off this concert and go back to my place. Me, being a 19 or 20-year-old dude, was like, okay. But the nerd in me still wished I could watch the concert. Sex versus music. Tough choice. So, we go back to her place, and she does the whole I'm going to change into something more comfortable bit. She comes out in flannel PJ bottoms and a t-shirt, her bra still on. I'm still sitting there in my suit pants, shirt, and tie. She then says, I hope you know, I'm not going to fuck you. I just didn't want to sit through some boring concert. I was like, okay, cool. Yeah. I wasn't expecting you to. She said, want some weed? Let's play cards. I was like, sounds fun. I hate weed, I hate the feeling of the high, but I smoked a bit and we played gin for a couple of hours. I couldn't remember what cards I had after just looking at them, so I did terrible. When I finally felt okay enough to drive home, I left. A deer jumped out in front of me a couple of miles from her house and dented my hood. This was 25 plus years ago, and I still kick myself for not seeing the Canadian brass over some girl I never saw again and didn't get so much as a hug from. Accidentally texted on the worst date of my life to the girl I was on a date with. Connected with a girl from high school 25 years later. Knew really nothing of her for the past 25 years other than her life was pretty tough. She looked great when I picked her up from her house. First thing she asked was to go to the convenience store. I bought her a big box of discount tampons and 2 packs of smokes. She opened the cigarettes and lit one up and then opened the tampons and installed one right in the front seat. Crumpled up the paper and said with the lit cigarette in her mouth, I'm starving, where are we going? Still not a deal breaker. I started to drive to the restaurant. During the drive at some point she fell asleep. I'll take responsibility for that. We got to the restaurant, I couldn't wake her up. The more I tried the more nasty she got. I drove her back home. Then spent about 25 minutes trying to get her up and out of the car. She called me the next day and apologized. She told me she took a Xanax right before I got there to relax because she really liked me and didn't want to scare me off. And it was good I brought her back because where I picked her up was her sister's house and she was supposed to be babysitting her sister's kids. Her sister came home early and I saved her from a bunch of problems. Although we talked on the phone, we never went out after that. I quickly lost track of her after. And no idea where she is today. Online dating. Met a girl for dinner after she was going out after work with co-workers. She shows up shit-faced. Proceeded to order a glass of wine and guzzle it. Her first question was, how often do you masturbate, because my ex did it too much and he couldn't stay hard for me. All the questions were weird personal sex questions. She kept ordering more wine and the server wasn't getting my hint to cut her off. I tried to cut the date short. Ordered appetizer and said I was full after. And she proceeded to try to drive home. I offered to drive her home so she didn't drive drunk. It wasn't far. She asked if we could stop off somewhere on the way. Which turned out to be a Circle K where she just wanted an icy and cigarettes. She never told me she smoked and she tried to walk behind the counter to pick out her cigarettes until the employee stopped her. Get to her house and she grabs my ears and tries to full-on French kiss me. But it was more like licking my mouth. To help her to her door and she takes her top off. And grabs me by the collar and pulls me inside. Door still open. She puts on music, Torn by Natalie Imbruglia, and starts topless hippie dancing in the middle of the living room. I proceed to leave. And she stops me by saying she wanted to show me something before I left. I linger in the doorway as she comes out with her arms full of rocks. They were those geodes, cut in half with the crystals in the middle, and she lays them on the floor and starts handing them to me, explaining where each of them was from. Then she puked on the floor and passed out. So I put her on her couch, turned off the music and left. Weird night. It was like the second or third date and I made her dinner in my apartment. After dinner I was doing the dishes and I came back out to the living room and she was cutting up lines of cocaine on my coffee table. In my late teens, I went on a mall date with a girl I met on Facebook. I showed up, and she brought her younger brother along. Her and her brother basically ignored me the whole time, so I basically just bailed and they didn't notice. Months later, I saw photos they'd posted kissing each other and stuff. They would make flirty comments on each other's photos and stuff. I think I accidentally intruded on some incest. First date, we went out for dinner. I ordered a wrap. When I went to eat the second half, it was cut in two. He said, "You're still hungry." Needless to say, there was no second date. I pre-ordered 2 drinks like normal. She shows up, she orders a ton of expensive items and drinks. All the time she is on her phone. I think the bill was around $350, but I already paid my part, so I walked out through the back and ghosted. Back when I worked at a deli, I ended up randomly hooking up with a customer. I got her number after we hooked up and I called her to set up an actual date for that weekend. Turns out we were just not compatible in the slightest. We went somewhere to drink where the music was too loud, and I could barely hear what she was saying, so there was a lot of what? And me asking her to repeat herself. That combined with the fact that we really had nothing in common just led to a lot of awkward silences throughout the entire date. Never saw her come in the deli again after that. We went to see The Italian Job, and he talked through the entire thing, all ridiculous smug BS about how he would have been better at being a criminal than they were, if he really wanted to. Afterward I wanted to go home, but he drove me to his house anyway. I had no idea where I was, so I just sat and waited for him to get bored of me and take me home. It took hours. He got into his hot tub and talked endlessly about how smart and rich and awesome he was while I just sat there making non-committal noises. Finally he agreed to drive me home. He tried to kiss me in the car and I flinched away. He told me it was a shame I was too immature for him. Yeah, what a shame. He brought his mum. I decided it wasn't going to work out for me. But I stayed. Because, I couldn't miss it. At least I can remember it as funny in some degree. First date, went over to her dorm. We had plans to cook lunch and go for a walk. I show up with sides, she has a package of chicken breast and nothing else. And is in her pajamas. And all of her roommates are there. I roll with it, improvise with that's in the kitchen not much, broke college kids, and start making a decent chicken Alfredo. 5 minutes in she offers me my choice from mini bottles. I accept because fuck do I need a drink now. 5 minutes later she gets a call. Spends the next half hour on the phone loudly talking with her sister while I cooked. That was, by and far, the worst date I have ever been on. I smoked a lot of weed at the time and had a date with a girl I met on OkCupid who was 420 friendly. She told me to bring some with me, so we met at a Mexican restaurant at 7:30 and smoked in my car before going in. As soon as we finished the bowl, she was like, oh I forgot, I have work at 8 tonight, bye. So she either went through all that effort to get smoked out one time, or she lemon lawed me but still wanted to bum a smoke session off me. Either way, I was high as fuck and wasn't going to not get some enchiladas, so I went in and got a table for one. Not my worst date. But the guy's worst date for sure. Met a guy at a party. We sort of clicked and he invites me to his job's formal holiday party. He picks me up and it had been raining a lot so I take the paved path. He walks up the hill, slips, falls, rolls, and gets covered in head to toe mud. On his face even. Awkward laughter. Go to his parents' house, we were 18-19, and his parents proceed to laugh their asses off and he gets changed. Head to party and he blows a tire. This is before cell phones. So we hang out until someone took pity on us and called a tow truck. He was a smoker and I have asthma, so that didn't work out either. Went to the movies with a girl. The movie was so bad, she ate all of the popcorn, she fell asleep for half of the movie, and she was glued to her phone after the movie. I was 16 and took out the hot girl from school. Had a few classes with her and she seemed pretty normal. I picked her up and she took me to see The Passion of the Christ in theaters and spent the whole drive home talking about Christ dying for our sins as I sat in complete, horrified silence. When I dropped her off she offered me a blowjob. It was the single most confusing night of my young life. Edit, I had no idea she was religious or we were going to see the movie until we got to the theater. Edit 2, I was a 16-year-old boy and she was still a hot girl in school, of course I took the blowjob. Chatted online with this dude for some time and when I met him in person, he's my first cousin who is married BTW. This happened to a friend of mine. She showed up to a bar/restaurant and dude was already visibly intoxicated. He proceeds to brag about himself, asking her no questions about herself. Then this jerk-off starts to cry openly, saying he resents his parents' loving marriage BC it taught him nothing how to date, aka he thinks his bad luck with women is due to his parents and not the fact that he's the type of person who gets drunk and openly cries on a first date. Got set up on a blind date by some friends several years before my wife and I started dating. The date was early September and we met in a restaurant in the city. It was a nice place, the kind where the wait staff wear dress shirts, ties, etc. I was in a nice suit and tie, she showed up in jeans, flip-flops, and a hoodie. I jokingly said something along the lines of I'm assuming they didn't tell you this place is sort of snooty? She goes they did. I didn't give a fuck. I ain't shaving my legs and putting on some fancy dress for some guy who I don't even know if I want to even touch his dick, let alone if I'm willing to let him between my legs. I just stared at her in disbelief. She then said you seem nice and all. But I ain't in the mood to do all that work when I can just go home and do it myself. I asked her to keep her voice down and she goes, "Why do you want me to keep my voice down? You afraid people will hear me talking about going home and fucking myself with my vibrator instead of letting you come back and fuck me?" I just stood up, walked over to the waiter, paid for the drink I had while waiting, apologized to them for her outbursts and said blind date. I'm not sticking around, and left. I did hear from our mutual friends that she later got married to some guy, stabbed him on their anniversary a few years later, and is now in jail for attempted murder. They were like, "Yeah, we always knew she was kinda crazy." You fucking think? Edit. First, holy shit, did this take off? My phone's had a fucking stroke. Second, some more details. Yes, she stabbed her husband. Stabbed. Not poked. Stabbed. Yes, she was pretty. But not worth that level of crazy. The people who set us up are no longer friends of mine. This situation was part of the falling out, as well as they became completely insufferable twits. They didn't know she was that level of crazy. They thought she was just bitchy or pushy at times, and outspoken. The woman in question stabbed her then husband about 20 times with one of those small handheld gardening shovels/trowels, whatever you want to call them. It was their 1-year anniversary. She is still in prison. He eventually got out of the hospital, went through rehab, and moved out of state. Last I had heard, he got remarried and had kids. Being taken to a Scientology audit. Edit for details. So this was the third date with a lady who asked me for my number. I had taken some time off from dating to work on myself, but this lady basically asked me out. That has happened to me before, but it isn't some kind of super common occurrence. So I felt flattered and thought I would be a jerk for not accepting. She is also very attractive, so. Anyway, I go see her the first time. There are no love at first sight sparks or anything, but it was nice. I did get a weird feeling like something was off, but I dismissed it as nerves and being a bit out of practice. Go see her the second time and have an even better time. Still no head over heels feelings, but it was a real nice time. She is growing on me and she seems to really dig me. Even after I gently mentioned some of my own red flags, which were/are the reasons I have been working on myself. Third date. She says she has a surprise planned. That's all the warning I got. Walked into a Scientology building and right into an audit. I'm not going to go into a ton of detail about them here, y'all can Google it. We got the mauled version, which is a lighter version of an audit that they do at mall kiosks. They still ask a bunch of personal questions and try to get their cult hooks into you, but they don't get as deep as they do for an individual audit. She went first and my social anxiety sort of forced me to stay. It was surreal and I actually had to seriously consider whether or not I was on some kind of hidden camera prank show. Scientology hates to be filmed by other people though, so I was able to squash that theory. Fortunately, I had spent the last few years working on myself with therapists, processing past trauma, and all that good stuff. So the audit didn't really have much to offer me. I was also already fairly knowledgeable about Scientology and the methods they use to ensnare or help people. So, despite her best efforts, I'm not a Scientologist, even though I did actually consider it for a minute. She is really hot, okay, and she seemed nice. So now it's a really funny story about dating I have. I definitely see the humor. It's also sad though. I feel used, manipulated, and foolish. I feel like an idiot for falling for it, but I am only human. Oh well, so it goes. It was a blind date set up by a mutual friend. We met at a restaurant and just as we sat down, he waved at a couple just entering the restaurant. They came over and sat at our table. After that, it was like I wasn't there. So when the waiter brought our dinners, I immediately asked for a to-go box, paid for my dinner and left. He's now an elected state official. When I was 16, male, I went on my first ever real date with a girl. I really liked her and was obviously super excited. My hair was a little scruffy at the time, but not what you would even call long, just maybe a bit over my ears. We get seated at the restaurant and the waitress walks up behind me and the first thing she says is hello. What can I get started for you lovely ladies? A piece of my soul left my body and never returned. Met a really sweet girl on Bumble, FaceTimed and talked with her for about a week before meeting. It was during COVID, so I was going to her house for our first date. She clarified no hookups ahead of time, totally cool with me. I get there and she is wasted. She was trying to flirt by negging me, and I hate that shit. Kept hitting and tastelessly teasing me. She was so belligerent she put a pizza in the oven only to forget about it and then put cookies in the oven at the same time. We were sitting on the couch while I was plotting my escape when she randomly took her pants off and stuck her pussy in my face. Put your mouth on it, she said. I was like, absolutely not. To which she replied, lick my butthole. I walked her to bed, turned the oven off and got the fuck out of there. Probably not as bad as others, but hey, agreed to meet a guy from a dating app. He seemed nice enough even though it was a bit tricky to find a time and place to meet. In the end he offered to come to the neighborhood where I work, really nice, and we agreed on a public random spot nearby after my work hours. But then it went downhill. First he was more than 10 minutes late. Fine, he did come my way, I wasn't mad. But then nearly the whole walk while strolling through random streets we were either awkwardly silent / made small talk, or he lectured me how I shouldn't have dropped out of uni 4 years ago. I now have a different job which I love, lectured me how I should work full time, and it was bad that I didn't. I'm fine as it is, plus I can't do more hours at the moment, asked me if I was religious, then judged me for not leaving the church formally yet despite not being religious, tried to tell me my job, which is a bit niche and he knew nothing about, wouldn't belong to the medical field, kinda gatekeeping the medical field when the money I get literally comes from the health insurance of the patients. That was during the 30 minutes the walk lasted, before he suddenly didn't have more time, which I wasn't mad about after having to justify my own life choices endlessly. I told him we didn't have much in common, we never had contact again, and I'm keeping it that way. Okay, this is the story about how my date almost shot me. I live in Utah where gun laws are a little more lax. I met this girl who was from New York and had never shot a gun before. She was in my group of friends and she definitely had a thing for me, but I wasn't really interested. One day she texts me asking if I would take her shooting because I had talked about owning a handgun and she wanted to try it. I told her that we should make a group thing out of it, thinking this would avoid any unnecessary one-on-one time with her. She sounded excited. We set a time and place and then told me she'd reach out to everyone to let them know. Day comes and I text her asking about plans. She says we can all just meet at the range. Then about 30 minutes later she asks to meet somewhere closer since it's about a 45-minute drive. Then right as I'm about to leave she asks if I can just pick her up. Sure. She gets in the car and I ask who's meeting us and she says that everyone cancelled last minute. It was then when I realized this was a surprise date she had planned. I confirmed later by texting a bunch of friends and she definitely never even told anyone about it. We get to the range, she sprints inside while I'm getting all my stuff and pays for all the range time and rental equipment, eye and hearing protection. I get everything ready and go over all the standard stuff, treat the gun as it's always loaded, don't point the gun anywhere but downrange, always wear safety protection, etc. First time she shoot, boom, immediately turns around, gun pointed right at me, finger on trigger. I get kind of mad, but it's her first time, go over the rules again, no harm no foul. Second shot, same thing, this time my voice gets more stern and she can tell I'm slightly upset and starts following the rules. We go through a few rounds, she's having a good time, all is good. The way the range is set up, it has these huge concrete columns on each side of you to divide out where people can be. She shot around and the brass gets ejected, ricochets off the column and perfectly lands between her and her safety glasses, and is searing the skin on her nose. She turns around screaming, gun still in hand, and starts to dig out the brass. But the finger was through the trigger guard, so as she's digging the gun is pointed directly at me and she's applying pressure to the trigger. I dove to the ground thinking I'm about to be shot. Luckily I hadn't done any upgrades to this particular handgun, because had that trigger been any lighter I'm convinced it would have fired right at me. Once she's done I pretty much swear up a storm, put everything away and just walk back to the car. And that is how I got tricked into a date. She told all our friends it was a date after, and my date almost shot me. Oh, my first Tinder date ever. This was years ago, must have been 18. I met this man for a drink and ended up at his place nearby. Asked where that oil it is and he responded with, "Oh, you're not going to use the facilities unless I wash you." Genuinely thought it was a joke and said I won't be needing his company or any sort of assistance when it comes to going to the loo. Came back out and asked for water. He pointed towards a dog bowl on the floor and told me to use it. Jesus Christ, what the fuck, man, must have been close to what I was thinking of right then. No kink shaming here, but perhaps try initiating some sort of conversation about your puppy play fetish prior to trying to force your kinks on your date. Like, wow. Anyway, he obviously wasn't getting any less creepy, but it was getting very late and I was stupidly young and naive, so for some reason I ended up sleeping over and leaving in the morning. He wanted me to put a collar on me for the night, although I'd already declined the bowl and whatever suggestions he was making. Really wish I'd fucked off right then, even if nothing happened in the end. And another guy who wasn't that great of a date either. As soon as we met, the guy insisted on going to the bank to get some cash out because he'd lost his card. It was after 6 PM on a Sunday. I said I don't think they'll be open and that I'm pretty darn sure he won't be able to withdraw cash without his card regardless. He insisted, "Oh well." Surprisingly, the bank was shut. I told him not to worry, I'll get us a drink. Bought maybe 3 or 4 rounds, and as we left he asked me if he could borrow £20 for weed. Hell no, boy. He then got upset I wouldn't take out cash. Can't remember exactly how the convo went, but he basically threw a temper tantrum and I just left. I am a fairly light mixed race girl and I ended up on a date with a literal Nazi. Was living in the UK and had matched with this guy who was from Austria. We talked, it seemed like we had a lot in common, so we decided to meet up in a busy area of London. The plan was to get coffee and then burgers as like a daytime thing. We walk to the coffee shop where he proceeds to take off his raincoat with some pretty heavy alt-right tattoos. I asked about it, that gets him going on this absolutely ridiculous spiel about how he hates race mixing, how he's looking for a nice girl to start a traditional family with while he works in politics. He then proceeds to say I could be the one looks and personality wise, and I told him the only issue there would be that I find him repulsive and that actually I'm black and polish. He throws the coffee at me and leaves. We'll never go on OKC again. Matched a girl on Tinder. She was picky on the restaurants we were going to meet. I let her choose it. I had to take an hour's subway to Brooklyn. I reached 15 minutes late due to subway stopping too long at stops. She wasn't in the restaurant. When I asked her, she chastised me and started hurling insults that I didn't value her time. Still thinking it's my mistake, I apologized to her and told her to come back. The minute after exchanging pleasantries, she instantly ordered $90 100 worth of food. Student at the time, to keep the cost low I ordered myself a small salad. Rest of the date was bland, with her giving one-word replies with a frowny face. Lost interest and patience. Bill was $150. I asked her if she could split even though mine was only $20. She created a scene and insulted me in front of everyone. The kicker was she ate only 50% of food she ordered and tried to get a takeaway. I was the like FCK that and didn't let her. Took the food and had a movie night with 2 of my friends. Edit, my top comment is of my worst date. Great XD. Oh my, it's my time to shine, ha 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 ha. Here it goes. So I met this guy who worked as a lifeguard at the local rec center I worked out at. He was super cute, and always was very nice to me. We exchanged numbers and started texting some, and soon he asked me out on a date. Keep in mind that we were both like 17 at the time, haha. So the plan for the date was dinner and a movie, pretty standard stuff I suppose. He asked me where I wanted to eat, and said he had bought tickets to see the new Jungle Book reboot movie. The date was set. until he picked me up, and we got in the car. Here is where it gets really fun. We got on the road and pulled into the local Hooters. It was there that he informed me that we were actually going on a double date, and that his best friend and his girlfriend would be there shortly. So not only am I at Hooters, which wasn't the place we had agreed on and is probably the worst restaurant to take a date anyways, we were being joined by 2 other people that I had no clue who they were. Once they arrived, we went inside and got our food. I personally thought the food was shit, and then the entire time we ate, my date and his best friend talked about partying and how drunk they get and how they had fucked all these different girls and ran from cops, etc etc. I honestly felt bad for his friend's GF, she seemed so quiet and nice and just sat there listening to her BF talk about doing other girls. My date didn't even speak to me, just talked to his friend. Honestly, at this point I wanted to go home, but I was excited to see the movie, so I stuck it out. When we got there, I swear on my life it wasn't even 15 minutes into this freaking children's movie with other families near that my date not so subtly put my hand on his raging boner and started trying to feel me up. Again, in front of his friends, and with other people around. It was so disgusting, oh my goodness, and it pushed me over the edge. I told him not to freaking touch me anymore, and then we sat there in silence. Once the movie ended, we got back in the car and didn't speak the entire drive home. When he pulled into my driveway, he pulled up halfway, I've got a long driveway, and told me that I could go ahead and kiss him there in the car because he wasn't going to walk me to my door. Needless to say, I hopped out, slammed the door and walked in. I never talked to him again, and stopped going to the rec center, haha. I ran into a mutual friend of both of us, who told me that my date was super mopey and sad because our date went so well and I just ghosted him. Macron__/Macron fuck you Ben. Edit, paragraphs for the sticklers. Had a first date where the girl wanted me to go to her family reunion right after. She was really sweet and made me a mixtape. Was caught a little off guard and my face totally showed it. It was just a little fast, you know. Had another first date where a woman was doing her residency and said we needed to get married and have a kid before she became a doctor. Was not ready to go all in with minutes of meeting her. Had a first date where on Valentine's Day she thought I bought her a puppy. She was super disappointed, lol. She then cried about her ex for about 30 minutes, that was awesome. Edit for woman 2. I had no indication prior to our date, she would propose getting married in 3 months and having a baby shortly after that. No red flags or anything, just like we sync, let's do it kind of thing. For woman 3 again, no red flags, totally cool before. We had a nice dinner and then I was like, I got you something for Valentine's Day, went to my car and hid something behind my back. She thought it was a puppy, it was flowers. Seemed dead serious, and I was like, what? For context, I lived in DC and it's a weird town sometimes. I was that bad date. There are so many bad decisions involved and this is literally that one cringy moment I think about all the time. At the time I was in college and a friend had given me a pot brownie. Apparently having no plans for anything post-meal, I decided to eat half of it before the date. I was a pretty big pothead so I thought it would be fine. I wake up about 20 minutes before my date is supposed to happen and the room is absolutely spinning. I had fallen asleep with my head down on my desk in the last hour or so, just disappeared. I see a text from my buddy that says something like, I think there is something else in these brownies, WTF. I have never been slapped that hard by weed in my life. Instead of doing the smart thing and reschedule with an excuse, I decide to go on the date. We were meeting at a restaurant right outside of campus and I had maybe a mile or two of a drive, but I got lost and parked further away than if I had just walked from my apartment. I stumbled around campus for a while before somehow making it on time. I was a disaster though. I couldn't figure out how to go to the counter to order food and I kept forgetting everything my date was saying, so I just said yeah to everything. The worst part is I dropped my sandwich in my lap and it pretty much exploded. Instead of cleaning it up like a normal person, I started picking the individual pieces out of my lap and eating it like a psychopath. I was too embarrassed the next day to talk to her or apologize. It sucks because I really liked her too and I actually think we would have been a good match. Knowing I am more than likely her weird date story makes me cringe every time I think about it. TLDR, got high off a brownie and ate a sandwich out of my lap. Also, I drove while I was stoned out of my mind and it was a mistake. Please don't do this. I know quite a few weed enthusiasts that think it's fine or fun but it's not. I could have killed someone in the state I was in. Just don't do it. Get an Uber or just stay home. It was a dumb mistake made while I was young and stupid. For me, it was a date that never ended up happening. Lowly had met a guy on a dating app years ago. First date was a good one, we went to a hockey game and it was a really fun time. Then later in the week he wanted to see a movie, I was down. We quickly decided on a movie and what time we'd meet up. I arrived a little early and decided to just shop around casually as the theater was in a mall. I also bought some snacks to sneak inside because I am not paying a small fortune for theater snacks, lol. As the startup time was creeping closer I shot some texts to him to see whereabouts he was because he was not there yet. He was 5 minutes late, so I wasn't too concerned just yet. He texted me back saying that he only just woke up and was now busy jacking off, that he'd be there as soon as he was done. I reminded him what time it was. I was a little irritated because 1. I had to drive an hour from outside the city to get there and he knew this, and 2. This was completely different behavior compared to the first date which had been really pleasant. The movie was set to start in 5 minutes. I had yet to get tickets because he said he would buy them. I am not sure what he was thinking, but when I told him that we were going to miss the showtime, he told me that if he was buying movie tickets for us that he expected at least to be J afterwards or during the movie. I told him to drop dead and that I was leaving. I went out to my car, meanwhile he is texting me non-stop about how he didn't mean it. That he just had a dirty sense of humor and that he was on his way. He'd be there in less than 2 minutes. I told him I didn't think it was funny. I thought it was incredibly rude and inappropriate and that I had zero desire to ever see him again. Maybe I was overreacting, but I felt justified in my anger. First edit, thank you everyone for confirming that this was not an overreaction on my part. I do want to add a bit of context as to why I didn't just peace out when he told me he was jacking off. I was trying to re-enter dating after getting out of a mentally and sexually abusive relationship. My self-esteem and self-worth was not high and I was still of the belief that I needed to try harder to be an acceptable date. Fortunately I am now engaged and the man I have now is God-tier king and has shown me that I am to be valued and treated like a queen. He has helped me with a lot and while I still have issues, he never shies from helping me with my demons. Second edit, thank you so much for the awards. I appreciate it so much, thank you, praying gesture. Met a girl through a dating site and we agreed to meet up for dinner. I learned very quickly that this girl had absolutely no sense of humor whatsoever. I don't even think she cracked a smile the entire night. The date just got more and more painful as the night went on. At one point, we were talking about online dating. She told me about a friend of hers that went out on a first date with a guy online. She said this crazy guy fell absolutely in love with her friend and said he wanted to marry her. So I said, oh, well, I guess I shouldn't have picked up this engagement ring on the way here, then. She just stared at me blankly and said that's not funny. Yes, it is. Fuck you. My luck with online dating, 15 years ago, met a girl online. Asked her out on a date. She showed up 35 minutes late to the restaurant. We had mediocre conversation. I walked her to her car since this wasn't going anywhere. Her car was filled with trash. Like, filled, except the driver's seat. Met a girl online. We chatted a lot. I told her I was legally separated, awaiting the final divorce, but still sharing a house with my ex while the ex was closing on her new property. Our divorce was amicable. She lost it on me, telling me I was yada, yada. Fine. If that's not your bag, no biggie. But then she contacted me a few days later and said she changed her mind and wanted to go on a date. So we set one up. She no-showed, but called me and said she felt a little guilty because she was still married. She's a divorce attorney now. Good times. Had a date in high school to a class party at a steakhouse. The girl drank about a third bottle of Southern Comfort, while I drove through the Dallas freeways, when she decided to give me head while I drove. Gagged, choked and threw up all over my crotch. Cleaned up best I could and untucked my shirt. Hi DD. Blind date number 1. She showed up in an outfit that would be sloppy for the gym and her third sentence was "God, I'm so horny. I haven't fucked in months and I want it so badly." Classy lady, never called her again. Blind date number 2. She couldn't string more than 6 words together. 0 interests, 0 small talk skills. Apparently I wasn't hot enough for her anyway. Blind date number 3. She spent half of the time talking about her ex who had dumped her to become a priest. We texted for a while but she decided she wasn't over the soon-to-be reverend. Since then I've decided not to accept offers for blind dates from friends. What was the best accidental nudity you've seen in person? I took a cruise vacation with an excursion in Santorini, Greece. There is a bus that winds along the coast that takes you from the port of Fira to the picturesque vistas of Ia. The drive takes about 30 minutes on a lightly traveled road along the cliffs. We rounded a bend on the bus and a young woman was squatting along the side of the road urinating, butt exposed. She fully mooned half the bus as it passed. Her male companion, standing next to the parked car, grabbed his sides and crumpled over in laughter. I can completely imagine him saying 3 minutes earlier, "Just go outside. No one will see. We are in the middle of nowhere." A homeless man emerging from the sea like the birth of Venus at Fisherman's Wharf. The flock of European tourists screaming and taking pictures seemed to love it too. The Gravitron at a local fair. It was spinning around and everyone inside was held up against the wall, as you are on that ride. Apparently this woman's swimsuit top couldn't take the force and snapped. So this lady, she was held up against the wall with her swimsuit using one shoulder to hang on for dear life and with her titties flying out of control until the end of the ride. Girl I talked to for a little bit then kinda lost touch with sent me pics. I messaged back that it was a nice surprise to hear from her again. Then I put 2 and 2 together and was like, oh, these weren't for me, were they? Never heard back. Ah well. Dental office was in building across an alleyway from condominium. Lady struts out at her place, curtains open full view for me as I laid in the dental chair in the dental office. Dentist sees my eyes widen as this suddenly happened. Oh, she must be up already, knowing full well what I'd just seen. My old office had an apartment building across the street. A very attractive young woman on the top floor absolutely did not give a damn about closing the blinds and she freely walked around naked every single morning. Ah yes, this happened at my work. I work at a swimming pool and I was cleaning out the group changing rooms. So I hung up the boards which told people the changing room was unavailable because it was getting cleaned. When I was almost done with it I took the garbage bag out of the bin and threw it away. When I came back with a new bag like not even half a minute after, there was this girl in there already completely nude. After a second of comprehending what I was seeing I turned around and closed the door and continued with some other work. In college a girlfriend and I were going on a hiking trip. She was packing naked since she was in her apartment and we had changed in front of one another so many times that we were comfortable being naked around each other, no big deal. So when I was at the stoplight before her apartment I texted her where I was so I should be there soon. I found a parking spot and walked up and knocked on her door. When I opened she was naked, red and laughing. She was telling what took me so long and I was confused. So apparently about 2 minutes after I texted her there was a knock on her door. Since I had just texted her she assumed it was me and opened the door without thinking. It was 2 Mormons missionaries. One of my co-workers was on FaceTime with another one of my other co-workers and she was just getting dressed in her room. Well, I just so happened to walk by very much unprepared to see her naked. Fortunately neither one of them saw me and I'm not bringing this up no time soon. I was in the middle of a 30-mile bike race, 4 laps around this good-sized lake. On the opposite side of the lake, a bunch of 20-something women decided to go skinny dipping in full view when 50 cyclists doing 30 miles per hour go flying past. So close to a Tour de France level crash. So close. Went to visit a friend who lived in a flat and had a buzzer on the front door downstairs. Someone who was coming out held the door open for me, so I went upstairs and knocked on the door. His girlfriend opened the door naked and my friend was out. She shut the door quickly then opened it again when she had put something on. She said she thought it was him and didn't seem to mind I had seen her naked. 17 and my girlfriend and I went on a date. We are gone about half an hour and she forgot something at home so we go back. We have been dating long enough. I get out and we walk into her house together. She lived in a split level, so when you walk in you either go up or down. I ended up in the lead and go up. Halfway up I just stop. Her mom and stepdad are doing the dirty with mom doing a reverse cowgirl facing me. Our eyes locked for a second. My girlfriend pushes me to get me to move and walks past me and sees why I stopped. Her mom pulled a blanket from the sofa to cover up. My girlfriend is yelling at them. I just walked out. The picnic a week later was awkwardly uncomfortable. Well, there was this one time when a seagull made off with someone's bikini top. My friend, M31, and co-worker flashed me, F26, at work. This was years ago. We were working together on the midnight shift at a factory, building a large part for an even larger machine. We were discussing our favorite bands and the ones we've seen in concert. Then we started talking about some of antics we've seen some of these entertainers do, like smashing guitars, crowd surfing, pulling fans on stage, etc. One performer neither of us saw live but heard about was Jim Morrison flashing the crowd. I thought Jim mooned the crowd. My friend decided to demonstrate how the flashing went down, so he hooked his thumbs into his waistband to mime releasing his junk. Except he caught his underwear too. Myself and a couple other co-workers got to see the live reenactment in the middle of the shop floor. Oops was all he could squawk out while shoving everything back in place. Those of us who did see were dying of laughter. He apologized profusely and avoided us the rest of the shift. Good times. Edit, punctuation and grammar. Playing rugby in secondary school, one of my friends running with the ball gets tackled from behind. He hits the ground face down. As the other player tackled him from waist height, my friend's tracksuit trouser and boxers slid all the way down to his ankles. It was a blinding full moon in the tacklee's face. Both teams in hysterics. Good times. We were 15, and went to an outdoor pool. My friend forgot she wasn't wearing a bikini top, and pulled her shirt off. First time I saw bare boobs live. 12/10 experience. My sister's best friend accidentally went nude into my room after showering. That was just the last of 1,000 hints that she was into me. Me and my friend were riding mountain bikes on some trails. We were probably 12 to 13. Had to walk bikes up some steep section. Suddenly 2 dudes get up from behind a bush and start pulling on boxers. We turned around and went downhill as fast as we could, in mild panic. I was just looking out my bedroom window once, just checking the weather, when I spotted the neighbor undressing in her bedroom window without closing her curtains. She didn't notice me and I honestly didn't intend to stare. When I was 7, my family went on vacation with our neighbors. They had a bungalow right next to ours and I went over there to see my friend. He answered the door and told me to come in, and right as I walked in, his mother was just getting out of the shower. She walked out of the bathroom completely nude to go to her bedroom and I saw everything. I was only 7 so I didn't even know what it all was yet, but I knew it was all good stuff. She saw me, screamed at my friend and closed the door. My friend just started laughing, which was a nervous tick he did whenever he knew he was in trouble. 25 years later and I definitely have had a thing for older women most of my life, and this is probably why. Posted this before, but it's a funny story about accidentally being naked in public. My wife and I went camping with our 2 kids in the Adirondacks 2 weeks ago. After 2 days of sweaty swimming in the lake, sleeping in the tent camping, we decided it was time to go to the campground shower facility. We were all pretty stinky. My wife takes our 4-year-old daughter with her into the girls' side and I take our 2-year-old son. He's an adorable little chunky kid and like most 2-year-olds he finds most things funny. More on that later. The place had 25 stalls and the whole facility was empty. I identified a shower stall, put all of our shower crap in there for cleaning our respective undercarriages, and set to undressing the boy. He's naked and inspecting the water coming down from the shower head. I can see that he's interested in the cascading water, and I know from past experience that I have at least 10 seconds before he's distracted and moves on to the next thing. So I get undressed, and turn around to enter the shower with him. He's gone. I step out of the stall, naked, and I don't see him. I look in the next stall which is empty and he's not there. Then I look up and he's running to the exit about 20 feet away. And here's where I made my mistake. I ran after him thinking I could get him. I do the best dad voice I can muster and command him to Oscar, stop. He's giggling and looking back, not even slowing down. And then he's out the door and I'm still 5 feet behind him. I had no choice but to follow him out into the parking lot in all my birthday-suited glory. There was no time to turn back and get a towel. It was a sunny afternoon. There was one car other than ours, and I will forever remember the look on the poor woman's face. She was sitting in the passenger seat, alone in the car. I was 10 feet away from her, a completely naked 39-year-old man, running after a smaller, cuter version of myself. She did the only thing she could, pretend it wasn't happening. She was good too, at pretending. But we both know what she saw. And I'm sure she's telling her side of the story back at her campsite too. When I caught the little giggler I couldn't help laughing out loud. I turned back to carry him inside, covering my private parts with his little white body. TLDR, I had to surrender my dignity for my son's safety. At 14 I lived with my brother, 24, and his then wife. Bro needed help working on a clunker boat someone sold him and had it set up just outside his bedroom window. Not entirely relevant but makes the mix-up funnier. My brother and I have similar builds and features as siblings do, with one notable exception: I'm biracial and he's white. Sil didn't realize he had me out there with him, and since it was poorly lit didn't notice the skin difference, so she pulls the blinds up while standing there naked as she knocks on the glass. We were both in for a surprise when I popped up. He comes walking around the corner to catch the end of what's happening and just falls down laughing. We had some awkward dinners and rides home since she was the one I was around most, and then like 3 weeks later it got even more awkward when they had to help me with a testicular issue. Not accidental per se, but I was not meant to be there to see it. So, I was on holiday in Oslo and there is a park that is littered with statues of naked people. Different materials, all sculpted by the same artist, Gustav Vigeland. That bit of the park is accordingly named Vigelandsanlegget. The biggest group of sculptures is the monolith, which features an obelisk made of people, surrounded by stairs on all sides, and blocks topped with statues beaking the stairs in different segments. As I take in the sight and take my time to surround it, summer rain starts and most tourists run for cover. Not me, I got a raincoat with me. 2 rather attractive American tourists, both women, remain as well, along with some guy. They both pull down their tops and lift their skirts for a few pictures, probably to blend in with the statues. I liked it, and at the same time it was very weird. Good-looking family of 4 in swimwear playing around a narrow waterfall in a desert area in southern Utah. No one else around except me and my buddy, hiking by. No exaggeration, the dad looked like a Navy SEAL. He stepped under the waterfall and the force of the water instantly knocked his shorts to his ankles. He stood there looking kind of dumbfounded while his wife and 2 sons absolutely howled with laughter. The sight of his incredibly sexy body has stayed with me for years. I was new at a job and needed to go ask my boss a question. She was being measured for a gown in the back room and I walked in. She was standing there in nothing but white panties while the tailor was measuring her. I wanted to play it cool, but averted my eyes quickly and instead of asking a question I sounded like a bashful goofy impersonation. Oh gosh. She just crossed her arms and waited and I cleared my throat and asked where something up front was kept. Didn't bother covering anything, just answered my question and I thanked her and left. I could hear them rolling laughing after I left. How embarrassing. It was my first job after leaving my very conservative small town as a young adult, and the moment I realized that in this area I'm more old-fashioned than most people. We normally made jokes and would flirt with each other, but casual nudity was very surprising. In high school, almost the end of the year, Teach gave us a free period. He told us we could sit where we like, but we need to keep the volume to an acceptable level. I was tired, so I laid on the floor between one of the rows of desks. While I am down there, a female classmate sat by me and started talking. At one point, our conversation involves something about which gender is better or something. I am not sure how we got there. She had a huge crush on me though, but I did not, although I should have. At one point she says, "Women are better because we can be horny and no would know." She then gets up, purposefully walks over me, letting me see right up her skirt, and exposing her vagina for my eyes only. Teenage me had to get off my back after that and tuck that sucker up the waistband. Working in Florida, stayed at a Motel 6. It's a little past midnight and we're hanging by the grimy pool when an argument breaks out in one of the rooms. A bearded biker-looking guy stumbles out of the room and walks off. Moments later a lady in a thong with titty tassels walks out yelling at him that he owes her money. She must have loaned him some money earlier in the day. When I was a kid, it was 1970s in London. I was in Harrods about 7 and I was bored. My mum was trying on clothes, so my sister and thought a good game was to rip open curtains at the changing rooms. There was a pretty woman like Twiggy in her bra. I can still see the look of horror on her face. I was shocked by a woman in a bra. I'm 53 now, I still see that poor woman's face. My mother gave me a good hiding. Ironically, I'm gay. When I was around 11 to 12, I had long hair, I am male, and we did a carnival dance kind of thing and boys dressed as girls and girls as boys. Well, I got there early and I was changing into the dress and then belly dancers came in like 15 grown women and well, they completely changed and never realized I was a boy. I am kind of proud of that moment, smile. When I was little, around 3/4, I was staying with this rich couple and their same-age daughter in their huge house in San Francisco with my parents, who have been friends with the wife since college. We were sitting around the dinner table when it went silent. Me, not fully aware of myself and the privacy of others, pondered to the table in a loud high-pitched voice, "Mummy, why is their daddy's willy so much bigger than my daddy's willy?" Fair to say my dad choked on his drink as the table erupted in laughter. Needless to say, I'd apparently seen my friend's dad taking a pee. Although I don't remember the event taking place, it always gets talked about every Christmas at family dinner. Sorry, Dad. Many years ago my friends and I were eating at Chipotle. I had to go to the bathroom. They only had 2 bathrooms, unisex but lockable. One was locked, the other one was unlocked. I opened the unlocked door, and a red-headed female employee was process of changing her clothes. I did get a good view of her naked. However, I knew this was not right, so immediately apologized and closed the door. She must have been embarrassed because I never seen anyone leave a Chipotle that fast. My childhood neighbor used to be a manager for some exotic dancers. As I discovered one day when I was outside in my parents' garden, they used to audition in his back bedroom, which I had a perfect viewing angle to see how talented the new recruits were. My parents were just pleased I was spending time in the fresh air. I was maybe 14 to 15 years old. Our local community pool had a swim team competed with other neighborhoods. At our pool, the lockers room split for men's/women's. On the right was the men's, on the left was the women's. Well, we went to a competing neighborhood pool and it was opposite right/left. I walked right into the women's lockers room after a swim meet. Room was full of girls about my age and older, all naked or near naked. I froze at the sights. All the girls started screaming and I bolted. I got into a lot of trouble and tried to explain my mistake. Was kicked off the team that summer, but it was worth it. Wind-lifting dresses on a street corner where I sit for coffee. Most women panic trying to cover, but some don't bother at all and just let it happen. Oddly, it seems that the women who panic usually are wearing panties while the ones who don't panic are not wearing them. This confuses me, but I am very grateful. Once when I was in my teens we went to one of those indoor water parks. I had found a good vantage point to look down at the crowd who had gathered for a giant bucket that would fill and then tip, dousing the crowd at regular intervals. A woman's breast popped out of her bikini top due to just how hard that water came down. I had to have been like 15 and really wasn't expecting to see a boob in person that day. She had no idea I did. I don't care how many times this question is asked on this sub, I love reading the comments. Was in gym in high school and this woman had a fantastic ass and she was wearing spandex shorts and for some reason she was fixing a wedgie but she pulled down her shorts and I saw everything. Ah yes, I was 18 or 19 delivering pizza. Walked up 3 steps to ring the doorbell and there's a window. Naturally look through the window to see if anyone is coming to the door and the woman is walking out of the bathroom, presumably fresh out of the shower. She hadn't quite finished wrapping her towel and saw full frontal view, very nice view. Felt like a bonus tip for the delivery. I was working high detail security and one evening I had to watch cameras for a couple hours. One group of camera views was the inside of elevators. Lady and her friend walk into the elevator casually chit-chatting when one friend turns into the corner to hide herself so she can adjust her top. She didn't realize she turned to face directly at a camera. Saw full frontal of the top half. Always check elevators for cameras. As a bartender, the occasional nip slips from drunk women in low-cut shirts is always a fun surprise. Mom, your areola's hanging out. Was sitting at my cousin's house barbecuing hamburgers and hot dogs. Drinking a 24-pack of Bud, listening to music. My cousin had this pool in his backyard, one of those above ground ones. Him, his 2 sisters and his sister's friends who were women, were in the pool. They all get out but one of my cousin's friends who stayed in the pool wanted to swim a bit more. She had a 2-piece bikini on. When she came up for air her breast was hanging out because the top part was a bit small for her in general. Kinda dropped a couple of burgers I was transferring from the grill to the plate as I looked up and saw. I had a co-worker frantically and embarrassingly ask me to go through her computer and make sure all the nudes of herself get 100% deleted. My work was implementing a new order processing system and everybody was told that the IT company we outsourced to would be going through our computers to make the transition more seamless. She panicked. She was taking topless selfies to send to her side fling and for some reason was saving them on her computer and sending them from her work email. Needless to say, it was about 5 minutes of some solid titty gazing. Not quite accidental, but I know for a fact that that morning she wasn't planning on anybody seeing her tits at work. A lady flashed my Ring camera, lifted her top, to tell her friends she had arrived. She was at the wrong house. She was mortified when I answered the door and ran away. My wife and I still laugh about it. Big party when I was about 14 that had 2 of my mom's co-workers. They were 2 totally different kinds of hot, and I was all about them. There was a pool, where everyone was having a blast. But then the 2 of them decided the trampoline looked fun. And in the process of one trying to launch the other, both of their tops came off. And they were focused on self-preservation for a good 4 seconds before trying to fix anything. When they finally did stand up to fix the tops, I noticed one of their bikini bottoms did what she later described as the tug aside. meaning it slipped over into the corner of her inner thigh. That was a good day. My current neighbor. We've waved and had quick conversations, but nothing more than that. An attractive young woman for sure. I had just pulled into my driveway and getting out of my car when I see her looking through her car for something. No biggie. I get out, and look again to say hi, and I see her bent over picking something up off the ground. Dress, no panties. Nice view. I didn't say hi, just looked away and went inside. I was working part-time fitting wardrobes, and we were working in this one house. I was about 15 at the time and their daughter was about 17 or 18. She came out of the bathroom after a shower with the tiniest towel in the world around her. More like a dishcloth than a towel. As she walked away down the hall, I could see the cheeks of her bare ass and the best legs I had ever seen up to that point. I noticed afterward that they kept their towels in the bathroom, so she must have chosen that one. Especially, I was glorious to me. Walked back home because I took my contact lenses out without realizing I didn't have my glasses. Heard my girlfriend in the shower, so walked into the bathroom. Door was open, to look for my glasses. She screamed and I couldn't figure out why. After about what felt like 20 seconds of looking through my blurry eyes, it was a big bathroom, I realized it wasn't my girlfriend but her very similar, quite hot, slightly older sister. Cue awkward apologies and some treasured if slightly blurred memories. Saw my best friend's mother's breasts. Known that family for 20 years at least, and it was so awkward and I think I stared a little bit too long. Many years ago, when I was a student, I went to Egypt for half a year to learn Arabic. During my stay, a friend, came to visit. She stayed with me for about a week, visiting Coptic Cairo, the pyramids, the citadel, the Egyptian museum, all the usual touristy stuff. One day after we got back from sightseeing, I decided to go chill out on the balcony. I used to enjoy sitting there, with a book, just kind of watching the world go by. The only way to get to the balcony, though, was through the room where my friend was staying. While I was out on the balcony, she decided to stay inside and have a rest on her bed. Fair enough. About half an hour later, I popped back inside the apartment to get another drink. There she was, laid out completely stark naked on the bed. This was difficult, awkward and embarrassing, because I really liked her as friend, but she was also very attractive. I was kind of frozen, but she just casually got up, without even trying to hide herself, and walked halfway across the room to put a dressing gown on. Meanwhile, I made blustering British apologies and stumbled out of the room while trying to hide the instant erection you get when you are 20 and see a beautiful woman naked for the first time. We did not talk about it, we just went out for dinner. That was the first time I saw her naked, but not the last. We're married now. Edit: some people are saying, glad you got the hint, bro. Thing is, I did not get the hint. I also did not next 3 or 4 dozen hints after that. I just assumed she was being practical when, the following year, we decided to go on holiday together and she insisted on sharing a hotel room, separate beds, though, because Jesus. I reckon she was just being polite when she invited me over to her place. Several months after that, cooked me a meal and then danced with me in the starlight. I thought she was just being curious. The year after that, when she invited herself along to meet my parents. When she told me she loved me, before I deployed to Iraq, I thought she meant, as a friend. After all, we were good friends, we had a lot of tastes and interests in common. When we hung out together, we'd spend hours sitting up just talking, late into the night, about everything and anything, theology, philosophy, ethical issues, career plans, favorite names for children, all the normal friend stuff. I had no clue. For years. Then it all kind of clicked at once. Further edit: people are asking how I could be so dumb. I should explain that I had zero experience with women. I went to a single-sex school. More than that, I was just kind of dorky. I wasn't a cool kid. My interests were geeky. At a time before being geeky was socially acceptable, not tech. I was into history and stuff. I had a fairly low estimation of my own attractiveness. I dressed in the clothes my mother bought me. In contrast, she was cool, exotic, smelled divine, and had the finest pair of breasts I'd ever seen. Everything about the way she was and moved was just so far out of my league. She was also courageous, honest, passionate, fiery, had a really strong visceral faith, compassionate to the most disadvantaged, and a fine cook. There was no way she could possibly find me attractive. She'd be my friend, because her interests were similar to mine, but there's no way, I thought, she'd like me in that way. I once sent her a draft constitution for an imaginary utopia, and not only did she read it, but she sent it back with notes and comments. There's no way she could possibly like me romantically or physically. That, at least, was my thought process at the time. I realize now it was very stupid. But I didn't want to ruin a good friendship by reading more into it. Final edit: people are asking how she finally got through to me. So, several years later, she sent me an email, along the lines of, "So, dude, you've been my best friend for years. I want a husband. I want that husband to be you. If you ask me, I will say yes." So then I thought, wow, I might be in with a chance here. We've now been married for 13 years. We've had our ups and downs as all couples do, but we are mostly happy and I love her very much. I was taking my dog out to do her business one night. One of the neighbors' houses across the way had a large window in the front with a view of the upstairs/balcony area. It was dark out, but they had all their lights on, so it stood out. While my dog was doing her thing, I looked at their house and noticed a naked woman leaning over the upstairs railing, obviously talking to someone below. Her hair was wet, so she probably just came out of the shower. She looked pretty nice. Just a few weeks ago in a sports shop, went to try on new shorts. Opened a dressing booth door which was open, green text which says vacant, and a stunning hot blonde was there just on her thong. Of course I apologized and closed the door in a second. But got still a great look at her body. She didn't even try to cover herself. This one time, at band camp, literally, I was on the bus waiting for everyone to catch up. I was sitting alone, slumped in my seat, reading. A girl came on the bus, and readjusted her bra without realizing I was there. It was a full readjustment. The next year at a party, she just full-on flashed a group of us guys, so it kinda diminished my earlier experience. When I was 7 or 8, I played with the grandchild of the family next door. One day I was in their house and I popped upstairs. There was a gap in the door and something caught my eye. I looked through to find this girl's very normal adult auntie stood in front of a full-length mirror with her back to me. She was stood in full lingerie, corset, bra, stockings, and suspenders. It was the normal child reaction. I mustn't look. I don't know what I'm seeing. I can't stop looking. It lasted for a few glorious seconds, then I turned and ran down the stairs. I just realized typing this, that it is the only time I've ever seen someone in person in full lingerie. I'm 40. Time to buy my beautiful wife a present. So she can laugh at me and tell me to put it on. I was 13 to 14 at the time, and my mum wanted me to pick something at the neighbor's F35 to 40 house. I don't even remember what it was. So she calls her, who agreed and was like, yeah, tell him to come pick it up. 10 min later, I knock on the door. She opens totally naked, pretty hot 7/10, and she tells me to get in. I was 100% confused, but she didn't seem embarrassed and acted like everything was normal. So I did the same and waited for her to take the thing I was coming for, looking at her walking around naked in her house. Then she came back to give me what I was coming for, and said, "Oh shit, I forgot I was naked." Sorry, I answered, "Oh shit, you're right, I didn't notice," and left. Honestly, one of my best memories ever, lol. I was like 14. Next door neighbor's super hot girlfriend came over to meet our new puppy. She was wearing a sundress. She bent over to pet our dog, and gravity basically allowed me to see completely down the front of her body. First boobs I ever saw. This wasn't nudity, but given the context it was pretty racy. I was 16 and played drums at my church. One Sunday we were having a baptism, and there were these 18-year twin girls getting baptized. The church had these white full-length gowns that everyone had to wear for baptism. Well, the twins had decided to each wear their tiny bikinis underneath, and we ended up with quite the wet t-shirt contest in the middle of Sunday morning service. I was on stage behind the drums and directly facing the baptism. I remember the next week there was a box of brand new dark purple gowns. I was like 5 years old. I was shopping with my mom and she said to wait while she tried some clothes. But 5-year-old me was impatient and was probably scared. So I decided to open each clothing room one by one to find my mom. I saw 2 women changing from 2 rooms. First one just laughed it off because I was a clueless child and casually closed the curtain. Second one screamed and made a bit of a scene. Her reaction was probably the reason why I remember this story. Few moments later my mom found me and she didn't know anything, hopefully. So yeah, not really accidental but cool story. When I was about 7 we were camping and me and some holiday friends were building some castle in the sand pit and getting water from a small river to make the sand wet. One of the kids said there were naked people in a nearby tent, so we scurried off to see. Even though it's many years later, I can remember that young slim woman and those full rounded breasts like it was yesterday, which is surprising really as I fell in the river and nearly drowned shortly after. In my early 20s my group of friends stayed on an island in the middle of a local lake for a weekend. One of those friends lived nearby, so we used his house for staging and raiding if we needed more supplied, food, water, etc. We used a few canoes to get everyone and their gear to the island. On the second night, at around midnight, I went with one friend to get more supplies, booze, from his house and beached the canoe on the shore. When we got back to the canoe, we saw that it was no longer beached, a few hundred feet away from shore, and 3 people were inside it having a good time. We shouted at them, and they immediately quieted. They brought the canoe back and we saw that the 3 occupants were 1 guy and 2 girls around our age. The 2 girls were completely naked. Apparently they had the thought to go skinny dipping in the middle of the night, saw our canoe, and thought it would be even more fun to steal it. Lots of laughs, blushes, and apologies were had all around. When we got back to the island nobody believed us, and we had no way of proving it. TL, Dr. Naked Chicks stole our canoe. When I was 20, I toured with a Christian rock band. Anyways, we were driving through a big city in the Midwest, could have been Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, etc. I don't recall, but a red van pulled up right next to our van. I was driving, and I looked over to see a college-aged girl was in the front passenger seat. She was holding her shirt up, flashing her giant awesome tits. She was smiling and laughing, and then the van sped away. My drummer was sitting next to me and he saw it too. We started cracking up, and then our keyboard player in the back was like, did you guys just see the? Yes. We both said in unison. It was a good day. This was around spring break 2004. I was walking my then boyfriend's dog with him and there was a girl standing in front of her window in a bra and I jokingly said, "Take it off." Her window was shut and we were still pretty far away so she didn't hear me. We both chuckled, then she took off her bra off. We looked at each other in shock then kept walking. It was neat. Years ago, I was on a first date with this very nice lady, and we had decided to go to the top of a downtown Los Angeles hotel that featured a rotating bar, to watch the city scroll by while we got to know one another. The only way to this bar was on one of those glass elevators that go up the side of the building. Now, this building is just 4 cylinders located around a main, bigger cylinder. The view from the elevator not only shows you the city, but you can see into some of the rooms as you go. We were chatting as we went up, when suddenly, just off her shoulder, I spy a couple, fully naked and having sex up against the window of their room. I am so shocked that I stopped mid-sentence, and laughed. Of course, she then starts wondering what is so funny, but by this time we were looking past the room. When we got to the top, I told her what I thought I had witnessed. She then laughed and suggested we go back down to confirm my sighting. We did, but apparently they had finished and were no longer visible. I still, to this day, laugh about that incident. Edit, changed a few words for clarity. I was at one of those Halloween costume stores when I was 17 and these two girls were changing in one of the rooms and it was just a curtain, no door. I just happened to walk by at the perfect moment with my friend and one of the girls walks out to get a different costume and for that split second I got a full view of the other girl completely naked. Well, she had a thong on, and I remember just stopping where I was with my mouth open, then looked at my friend, he was doing the same thing. Was the highlight of our day, lol. Maybe not the best, but certainly the most memorable. The 100-year-old guy. Edit, context. I was covering as temporary scheme manager in an assisted living facility where all residents had their own small flat/apartment and were independent other than some needing outside carers come in a couple of times a day. My first task in the morning was to bleep every resident via the internal call system. If there was no shouted reply to affirm they were fine, then the procedure was to try again in 15 minutes, as some were slightly hard of hearing or merely just in the shower etc. If no response at all, the next step was to go over and knock on the door/ring the bell. No answer, we would use the master key to open the outer door a few inches and shout. After that, I could enter the very small property to ensure they were actually at home, and not unwell. All residents had alarm cords and pendant necklaces in the event of overnight emergency. This occasion I finally had to enter, again, a whole other story, and within a few feet I could see into the bathroom and the dear old guy was stark naked doing ablutions over the wash basin. I hastily backed out immediately with a huge sigh of relief, and the image burned into my retinas forever. Luckily he never even noticed me. Lol. When I was about 14 I was in school and my Spanish teacher, who was hot as fuck, was wearing this very thin loose top. The material was kinda bunched up around her tits so you couldn't see her nipples poking through, but she had a lot of cleavage going on. She dropped something on the floor and bent down to pick it up and I got to see her left nipple. It was wonderful. I saw my middle school girlfriend's mom right out of the shower. We were both surprised and she covered up quick. I apologized, but it was too late. I had already seen everything. Two of my neighbors always leaving their curtains wide open and walking around naked. Yep, that's Amsterdam. And same situation with a neighbor in an Airbnb I had in Krakow while in vacation. I was about 12 or 13 staying over at a friend's house for the night. I got up in the middle of the night to pee. As I was walking to the bathroom I passed the archway into the kitchen and his mom was in there grabbing a beer completely naked. Once I was hanging out with my weed dealer in a park and some girl came there to buy some weed from him. It was summer and she was wearing a summer dress. When she sat down on the bench, one of the straps of the dress over her shoulder fell down and exposed her boob. She wasn't wearing a bra. I saw my mom's two friends' boobs cause they got changed but left the door open. In the army, flying around in a helicopter from fob to fob, checking minefield maps in the zone. Each fob gas a porta potty and that's it for facilities. After going inside the command center to do my work, I walked out to the toilet for a quick break before the next 40-minute flight. I opened the door, and there's the female pilot, standing, pulling up her underwear, with her flight suit around her ankles. No bra, hot, and probably not needed. They were glorious, regardless. I was obviously shocked, and took a little too long to react. She looked at me, and calmly said, "Seen enough, Sergeant?" I said yes, Mom, and shut the door fast. The thing about it that still makes me smile to this day, was how confident, shame-free, and casual she was. It was clearly an accident. I was clearly impressed and delighted to see them, and she didn't hate me or get angry for it. I didn't feel like a pervy peeping Tom, and she wasn't guilty of not hiding herself in shame. I saw it as absolute beauty, not sexual, and I'd like to think she recognized that. It was just a very cool moment of humanity in the middle of nowhere for both of us. Such a wonderful surprise. I was 12 at the public pool, a good-looking girl that was a TA for college. She went down the slide with a bikini and went down with it following behind her. The lifeguard had a towel almost immediately. Weird story, was driving. It was a hot day around 35 Celsius and above, when this, presumably drug-addicted, older woman was walking in my direction on the footpath to my left, only she was topless and wearing her bra and shirt on her head. I will have to admit that it is not how I'd imagined I'd see boobies for the first time. Oh god, I just read like 50 of these before remembering I have a story for this one. In Costa Rica with a student travel program we spent 2 weeks next to the most incredible beach you've ever seen. It was an absolute dream and we'd get to swim most days if not all. Once, while we were at the beach, one of my friends pulled me aside and said, "You have got to try taking your top off in the water, it feels amazing." I think about it for a bit, and sure, yeah, I take my top off in the water. It was deep enough that no one would have been able to see anything, totally fine. This becomes kind of what I do when I go to beach. I'd get in and once I was kinda alone, I'd take off my top and swim and fight the waves and all the usual things. One day I got more adventurous and decided to go all the way, top off, bottom off, skinny dipping in the waves. But the thing is, there was no way to put my swimming garments on the beach without streaking, so I just held them and they kind of reduced my ability to swim effectively. Which is of course when I started getting pulled into and riptide. So I started doing what I'm meant to, swimming parallel to the beach, trying not to panic, aiming towards a group of my friends, 2 girls, 1 boy, who seemed to not be in the riptide and were closer to shore. I was swimming like crazy, but barely moving because of the drag of my swimming stuff and barely being able to use my hands. I tried screaming to my friends that there was a riptide and that I was naked, and I think they heard, but I also kept getting waterboarded by the waves. I finally got close-ish that they could see how naked I was, so one of the girls yells to the boy, who was her boyfriend, to turn to face the beach, probably too late, and then a wave carried my entire naked body directly into her, full visibility. The guy definitely saw everything there was to see, and when the wave had pushed past us, we were dying laughing but also dying of drowning but also dying of embarrassment. And I was still newborn levels of undressed. Waves kept coming and the girl tried to help me put my bathing suit back on, and after several minutes we made it work, but she saw everything, and so did the other 2 people, and I was fully mortified. Working at a gas station, I was up in the air fixing a light. Girl pulls up in a convertible, opens the door to get out and gave me a great crotch shot. Her skirt was short, and no panties. Made the day a little better. I was a senior, 17M. I was sitting in my car in the parking lot at my high school waiting to go inside after lunch. I had a doctor's appointment in the morning. There was no off-campus lunch, so no one was in the lot. I see a fellow student, F, walking to her car. I thought nothing of it, but next thing I knew she was about 2 cars down, standing between her car and another. She changed her pants with no underwear and did a full bend over almost like she knew I could see. I never told her about it and didn't know her that well. I was like 16 or 17, and my girlfriend was about to change her top, so she just turned around in front of me and took her top off. She wasn't wearing a bra, so I could see her back and a side boob. I have a thing for girls' backs, BTW lol. We hooked up a few months later. It was the best. Guy at a camp thought he was alone when leaving the shower. High school pool parties. Being a child and enters in my mom's bedroom while she was sleeping naked. Hot summers here. Same with one of my brother. I was maybe 5 to 7 years old. I remember directly see their genital parts. To clarify, each one of us had separate chambers and it was 2 different moments. Being a student, wake up at the middle of the night to pee, met my female roommate taking a glass of water in the kitchen, entirely naked. She was so surprised to see me, and me to see her, that we both startled, screamed. She broke her glass of water and she ran to hide herself in the apartment. Really funny actually. Still, as a student, I worked few hours a week in a retirement house. I cleaned chambers, knocked to the door of one of the resident, an old lady. She said yes to the knock and let me enter her room. I entered. She was naked and she didn't care at all. Edit. Oh, I forgot, when I was 14 I spent the afternoon in a friend's home. Went to the balcony just to see the view. Her mom was on her transat, taking some sun, entirely naked. I don't know if she noticed me, but I hide myself very carefully to avoid her, and some multiples. Edit to correct grammar. My so is a twin. I don't remember exactly how many times it happened, but I saw my so's twin nude a couple of times. I count this as the best, because she has exactly the same body, just a little more muscular, as my so. Love my so's body and love to look at it. No difference for her twin. I was painting the upstairs spare bedroom, and while prepping the room I lifted the blinds out of the window frame. I almost fell off the ladder as I looked out and saw the neighbor's 20-something daughter going down on her girlfriend. An image that will always be burned into my brain. Yes, they were good looking. I'm very white, and I went to Six Flags with my friend's very Portuguese family when I was like 15. I spent the whole day slipping away a short distance because they'd all stop in the sun to look at the maps and plan rides and stuff, and I just can't stand in the sun, even with sunscreen. I don't burn with sunscreen on, but direct summer sun hurts my skin with or without. I stepped between two soda fountain carts that were pushed aside and not open. From that tiny shady alley, I heard a scuff behind one of the carts, so I leaned and looked around the corner. There was a completely nude Japanese woman in her 20s standing on a towel and folding her clothes, with a bathing suit on a nail in the wall. There was a water park here, but we weren't in it. I suspect she was changing to go on the big splashy log flume ride. I stared for a second, she looked up, and covered up, and squeaked, and I just said, "Oh God, I'm sorry," and went to go stand in the sun. I could name several instances of these in more public settings, but my favorite is catching my wife while changing or hopping out of the shower. After 12 years, the spark is glowing strong. Ooh. I have one. I used to drive a truck delivering fruit juice in the CBD early in the morning. As a working man I was largely invisible to the corporate types who were on their way to the office while I was delivering boxes of juice. One morning I was sitting in my truck going through my orders, parked on the side of the road. A young woman stepped between my truck and the car in front, but instead of walking through to cross the road, she completely undid her wraparound skirt to adjust it. Thank the heavens above, she was going commando. She obviously thought she had a second of privacy in the gap between vehicles. She didn't even notice me. I had no chance to react or even look away. It was over in seconds. When I checked into my first fleet unit in the Marine Corps, I was stationed out in Kaneohe Bay, Hawaii. My first weekend, I went with some of the other Marines in my platoon to the North Shore to chill on the beach. I was sitting there drinking a beer with my buddy and watching this girl run around in the surf in a skimpy bikini. After a few minutes, a larger wave came in at her and she kinda jumped into it to avoid getting bowled over by it. When she came up from the water her top was gone. We sat there staring at her glorious breasts as they bounced in the sunlight while she frantically ran around trying to find her top in the water. My buddy tapped his beer can against mine and said, "Welcome to Hawaii, bro. Water slides 3 times, girl hits speed coming face first, rises with top down to her crotch." Not sure if this is the best, but when I was a kid, my dad and I used to go to the local Y and swim. We went a lot, and back then, late 70s, there were no family changing rooms. My dad had to take me into the men's room with the instruction, "Cover your eyes and I'll let you know when you can look." And I always did. We would sit down, I would cover my eyes, Dad would change, and then we'd leave. Never anyone else in there that I saw or heard. But then one day, I heard something coming from in front of me. Dad was behind me. I peeked. I did. And then I let out some sort of squeal because I saw the snake thing font some random teenage boy that I kind of knew about, but not really because I was a pre-internet kid. I just remember my dad's hand immediately covering my face, like he'd do at scary movies, and a rather stern talking to. I never ever uncovered my eyes in there after that. Smile. I was working at a resort and a gentleman stopped by the front desk to request firewood to his room. I was asked to run it. I guess I beat him back to the room cause when I knocked his naked wife answered the door expecting him. I was 15 and those were the nicest breasts I've seen in 23 years since. Riding our boat back across Gore Sound from spending a day on the beach, my parents, brother and his girlfriend, and my wife and I anchored up to a small sandbar. A guy is sitting on the edge of his boat and there's a girl in the water with her back to us. I don't see a bikini strap anywhere. Suddenly she stands up out of the water and we can see she's completely naked. Then she turns around to face our boat going by and gives us a big wave, breasts bouncing freely. My dad, brother, and I could feel the stares of our women doing fingerprints for a background check for employment on this attractive lady with rather large breasts wearing a cut-off top. As she is signing her name, her purse slips down taking the top with it revealing the most beautiful set of milk jugs. Not even embarrassed, and as she walks out say, "You're welcome for the free show." My dumbass says anytime. I'm really comfortable being naked in my home often. I have floor-to-ceiling windows and live in an uprise apartment that looks out at a lot of other apartments. Before this, I lived in places where wandering around naked was fine. Was brushing my hair, relaxing on the couch, and looked out to see one of my neighbors spilling his coffee because he was too busy staring. Was quite mortifying at the time but now I laugh on it. I've learned to cover up. Mostly, edit, he is a respectful older man who seemingly lives alone and who doesn't mention it at all when we bump into another. So I occasionally slip out of my clothes and lounge just for him. He enjoys the view, I enjoy being viewed, and it's kind of a sexy wholesome experience for us both. He's not a dentist. Ha. I was in Piccadilly Circus in London one night around 11 PM when a large coach stopped right by my friend and I, and we both looked up and saw about 15 women who were on the hen night lifted up their shirts and revealed their breasts at the same time. And yes, that was the best day of my life. Few days ago I was at a concert and this insanely hot girl my friend brought was dancing and her tits fell out. We both laughed and went on with our day, but goddamn. Not me but my friend. I was 18 and living in a 2-bedroom apartment with 3 other dudes who I considered friends at the time. Me and my GF at the time has just got done having sex. As we get up to get dressed, it takes me a split second to throw on some boxers. She had terrible eyesight so she's trying to figure out which side of the bra to put on correctly. My friend walks in, sees her completely naked. Looks at her, looks at me, and then back at her. She screamed, "Dude, WTF. He just made this face like he was impressed, shrugged his shoulders and went back downstairs." I couldn't do anything but laugh. It happened in between 2 shifts at work. I work in retail, and I got sent to help an exclusive store in our chain. The first shift was about to leave, and at that exact moment I got into the back room to get something and caught a glimpse of the really hot female co-worker that was changing. She didn't react much at all she just said that it was not really cool that I came in there and wasn't polite from my side. I agreed and backed out back in the store. That was it. She then went on vacation and I never saw her again. Kinda in person. I accidentally broke my phone a few years ago so my mum lent me her old one until it got fixed. I subsequently found various stick pics in the gallery she forgot to delete. Awkwardly decided to leave them on when I handed it back. No words ever spoken. More recently I was sitting in a busy bar when the guy I'm texting sent me various photos of undress, no dick pics, and the group of girls behind me enjoyed them too. Was backcountry camping with a friend. On the 5th day, we are almost back to the bigger, more populated areas. As we paddled our canoe around an outcrop, we rounded the corner to see a woman bathing naked in the lake. We both continued to paddle, doing our best to ignore this gorgeous, naked woman swimming floating around. I benefited from her living her best life. Junior high, so maybe 13 or 14. Co-ed summer camp. 2 girls are bitches to everyone, pals with each other, knockouts, BTW. Canoe lessons, I'm paired with one of the knockout bitches. At one point we have to practice trading places. I climbed to the middle of the canoe and crouched down. She climbs over me. Her suit pulls to one side as she steps over me, giving me an unobstructed view of half of her pussy. I never let on, never said a word. This is the first time I've told a soul. The best accidental. Was coming home from work late at night and too tired to care. Had a nice lady of a neighbor just yell howdy neighbor. I looked up to say hi back. That woke myself up real quick, and instead of a hello I yelled Bobs. She looked shocked and realized she was nude. When she jumped back I saw everything else too. She closed her curtains and hid back into her apartment. I'd caught she was doing before, but she was full nude hanging out her window at 11 p.m. The worst ever. My grandmother. 17-year-old me will never forget the giant wave pool at Wet n Wild in Arlington, Texas in the late spring of 1990. I'd just ridden a wave into the shallows when I turned around to go back out. I wore hard contacts at the time, and I couldn't wear them in the pool, so I was blind AF. I genuinely did not see this girl, probably my age or close to it, barreling towards me, also riding a wave. In a confusing sequence of events, she almost simultaneously lost her bikini top just as she knocked me back before landing chest first on my face. I hadn't intended that to be my first motorboat. I don't even think I knew the term motorboat. At any rate, I stood up and immediately pulled her up, wrapping her in a hug. She started to struggle, as any sane person might do, but she stopped as soon as she heard me loudly whisper in her ear. A quiet whisper wouldn't work, way too much noise in the wave pool. Hey, you lost your top. Looks like one of your friends has it. She's coming this way. Just stay with me a minute longer and we can get you sorted. She stopped struggling, and I relaxed my arms but still kept hugging her with my arms wrapped around the upper half of her back. Someone would have had to have seen what happened to know her top was missing, and it all happened so fast, few others could have seen it. We stayed like that while her friend got her a towel after leaving the top with her, and then she wrapped herself in the towel, kind of turning around while I was still hugging her. Once she had the towel around her, I asked if she was ready. She said yes, and I dropped my arms. She turned back around, got on her tiptoes, kissed me on the cheek, and mumbled a thank you. We both blushed furiously, and that was the last I saw of her. I was 9. Knocked on the door of the gas station restroom. Getting no answer, I opened the door and walked in. 10th supermodel just standing up from the throne. In gym class in HS. I was a freshman and a few of the senior girls thought it would funny to run laps without bras and get reactions out of the boys. After the run, one girl totally forgot she wasn't wearing a bra and pulled her shirt up to wipe the sweat off her face. I developed a crush after that. It wasn't ever nudity, but boy howdy does high school theater and choir give you lots of opportunities to get a good view of scantily clad girls at just the age that is the most important thing in the world. I worked as a summer camp counselor, and we lived in cabins that were basically 2 large rooms filled with bunk beds separated by a shared bathroom. I had the bottom bunk next to the bathroom door on the side opposite of where the door swing open into the room. One morning, I rolled over at just the wrong angle for the light from the bathroom to come through the gap created by the hinge between the door and frame to shine directly into my eyes. Very annoyed and groggy, I looked to see which dumbass camper had left the light on and instead see another counselor that I had a low-key crush on come out of the shower. The dude had a great body and was hung. Sadly, completely straight, but that was a very unexpected and very welcome way to be woken up. I told him about it a few years later and he thought it was hysterical. Then he told me he hooked up with my sister. Lucky bitch. Came home from college with a friend. Took my friend upstairs to introduce him to my dad. Dad had just got done taking a shower and was completely dry. I awkwardly introduced my friend to my dad in his birthday suit. My dad extended his hand and said nice to meet ya. My dad never missed a beat. When I was about 13, my family went on a cruise ship that went out to international waters and turned back around. My grandpa spent a long time saving up to take everyone, and it was great. I was up on the deck and happened to look over at a drunk woman in a hot tub just as she said boop and pulled her bikini top to the side, exposing her left boob. Her friends all pulled her back into the hot tub. That was the first boob I had ever seen in real life and I remember it to this day. Accidental? Debatable. Monumental? Absolutely. Not sure it was accidental, but here goes. On a Monday morning I took the bus to work, started pretty early so this was the first bus. Almost empty and I sat all the way at the back. A few stops before I had to get off a girl entered and sat down almost as far back as I had. She looked tired and exhausted and somewhat unshelved, like she was coming directly from an Ochpil or something. When she turned to get into her seat from the aisle, her skirt lifted and I could see she was going commando. As I got up to leave a few stops later she had one leg up on the seat next to her, exposing her privates. She had one hand between her legs, pleasuring herself and winked at me as I walked past her and had to go to work. I couldn't get the image out of my mind the entire day. Quite memorable experience for me. Best female friend, she sent a vid over Instagram to me recording her switch to show some scene from a Pokemon game she was playing. She entered a load zone, screen fades to black, and I got a reflective view of her big bare chest. Most of the comments here talk about women and girls being naked but none of them are about guys, which shows how careful we are. I was 15, went over to my girlfriend's house. No one answered the door, but I heard someone in the pool. Went through the side gate and saw her 37-year-old smoking hot mother getting out of the pool. She was skinny dipping and I swear during that 10-foot walk of hers from the pool to the chair to get her towel, I heard "Foreigners, I've been waiting for a girl like you." Best part, when she looked up and saw me with my jaw on the ground, she just smirked, shook her head and said, "Kelly isn't home, lover boy. Come back later." Then she went inside. Yeah. Wow. Just. Wow. A childhood friend had a smoking hot older sister. I was about 12, she was 18. Everybody had the hots for her, apparently she did some modeling. One day I was at this guy's house playing Crash Bandicoot and his sister takes a shower. We normally left the door open, right next to her bedroom, just across the hallway from the shower. Friend runs downstairs to grab some high C, I'm left alone playing Crash. Turns out she forgot a towel and decided to make a dash for her room. It was brief but my eyes widened and I was stunned. 2 seconds later my buddy comes down the hall. What happened? Eyes, nothing. Which mistake did you make as a teenager is still biting you in the ass until now? Not wearing my seatbelt. At least my wheelchair is fast. Edit, thank you kind strangers. I'll keep these awards buckled in with me. Started drinking to counter social anxiety. Punching a wall. Hit the stud. The fracture in my hand didn't properly heal, as well as losing the use of 2 of my tendons, which makes opening my hand a nuisance. As you could imagine, it was my dominant hand. My life isn't hell from it, but boy, if I could go back in time to my teenage years, that's when I'd go. Please, please, please. If you ever feel like you need to hit something for whatever reason, please hit something soft and not living, like a pillow. Your delicate hands will thank you. Down the road. Nicotine. Smoked a pack a day for almost 15 years, started when I was 16 to 17, finally quit 100% about a year ago when my wife and I found out we were expecting. I've been really good, and haven't had a single smoke, but I'm not gonna lie, at least once a day I think damn a cigarette would be good right now. I said a lot of stupid shit with my actual name as the username on social media. Thankfully I have a common name, but it will be in the back of my head for the rest of my life. Gambling excessively, that shit is dangerous, man, just don't do it. Sharing needles with other people, when I was 16. Spent the next 40 years with hepatitis C and did 2 unsuccessful interferon treatments that lasted a total of 22 months. Fortunately, got cured in 2015 with a 90-day treatment of Harvani, but still, I spent a lot of time effort during some very important years trying to get well. Blindly accepting college loans assuming future me would be able to handle it. Future me is now present me and it's not very enjoyable. Dropping out of college to get married. Going back in my 30s with adult responsibilities and a full-time job was the most chaotic time of my life. Not developing robust enough social skills. Hiding my then geek interests, reading books, pen and paper role-playing, video games, etc., in order to be accepted by my classmates. Developing a drug habit. So much wasted time and money on short-lived experiences. Edit, wow, did not expect this when I came back today. My most upvoted post and it's on my alt account lol. Thanks guys and girls. For anyone wondering, my drug of choice was cocaine. Not going out with friends enough. I would often turn down invites out and now everyone is busy with their own lives and meeting can be hard sometimes. Not asking my parents for help with finding things I really enjoyed doing. I think maybe if I'd joined a chess club or something like that, I'd actually have had a lot more fun and made some friends. I was really lonely for a long time and it wasn't easy to make up for the lack of social development during those important years. My mom was always too scared I'd hurt myself during PE class in school, so she always would write me notes to give to the gym teacher that I couldn't participate in class. Every single day. I wanted to tell my mom I wanted to not just participate in class, but that I also wanted to play sports. But I didn't. That's my mistake. The last time I exercised was probably 12 years old. I'm 27 in a few weeks and my body is like that of a 55-year-old man. I can't stand up straight, my knees are killing me, my heart rate increases to around 140 BPM if I so much as even walk more than 100 feet, I can't lift anything more than 25-ish pounds, if I sit down I need someone to help get me off the ground, if I sit in a chair I need to take about 3 seconds to lift off the chair. But like Hop said, until now I have been walking 25 miles every single day, pushing myself harder and harder, for the past 6 days. My goal is to just be able to walk 10 miles. My ultimate goal is to straighten up my back, be able to run 5k, and get rid of all this fat on my body. Already got my binge eating halfway under control. One step at a time. Edit, thank you all so much, going through all the comments the best I can. Y'all rock. It's not so much of an issue now, but it really bit me in the ass when I tried to make it on my own. I was incredibly lazy and unambitious. I didn't have any job experience, any extracurricular activities, no hobbies, no clubs. I had nothing going for me. It's pretty hard to get hired based on nothing but your own assurance that you'll do a good job. 120k of student loans. Listened to music way too loud and now I have tinnitus forever. Still hate myself for that one. I'm my later teens, financial responsibility. I'm 31 now and only just nearing the end of my debts. Never learned to do anything that I wasn't forced to do. So I lack the discipline to do things I want to do and don't have the social skills required to meet people because it wasn't something I had to do. I guess it's a simple fix but it's not easy. I started smoking. I want to go back and shake 15-year-old me who thought buying cigarettes with my lunch money would cause weight loss. I am 50 now, and quit smoking when I was in my mid-40s, but the damage done to my lungs and heart is permanent. I got a fitness watch 3 years after I quit, and it says that my fitness age, based on VO2 and exercise tolerance, is still that of a 70-year-old, even though I exercise every day. Edited to add, for those struggling to quit feel free to skip everything below if you're not a smoker ! For me what worked was forcing myself to smoke mindfully. I decided that what I was going to do is really pay attention while having a cigarette, instead smoking while doing something else, even something as simple as having a conversation. When you force yourself to really concentrate hard on all aspects of smoking while you are doing it, how it makes your body feel, how your heart races, the taste it leaves in your mouth, the smell it leaves on your fingers and your clothes, how disgusting that ashtray looks and smells, it doesn't take long for you to become aware of how gross smoking actually is, and then you can call that to mind when you're struggling with cravings. Also, nicotine cravings rarely last more than a minute, they keep coming back at first, so it might literally be 1 minute on, 1 minute off, but if you force yourself to focus on how gross a cigarette actually is instead of I need nicotine, those minutes are a lot easier to endure, and over time they decrease greatly in frequency. If you want this idea hammered home in book form, try The Easy Way to Quit Smoking by Alan Carr, but when I say hammered home I mean it. It's really as simple as what I said above. I was a 2-pack a day smoker for 30 years and believed with all my heart until the last 6 months that I loved smoking. If I can quit, anyone can. Joining the fucking army. 14 days to freedom. Learning to study. Cost me 2 years of university tuition to learn and wrecked my GP edit. Wow. First time over 30 upvotes. Thanks for the 2 awards and hopefully some of you learn to study. Thinking of myself like some inferior creature. And not opening up to people. Tried to fit in too much, it made me realize I had the wrong group surrounding me. After HS, I cut everyone off. Don't have many friends now, but I'd rather wait to make friends that I know I'm able to connect with as me, not as someone I'm trying to be. Not beating the shit out of my stepdad. Gary, if you see this, I'm gonna fuck you up. Edit. Thank you to everyone that commented, still fairly new to this, so hope I'm doing it right. One day I hope you all get to beat the shit out of the Gary in your lives. Story time. My mom had off and on boyfriends for most of my growing up. But Gary was her high school boyfriend who she found on one of her latest dating sites. He moved in pretty quickly and at first he was somewhat of a father figure. My mom was blinded by their rekindled relationship that she didn't see who he truly was. She didn't with most of her BFFs, but that's for a later date. He treated her really well, but when she left for work, it became a nightmare. He abused both my sister and I. We were threatened not to say anything or it would be worse the next time. I told my mom, cause you know that's mom, right? She would end it, right? She told me that my sister and I were making it up cause we didn't want to see her happy. I remember begging her not to marry him. Fucker proposed on an email. It went on for years. One day I had called my grandma and told her what was happening after me and dickhead got into it. He kicked in my door and held me against the wall by my throat and didn't know I had my grandma on the phone. She heard what happened and drove the 45 minutes and was greeted by my mom on the front steps getting home from work. Grandma told her what she heard and we stayed with her for a while. My mom eventually kicked him out after finding out he was cheating. She still won't admit she knew it was happening. But that's with most things. It still pisses me off to think someone could do that to 2 kids, but I'll see him. He'll know. Not socializing enough and saying yes to opportunities. Not paying attention in math class because I was good at math. Math lessons are compounding, so if you don't learn how to do algebra properly, for example, then you'll struggle with subsequent lessons. Failing to care about myself. At 17, I had "it doesn't suck itself" tattooed right above my penis frown. Going to a $110,000 college for a arts degree that I could have gotten at community college for $5,000. Unprotected sex. Never telling the girls that I liked them. Years later, 3 different ones told me, "I liked you" when we were in middle school/high school. I never had the confidence to let them know, and I think about it every now and then. Starting to smoke. Did it because I was out with a girl who offered. Also, because the Rolling Stones were smoking in all their pictures and they're cool as fuck. Now, almost 20 years later, I wish I had a fucking time machine. Impressing that girl didn't end up mattering at all, and while, yes, the Rolling Stones do in fact look cool, emphysema does not. Probably only women of a certain age will understand this, but overplucking my eyebrows. The late 90s sperm brows that were in fashion were my jam, and they have never grown back, almost 30 years later. Every day I have to pencil them in, or look ridiculous. I told one of my friends I like a weird candy only found in her mom's home country. I said this we were 13 and everyone else said it tasted like feet. It does taste like feet, but she started cry, so I said I liked it, and now her mom sends me a box of it every few months and I have to sit there pretending to enjoy the candy when I Skype my friend and thank her and her mom for the gift. I have started rolling the candy in cinnamon before the video chats, and that mostly hides the taste, but it would really hurt a good friend of mine if I told her the truth even now, so I eat a box of candy that tastes like feet sometimes to spare the feeling of a good friend. Being a bad friend, I sometimes feel random guilt towards people that cut me off because of things I did. And that's okay that they got away and got space, but I wish I could apologize. Now ages after, it would just be weird. I never learned how to actually do my work without procrastinating. Edit, I had no idea this would take off. In a wild coincidence, I'm actually being tested for ADHD this week. I'm in my 30s. Thanks everyone for the replies. Just knowing I'm not alone helps tremendously. Not taking the time to be a child. I was always independent and pretty much spent all my time working to make money. Now that I'm an adult, that's all I really do too. I wish I fucked around more. Worked less when I didn't need to. Smoking copious amounts of weed daily. I still love weed, but I wish I'd waited till I was a bit older to smoke so heavily. I'm never as present as I used to be. My short-term memory is spent and I don't know how to self-soothe because I always just turn to smoking as yay. Not learning to drive. My parents didn't want to pay the fee for the class my school offered and said they'd just teach me. They never did. Now I can't afford classes as an adult. Edit, it's really only been this past year that it bit me in the ass. I live in a large city with good public transit. Never had too much trouble getting anywhere. Until I was too scared to take public transit because, well, pandemic. Not taking care of my teeth. Not brushing my teeth. Seriously, brush your teeth 3 minutes 2 times a day, kids. It's important. Buying into the gifted child rhetoric. It's exciting when everything comes easily, but it also means I never established good study/work habits, and it's been a bitch slowly rectifying that. Edit, thanks for the awards. My confidence in achieving great stuff without effort has been renewed, winking face. Allowing my older sister's endless success to cause me to really hate myself. I've always loved my sister and do not in any ways blame her, but I heard a lot of teachers ask me if I was sure I was actually her brother, or tell me I miss your sister, she was so smart. For some people it may have lit a fire under them, but for me it just led to thinking everything was pointless because no matter what I do I won't be as good as her. I'm in my mid-20s now and I'm only just starting to believe I'm capable of anything. I'm by no means a stupid man, but 12 years of being belittled like that, it convinced me I was. I think now if I had stood up for myself and maybe even gone to a higher authority in the schools about it, I would have been better off. Moral of the story, you are not your siblings, and anyone who thinks you should be isn't worth your time. Probably not pushing for enough mental help. Was a really talented student, but family sucked about doing treatment for mental health. Thought me being depressed was me being lazy, as told to me by my mom. It would definitely have allowed me at minimum to have my high school diploma instead of a GED. Also would have prevented me from half of my less than ideal situations friends put me in, as well as less judgment for how I finished school. I'd probably feel less lost too, had I fully threw myself into personal finance. Would be nice knowing how to actually handle more intricate money matters. Got a credit card at 18 with no experience in managing money. That was fun. But it was definitely not fun for a lot longer. Wanting to ruin my brain and train of thought through drugs. Now I can't think and my brain is always working against me. Smile. Not knowing how to communicate with girls. Having no mom and no sisters left me without any reference. I was not shy, simply didn't know what the hell I should talk with girls about in conversations. Later I discovered I should just go about them as any other human being. I wasted good years trying to imitate what I thought I could learn from popular culture about the opposite gender. Not wearing hearing protection to band jams and concerts. Now I'm hard of hearing and my ears ring 24/7 365 days a year. Never asking that one girl you had a big crush on, only to later find out she actually in fact did like me back and all I had to do was ask. Second guessing is a hell of a drug and now I don't even take chances anymore. There isn't enough space on the internet for me to list them all. Notable however, flunking out of college because 18-19-year-old me would rather get fucked up on the weeknight than go to class and study. Then shortly thereafter, turning down a guaranteed spot in the Millwrights Union because I'm going to go back to college, which predictably never happened. Not getting braces. Teenager me thought my wonky teeth didn't look too bad and gave me character. Really it just made me look perpetually young. Not getting in shape and the habit of being in shape. Depression has prevented me from being able to hold a stable routine for almost anything outside of work since I was 18. If I'd built up some muscle mass earlier, even my depression would have been less problematic. I cut myself when I was about 12 to 14. I still have the scars on my upper thighs, and it's obvious what they're from. I got some tattoos in an attempt to cover them, but there's still a few that are just too big and too noticeable for that to really work. Really wish I hadn't done it because there's just no getting rid of the scars and they make me very self-conscious. There are some things I just can't wear because of them and it sucks. Teenager/young adult here, taking notes. Permanently damaging my hearing with loud music, guns and being in a garage band. I now have permanent hearing loss and persistent tinnitus. The constant ringing drives me insane sometimes. Didn't care about my academics. Didn't take control of my weight. As a Canadian, not learning French. For some reason it's an option once you reach grade 7, and everybody switches because learning the basics of a new language is easier than learning intermediate/advanced French. So not only are students encouraged to switch to a different language because they'll get better grades, but emo languages like Japanese or German are just more fun, especially if all of your friends are taking one of them. The unfortunate thing is that switching languages is shooting yourself in the foot should you ever get a job with the government. It's more difficult to even get a job, and once you do get one you can get less pay and it's more difficult to progress your career. I have no idea why such an important decision is given to literal children. Honestly, I think every Canadian should have to speak both English and French fluently. Your average Canadian will never need Spanish or German, so why even give kids the choice? And before anybody says why don't you just learn French now? I'm trying. I recently made a bet that I would learn French if the Montreal Canadiens beat the Toronto Maple Leafs in the playoffs, which they did, so I made a Duolingo subscription. However, as an adult I just don't have the time or motivation to learn a language, so the progress has been discouragingly slow. Joined the army. It's destroyed me, physically and mentally. Don't do it, kids. Dropping out of high school, doing a metric fuckton of mind-melting drugs. This should be cross-posted to r/teenagers. Didn't pull out. Doing everything as I was told and without complaining, even if it made me feel uncomfortable. Now I'm an adult with anxiety. Earlier than a teenager, but I had my very first cigarette at the age of 9. An adult thought it would be cute. Unfortunately, I didn't think that tobacco was yucky. I finally quit in my early 40s. Getting fat. People that have never been fat have no clue what it's like, and people that have always been fat have no idea what being not fat is like. Shit sucks, yo. Relationships. All of them. Not going to a good therapist as a teenager. Saw one early 20s that helped me work on expressing my emotions, I bottled them down, and eventually early 20s they all came back up. If I pushed this and figured it out as an early teen, I could have bettered my whole life. Not going to college, I blew it off to hang out with friends and work. I was too responsible. I missed out on a lot of opportunities that I wish I got to experience in life. Now I'm middle-aged and married, and I'll probably never get to have those fun, spontaneous moments. Slightly off topic, but there was a thread the other day about some of the scariest things people had experienced or some of the worst nightmares they'd had, and I hate to say it, but this thread is far scarier than either of them because of how relatable these things are. But to young people reading this thread I will say this: if you're looking to someone for approval to do why you want to do or be who you truly are, it may never actually come. The best time do that thing was when you first thought of it, the second best time is now. Abandoned my goals/plans for a boy who was a loser then and is still a loser now. Left him about 3 years ago after 4 years together. I am finally back on track, but at 24, I am just now getting to the point I would have been at 18 years old, had I not abandoned my goals to be homeless with a drug addict. I don't regret it necessarily, but man has it taken me a long time to get myself back. Not making a move. Make a damn move. Over it now, toe. Not rebelling enough as a teen now, even if I step slightly out of line, aka divert even remotely as to what is expected of me, I get super anxious and am also made out to feel like a disgrace. Weirdly enough, I wish I upsetted my parents earlier, haha. Not taking auto shop. I never gone out, at all. I wasn't exactly anxious but rather annoyed by other people at the time, which was partly based on the fact that I looked like a grimy scarecrow, which in turn prompted them mock me. I stopped taking my ADHD meds because I wanted to be natural. As a result, it took me 11 years to get my bachelor's, and I only got it after giving in and trying ADHD meds again. Getting a criminal record because I was a bored 18-year-old. I can't even count the number of job opportunities I lost for that stupid shit. Not taking risks. My parents said you have to listen to our rules while you live under our roof. So I left, at 13 years old. And I did not have a place to live until I was 25. It's not a big one, but at 15 I got my lip pierced and wore it for the rest of my teens. Now in my 30s, it doesn't matter what I'm wearing or what kind of setting I'm in, everyone can see the distinct hole marking my act of teenage rebellion. Spending dollar on trivial shit. I wish I had saved every single penny from day one. Poor financial management and spending habits. I give in to unnecessary purchases sometimes. I'm not in a terrible place now, but I'd be in a much better place if I cared even a little back then. Teenage mum checking in. I decided to make my favorite hobby into a career. Now I fucking hate computers. Started drinking. I didn't learn to say no. Now I get roped into things I probably shouldn't, lol. I am a teen, bookmarking this just for whenever I need advice. Got a tribal tattoo across my stomach at age 15. I'm now 37 and 6 months pregnant, not a good look. I wish I had attempted to talk with mom more about the heavier shit. We mostly just avoided talking about it, but I feel like it was a missed opportunity at understanding and growth. I miss her every day and regret not trying to understand more what she was going through and where she came from. I basically avoided the unpleasantness of then talking about the awkward/unpleasant stuff, and now I feel her loss that much more the older I get. Not learning Spanish. Also not working harder at the things I wanted to do, like making movies and playing music. I could be a lot better had I done more.